The Hokage's office. Outside the window, wind drove fine rain against the glass, yet the room itself felt suffocatingly heavy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the sofa, and sighed, his tone carrying that subtle benevolent air of "I'm not singling you out, but in fact I am" as he spoke. Minato. He did not address him as Hokage nor as the fourth. Just Minato, as though scolding some disappointing junior of his own. Your starting point was good. Namikaze. Minato's heart sank. In his previous life as a corporate drone, he had heard that phrase far too often. A sentence like that was always followed by a but. However, sure enough, the two elders have been in charge of the finances for 30 years. They know the village's foundations better than anyone. Unhurriedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen went on. Although the war has ceased, Kirigakure and Kumogakure have yet to sign any armistice agreements. The most crucial thing for Konoha right now is to prevent any gaps in our combat strength and reserves. He paused after speaking, glanced at Namikaze. Minato's expression, then added, the funding for the orphanage can be postponed to the next quarter's discussion. Next quarter. Minato's hand clenched beneath the table, then slowly relaxed. In his last life, he had heard this kind of phrasing all the time. We'll move this requirement to the next version. Let's wait for next quarter's budget. We'll revisit it in Q3. Translated into plain speech, it all meant the same thing: give up. Truly worthy of you, Third Hokage. This way of smoothing things over was identical across worlds. On the surface, he offended no one, yet at the crucial moment, he always stood by his old comrades. Fine. Namikaze. Minato forced a smile. I understand. Let's end here for today. Meeting adjourned. Danzo was the first to rise, striding out without a word. The old man always left faster than anyone else when a meeting ended. He had yet to be swathed head to toe in bandages as in the original storyline, but his personality was just as detestable. Koharu and Hamura were also much younger than in the original. They followed behind, Danzo huddling together and muttering in low voices. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the last to leave. Seeing Namikaze. Minato's clearly dampened spirits, he knew this young Hokage had taken a blow. After all, he was still young and lacking in experience. As he passed by Minato, the old man halted, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, Minato, being Hokage is not the same as leading a squad. The village is far too large, the interests of all sides must be weighed. There is still much for you to learn. Classic leadership rhetoric. You're still young, don't rush, take it slow. The unspoken subtext: stop making trouble. I'm fine, Third. Namikaze. Minato kept his smile. You're right. Matters have their priorities, I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen parted his lips, wanting to offer further guidance. He hesitated for a few seconds. Do your best. Then he turned and left. Watching the thirds departing back, Namikaze. Minato suddenly recalled the day he was laid off in his previous life. His old supervisor had said the exact same thing to him. Hang in there, Xiao Wang, things will get better. And the very next day, that supervisor's nephew took his position. The office door closed with a soft click. The smile faded from Minato's face. He walked to the window and pushed it open. Sunlight dyed the Hokage rock of vivid crimson. For stone faces looked down upon all of Konoha, and the one on the far right was his. Young, handsome, brimming with spirit. The glass reflected his own features, also young and handsome. As for brimming with spirit, hardly. The yellow flashed the fourth Hokage, the man who ended the third great ninja war. His name resounded throughout the ninja world. Of outsiders would feel a jolt of fear the moment they heard it. Yet within this meeting room, he did not even have the authority to grant orphans an extra bowl of rice. In the face of hundreds of millions spent on military expenditure, 5 million Rio was not even a rounding error. And he still could not approve even that paltry sum. Pathetic. Minato braced his hands on the windowsill, his shadow stretching long behind him. Half a month had passed. It had been half a month since he crossed into this world. He could still recall the sensation of opening his eyes. He had stood on a high platform before a dense sea of people, thousands upon thousands of faces upturned toward him, eyes filled with reverence and awe. In that instant, his mind buzzed, his blood pressure spiked. He had transmigrated. He had become Namikaze. Minato, the fourth Hokage. Flying Thunder God, Rasengan cage-level strength. He had entered the stage as a top-tier character in the current version. In his previous life, he had been a corporate grunt surnamed Wong, worn down by manipulative bosses, tormented by demanding clients, hounded by the landlord for rent, left with only 2,300 after paying rent each month. Now he had soared in a single leap. At the time, he had felt that heaven had finally opened its eyes, that this life was secure at last. His status was top-tier, his strength maxed out, and he even knew the plot. Forget being Hokage. Becoming a god of the ninja world seemed only a matter of time. He spent 3 whole days drafting governing policies, then took them to the meeting full of confidence. And then, they were rejected. The first time, he thought his preparations had been insufficient. The second time, he wondered if he had expressed himself poorly. The third, fourth, fifth time, he finally understood the problem was not the proposals. The problem was him. Or more precisely, the problem was the chair he sat in. Because that chair had been given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It had been given, but not entirely. Over decades as Hokage III had built a network of connections that reached into every corner of Konoha. In Umbu Logistics, the Ninja Academy, the Medical Corps, the Barrier Team. Everywhere traces of the Third could be found. Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura were nominally advisors and aides, but in truth, they were guardians the Third had left behind. They were not assisting the Fourth. They were watching him as one would watch a newly appointed supervisor who had yet to learn the rules. Yes, that was exactly how it felt. When he first joined his previous company, the structure had been the same. The boss had supposedly stepped back, but every manager in the place had been handpicked by him. As an airborne newly hired director, he had wanted to shake up their turf. But how could he possibly confront a web of relationships that had been woven over decades? Ridiculous. He had been thinking too much. His previous life's experience was being perfectly replicated here. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen want to hand over the reins? He did, but he did not wish to relinquish power. Perhaps he truly believed he was being kind, lending more support, so the youngster would not make mistakes. The problem was, how was this approach any different from hollowing him out? Those clustered around the Third took his goodwill as an imperial pardon. They acknowledged only one fact: the Fourth's proposal had been rejected yet again. Once, twice, 3 times. Each time rejected. In that case, everyone would simply continue to follow the Third. Why risk backing a new Hokage who could not even approve a budget? Yet Namikaze Minato was not entirely alone. Even before he became Hokage, a number of people had already gravitated toward him. Some were loyal, some opportunistic, and some both loyal and opportunistic. They had chosen to follow him after seeing the chance for a redistribution of benefits once the new Hokage took the throne. But if after taking the top seat, he could not even ladle out a bit of soup, on what grounds should others continue to follow him? Minato understood this all too well. In his previous life, he had only been a wage slave, but he had not studied political history in vain. There were only 2 outcomes when one could not distribute the meat. Either he would be completely hollowed out and reduced to a rubber stamp, or those behind him would push him to overturn the table against the old guard. And overturning the table would lead only to internal chaos in Konoha. The village had just come out of war, countless ninja had died, and the people's hearts had yet to settle. If at such a time they staged a power purge from within, other villages would not even need to act. Konoha would collapse on its own. Kimogakure and Kirigakure would surely seize the chance to loot a burning house. Even Awagakure and Sunagakure, which had already signed peace agreements, would not be able to resist jumping out to stir up trouble. Thus, the current situation was this: move forward. The entire village would perish together. Stand still. A slow, lingering death. Retreat. Then he would be reduced entirely to a mascot. 3 paths, and not one of them walkable. Minato's fingers tightened on the windowsill. What was worse, his wedding with Kushina was the day after tomorrow. After the wedding, the countdown to the Nine Tails incident would officially begin. He could not calculate exactly how long it would be, but it would not exceed a year. It was impossible to expect him to marry and then not consummate the marriage, was it? No one could endure that. Minato irritably raked his fingers through his hair. With the information he now had on Uchiha Obito, he was actually not worried about that part. The brat was neither truly strong nor truly weak. But he was infuriating. Even if they avoided the Nine Tails incident this time, what about afterward? A thief may have 1,000 days to steal, but there is no such thing as 1,000 days of guarding against him. If he slipped up and died, would that not make this transmigration a complete waste? Therefore, within a year, he had to bring Konoha fully under his control and unify all its strength. Only then would he have any chance of responding to unforeseen crises. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude today had completely closed off the path of a peaceful transfer of power. Third, if you're going to abdicate, you might at least do it cleanly. He murmured softly, "You're really going to force me to use cheats, aren't you?" In that case, then he would. At the very least, he had to struggle. System. He intoned silently in his heart. A translucent light screen immediately floated into his field of vision, pale golden characters slowly emerging. Hokage Territorial System. After the system name flashed past Namikaze, Minato's field of vision suddenly shifted. When he came back to his senses, a complete 3-dimensional map of Konoha had already unfolded within his mind. Soon afterward, thick mist surged forth, shrouding most of the map. Aside from the Hokage building and his own small home glowing with golden light, the entire village of Konoha was submerged in layers of gray fog of varying density. In particular, the northwestern corner was choked with inky black mist, dark as Danzo's heart. Minato fell silent for 2 seconds. He glanced at the brightly lit area where he currently was. Above it floated a line of text: Hokage Building Control, Level 100. Then he swept his gaze across the entire village once more. A single expanse of gray fog, like a rag rinsed in dirty water. His sight then fell upon a bold line of numbers at the upper center of the map. Overall, Konoha Control Level 10. Namikaze Minato was speechless. 10%. And that was even counting the deterrent force of Uzumaki Kushina as a Jinchuriki. In other words, Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, the golden flash of the ninja world, the nominal number one authority of Konoha, had only 1/10 control over the entire village. 1/10. He leaned back against the chair, suddenly feeling the urge to laugh. This was not sitting upon the Hokage's seat, it was clearly sitting on the tallest stool in the village. It looked imposing, yet there was nothing solid beneath him. After that brief bout of self-mockery, Namikaze Minato focused his attention once more. The system had two modules in total, the territory map and the fate store. At the moment, the territory map was blanketed in large swaths of fog. The density of the mist depended on how much control he held over Konoha. That control was calculated from 4 factors: allegiance of the people, depth of power, infiltration, physical occupation, and public security. In other words, wherever people obeyed him, the map there shone bright. Wherever no one cared about his word, it remained gray. And as the host, the system had granted him 2 special privileges. The first was called the domain of Flying Thunder God. As long as it was within a high brightness area, and provided he had sufficient chakra, he needed no medium, no marker. He could teleport there at will. This was a fine gift. That was his first reaction upon seeing this privilege. Yet the very next moment, the fact that only 2 tiny areas were lit up left him thoroughly vexed. With such a palm-sized patch of territory, where could he even teleport to? From the office to the tea room. Scrolling further down, he saw the second privilege, absolute perception. Anyone harboring hostility toward him who stepped into a high brightness zone would instantly light up red, unable to hide. This at least could be put to immediate use. The other module was the fate store, where goods could be purchased with fate points. The stronger Konoha grew, the more fate points he would receive. Right now, he had only 10,000 fate points. Given Konoha's current condition, the daily settlement yielded merely another 10,000, a drop in the ocean compared to items starting at 7 digits. He could not afford anything. Better to clear the fog first. He pulled his attention back to the map, planning to examine the state of each district one by one. Konoha Ninja Academy, control level 60. The mist here was thin, and the main school buildings and the outline of the training grounds could be roughly discerned. 60%. That score had been forcibly raised by the allegiance in people's hearts, bolstered among other things by the renown he had won in the Third Great Ninja War. As for the remaining 40%, Namikaze Minato narrowed his eyes slightly. The Third Hokage had been promoting the will of fire at the academy for decades. From vice principal to academic affairs, the management was a solid iron plate made entirely of the Third's people. And the principal was the Third himself. The students idolized the Fourth, but the teachers listened to the Third. 60% was the ceiling. Next was the hospital. Konoha Hospital, control level 50. The main building could barely be seen, but the east wing and underground levels were a muddled blur. Tsunade had once single-handedly laid the foundations of Konoha's medical system. But after she left the village, that old woman Uchiha Koharu reached in her hand. Allocation of supplies, personnel assignments. Everything was dictated from that side. He could not wedge himself in. A 50-50 split was already not bad. Then he looked at the residential district. Konoha Residential Area, control level 80. It was the brightest region on the entire map aside from the Hokage building. The civilians he had risked his life to protect in wartime still remembered his kindness. This was one of his few remaining trump cards. Namikaze Minato's mood finally improved a little. Civilians could not help him fight, but civilians were public sentiment. They were legitimacy. They were the foundation for him to sit as Hokage. Then his gaze swept toward the various ninja clan compounds. With a single glance, the smile on his face vanished. Sarutobi Clan Grounds, control level 5. Ino Shikacho Compound, control level 20. These clans had been bound together for decades, forming the inner core of the vested interest group. They were the ones who set the rules for resource allocation, claimed shares of ANBU positions, and skimmed plenty of profits. And now they were expected to acknowledge a fourth Hokage in his early 20s, a Hokage of civilian birth, unless he could serve them a larger share of the meat in their bowls. But when the pot was not in his hands, how could he divide anything? Hyuga Clan, control level 15. Now this clan was somewhat interesting. Outwardly conservative in truth, they simply backed whoever emerged victorious. The very picture of watching from the shore to see how high the water would rise. With the fourth clearly not having the upper hand, they naturally would not place their bets early. Yet that also meant that once the situation reversed, the Hyuga would be the easiest to win over. He noted this down. His gaze then fell upon the Uchiha clan. Their control level was low, as well, only 10. This clan had earned resounding merits at the founding of the village and had since been guarded against, suppressed, and marginalized by one generation of Hokage after another. Now they were like a beast trapped too long in a cage, burning with the desire to return to the center of power and burning with hatred for the current ruling echelon. This was a double-edged sword. Namikaze Minato exhaled slowly and zoomed the map back out to its full view. His sight met a sea of gray, murky mist. Just as he was about to close the panel, something felt off. Within the high brightness zone, red dots had appeared. His vision narrowed, locking onto the Hokage building, and the map magnified, accordingly revealing its internal structure. Every floor, every room was rendered in meticulous detail. On the fourth floor corridor, 4 EMBU guard points were distributed at the 4 corners. They were the guards the Third had transferred in yesterday under the pretext of enhancing Hokage security. 4 points. 3 green. 1 blood red. The crimson spot brightened and dimmed with each breath like a serpent's tongue flickering in the dark. A system label popped up in front of him, root operative codename Jiao4. Infiltration state. Disguised as ANBU. Current emotion surveillance, latent hostility. Even ANBU had Danzo's tentacles in them now. Namikaze Minato's expression did not change as he continued to look further down. Then more red dots surfaced. 1 in the first floor security department. 1 in the second floor archives. 1 in the third floor intelligence relay room. His gaze turned completely cold. The intelligence relay room was responsible for screening all documents sent to the Hokage's office, which meant all the intelligence he read each day had already been filtered by someone else. On the 4th floor, the secretarial section, less than 20 meters from the Hokage's office, harbored another. 5 nails in total. The archives line, intelligence line, security line, ANBU line, secretarial line. Each line had a nail buried in it. They monitored his schedule, intercepted his intelligence, recorded his movements. Namikaze Minato let out a soft, frigid laugh. There was no need to ponder. They were undoubtedly Danzo's men. That old fox probably believed he was perfectly concealed. Minato closed the system interface. He had no intention of pulling out those nails just yet. He would leave them in place for now. He must not startle the snake in the grass. Even if he exposed them outright, Danzo would scarcely feel a scratch. Leaning back in his chair, he began to calculate where the true breaking point lay. Danzo was an obstacle he could not circumvent. He knew better than anyone what that old viper had done in the original timeline. For the sake of the Hokage's seat, he had even attempted to assassinate the Third. One could say that from his youth to his death, the old man had coveted the Hokage's position without pause. The absurd part was that the Third not only never executed him, but continued allowing him to control Root. Utterly ridiculous. And in Danzo's eyes, this Fourth Hokage was nothing but a stumbling stone. Should he strike or not? He ran through the possibilities at high speed in his mind. Acting directly was out of the question. He might be Hokage, yet the entire village was merely his asset in name. Those assets were currently locked inside a safe. If he shattered it by force, he would easily damage the valuables within. The loss would be immeasurable, but not acting was even less acceptable. That left only one option: force Danzo to commit a mistake of his own accord. For all his vileness, Danzo prided himself on his loyalty to Konoha. The village growing weak would do him no good either. Thus, if he were to move first, he would certainly be careful, and then more careful still. By the time Minato struck back, he would be able to minimize the damage. That way he would not have broken the rules. Onlookers would witness his capabilities, and his retaliation would be justified. Perfect. The outline of a plan had formed, but it required people to execute. What did he have in his hand now? A few civilian-born ninja still struggling at the grassroots without even the qualification to attend formal meetings. Their loyalty was sufficient, but their weight was not. Among all Konoha's ninja clans, there were also people who had pledged themselves to him, but their allegiance was like eggs scattered across different baskets. They placed bets in every direction so that no matter who won, their clans could survive. He could hardly force them to stake their entire lineage on him, could he? If he did, the first ones to stab him in the ribs would be these very clans. A competent leader could not act that way. He needed a helper, someone with weight in Konoha without burdens to hold him back and qualified to sit at the high-level table. Moreover, that person must not be one of the Third's old guard. Jiraiya Sensei. Namikaze Minato thought of him first, then crossed him out. With his teacher's personality, involving him in political struggle would be disastrous. He would practically write the plan on his face and shout it aloud. Besides, the peace treaty with the Hidden Cloud had yet to be signed, skirmishes still flared along the border, and Jiraiya needed to keep watch there. Uchiha Fugaku. The moment the name surfaced in his mind, Minato shook his head. Those old men guarded against the Uchiha as if guarding against thieves. If he tried to draw Fugaku in now, every conflict would erupt in full force the very next moment. It would be like hugging a barrel of explosives to put out a fire. One name after another flashed through his mind, only to be rejected, until at last a pale face tinged with a hint of obsession surfaced from memory. Namikaze Minato pondered, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. This man's rank was high enough. He had cultivated deep roots in Konoha for decades and commanded an independent intelligence network. He also had extensive, unspeakable dealings of interest with Danzo, making him perfectly suited for a backstab. And right now that man's situation was exceptionally delicate. In the contest for the Hokage's seat, he had lost. He was being gradually marginalized by the higher-ups. Following the original course of events, he was already standing at the very edge of a cliff. One more step, and he would plunge into the abyss. If before he fell Minato were to reach out a hand to him, what then? Namikaze Minato's tapping fingers stilled. Mutual benefit. That was the most solid foundation for an alliance. A genius on the verge of desperation needed only one offer he could not refuse. Fourth Hokage. Lord Hokage. On the street, passers-by greeted him continuously. Namikaze Minato nodded one by one, a gentle smile on his face. As he walked, he kept pondering how to strike up a conversation with Orochimaru. Meeting Orochimaru wasn't difficult. The challenge was the secret meeting between a Hokage who had been sidelined and a person who was currently marginalized. Those old geezers with noses sharper than ninja dogs would react in an instant. So he couldn't take the initiative. He had to be indirect. A name popped into his mind. Yamatai Fat Bean. No, it's still Red Bean now. Commercial Street. Namikaze Minato stopped in front of a dessert shop. On the long bench at the entrance sat a little girl with a loose ponytail holding 2 skewers of 3-colored dumplings in her left hand and one in her right, happily munching away, her cheeks puffed up. He walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Just now he had almost choked back the words Red Bean Bun. Hearing the commotion, Red Bean looked up curiously with a bit of bean paste stuck to the corner of her mouth. Upon recognizing him, she nearly spat out the dumplings. She quickly chewed a few bites and swallowed, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Fourth Hokage. Take your time eating, no one is going to grab it from you. Namikaze Minato shouted into the shop, boss, 5 skewers of 3-colored dumplings, please. He took the dumplings from the owner's hands, handing 3 skewers to Red Bean, while keeping 2 for himself. No missions today. Thank you, Fourth Hokage. Red Bean's eyes lit up as she happily accepted the dumplings. My teacher has been really busy lately and told me to practice chakra control on my own. It's true that Orochimaru Sensei is quite busy. Namikaze Minato bit into a dumpling, or it was too sweet. The war has just ended, and there's a lot to handle. I know. Red Bean nodded earnestly, but her tone quickly dulled. But my teacher has been in a really bad mood lately. She fiddled with the bamboo skewer, mumbling softly, he used to take me out to eat occasionally, but he hasn't gone out in the last few months. Yesterday, he even made me copy the dissection diagrams of 47 poisonous insects. I drew until 3 in the morning, my hand cramped up. By the end, Red Bean stuffed a dumpling into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out again, looking pitiful. Namikaze Minato certainly understood why Orochimaru was in a bad mood. He lost the position of Hokage, funding was cut off, and he was being marginalized. It would be the same for anyone. But he couldn't say that directly. Don't worry. His tone was casual, as if discussing everyday matters. Once this period passes, Orochimaru Sensei won't have to work so hard anymore. Red Bean nodded vigorously, continuing to focus on her dumplings, though her eyes occasionally glanced his way. Is the Hokage really this leisurely? Namikaze Minato swallowed the last dumpling, stood up, and brushed off the crumbs. By the way, he seemed to remember something. I received some nice new tea a few days ago. Oh, I can't finish it by myself. Red Bean was taken aback, not understanding. Namikaze Minato smiled, not explaining further, and waved his hand. I'm leaving. Please send my regards to Orochimaru Sensei. Oh, goodbye, Fourth Hokage. Red Bean clutched the bamboo skewer, watching as his figure disappeared around the corner. Her little head tilted. New tea. Regards. Fourth Hokage speaks strangely. After mumbling, she stuffed another dumpling into her mouth. Whatever, I'll think about it after I finish eating. The sky gradually darkened. The moment Namikaze Minato pushed open the door to his house, a burnt smell rushed into his nostrils. Hearing the noise, Kushina poked her head out from the kitchen. Seeing her beloved, a smile instantly filled her face. You're back. She wiped her hands on her apron and jogged over. Namikaze Minato responded, gently stepping towards the dining room. But before he could step in, he froze. On the table were over a dozen plates. Red, green, black, purple. The entire table was a riot of colors reminiscent of a poison encyclopedia. Namikaze Minato swallowed hard. This. I practiced in advance. Kushina walked over with a plate of unappetizing fish, her eyes sparkling with joy. Makoto-kan kept me company for the whole afternoon, and she taught me this dish. You must try it. The muscle memory of a corporate worker automatically took over his facial nerves at that moment. He put on a smile, got his eyes in place, took off his ceremonial robe, washed his hands, dried them, and sat down. The actions flowed seamlessly like a ritual before facing death. What to eat first? His gaze swept across the table. His eyes landed on a plate of pitch-black food nearby. At least this plate was recognizable as scrambled eggs. He picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece. The chopsticks seemed to be trembling. Yes, it was the chopsticks that were shaking. Kushina rested her hands on the table, leaning forward with an expectant look. Namikaze Minato steeled his heart and put the coal-like food into his mouth. The salty flavor exploded, instantly shooting straight to the top of his head, followed by a strong bitterness. The smile he had maintained could not help but change. How is it? Kushina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Delicious. Namikaze Minato picked up his bowl and forcefully pressed a mouthful of rice down, then quickly swallowed. It really suits my appetite today. A smile blossomed on Kushina's face, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She happily picked up a spoon, scooped a bowl of soup, and placed it in front of him. Try this too. Uprooted soup. Looking at the layer of unclear substances floating in the bowl, Namikaze Minato maintained a calm expression as he carefully brought the bowl to his lips and took a sip. A sharp pain shot through his throat. So spicy. However, in his past life, he had never flinched while drinking watered-down inferior liquor. Just a bowl of soup couldn't defeat him. He expressionlessly set down the bowl of soup, wiped his mouth, and said, "Thank Mikoto-kan for me." "I already thanked her." "That's good." Namikaze Minato paused for a moment, then naturally continued, "What about Fugaku? Did Mikoto-kan mention anything?" Hearing this, Kushina's smile faded. She sighed and sat back in her chair. She didn't go into detail, just mentioned it. She said the security indicators in the village have become increasingly strict. The guard team is out every day arresting illegal vendors, and the commoners' grievances are being directed at the Uchiha. Clan leader Fugaku is under a lot of pressure, and Mikoto-kan hasn't been smiling much lately. Namikaze Minato listened, shoveling another bite of food into his mouth. The flavor no longer mattered. He chewed and swallowed. This method hadn't changed in decades, pushing all the dirty work onto the Uchiha, inciting conflict between the commoners and the Uchiha. When the contradictions intensified, the Third Hokage would step in as a mediator, playing the good guy. This cycle repeated, and the Uchiha became increasingly trapped in this cage. Adding to that the chaos of the Ninetales incident. It would be strange if it didn't explode. There will be a way to resolve this. Ruffling Kushina's red hair, Namikaze Minato pulled the topic back. Let's not think about that for now. Have the details for the wedding been confirmed? The moment this was mentioned, her eyes instantly lit up. Everything is set. The guest list has been checked, and Jiraiya Sensei said he could make it back to the village by tomorrow evening. Thank you for your hard work handling everything. You are the Hokage, I understand. Namikaze Minato nodded vigorously. What a privilege. In his past life, he had instant noodles and Laogan Ma just scraping by for meals. After work, returning to his rented room, the fridge was empty and the stove was cold. There had never been someone waiting at home, cooking with the lights on, waiting for him to return. Now there was. This feeling of being cared for was stronger than any delicacy. He buried his head, shoveling food into his mouth with chopsticks. Regardless of color or flavor, everything was wiped out. This scene made Kushina incredibly happy. After the meal, Namikaze Minato took the initiative to clean up. Having chakra made it convenient. With precise chakra control, he quickly cleared away the remnants of the meal. Kushina didn't slack off either. She leaned beside him, rinsing the porcelain plates with warm water and gently wiping the moisture off with a cloth. The sound of running water in the kitchen was soft. The kitchen lights were warm. The day after tomorrow will be a family. Her voice was soft. The last bit of twilight filtered in through the window, lighting up her face warmly. Her red hair fell from her shoulders, the ends gently swaying. At this moment, the little hot pepper looked beautiful. In his past life, while watching anime, he often thought how wonderful the characters were. Forever passionate, forever sincere, never worn down by life. Now such a person stood beside him, breathing warmth and carrying a hint of shampoo's fragrance. He unconsciously leaned closer. Kushina's eyelashes fluttered, her body instinctively retreating. Then a hand pressed against his face, pushing his head away. The force was not great. The attitude was resolute. She swiftly stood a few steps away from him, her ears and neck flushed red, tugging at her clothes while her gaze wandered to the ground, avoiding eye contact with him. No. What's wrong? The wedding is the day after tomorrow. Her face turned even redder, her voice trembling, but she still held her ground, glaring at him fiercely. Grandma Mito said that nothing should be done before the ceremony. And Akito next door also said without a formal ceremony. Just being together is against the rules, and it brings bad luck. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, but no words came out. He really wanted to complain. In this world, children of a few years old could take kunai to the battlefield and personally slit the throats of enemies. Villagers would line the streets to welcome them, calling them geniuses. But a tavern owner would never sell him a drop of alcohol before this genius reached adulthood. Killing is fine, but drinking is not. Even kissing is considered bad luck. What kind of logic is that? But seeing Kushina's resolute attitude, he swallowed back his urge to complain. Though he didn't understand, he respected it. Moreover, he had first-hand experience of what it was like when Kushina got angry. It was uncertain whether even the Ninetales could withstand it. Got it. He raised his hands in surrender. Kushina quickly walked to the entrance to change her shoes, her back to him, her ears red enough to bleed. Before leaving, she turned back and shot him a glare. You better sleep early and not stay up late. Her tone was fierce, but the end softened, hinting at a bit of a pout. The door opened. Kushina looked back, reluctantly glancing at the little son. Idiot. I'll do my best. The door closed. The sound of footsteps quickly faded away. The house fell silent. Namikaze Minato stood by the window. Outside, the chirping of insects became clearer and the shadow of the old locust tree outside spread in. The night gradually deepened. He didn't know how long it had been, but the chirping of insects outside had disappeared. Then he felt a chill. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. The system interface silently popped up. Home control level 100A yellow that was clearly marked on the edge of the highlighted area. Outside the yard behind the old locust tree, it was just pressing against the boundary line. Motionless. Just like that, it stayed still. Minato turned and walked into the kitchen. He cleaned the kettle and boiled water. Boiling water poured into the cup, the tea leaves rolled, and white steam rose. Soon 2 cups of hot tea were placed on the coffee table. Namikaze Minato opened the door. Outside was a scene of twilight. The moon hung empty in the sky, looking very lonely. There was no sound of wind. There were no insect sounds. Nothing at all. Looking at the thick darkness of night, Namikaze Minato smiled. Orochimaru sensei, come in. A lamp. 2 cups of tea. A small tea table separates them. The steam from the tea rises between the two. Orochimaru leans back in his chair, the cold chakra quietly spreading out. There was no concealment in the scrutiny of his eyes. Facing Orochimaru's gaze, Minato Namikaze remained composed. After all, the other party had once been a strong contender for Hokage, yet lost to him, a young man in his 20s. It was only natural to feel an imbalance. However, he had never had the opportunity before. Since he was here tonight, he would let him test as much as he wanted. After all, he had no fear. To put it bluntly, the killing intent emanating from Orochimaru was far weaker than the pressure of a little chili pepper in a rage. This tea is from the Akimichi clan. They have a tea garden in the southwest of the Land of Fire, grown by themselves with limited yield, not available for purchase outside. Try it. Orochimaru did not move. Minato was not in a hurry. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the monotonous ticking of the clock. Orochimaru stared at him for a long while, then pushed the teacup to the center of the table. Fourth Hokage. As he spoke, the killing intent retracted. I am very busy. With this one sentence, all pleasantries were blocked. He couldn't even be bothered to make excuses. Fine. No need to beat around the bush. Cooperation, Minato Namikaze said. I will establish an independent research institution in Konoha. Its name will be the Konoha First Scientific Research Institute. The special funds will be directly allocated by the Hokage's office, and once I regain the powers I should have, it will no longer go through the advisory council for approval. I will be directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction, operating independently and not subject to interference from any department. The research direction will be completely free. At this point, he paused, glancing at Orochimaru, then added, the director can be you. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. He had envisioned the possibility of Minato seeking him out, but never this. To build a completely autonomous laboratory for him. After a brief moment of shock, Orochimaru laughed. The laughter was harsh, unabashedly mocking. Minato. He called him by his first name, even too lazy to call him the Fourth Hokage. Are you joking? Orochimaru looked at the young man across from him, his eyes full of derision. Do you misunderstand your situation? Minato remained silent. To speak frankly, Orochimaru sneered, a Hokage who can't even approve a 500,000 Ryo funding. What gives you the right to bypass those old men? Is it your title as Fourth Hokage? The words were blunt and bitterly accurate. Every word was a direct jab at Minato's core. You are correct, Minato nodded in acknowledgement. I am currently just a stamping machine. My orders cannot even leave the Hokage building. Having been tempered by various mockeries from the upper echelons, I am now immune to mere verbal attacks. Knowing the content of today's meeting means your intelligence network is still operational, which is better than mine. Your intelligence network is still operational, indicating that you have not been completely ousted, which is better than mine. But just barely. Orochimaru was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to not only remain calm, but also to retort. This kind of strategy was either incredibly foolish or a different kind of cleverness. And Minato did not give him time to judge. He needed to help this client analyze the pain points, which was far more effective than boasting about product advantages. Isn't it just a matter of hitting the sore spot? Who can't do that? You failed in the Hokage election, the third is wary of you, and the advisors are ostracizing you. The root spies are lurking outside your laboratory every day. And with the project funding being cut, how long can you sustain this? Each statement hit harder than the last. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy at that moment. However, Minato did not stop continuing to speak. Recently, the prison's defenses have been strengthened. Funding shortages, lack of materials, experiments can't be halted. What will you do? Take action against your fellow villagers? He mimicked Orochimaru's cold laugh. If you dare to do that, the first to take action against you will be the third. You called me here just to belittle me. Orochimaru's smile vanished, and his voice turned dangerous. Of course not. Minato shook his head. I am merely analyzing our situation. You competed for the Hokage position and lost. What about me? On the surface, I am the fourth Hokage, golden and shining impressive to outsiders. But in reality, I can't even control the funding for the orphanage. We are both failures. Orochimaru did not respond, but his attitude became much more serious. I have no real power, and you have no resources. Minato spread his hands palms up. Two failures, each with their own hidden cards, each with their own opponents to deal with. If we separate, we are both deadlocked. But if we come together, he intertwined his fingers, clinching them together. At least we can make an attempt. Since there is nothing left to lose, why not cooperate? The living room fell silent once again. The ticking of the clock seemed to grow louder. Orochimaru remained silent for a long time, long enough for the tea to cool. He re-evaluated the young Hokage in front of him. Golden short hair, azure eyes, a gentle smile, looking no different from usual. But he felt a strange, indescribable sensation in his heart. This was not the Minato he knew. At least not the Minato who saved his companions with a silly smile and blushed when teased by Jiraiya. He seemed more like a calculating politician. Was it a disguise? Or had he been pushed to the edge? Regardless of which, Orochimaru licked his lips, finding he did not dislike this change. What do you want me to do? He asked. Good. The client was beginning to inquire about the plan, indicating that the pain point had been addressed. Next, it was time for the product introduction segment. Danzo, Minato stated directly, I need evidence of his crimes. You want to move against Danzo? Orochimaru was first surprised, then shook his head and sneered. It seems you still don't understand. Danzo is the root of Konoha. As long as he does not betray the village, even if you pile the evidence in front of the old man, he may not even glance at it. You must understand this, right? Minato certainly understood. Moreover, he understood something else. Orochimaru's interests were deeply tied to Danzo. Half of his experimental projects were secretly funded by Danzo. Asking him for evidence against Danzo was equivalent to asking him to hand over the incriminating evidence himself. Anyone would have to weigh that carefully. I won't concern myself with your matters. I only need evidence regarding Danzo. Anything that can pin him down, I want all of it. How to act, when to act, that is my problem. Orochimaru fell into thought once again. He was assessing the risks. After a long while, he shook his head and said, not enough. Betraying Danzo would mean offending half of Konoha's upper echelons. Even if he could indeed topple Danzo, he would undoubtedly be dragged down with him. If he failed, he wouldn't even be able to keep his current position. A laboratory that he wasn't even sure could be established was not enough for him to gamble on. Minato paused for a moment, re-evaluating laboratory funding, independent authority. Aren't these exactly what you've always wanted? Orochimaru said nothing and did not deny it. Silence was the best rejection. Minato read the look in his eyes, unconsciously rubbing the teacup as his mind began to race. Having articulated the pain points and reported the plan, the client still did not agree. This indicated that the price was not enough. What did Orochimaru truly desire? The day the third selected him as Hokage, all of Orochimaru's last hopes for the third shattered. The bond of master and disciple, the camaraderie of their shared path, decades of companionship, all returned to zero. Since then, all of Orochimaru's energy had been poured into research, especially into immortality. Therefore, what the other party needed was not just a laboratory. He also needed experimental materials. A large quantity of experimental subjects with special physiques. Bloodline limits. The bloodline clans of Konoha could not be touched. He could only look outside. Thinking of this, Minato quickly adjusted his strategy. I can propose that you serve as the supreme commander on the eastern battlefield. Orochimaru's gaze flickered. Minato noticed this and continued, Kirigakure lost on the front lines, but they are refusing to sign the peace agreement, relying on the fact that we cannot conduct naval operations. There are still small Kirigakure forces active along the coast, which is quite troublesome. If there were a commander with sufficient qualifications and outstanding abilities, he could persuade Kirigakure to sign or drive those pests into the sea. Orochimaru still did not speak. Just the title of commander was not enough to make him relent. What he wanted was never just a title. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile creeping back onto his face. Although Kirigakure is closed and exclusive, they are currently undergoing a blood mist cleansing. But their bloodline ninja clans are numerous. And the Eastern Commander oversees all military affairs. At this point he paused. Some things do not need to be said too clearly, stating them outright would only diminish their value. Orochimaru's breathing changed. Eastern Commander, overseeing all military affairs. Blood mist cleansing. Bloodline ninjas. He understood better than anyone what these words strung together meant. Fourth Hokage. He licked his dry lips, his voice unexpectedly light. You really understand me well. Minato smiled back. One last question. Please go ahead. How can I ensure I will definitely get this position? Based on compensatory psychology, Minato replied quickly, the Hokage position has been settled, and the third feels guilty towards you. As long as you show interest, he will certainly agree. I don't need to analyze this for you, right? And I will also advocate for you to go into action. Orochimaru fell silent. Yes, the old man did have that kind of character. If he felt indebted, he would compensate. If he couldn't compensate adequately, he would continue to do so. He would never face the problem itself. With my qualifications. Coming back to reality, Orochimaru coldly said, I could get that position without your suggestion. Getting me what I could have obtained on my own is cunning. Precisely. Minato nodded, acknowledging effortlessly. With your status, you can indeed secure that position, and I cannot stop you, but I still possess the ability to make things difficult. The atmosphere in the living room instantly tensed. Orochimaru suddenly felt that this young Hokage was quite terrifying. Not only did he see through his situation, but he also saw through his desires. Even the subtle master-disciple feelings between him and the old man were clearly calculated. Such insight was chilling. However, that made things interesting, didn't it? Orochimaru leaned back into the chair, an unsettling smile once again appearing on his pale face. Deal. Pleasure doing business. Minato Namikaze extended his right hand. Orochimaru glanced at the hand, reaching out. Then he reached out to shake it. They parted again after a brief touch. Give me 2 days. I await good news. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, Namikaze Minato promptly opened the door to the Hokage's office, half an hour early. It wasn't that he was particularly diligent, but rather that he had to put on the appearance of being diligent. 3 stacks of documents were neatly arranged on the desk. He casually picked one up. As expected, they were all matters that had already been decided. He merely needed to affix his seal and sign, following through with the process. He didn't even have to look closely at the contents. Because these items had mostly already been reviewed by the Third Hokage and the advisory elders. Whether he signed or not, the outcome would be the same. But he had to sign, because the process required it. After brewing a cup of tea, Namikaze Minato transformed into a stamping machine. For items requiring funding regardless of the amount, he would hand them over to the advisory group for review. For matters requiring a decision, he always referred them back to the Third Hokage. The aim was to ensure every matter received a response, yet he took no decisive actions. In truth, he couldn't take charge. These documents had already passed through the intelligence transfer room once, and by the time they reached his desk, all content involving core secrets had been thoroughly removed. What remained were trivial matters. Namikaze Minato signed with an expressionless face. Wasn't it just about showing an attitude? Wasn't it just about sealing and signing? I sign, I seal. Let everyone see that although the Fourth Hokage cannot take charge, he absolutely cooperates with work. He would leave no handle for accusations of neglect. Let those who nitpick find nothing to nitpick. Nevertheless, after signing everything he could, it was already 2 hours later. Once he assumed power, these trivial matters would be delegated. As long as he held the reins on personnel and finances, that was enough. As for the rest, whoever wants to approve could approve. Namikaze Minato yawned and began to officially slack off. He took out a blank sheet of paper and pretended to write. In reality, he opened the system. Luck value, currently increasing by 10,000 each day. This was the income generated after he lit up the highlighted areas of both the Hokage building and his home. Each subsequent area lit would surely increase the income. But how much it would specifically increase was not stated by the system. He glanced at the store. Every item inside was daunting. Turning it off, he felt it affected his mood. It was like opening a luxury car configurator with a monthly salary of 3,000 and calculating the final price. It only made one feel worse. The road ahead was long and arduous. Just as he was thinking, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The one who entered was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man, upon entering, saw Namikaze Minato bent over his desk. He nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over the categorized stacks of documents, flipping through them casually. Signatures were neat annotations, clear formats, standardized with no omissions. And that made him even more satisfied. This kind of satisfaction was similar to a leader checking on work, discovering that his subordinates had made no mistakes, revealing a look of relief. Namikaze Minato was all too familiar with this. He heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentle tone. Tomorrow is your big day with Kushina, and you're working so hard today. As Hokage, I can't let daily affairs fall behind, Minato replied respectfully. It's all trivial matters, handling them quickly. You've worked hard, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed that kind of expression again. You've made great progress during this time, but makes this old man happy to see. Minato maintained an appropriate smile, nodding in agreement. All right, you go ahead, I won't disturb you. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him about the wedding process a few more times before strolling out of the office. Just before leaving, he caught a glimpse of Namikaze Minato lowering his head to write again. A look of satisfaction crossed his face once more. The young man faced setbacks, but did not slack off, remaining diligent in his duties. Though these were trivial matters, they indicated that his character was still steady. After a few more years of honing, he could truly retire and return home to enjoy a leisurely life. Once the door closed, Namikaze Minato tossed the pen aside and stretched, then began to daydream. The entire morning passed in a daze. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he left the Hokage's office on time. At the northern corner of the commercial street, the oldest custom tailor shop in Konoha. The owner was a thin old tailor said to have made the wedding dress for the first Hokage's marriage. It had a great reputation in Konoha. The tailor shop was elegantly decorated with a faint scent of incense in the air. Namikaze Minato pushed open the wooden door adorned with wind chimes. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Uchiha Fugaku sitting upright in the outer room. With his serious expression, which looked as if he were at a war meeting, the pressure was quite palpable. But on the low table in front of him lay a fabric sample book. What to say about this scene? It was filled with a sense of incongruity. Namikaze Minato raised an eyebrow in surprise. Clan head Fugaku is also here. Uchiha Fugaku stood up, nodding briefly. Makoto asked me to come. Namikaze Minato understood instantly. Men who have been married are all like this. What they verbally said was that they were invited, but the subtext was that they didn't want to come, but felt they had to. Just as he was about to engage in some small talk, he heard Kushina's voice from the inner room. Minato. Minato disregarded the pleasantries and walked straight in. He lifted the curtain. Kushina stood in front of the full-length mirror clad in a white wedding kimono. The obi wasn't tied, yet the collar was loose, and one hand was grasping the garment. Her long red hair spilled over the white fabric, resembling fire spread across the snow. Seeing Minato enter, Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she reproached, "Why did you come so early? It's not ready yet. Aren't you the one who called me?" Minato glanced at the clock on the wall. "Besides, it's only 1:10. I didn't call you to come in." Kushina glared at him. Minato immediately put his hands up in a surrender gesture. Observing their interaction, Uchiha Makoto smiled and nodded at Minato. "Fourth Hokage. Mikatoni." Minato returned the greeting. "Thank you for helping with this." "Not at all." Makoto waved her hand with a smile, glancing outside. "Fugaku is taking the day off today, so I just brought him to help out." Kushina leaned closer to Minato's ear, lowering her voice. "Clan head Fugaku has been here for over half an hour, hasn't said a word, just flipping through the fabric catalog." Minato smiled and nodded. This Uchiha clan had always held a stern demeanor in front of outsiders, but just a word from his wife brought him here. And once he arrived, he didn't know what to do, so he could only pretend to study the fabric. He had seen this awkwardness before when he helped a friend at a wedding company in his past life. "Shall we begin?" Uchiha Makoto clapped her hands. Then Namikaze Minato was ushered out by his little firecracker. "Out. Wait until you're called to come back in." The curtain was directly flicked onto his face. Minato rubbed his nose and retreated to the outer room, sitting opposite Uchiha Fugaku. Two big men sitting in silence. From the inner room came Makoto and Kushina's conversation. "Lift your hand. The cuffs need to be taken in a bit more. So tight. Bear with it, the bride has to wear it all day." "Oh, that long. You'll get used to it. I wore mine for 12 hours on my wedding day and couldn't stand up straight." 12 hours. Then how about going to the bathroom? Wearing that outfit for an entire day? What a torment that little firecracker would have to endure. Namikaze Minato suddenly felt a sense of dread regarding tomorrow's wedding. Fugaku stared expressionlessly at the teacup on the low table. Clearly he had also heard. But neither of them spoke. Half an hour later, the curtain to the inner room was pulled back. Minato looked up, and after taking a breath, he held it. The white wedding kimono was on. The pure white gown flowed from her shoulders all the way to her feet, the layered fabric outlining a beautiful silhouette. Her red hair was styled up, mostly hidden by the white headdress, revealing just a few stray strands at her temples. Kushina lowered her head, hands folded in front of her, her cheeks flushed bright. When she furtively raised her eyes, they were filled with uncontainable shyness and affection. "Does it look good?" Her voice was delicate. Minato opened his mouth and found his throat a bit dry. "It looks good." He spoke earnestly, emphasizing again, "Very beautiful." In the past, when he attended weddings, he was always focused on how to earn back the gift money. He had never thought such a scene would relate to him. And now the woman in front of him, dressed in a white wedding kimono, was smiling at him. That smile was meant for him. Only for him. This feeling was very unfamiliar. Yet it was also wonderful. "I said this set suits Kushina the best." Makoto helped adjust the skirt, turning to her husband. "Right." Uchiha Fugaku was called out. "It fits well." After a pause, he added, "You looked great in this style back when you wore it too." Who said that stern people couldn't say sweet words? Uchiha Makoto covered her mouth and chuckled, clearly pleased. Uchiha Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, yet the tips of his ears turned red. "Minato, you should try it on too," Kushina urged him. Clan head Fugaku took quite some time to pick it out. Minato turned to Uchiha Fugaku. He cleared his throat and pointed to a set of black formal, where hanging nearby there aren't many styles for men's formal wear. "I've looked at a few sets, and this fabric is the most structured." "Thank you for your trouble." Minato took the outfit and walked into the fitting room. After changing, he stepped out. The black highlighted his tall figure, and the cut was just right. The usually gentle face, when dressed in this outfit, suddenly revealed sharp angles. Kushina gazed at the transformed little son, her eyes sparkling. Looks good. Uchiha Fugaku nodded unusually, saying a bit more. I wore this style back in the day too. Uchiha Makoto laughed and added, you were trembling when you tried it on back then. That never happened. It did. He fell silent, quietly watching Minato engrossed in trying on the outfit. In their wedding kimono and black formal, where they stood side by side in front of two mirrors. She secretly peeked at him through the mirror. When discovered, she quickly turned her face away, her ears flushed. He also looked at her through the mirror, just watching. Kushina bit her lip and then shot him an angry glare. Fierce. Her eyes held a smile. He smiled back. Makoto smirked, her eyes filled with nostalgia. She had once been like this. Uchiha Fugaku stared expressionlessly at the ceiling. The entire process lasted over an hour. After confirming all the measurements needed, no adjustments, Makoto linked her arm with Kushina's. Let's go pick out some accessories. Sure. After changing her clothes, Kushina reminded, don't come back too late. Got it. Be at the venue before 6 tomorrow morning, no tardiness. Understood. And she paused at the door, hesitating for a moment. Then she turned her face away, her voice suddenly lowering. See you tomorrow. After saying that, she dashed out. Makoto looked at her husband and smiled. You keep Minato company for a while. We'll be back soon. Without waiting for a response, she followed Kushina out. The store suddenly fell silent. The owner discreetly retreated to the back room. The once crowded tailor shop suddenly became spacious. Fourth Hokage. Fujikage paused for a moment, seemingly considering a different term, but ultimately opted for the most conventional address. Just call me Minato in private. Minato raised his hand and tapped on the wall, a layer of imperceptible chakra waves spreading along the surface. Don't worry, no one outside can hear us. Mei-chin should have mentioned to you that the pressure on the security team has been heavier than ever. Fujikage's lips moved, still choosing a relatively polite way to express himself. The public security targets issued by the village have tripled compared to the same period last year. Minato listened quietly, not responding. It was clear that he had been holding these words back for a long time. A posture of clearly needing something from someone, yet desperately maintaining a semblance of dignity. Just like those who came to him for loans in his past life, clearly so poor they could only afford instant noodles, but still started the conversation with, I've been a bit tight on funds lately. Why not just say you have no money? If things go on as they are, this man, even if threatened with a knife by his own son in the future, would still cling to the notion of the greater good. Sad and infuriating. Fujikage. Minato interrupted. Mei-chin and Kushina are companions. So I won't beat around the bush with you today. There's something I've been holding back for a long time. Fujikage sensed a hint of unease. You are a good husband, Minato said. Mei-chin can make you sit idly at a dress shop for more than half an hour. I'm very grateful that you came to help today. Fujikage's expression softened slightly, wanting to say something polite. But some matters are more serious than the security team's targets, such as Itachi. Fujikage's expression froze. The courtesy that had just emerged vanished without a trace, replaced by coldness in his eyes. Fourth Hokage, this is my family matter. It is indeed a family matter. Minato stood his ground. How old is Itachi this year? 4 years old. A 4-year-old child. You're taking him to the battlefield. Fujikage tightened his grip on the teacup, not understanding what the problem was. Itachi was a genius. A genius recognized by the entire clan. Geniuses should receive the education suitable for geniuses. What's wrong with that? What are other 4-year-olds doing? Minato didn't wait for him to defend himself, chasing butterflies, playing in mud, crying for half a day after falling. What is your son doing at 4? Watching corpses on the battlefield. Itachi is the Uchiha clan's genius, Fujikage stated emphatically, as if reciting lines he had long memorized. Every word was pronounced firmly. He awakened chakra at 3 years old, and by 4 he was already capable of basic patrolling and throwing training for the clan. His talent should not be wasted, right? Minato finished for him. Hasn't this been said more than once within the family? Fujikage's lips twitched slightly. The feeling of having his thoughts voiced by someone else made him uncomfortable. Minato sneered inwardly. He had heard too much of this kind of talk. A neighbor's child could recite multiplication tables at 3, and his mother would brag about her child's talent to anyone enrolling him in math competitions at 4, programming at 5, and attending 3 tutoring classes at 6. Then at 8, he started to hate school. At 10, he began to break things, and by 12, he was completely estranged from his parents. The talent was not wasted. The child was ruined. Can you distinguish between pressure in education and abuse? Minato questioned. You want a child who can't even hold a kunai steadily to face the cruelty of the battlefield. What do you want him to see? A severed arm? Or the eyes of people before they die? That's to make him understand the value of peace. Fujikage suddenly raised his voice, then quickly suppressed it. The soundproofing here was poor, and he didn't want others to hear. But the anger in his voice was unmistakable. There are no cowards among the Uchiha. He must open his eyes early. That's the price of bearing the Uchiha name. And the Uchiha's pride. Minato once again took the words from him. Fujikage felt a surge of frustration. Well then, To expose a still immature child to the brutality of war and then expect him to submit a reflection on the value of peace upon return. What's the saying again? This isn't just pushing a child, oh, it's blowing them up. Pride. Minato put away his smile, repeatedly tasting this word, since this pride is so important. Then why are you sitting in front of me today? Fujikage froze as if slapped. Have you gone to discuss the public security targets with the Third Hokage? Have you talked to the advisory elder? You haven't done either, have you? Minato pressed on. You haven't approached anyone yet, you came to me. Why? Fujikage's chest heaved violently. As the Uchiha clan leader, when had he ever been spoken to like this? Never. He couldn't even recall the last time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet he couldn't counter it. You came to me because no one else would listen to you. Minato continued to break it down. The Third won't listen to you, the advisory elder won't listen to you. You know very well that in the eyes of those people the Uchiha have never been allies but a group of troublemakers. Fujikage's pupils constricted. They throw the dirty work onto you, and you take it. That's to be expected. If you refuse, it's just seen as not knowing your place. Enough. Fujikage gritted his teeth. Do you feel wronged? Do you feel that the village is unfair to you? Minato didn't stop, determined to dismantle this ridiculous pride today. Then why don't you protest? Is it that you don't want to? Or is it that you don't dare? I'm doing it for the village. Fujikage finally couldn't hold back, his face turning crimson. He lowered his voice, but it was more powerful than a shout. The war has just ended. We cannot have internal strife. If I don't yield, the elders will take even more aggressive measures. This is called maintaining the greater good. He spoke in one breath, his chest heaving violently. We are yielding. He pressed down his anger. We are proving our loyalty to the village through our actions. As long as we get through this difficult period, everyone will see our sacrifices. The voice grew softer, like a fist hitting cotton. He had said this too many times. At clan meetings, at home, and even to himself when alone. He was almost starting to believe it. That's the problem. Minato's voice was low but direct. In another month, it will be the 51st year of Konoha. Have they seen anything in these decades? Fujikage's face stiffened as if doused in cold water. Minato sighed. A clan that had achieved great military success has shouldered the blame for decades due to one person's mistake. Year after year of waiting, bearing it, and enduring. In the end, what they received was the village's ostracism. He didn't want to be so harsh. But some things needed to be said firmly, otherwise the other party would always cling to their fantasies. Then he asked a question. Do you know why dogs roll over? Fujikage's eyelids twitched. Because after rolling once and finding they weren't hit, they think it works. And then when faced with issues, they roll over. But after rolling for long, they forget that they originally had teeth. Fujikage understood, his hands gripping tightly onto the fabric of his pants. Do you know why the Uchiha have it so tough? Minato unleashed his full force. Because they know if they step on you, you will only retreat. You retreat, you compromise, you maintain the greater good, and you call this bearing humiliation. But others will just think, what's it to them if they hit you? After all, you don't dare fight back. Next time they can hit you even harder. Fujikage's face turned pale bit by bit. He had been the clan leader for so many years. The radicals within the clan criticized him for being weak, saying he had lost the family's honor. He endured. He believed his good intentions would be understood by his clansmen. The village's higher-ups guarded against him, throwing all the dirty work onto him. He endured that too. He was convinced that his forbearance was valuable. One day the higher-ups would see the Uchiha's sincerity and then accept them again. But decades have passed. Have they seen? No, not once. They took a beating, but dared not fight back. Yes, the greater good he believed in was in others' eyes nothing more than a dog that had rolled over. Fujikage clenched his fists, then released them, repeating the motion. You said the Uchiha have pride. Minato's tone changed, no longer aggressive. His voice began to warm. I believe it. Fujikage raised his head, the anger in his eyes remained, but more was fatigue. I have seen the Uchiha's pride on the battlefield more than once. Before they fall, the companions they protect will not suffer the slightest harm. Their comrades can rest assured in entrusting their backs to them. This is the Uchiha's pride. Fujikage did not speak, his shoulders slumping. I am not saying this as the Hokage. Minato slowed his pace. I just feel that Itachi shouldn't be like this. He's only 4. A 4-year-old child should be innocent and carefree. But he will never have that. Fujikage closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared. In those crimson eyes, black patterns slowly rotated. The smile on Namikaze Minato's face instantly froze. Is this really possible? The sudden appearance of the kaleidoscope Sharingan in Fuyu's eyes left Minato momentarily stunned. Just a few words, and he activates the kaleidoscope. Did I really provoke you that much? Am I really the legendary master of verbal jutsu? Upon reflection, Fuyu opening his eyes was not surprising. He had suppressed his emotions for so long, and now they were all unleashed. Decades of restraint. Decades of self-deception. Decades of waiting and enduring. All shattered by a metaphor of being turned on the belly by a dog. Thus it was not strange for him to awaken his eyes. Minato silently gave his verbal jutsu a title: Verbal Jutsu Kaleidoscope, Awakening Technique. Usage conditions: the target has long-term emotional suppression. Trigger effect: after being precisely PU'd by a corporate slave, the emotional breaking point collapses, leading to a forced awakening. Side effects unknown. One can only say that the Uchiha's eyes are indeed too easily pushed to their limits by emotions. Truly characteristic of the Uchiha. When emotions peak, even the system must yield. Meanwhile, Minato continued to mutter to himself. Fuyue, on the other hand, seemed oblivious, the kaleidoscope spinning twice before slowly dissipating. Yet in those eyes there was nothing but confusion. A sense of what has he been holding on to all these years. This kind of bewilderment was the same look Minato had after being laid off in his past life. Fuyue lowered his head, remained silent for a long time, and finally spoke again. About the public safety indicators. Can't approve, Minato replied crisply. You know my situation well. I said telling you would yield the same result. Fuyue was not surprised. He never expected a Hokage who had been sidelined could do anything. But trying was better than not trying. Minato stood up, took the ceremonial robe draped over the chair back when he entered, and put it back on his shoulders. With a flourish of his arm, the ceremonial robe draped over him, he looked down at Fuyue and said, but I won't always be unable to approve. No wonder you can be Hokage. Fuyue stared at him for a long time and self-deprecatingly said, you are indeed more daring than I am. I thought you were complimenting me. If it were you. Fuyue's voice grew hoarse. How would you let the Uchiha proceed? I can't see clearly anymore. The dignified head of the Uchiha clan uttered such words. If the radical faction in the clan heard this, they would probably explode on the spot. Outsiders cannot save the Uchiha. As Minato adjusted his collar, he said, an egg must break from the inside to be reborn. Breaking from the outside is merely food. You are the head of the Uchiha clan. Fuyue opened his mouth slightly. Minato had already walked to the door, his hand resting on the doorknob. He pulled it open. Sunlight poured in, as if draping him in a garment of light. Think carefully about it. The first ninja clan of Konoha. The wind chimes at the door were set in motion, producing a series of crisp sounds. Minato had already walked far away. Fuyue sat back down in the chair, pressing hard on his forehead. So the fourth Hokage understood everything. It turned out that this seemingly gentle and sunny new Hokage had such a sharp gaze, seeing things so clearly. On the street, Minato walked along the road, just like when he arrived, with people greeting him continuously. He nodded and smiled repeatedly. However, in his mind, the system's prompt was flashing. Uchiha clan territory control, level 1050 power infiltration, increased. The heads will has shifted, control level skyrocketed. Minato nearly laughed out loud on the street. A conversation had yielded a 40% increase in control. This efficiency was far superior to signing documents. Had he known that chatting could increase control, he would have wanted to open a psychological consulting office for Hokage. Of course, such opportunities are hard to come by. Fuyue could be persuaded because the Uchiha were already standing on the edge of a cliff. Smiling aside, Minato quickly calmed down. The control level of the Uchiha had risen to 50, indicating that Fuyue had already made a choice. But the clan head was one thing, the entire clan was another. The people within the Uchiha might not necessarily buy into his words. Moving from 50 to 100 was not as simple as a few words. It required tangible benefits. The Uchiha people needed to see that following him would allow them to reap rewards. But at least he had made a start. Thinking about this, Minato's smile became even gentler. So gentle that passers-by turned to look. The fourth Hokage seems to be in a great mood today. Yes, smiling as if he found money. Minato couldn't care less about this, his attention still focused on the system. Because the control level of the Uchiha had exceeded 50, the daily fortune value also increased by 2,000. It rose from 10,000 to 12,000. Based on his observations, the control level seemed to need to surpass 50 for the corresponding area to start contributing fortune values. In other words, there was no need to rush to bring every area to 100 first, pull as many areas as possible past 50. Only then would the basic fortune rise, making items in the store affordable. Buying items would strengthen his power. Strengthening his power would give him the capital to tackle the remaining hard challenges. First cast a wide net, then focus on breakthroughs. Isn't this just the strategy he used in his past life on projects? Get the MVP running first, then add more once the data looks good. Perfect. In the sunset, Minato walked briskly. The Uchiha were drawing closer to him. The fortune value was rising. Orochimaru had reached a cooperation with him. They were getting married tomorrow. 3 joys came at once. No, it was 4 joys. After tomorrow, his home would no longer be just him alone. He needed to have a good sleep tonight. Thinking about this, his steps became much lighter. Then he abruptly stopped. Right. Tomorrow. He would have to wear that outfit all day long. The image of when he tried it on earlier flashed in his mind. Even someone like Fuyue, who had a poker face, managed to endure it. What if he lost control of his expression halfway through? Given Kushina's temper, she would definitely punch him to the Hokage rock, and he wouldn't be able to get down from there. Just thinking about Kushina throwing a tantrum while wrapped in the Nine Tails chakra gave him chills. His good mood was instantly dampened. He pushed open the door to his house. Minato paused for a moment, preparing to change his shoes. Closing the door, he casually hung up the ceremonial robe and said, "Senior, I remember, I didn't invite you into my house, did I?" The window wasn't locked. From the shadows, Orochimaru spoke. Minato glanced at him. In fact, when Orochimaru stepped into the yard, the system had already marked him. All right. It seems that ninjas do not like to use the main entrance. Minato sat opposite Orochimaru and poured himself a cup of water. Is everything ready? Not yet. What happened? Tonight, I am going to perform surgery on Danzo. Orochimaru said slowly, I think you would be interested. He was injured. Who did it? No. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. He wants me to transplant an eye for him. Minato's forehead twitched as the image of the bandaged Danzo automatically came to mind. A Sharingan? He asked. Orochimaru smiled and said, it seems the four great eyes know quite a bit. Minato did not respond to this line. He originally thought Danzo's large-scale body modification would be after the Uchiha massacre. He did not expect Danzo to act so soon. But upon further thought, it wasn't surprising. Danzo had always coveted the Sharingan, and that was no secret. The Third Great Ninja War had dragged on for so long, with many Uchiha clansmen dying in battle. There would always be loopholes in the recovery of corpses, and the root members had been active on the battlefield for years. For Danzo, retrieving a few eyes would be easy. The good news was that at this point in time, Danzo couldn't possibly have a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shursui was only 8 years old, Itachi was just 4, and Sasuke had not yet been born. As for Madara and Obito, those two were doing things in the shadows. If they didn't actively reveal themselves, Konoha wouldn't even know they were still alive. A regular 3-mo wouldn't change the situation, but this matter itself was already deadly serious. Just because he couldn't flip the table now didn't mean he could ignore this debt. But he still confirmed, whose is it? How many tomo? 3 tomo. Whose it is unclear. Danzo didn't say, and I wasn't interested in asking. Minato nodded, having a rough idea. Did you come to find me just for this? Danzo will also attend your wedding tomorrow. Orochimaru adjusted his sitting position, his eyes gleaming. A person who has just undergone eye transplant surgery won't be in great condition. This is a good opportunity. Don't you plan to do something? Minato thought for a moment and shook his head. With the Third Hokage present and only one unidentified Sharingan, the evidence is too thin to pin him down. And tomorrow is my wedding with Kushina. I don't want her to see those messy things. Orochimaru stared at him for a moment, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. If this was said in the past, he would have believed it. Seeing that Minato truly had no intention of continuing, Orochimaru slowly stood up. All right, as you wish. Danzo is still waiting for me. He'll take my leave. Take care. Minato nodded slightly. Use the main entrance. Orochimaru paused, his foot on the windowsill retracting again. Expressionless, he turned and left through the front door. TCH. At the moment the door closed, Minato seemed to hear a faint scoff. This guy? He really doesn't want to use the main entrance even once. The next day at 5:30 in the morning, the sky was still dark and the air was cold enough to pierce the lungs. Minato stood in front of the full-length mirror, tightening the last strap of his black patterned haori and hakama. This outfit was heavy. Once worn, one had to hold their back straight, or the clothes would help them do so. Having grown accustomed to the convenience of casual wear, wearing this felt quite awkward, and he had to wear it all day long. Thud. A muffled sound came from the windowsill. Yo. Jiraiya jumped in with a gust of wind. Haha, you look very spirited today, Minato. Minato's forehead twitched. Doesn't any of the legendary 3 like to use the main entrance? Teacher, you finally returned. Haha, I can't miss my own disciple's wedding. How's the situation at the border? Jiraiya asked, his armor still not changed with scratches on it. It's the same as usual. Yunin has been tugging at a Wagakure, but they still have troops stationed at the border, neither attacking nor withdrawing. They probably refuse to admit defeat. I estimate a large-scale war won't start, but we need to be on guard against their small moves. Don't worry, we're keeping an eye on them. Jiraiya walked in front of Minato, looking him up and down. Not bad, very handsome, as expected of my disciple Jiraiya. That's right, Minato replied with a gentle expression. But seriously, Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious. The burden of being Hokage is heavy. Getting married means more responsibility. If you can't handle it, just tell me, don't bear it alone. I understand, Minato nodded. Let's go. Jiraiya stood up, placing a large hand on his back, pushing him toward the door. Kushina is much fiercer than you. If you're late, she might throw you off the Hokage rock. Don't jinx it. The two walked out of the house side by side, facing the rising morning light as they headed toward the wedding venue. Red silk ribbons adorned both sides of the main road in Konoha. From the village entrance to the Hokage building, every 10 meters stood a newly crafted red lantern, making the entire street feel festive. There were many more pedestrians than usual on both sides of the road, all flowing in the same direction. The wedding venue was set in the Konoha Hall, located on the east side of the Hokage building. In theory, marriage is a matter between two people. At most, one invites some family and friends to have a drink and enjoy the celebration. But he is the Hokage. He is the nominal leader of this violent organization in Konoha. Can the ceremony of a leader be simplified? Naturally not. Moreover, the bride is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The union of Konoha's highest leader with the ultimate weapon constitutes a significant political event. The Third Hokage and the advising elders directly set the tone, insisting that the wedding be grand to showcase Konoha's heritage and cohesion to other ninja villages. This was the only decision since Namikaze Minato's tenure that he didn't resent. He also wanted to give Kushina a grand wedding. But to put it bluntly, the essence of this wedding was merely a formal assembly with gifts. The issuance of each invitation and the arrangement of every seat were a reaffirmation of the power hierarchy. Who sits in the front, who in the back, who is next to whom, and who is far from whom. These details tested people significantly. However, none of this concerned him as a Hokage without real power, so he did not need to worry. A row of Umbu stood at both sides of the main entrance to the hall. Umbu patrolled the perimeter. The security team was deployed at the street entrance, and sensing nets were set up by the barrier team at the four corners of the hall. The Third Hokage was always meticulous in such situations. It's just uncertain which budget this security expense comes from. When Namikaze Minato appeared at the hall's entrance, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from inside. Fourth Hokage-sama, congratulations, congratulations. Wishing you and Lady Kushina a happy marriage. He wore a warm smile, nodding courteously to those around him. The hall was already filled to more than half its capacity. Long tables adorned with white silk, fresh flowers, and ribbons were meticulously arranged on either side of the main hall. It is said that these were the results of Sarutobi Bawako and a number of clan matriarchs who had been busy for 2 days. Namikaze Minato glanced over. In the front row sat high-ranking advisors and clan leaders. In the center were representatives from the elite Jounin class. The back rows were crowded with Chunin and Jinin. Even people at the door were peeking inside. Quite a sight. In his past life, the largest wedding he had seen had only about 20 to 30 tables. Now, looking around, it was almost a gathering of 1,000 witnesses. If he were to collect gifts according to past practices, he could probably cover the funding for an orphanage. His gaze swept forward. In the middle of the front row, Sarutobi Hizashi was dressed in formal attire, a pipe resting beside him, radiating a healthy glow. Tenten and Mito Uchiha sat nearby, whispering to each other. Namikaze Minato had grown accustomed to it. These two would whisper wherever they went, during meals and meetings. They probably could even whisper through the walls of men's and women's restrooms. Next to them was Danzo. His right eye was already bandaged. Just last night, Orochimaru had mentioned he would perform a transplant surgery for Danzo, and today the bandage was already on his face. There was almost no interval between the surgery and the banquet. This old man's obsession with power was even heavier than anticipated. Namikaze Minato did not linger on Danzo, and let his gaze slide past naturally. You little brat, you really are something. Jiraiya stood beside him, surveying the surroundings with a tone that carried a hint of indescribable envy. Just as Namikaze Minato was about to speak, a familiar voice came from his right. Minato Sensei. He turned to look. Kakashi leaned against a pillar, still wearing his mask, his silver hair tidied up more than usual, his eyes still the same dead fish gaze. Standing beside him was Might Guy. Guy had also changed into formal wear today, but his youthful and spirited aura could not be suppressed by clothing. His teeth still gleamed. Kakashi Guy. Namikaze Minato walked over, smiling as he looked at the two, who still looked like teenagers. Kakashi quietly said, Minato Sensei, congratulations. Oh, thank you. Namikaze Minato looked at him and sighed softly in his heart. The matters of Obito and Rin always weighed heavily on Kakashi. One was hiding in the shadows, drifting further away from Konoha. The other would never return. Kakashi knew nothing but lived with the burden of guilt. Fortunately, the gloom surrounding him had lightened compared to before. That could be considered a good thing. Fourth Hokage-sama. Guy suddenly clenched his fists, his voice passionate. Please ignite the flame of marriage with your youthful vigor. Kakashi silently shifted a step to the side. Namikaze Minato chuckled. Jiraiya seemed amused, patting Guy on the shoulder. Not bad, full of spirit. Then he looked at Kakashi, sizing him up. On such a big day as your teacher's wedding, you won't even take off your mask. I'm used to it. Besides, it's the teacher getting married, not me. You little brat are so dull. Be careful you won't find a wife in the future. That's fine, it saves trouble. Kakashi leaned back against the pillar and pulled out a book from his pocket. Namikaze Minato glanced at the cover, confirming it was not some odd reading material, and felt slightly relieved. Thank goodness. He hadn't been corrupted by Jiraiya yet. Just then the sound of drums for the wedding ceremony began. The steady beats gradually silenced the noise in the hall. The entire place fell silent. Even Guy stopped talking. The priest took the stage. Ninja weddings still adhered to ancient customs. The blessings included ancient divine names, tales of the Sage of Six Paths, and the Will of Fire since Konoha's founding. Namikaze Minato stood to the left of the priest, his back straight, the black patterned haori and hakama accentuating his tall figure. Then the door on the right side slowly opened. All eyes in the hall turned toward the entrance. Kushina walked in accompanied by Uchiha Biwako. Dressed in a white wedding kimono, she looked stunning. With her red hair styled in a bun, she took tiny careful steps. The once fiery little pepper seemed transformed today. She was quiet, as if she were a different person. Namikaze Minato had seen her in this outfit at the dress shop yesterday. But today was different. Yesterday was merely a fitting. Today she was here to marry him. Uchiha Biwako guided Kushina to the right side of the priest, then let go and stepped back. Kushina's ears were flushed, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She looked exceedingly cute. The priest began to read the blessings, a long string of ancient texts that left many listeners in a daze. Namikaze Minato stood straight. Bowing, he rose. Bowing again, he rose once more. He followed every instruction given by the priest. No matter which world, the wedding ceremony is a taxing affair. During the sake-sharing ritual, attendants brought forth the cups. When Kushina reached to take one, her hand trembled slightly. Namikaze Minato noticed and softly said, "It's okay, I'm here." Kushina looked up at him. He smiled at her. Her hand suddenly steadied. She lifted the cup, took 3 sips, and handed it back. Then came another round. 3 sets of 3, a total of 9 sips. Each sip held significance. Then came the exchange of vows. The priest handed over a string of jade beads. Namikaze Minato received it with both hands, walked to the altar, and placed the beads properly on the offering table before turning to face the girl beside him. Kushina also stepped forward, her steps much steadier than before. She offered the beads, and then returned to his side. As she came back, her eyes were a bit red. Namikaze Minato said nothing, merely holding her hand tightly. She reciprocated the grip. Below, Jiraiya looked up at the newlyweds. That was his student. It was a child he had watched grow up. The bright, smiling little boy who used to listen to him attentively now stood in a black suit beside the girl he loved. He remained as gentle as ever. He had just grown up. Jiraiya smiled and began to clap, the applause growing louder. In his 30 years of life, he had never stood in that position. He probably wouldn't have another chance in the future. But seeing his student standing there, he felt that it was quite all right. "Bless you, you little brat." His voice was soft, drowned out by the surrounding applause. "The ceremony is complete," the priest announced loudly. Everyone rose to their feet. Applause surged from all directions. Petals fell from the dome above. White and pink, they landed on shoulders and in hair. Namikaze Minato held Kushina's hand. In his past life, he was just an ordinary person. With a low salary, he rented a small 12-square-meter room. After work, he would stare blankly at his phone until the screen dimmed, realizing the room was dark. No one had ever waited for him to come home. In this life, he was Namikaze Minato. He was the Fourth Hokage. Yet he was still constrained by old powers, with many unseen enemies lurking behind. But at this moment, he was holding the most beautiful girl in the world. "Your palms are sweaty," Kushina suddenly said softly, her tone a mix of fierce and gentle. "Nervous? You idiot." She didn't speak further, but her grip tightened. The sunlight streamed in through the high windows of the hall, filtering through the fluttering petals and illuminating their clasped hands. It felt warm. After the lengthy ceremony, the wedding entered the banquet phase, dining from noon until evening, toasting, exchanging pleasantries, listening to blessings, and toasting again. Faced with an endless stream of blessings, wave, wind, water, Gates' smile became stiff. During the latter half of the wedding, he relied solely on the expression management he maintained as a corporate slave to endure. Fortunately, nothing major went wrong throughout the event. There was only a small incident that almost made the scene awkward. It started when the couple approached Jiraiya's table to toast, causing everyone at the table to rise and raise their glasses. Only Orochimaru remained seated, not standing up or raising a glass. At that moment, everyone assumed Orochimaru was deliberately trying to embarrass the new Hokage due to his failure in the competition for Hokage. Little Pepper almost rolled up her sleeves. Fortunately, Orochimaru provided an explanation of time passing too quickly, momentarily distracted, followed by a toast. This cleared up the misunderstanding. Besides that, the overall atmosphere of the banquet was quite smooth. Jiraiya got drunk, wrapping his arm around Kakashi's shoulder, bragging about how he was almost pursued by 5 female ninjas, confessing their love to him back in the day. Orochimaru had already left. Danzo also exited midway through the banquet. The third Hokage remained until the end, offering some words about living a good life. He appeared kind and benevolent, resembling an elder watching over a younger generation, celebrating a joyous occasion. When not discussing power, the third Hokage indeed made a good elder. But this was only true when power was not on the table. After sending off the third Hokage, Wave, Wind, Water, Gate directly fled into the dressing room backstage. After 14 hours, the pressure on his waist left a red mark that burned. The moment he took off the formal attire, he profoundly experienced what it meant to regain freedom. Fugaku remarked that he managed to maintain his composure the entire day without changing color. Nonsense. Kushina changed out of her dress even faster than him. The removed formal attire was hastily stuffed into Uchiha Mikoto's hands. Only the hair adornments on her head remained, with her red hair half down and half tied up. After changing into casual clothes, she visibly came back to life. By the time the guests had dispersed, it was completely dark outside. The two exited the banquet hall. The red lanterns outside were still lit, casting a crimson glow all the way to the end of the main street. Petals and scraps of paper remained along the path. On their way home, after taking a few steps, Kushina stole a glance at him. Upon being caught, she immediately diverted her gaze. You've sneaked glances at me many times today. Who was sneaking glances at you? A patrolling ninja noticed the two and instinctively stood straight. Congratulations, Lord Fourth Lady Kushina, on your wedding. Kushina's face turned red immediately, and she quietly pinched his arm. Thank you, you've worked hard. Wave Wind Watergate nodded, walking away nonchalantly before asking, why did you pinch me? It's all your fault. What did I do? Why are you smiling? I'm happy to have married you. Kushina's steps faltered for a moment. Turning her face away, she pressed her lips down twice, unable to suppress her smile. You fool. These two words appeared frequently today. Wave Wind Watergate thought to himself that this might become his exclusive nickname in the future. After the playful banter, the street fell silent again. The moonlight stretched their shadows long. The distance between their hands was getting closer. They brushed against each other, then swiftly pulled away. Wave Wind Watergate didn't turn back. Instead, he grasped her fidgeting hand. Your hand is so cold. She didn't struggle and murmured a response. I've been standing all day and my blood circulation isn't great. Excuse. Yes, excuse. After that, neither spoke. When they reached their doorstep, Kushina suddenly halted, her hand gradually tightening. Wave Wind Watergate noticed. Tired? No. She replied quickly as if prepared. Watergate didn't expose her and used the key to unlock the door. A faint floral fragrance wafted out. It was the fresh flowers on the shoe cabinet at the entrance. On the coffee table in the living room lay 2 white porcelain cups and a pot of warm sake. Next to it lay a note that read, Watergate, Kushina, congratulations on your marriage, only allowed to drink 1 cup. Signed, Sarutobi Biwa Lake. Kushina peeked her head in for a glance, her face reddening again. She changed her shoes and entered the house. Kushina followed in her movements, much lighter than usual. Usually, when she returned, the entire house would hear her. Today was different. It felt as if she were afraid of disturbing something. She closed the door. The house instantly fell silent. The two stood there, neither speaking first. Their gazes met, and then simultaneously averted. The atmosphere suddenly turned delicate. His social experience from the previous life told him that such occasions required an icebreaker. Wave Wind Watergate asked, thirsty? Kushina nodded. He hurriedly poured 2 cups of water. Kushina took a sip and then coughed. Cough, cough. Slow down. Watergate lightly patted her back. The moment he touched her, she stiffened. Wave Wind Watergate's hand froze in midair. Am I frightening? No. Kushina hurriedly shook her head, biting her lip, unsure how to continue. Wave Wind Watergate glanced at her and directly scooped her up into his arms. Kushina gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. She protested in a low voice, you'll ruin my clothes. We've already come home. He carried her towards the bedroom and set her down in front of the vanity. He began to help her remove the hair adornments on her head. His movements were gentle, with chakra flowing through his skin to soothe her tense muscles from the day's strain. Kushina looked at him through the mirror, her gaze flickering. Watergate. Am I too heavy? She was making small talk. Not at all, he replied honestly. The last hairpin was removed. Her red hair cascaded down. Looking at the little pepper in the mirror, she was breathtaking. He pushed the chair to turn her towards himself, then crouched down to reach for her feet, intending to help her take off her shoes. The warmth from his palm caused her foot to arch instantly. I'll do it myself. She tried to retract her foot. Don't move. Kushina froze, her breathing quickening. Wave Wind Watergate looked up at the little pepper. Her face was turning as red as her hair. Are you scared? Not at all. It was a response lacking confidence. Wave Wind Watergate chuckled, as it seemed girls tended to speak contrary when nervous. There's no need to be nervous. He pulled her into his embrace. Kushina buried her face in his chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat filled her ears. After a while she murmured, are you nervous too? Of course. But you are the Golden Flash. The Golden Flash is also marrying for the first time. Kushina blinked, her shoulders relaxing a bit. Wave Wind Watergate released her, went to the living room, and poured a cup of sake for each of them. Lord Biwa Lake said we can only drink 1 cup. Why are you so obedient? When it comes to elders, one must listen. What about what I said? Your words have the highest priority. Kushina pursed her lips and smiled. You're quite the smooth talker. Just speaking the truth. The edges of their cups met lightly. The sake was spicy as it went down. So many people came today, she began to change the subject. Jiraiya sensei got drunk and almost fell. Did you see? I saw. Kakashi actually congratulated me today. He congratulated me too. Did you know? Mikatoni cried. Her voice slowed, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of the cup. She suddenly cried while helping me change in the backstage. She said it reminded her of her wedding day. She fell silent. Wave Wind Watergate quietly observed her, the silence stretching for a moment. Watergate. Here. Do you think I'm too rough? Why do you ask? Because I often hit you and I speak harshly. She looked down, her ears turning red again. Today Biwa Lake told me that as the Hokage's wife I should be dignified. Don't listen to her. But you just said to listen to the elders. This one you can ignore. Kushina glared at him, her lips barely suppressing a smile. You've been acting strange today. Because we got married, he diverted the topic. I'm happy today. You're lying. Not at all. When you lie you wear this expression, but Kushina gazed at him. No matter what you are like, whether smiling, angry, or secretly plotting something, you are the one I chose. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that someone had said such words to him. Previously he had only heard questions like, do you have a house? Do you have a car? What is your monthly salary? After receiving answers, the gazes of those women were colder than Danzo's. Wave Wind Watergate was momentarily at a loss for words. Kushina's voice dropped a few tones. Her fingers twirled around her hair ends. Also, do you think I'm troublesome? You have a bad temper, and your cooking is terrible. When I get angry, I can't control myself. She paused, and then added, and in the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The candlelight flickered. Wave Wind Watergate didn't rush to respond. This question couldn't be brushed off with a joke. She was asking seriously. He needed to respond seriously. Kushina said everyone was laughing today, blessing us. But I know some people aren't looking at Uzumaki Kushina. They are looking at the Nine Tails, the weapon of the village. Her voice grew softer and more serious. I used to not be afraid of these things. Really, I always thought that as long as I was strong enough, fierce enough, no one could bully me. But standing next to you today, I suddenly felt scared. She raised her head, her eyes slightly reddened. As a Jinchuriki, my life doesn't belong to me. I'm afraid of dragging you down. You are the Hokage, and you will face many enemies in the future. If someone wants to use me against you, she bit her lip, or if the village needs me, I might not be able to accompany you peacefully into old age. If one day I really am gone. She suddenly grasped his hand tightly, looking nervous. Will you regret marrying me? Wave Wind Watergate looked at her. In her eyes hid the little girl who had known she was a vessel since the age of 6. Taken away from her hometown, taught to be strong, informed that her life belonged to Konoha. All her fierceness and toughness were merely shells to protect herself. The person inside the shell was terrified. Kushina. Watergate interrupted her. You were never a burden. But the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails is the Nine Tails. He tightened his grip on her hand. You are you. I love the Uzumaki Kushina who laughs loudly, gets angry, and turns red for half a day when complimented. Not a weapon, and certainly not a tool. As for someone using you against me, he laughed. That just shows they have good judgment, knowing what I care about most. What kind of talk is that? The truth. While stroking her hand, Wave Wind Watergate said the position of Hokage is very high enough that many can only see the hat, but not the person. You are different. You see me, you see. Wave Wind Watergate. Tears fell from Kushina's eyes. She tilted her head, wanting to wipe them away. He had already stepped forward to wipe them away for her. What about you? She asked softly, her voice thick with emotion. What kind of person do you see in me? Wave Wind Watergate looked at her. This question he had actually pondered many times. In his previous life's rental apartment. In this life's Hokage office. All the loneliness, fatigue, scheming, and endurance dimmed at this moment. You are the most brilliant light I have seen in this lifetime. Kushina held her breath, diving into his embrace. You fool. Who says such things at a time like this? Next time should I change the timing? No changing. Okay. Don't forget. Okay. Don't lie to me. Okay. After a long time, she finally sat up from his embrace. Her face was streaked with tears, her nose red, and her eyes puffy. She glared at him fiercely. She secretly glanced at the bed, then quickly averted her gaze. She began to panic. The rules that Maida-kan mentioned since the ceremony is over, so being together doesn't count as breaking taboos. But I have no experience, and if I don't perform well, you mustn't laugh at me. Do I need to say more? Wave Wind Watergate picked her up and placed her on the bed. You. Be gentler. Looking at the person drawing nearer, Kushina's voice was almost inaudible. The door was gently closed. The bed curtains fell. Her long red hair scattered on the pillow. A suppressed nasal tone echoed in the room. The moonlight was blocked outside the window. The system interface quietly emerged. A new line of prompts appeared. Special bond established. Partner Uzumaki Kushina bond level 100, overall control of Konoha 1015, but Wave Wind Watergate didn't even have time to glance at it. At this moment, being distracted was a disgrace for a man. Morning. The curtains were not drawn tightly. A beam of sunlight slipped in through the gap. When Bo Feng Shui-min woke up, Jiao Xian-nai was still asleep. Her red hair was spread across the pillow, the blanket was rolled away from her, and her feet were resting on him. Bo Feng Shui-min stared at the girl in his arms for a while. Suddenly, he recalled two peculiar men, Su Xian and Ning Kai-chun. Their wives were one a 1,000-year snake demon and the other a ghost. Now he could be considered one of them. The person in his arms stirred. Jiao Xian-nai groggily opened her eyes and froze upon seeing him. Then her face slowly turned red. She pulled the blanket up and mumbled, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at my wife." "You idiot." As soon as these words left her mouth, Shui-min knew today would be stable. "What time is it?" "Almost 7. Are you going to the Hokage building today?" "Yeah." Jiao Xian-nai frowned. "You're going to work right after getting married." "No choice, the Hokage is also a worker." After saying this, Bo Feng Shui-min fell silent. Saying too much would only lead to tears. Once he was in complete control, he would add marriage leave to the village rules. "Are you coming back for lunch?" "Probably not today." "Then I'll bring you lunch." No need to be that troublesome." As soon as the words were spoken, a killing intent surged. "Do you think my cooking is bad?" Hiss. Did he really have to face such a life-threatening question so early in the morning? The best response was action. Bo Feng Shui-min directly initiated a hug. After a moment of warmth, he got out of bed. Before leaving, Jiao Xian-nai stood at the entrance helping him straighten his collar. Her movements were not very skilled, but her expression was serious. "Come back early." "Okay. Don't be too tired." "Okay. If someone bullies you, just tell me." Jiao Xian-nai clenched her fist. "I'll go reason with them." "What a way to reason." A physicist philosopher Uzumaki Jiao Xian-nai has arrived. Shui-min smiled and kissed her forehead. She lightly pushed him away, blushing. "Hurry up and go." The door closed. Bo Feng Shui-min stood outside, the smile on his face fading. The system panel appeared silently. He hadn't had a chance to check last night's system notification. Special bond settlement completed. Partner Uzumaki Jiao Xian-nai bond, level 100. Konoha's overall control, level 15. Detected that the partner possesses extremely high energy carrier characteristics. Unlocked exclusive passive ability, Ninetales Perception. Ability description: the host can ignore conventional barriers and spatial obstacles, perceiving the fluctuations of the Ninetales chakra within Uzumaki Jiao Xian-nai in real time. Distance is unrestricted. When the seal is disturbed by external forces or the Ninetales chakra overflows abnormally, an automatic alert will be triggered. When there are abnormal spatial curvature fluctuations within 10 meters of the Ninetales energy body, an automatic alert will be triggered. Shui-min paused. Abnormal spatial curvature. These 6 words struck his nerves instantly. In the original work, Obito attacked when Jiao Xian-nai was giving birth and the seal was at its weakest. Konoha's barrier squad could only sense strong foreign chakra intrusions. Once faced with Obito's phasing technique, Konoha's entire defense system would become meaningless. That was also why the other party could approach without being detected. Bo Feng Shui-min was not afraid of this at all. He was well aware of Kim Yui's ability characteristics. The initial killing effect had already been greatly diminished. However, he could not allow the plot to proceed as in the original work. It was precisely because of this that the butterfly effect would inevitably occur, which was something he had been worrying about. But now it was different. With this ability, he had an additional layer of insurance. Good, it seemed that last night was not in vain. Hokage building. As soon as Bo Feng Shui-min entered, he sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Especially the gazes of some married men, which felt particularly lewd. If it were not for his identity as Hokage, they would probably have come over to tease him by now. Bo Feng Shui-min maintained a calm expression as he entered the office. Before he could become a stamping machine, the door was knocked on. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Shui-min, how did you sleep last night?" "I slept well, thank you for your concern, Third Hokage. Yesterday, after returning from Lake Biwa, I praised Jiao Xian-nai for being sensible. It's all thanks to everyone's help. Now that you're settled down, I feel much more at ease." Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the sofa like an ordinary elder visiting. If it weren't for the fact that the control level had not changed, he would have almost believed it. "How is Jiao Xian-nai doing today?" "Still resting." "Is her mood stable?" Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shui-min paused and looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third's expression remained kind, and his tone did not change much. "She is doing well." "That's good." Sarutobi Hiruzen chose his words carefully. Jiao Xian-nai's identity is special. The village cannot afford any accidents. You are Hokage, and many things require more caution than before. "I understand." Bo Feng Shui-min nodded, feeling a chill in his heart. Just yesterday in the hall, he had given his blessings. Now on his first day back at work, he was asked about the stability of the Ninetales. As for his marriage with Jiao Xian-nai, in the eyes of the higher-ups, it was merely a binding between Hokage and a strategic weapon. How realistic. Bo Feng Shui Min couldn't help but retort Jiu Xian Nai is not a mere weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment. Bo Feng Shui Min smiled and added she is my wife and I am her husband so I will protect her well. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him and smiled after a moment. Newlyweds should not overwork themselves. He took a sip of tea and did not continue this topic. After chatting about a few political matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up to leave. The door closed. The smile on Bo Feng Shui Min's face completely faded. His gaze fell on the Hokage seal on the desk. This thing was a reminder he had not truly settled into this position yet. The system panel popped up. Ninetales status stable, Uzumaki Jiu Xian Nai status happy, slightly tired. Seeing that Jiu Xian Nai was doing well, Bo Feng Shui Min's mood improved a little. He needed to speed up. After glancing at the system, Bo Feng Shui Min continued to focus on stamping. By noon, the office door was pushed open again. Jiu Xian Nai walked in confidently carrying a bento. Today she wore her usual attire, her red hair tied in a ponytail. Shui Min, it's time to eat. Okay. Bo Feng Shui Min responded with a smile, but secretly glanced at the members of the secretary team at the door. Their desire to record was almost written on their faces. You worked hard. Try it quickly. Jiu Xian Nai opened the box, and the presentation looked surprisingly normal. Bo Feng Shui Min was astonished. Did Mei Qin come again today? Yes, she was watching me cook beside me. No wonder it turned out there was a supervisor. He picked up a piece and tasted it. It's delicious. Bo Feng Shui Min said seriously. Jiu Xian Nai's eyes lit up. Really? Really? You're not lying to me. This time I truly am not. What do you mean by this time? Damn, why did I let that slip? The secretary team outside was writing something with their heads down. Out of the corner of his eye, Bo Feng Shui Min didn't stop them. Let them remember. The more detailed the records, the better. If Danzo wanted to see, let him see to his heart's content. If sending lunch from a newlywed wife to her husband could be deemed a threat, then Konoha shouldn't be called a ninja village anymore. A name change to mental hospital would be more fitting. After finishing the meal and tidying up the bento box, Jiu Xian Nai reminded him come back early tonight. He'll cook. Okay. Only after receiving his reply did she leave satisfied. After she left, the red dot responsible for recording also suddenly got up and left. Bo Feng Shui Min noticed. The map opened, revealing that the red dot entered the first floor security department, talked to another red dot for a while, then hurried back. Shui Min sneered. Danzo, you really are a hard worker, not willing to relax even for a moment. Underground. Root base. A root ninja was reporting. There was a lingering smell of medicine on Danzo. Report, sir. Uzumaki Jiu Xian Nai entered the Hokage building at noon, staying for about 37 minutes. Carrying one bento. During this time, she was alone with the fourth. No Ninetales chakra leakage detected. As he spoke, he handed over the recording scroll. Danzo glanced at it. The scroll was recorded in great detail. It noted what the two said, what they ate, and even that Jiu Xian Nai reminded Shui Min to come back early before leaving, all written down verbatim. Danzo expressionlessly closed the scroll. Continue recording. If necessary, activate the Jinchuriki risk contingency plan. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Namikaze Minato finished work on time. As he opened the door to his home, the lights were on. Kushina was busy in the kitchen tying her apron. You're back. Minato changed his shoes and flared his nostrils. Good, there was no burnt smell. Her cooking skills have improved. Soon 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the dining table, looking much more normal than last time. Is it again made by Mikitoni? What? I made it myself. Kushina first expressed her dissatisfaction, then proudly lifted her chin, saying, she said, I have a great talent. Mikitoni is truly a good person. Halfway through the meal, Kushina suddenly stopped her chopsticks and glanced out the window. Minato's heart stirred. As a remnant of the Uzumaki clan and the Ninetales Jinchuriki, her sensory abilities were naturally not weak. Her reaction clearly indicated she had sensed something. Kushina lowered her head to eat, and her movements of picking up food slowed down. Minato chose not to ask. The system panel silently unfolded. Home control, level 102 red dots appeared at the edge of the yard. An annotation popped up. Root Unit A7, in a stealth state, current emotion monitoring alert. Root Unit B3, in a stealth state, current emotion monitoring hostility. Minato's gaze instantly turned cold. Monitoring during the day was one thing, but now they were even lurking at his doorstep. Were they chasing the series, the newlywed Hokage and his Ninetales wife? There's someone outside. Kushina also put down her chopsticks, her voice muffled. I know. There were also people following me when I brought you lunch during the day. She gripped her chopsticks, trying hard to suppress her disgust. Their aura is very unpleasant. Kushina didn't lose her temper, but her displeasure was even more serious. Because she is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. From a young age, she was taught the first lesson, do not provoke trouble. There were others before. Kushina lowered her head, just not this close. I could endure it during the day. But now, she said this, biting her lip. Minato held her hand and said, "Now we're married. Home is home, not a monitoring room of the root." Kushina looked up at him. Minato had already walked towards the entrance. "Don't kill anyone." Kushina hurriedly stepped forward. "Rest assured." He opened the door and Minato returned a reassuring smile. "It'll be reasonable today." The yard was very quiet. Moonlight fell on the ground, covering it with a thin layer of frost. "Come out." There was no response. "If you don't come out by the count of 3, I'll take action. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3, there was still no response. Minato didn't waste words. With a flash of golden light, he appeared under the eaves on the east side. With a firm grip, he pressed down. Bang! A shadow was yanked from the darkness and slammed against the wall. Under the tree, another shadow concealed another root ninja. The other party was about to retreat. Minato disappeared again. When he reappeared, a kunai was already pressed against the opponent's neck. "Who gave you the orders?" The root ninja did not answer. "Very well. Just as stubborn as Danzo. This is the Hokage residence." Minato gradually applied pressure with the kunai. "Inside lies the fourth Hokage and his wife. You are lurking here to monitor. I could treat it as an assassination attempt on the Hokage." This was lethal. The root ninja's breath noticeably stalled. Assassinating the Hokage. This cap must be taken off or Danzo would have to face the consequences. The ninja pressed against the wall, scrambled to get up, half kneeling on the ground. "Hokage-sama, we were ordered to ensure Lady Kushina's safety." "Safety?" Minato nearly laughed in anger. "You came to my home to protect her. Property staff knock on the door to check the water meter. Everyone knows to announce their arrival. You guys from the root are just squatting by the window. Your professionalism is touching. Go back and tell Danzo. From tonight on, any root member approaching here without my permission will be treated as an enemy incursion. Get lost." The two root ninjas didn't dare to say more. Their figures flashed and quickly disappeared. On the system map, the red dots completely exited the highlighted range. Minato stood for a while, confirming that no one would come again before turning back inside. Then he saw Kushina standing inside the door holding a spatula. Was she planning to hit someone with a spatula? Did they leave? They left. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned. "Will this cause you trouble?" "It will," Minato replied. "Edge. So tomorrow I'll go find them trouble." Kushina's lips moved, unable to hold back a smile. "You're getting worse and worse. I'm learning from you. Nonsense, I'm not bad. You just like to bring a spatula when you reason with people. This is for self-defense. Right, self-defense. It's for self-defense. MMM. That night the root did not come again. The next day, in the Hokage office, Minato had just finished dealing with a stack of paperwork that needed his seal when Danzo barged in. "Minato." He didn't even call him the fourth. Minato, without raising his head, said, "Advisor Danzo, you should knock before entering the Hokage office. I have something to ask you." Danzo's footsteps didn't stop. "Knock." Danzo paused, his gaze imposing. Minato remained unmoved, continuing to write and draw. A few seconds later, Danzo turned and walked to the door. "Knock, knock. Come in." Danzo re-entered looking quite displeased. This made Minato feel a bit better. It was quite relieving. "Last night you expelled the root." Danzo got straight to the point. "To be accurate, I expelled 2 suspicious individuals lurking near my home. They were responsible for protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina is my wife. She is also a Jinchuriki, so you can lurk outside my house." Danzo's voice was cold and hard. "The safety of the Jinchuriki is above personal privacy." "Then what about the Hokage's safety?" Minato stood his ground. "The root infiltrated the Hokage residence at night without notification. Can I understand that the root has the authority to bypass the Hokage's guard and monitor the Hokage's daily life?" "You're expanding the issue. You made the issue bigger." Minato stood straight, looking directly at Danzo. "During the day, Kushina enters Hokage Tower and you record it. At night she returns home and you still record it. Advisor Danzo. Do I need to write a report for the root regarding my marital life with my wife?" Just as he finished speaking, a dull sound echoed from outside the office, as if someone had crashed into the wall. Danzo's face twitched. That question was too filthy enough that he couldn't respond. What is a report on marital life supposed to be? If this got out, people would think Danzo was a pervert. You shouldn't discuss village safety in such a manner. Danzo suppressed his anger. Then you shouldn't approach my wife in such a way. Just as the two were at a standstill, a voice interrupted. Minato, Danzo, calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, his kind face still present. The professional mediator was on the scene. "I've heard about last night's incident." Sarutobi first looked at Minato. Kushina has a special identity and Danzo's concerns for her safety are not without reason. But the Hokage residence is not an ordinary area. Monitoring closely at night is indeed inappropriate. Danzo coldly stated, "If the Nine-Tails loses control, who will take responsibility?" "Of course it's my responsibility," Minato replied as a matter of course. "I am the Hokage and also her husband. If there are any abnormalities in the ceiling, I will handle it at the first moment. You're being emotional, Danzo scoffed. Minato did not argue. He opened a drawer and threw a scroll onto the table. This is the record of Kushina's ceiling state. The third can take a look. Sarutobi opened it and glanced. It was densely packed with professional terminology. Ceiling strength, chakra fluctuations, emotional changes, and a series of other contents. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't something that could be completed in just a day or two. Reliable. Minato, you've prepared very thoroughly. The third's demeanor softened a bit. I'm just more aware than some people that Kushina is not a weapon that needs to be stored in a warehouse. This remark was not pleasant to hear, but the third could not refute it, mainly because Minato's reasoning was too valid. He was both a husband and the Hokage. Moreover, he was also a genius in sealing arts. Each point stood firm. How about this? Sarutobi spoke after a ponder. During the day, necessary peripheral vigilance can be maintained, but no one should approach within 50 meters of the Hokage residence. At night, it will be handled by the Hokage's direct guard, and the route will withdraw. Danzo's expression darkened. He wanted to refute. Hiruzen. Sarutobi directly interrupted him, his tone heavy. This is to avoid misunderstandings. Well said. Minato really wanted to suggest that the third write a book. It could be titled The Art of Misunderstanding. However, Minato did not push further. What he wanted was a boundary, not to force Danzo into a corner. A small victory would be enough. Danzo looked at the third, habitually saying, "You will regret this." Sarutobi hadn't even had the chance to respond. "I am the Hokage." Minato seamlessly interjected. It felt so smooth. Danzo was taken aback for a moment, feeling something was off, but unable to pinpoint what it was. In the end, he snorted coldly and slammed the door as he left. Door bang. Sarutobi felt equally awkward. The sense of déjà vu from their previous conversation was too strong. He sighed and advised, "Minato, Danzo can sometimes be overly rigid in his methods, but he is also doing it for the village. That shouldn't be a reason to offend my wife." Minato completely disregarded any face saving. "All right, I will talk to Danzo again." That night, after hearing the outcome, Kushina proactively offered a kiss. "This is a reward for you. Just this. What else do you want? I think it could be increased. Dream on." Saying not to, yet not letting go of her hand. Hell, women. Just as the couple was about to engage in some intimate activities, a chilling chakra suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Kushina's senses instantly activated. Without saying a word, she grabbed the spatula and was about to head out. Minato hurriedly stopped her. Wait. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say? It's Orochimaru." Kushina paused for a moment, then got even angrier. "Can't he just come through the front door?" "That's a good question." Minato silently made a note of Orochimaru in his mind. He opened the door and directly said, "Orochimaru-senpai, I remember I didn't invite you tonight." When Orochimaru entered the room, he saw Kushina wearing a nightgown. "It seems I have come at the wrong time," Orochimaru said, his tone lacking sincerity. Minato stepped aside with a smile. "If you had come 10 minutes later, that would have truly been the wrong time." Kushina's face flushed as she kicked him lightly. Orochimaru maintained a blank expression, pretending not to see. Minato led him into the living room. Kushina returned the spatula to the kitchen and brought out 2 cups of hot tea. "Senior Orochimaru," she said seriously as she placed the tea in front of him, "I don't know what you and Minato are up to, but if you harm him, I will not let you off easily." Her words were very straightforward. Orochimaru smiled instead. "The threat of a Jinchuriki is quite significant." "Not just any Jinchuriki," Kushina corrected earnestly, "but his wife." Minato immediately felt proud, affirming that the marriage was worthwhile. Being protected by his wife felt good. Orochimaru glanced at the inexplicably smug figure and smirked. "You are quite lucky." "I've always thought so." Kushina said no more, knowing these two were about to discuss serious matters. "Be careful." Don't worry." Once the door closed, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Orochimaru pulled out a sealing scroll. "This is the first batch of information." Minato didn't rush to take it. "Has Senior Orochimaru's efficiency always been this low?" "It depends on the target." "Then I feel honored." Orochimaru didn't respond, further nodding at the scroll. During the war, the route intercepted the accounts of the spoils, including ninja tools, medicines, explosive tags, intelligence scrolls, and a batch of chakra metal seized from the Iwagakure frontline. According to the records, these items have already been submitted to the logistics department. In reality, some have entered the route's warehouse, and some were sold to black market merchants within the country. Minato opened the scroll. The records lined up clearly before his eyes. Time, location, quantity, and handlers were all recorded in detail. There were even code words for connections. Minato asked, "Are the goods genuine?" Orochimaru replied, "Of course." "Not enough." Minato closed the scroll, shaking his head. "This information can disgust Danzo, but it won't pin him down. He could easily blame a scapegoat. It won't harm him a bit." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "You truly understand. Is this a test?" Cooperation requires gradual progress. Minato understood. Translated into plain language, it meant first, give you some scraps to see if you have the ability to use them. In past collaborations, the provided information was always like this. The first version was never complete. If you didn't ask, the other party would assume it didn't exist. If you couldn't use it, it indicated your incompetence. So, Orochimaru asked, how do you plan to use it? If gathering evidence against Danzo was testing Orochimaru's abilities, then this scroll was testing Minato's capabilities. Very well, cooperation should be a give and take. If one encounters a pig teammate, that would be troublesome. Minato pondered for a moment, spread it out. Just like that. Just like that. Orochimaru's expression cooled slightly. You just said this thing can't pin him down. I didn't say to only spread this information. Do you want to add more? Add what? Minato relaxed. Rumors. Orochimaru listened closely. Danzo's ways of doing things are quite simple. Kill the weak. For those who are difficult to kill, smear dirt on them. If you can't kill their body, then kill their reputation. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. He sensed there was more to Minato's words. Kakashi Hatake, Minato said. As soon as the name was mentioned, Orochimaru's expression finally changed. Why are you bringing him up? I don't believe he would easily commit suicide. A man who fought his way out of the battlefield, someone whose name makes enemies back down, would he really take his own life over a few village rumors? He saved his comrades, but the mission failed. Then the entire village began to blame him. Even those he saved turned around to bite him. This rhythm is too synchronized. Orochimaru fell silent. Minato continued. Rumors are powerful precisely because they don't require evidence. As long as the repetition is sufficient, even the falsehoods will be believed. When enough people believe it, the person involved must prove themselves. But proving oneself is a trap. The more you explain, the more they believe you are guilty. That's why Senior Shikaka doesn't explain. He uses death to tell certain people that he is worthy of the will of fire. At this point, Minato revealed a cold smile. Senior Orochimaru, do you think this method resembles Danzo? Orochimaru lowered his gaze. By the time Shikaku Hatake died, he was already a part of the Konoha upper echelon. Some things he was not unaware of. It was just that no one investigated. White Fang died. The matter was considered over. The village has already vindicated Senior Shikaku, Orochimaru said. That's because they realized they had overreacted. A vindication is merely their way of covering their own mistakes. It doesn't mean they acknowledge their wrongdoing. What do you intend to do? Dig up Shikaku's matter? No, Minato shook his head. It's not possible to bring down the sinner now. Oh, it would only implicate Kakashi. But we can use this to test. And let Danzo taste the flavor first. Orochimaru finally showed an interested expression. Be more specific. Have your people spread rumors, for example. Someone says Danzo embezzled supplies during the war. Someone says Danzo sold frontline medical supplies to the black market. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. And someone says Danzo has 3 women on public funds. And there are also rumors that he actually doesn't like women. Orochimaru. You're really. He was silent for a long time before finding the right word. Insidious. Thank you for the compliment. I didn't compliment you. That's not the point. Minato quickly waved his hand. The point is to hide the truth among the falsehoods. 10 rumors, 9 ridiculous, 1 true. If you want to investigate, you must investigate everything. If you want to suppress, you must suppress everything. The more you investigate, the more people will believe it to be true. When more truths emerge, people will no longer doubt. This is called. Minato placed down his teacup. Public opinion pollution. Orochimaru slowly sat up straight and repeated the term. He had never heard it before, but he understood. To muddle the waters. To shatter the truth. To drag the opponent into the mud. To let the darkness that Danzo excelled at drown him instead. Aren't you afraid of implicating yourself? Orochimaru asked. Why would it implicate me? You are the Hokage. That's why it won't implicate me. If rumors suddenly emerge targeting the advisors as Hokage, of course, I must take it seriously. I will ask the Third to oversee the situation. Demand thorough investigations from all departments. I will also personally reassure Danzo. Look. At this point, Minato's smile became gentler. I am so considerate. Orochimaru looked at him, and his face was still as bright as the sun. But the words that came out were more and more sordid. He suddenly felt that Danzo might have met his match this time. Outside the house, the wind blew through the courtyard. It rustled against the leaves. After a while, Orochimaru put away the scroll. I can go do it for you. Not for me, but for us. Whatever. I want to know, what is your next step, eh? I'm not a god. Minato shrugged, his attitude very open. The event hasn't happened yet. How do I know how Danzo will react? So you're waiting for him to make a mistake? I've always been waiting. Minato, you're becoming less like Jiraiya's disciple. Then who do I resemble? Like a Danzo dressed in Hokage robes. Minato shook his head. Not the same. What's not the same? He uses dirty means to drag others into darkness. I use dirty means to pull him out of the darkness and into the sunlight. Orochimaru stared at him for a while then smiled. I like this sentence. He reminded, you better not touch the matter of Shikaku Hatake. I know. The people involved are more than you think. I know that too. How much do you know? Minato smiled but did not answer. Orochimaru did not press further, standing up to leave. This time he exited through the front door. After the door closed, Kushina peeked her head out from the bedroom. Are you done talking? Was what he brought useful? Useful? Is it dangerous? It is as well. Kushina approached, wrapping her arms around his waist. Minato, the way you spoke just now was a bit frightening. Did I scare you? No, Kushina quickly shook her head. I just wanted to tell you don't go too far alone. I can catch up, but I will worry. This sentence struck at the softest part of his heart. I know. Kushina looked at him seriously. After a long time she said, you're lying. This time I really am not. You say that every time you lie. Minato was at a loss for words and could only reach out to embrace her. I won't go far or I will wait for you. Really? Really? So what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? Did the topic change this fast? He was caught off guard. Minato almost twisted his waist. Anything. What does anything mean? Kushina narrowed her eyes. There's danger. I love to eat whatever you make. If that's more like it. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Then he caught a glimpse of mischief flashing in her eyes. Oh, so you're being naughty. It seems I need to set the family rule straight. Minato swiftly hugged her and walked towards the bedroom. You dared to scare me. Soon you'll know my prowess. Ah, you dare to bully me. The little firecracker denied her wrongdoing, but her hands honestly wrapped around his neck. Then began an intense and prolonged contest between husband and wife. The battle was as intense as the Konoha defense and attack. That same night, several seemingly true but false rumors began to spread in Konoha. Rumors are like wild grass. If you ignore them, they can grow from one end of the village to the other. In the past 3 days, the name Danzo has spread throughout Konoha. Even the owner of the dumpling shop can tell 3 different versions. The worst part is that each version has its believers. Commercial Street. A long queue forms in front of the dumpling shop. The shop owner collects money while lowering her voice. Have you heard? Lord Danzo has been pocketing frontline medical supplies. I heard he was embezzling chakra metal. You guys are all wrong. My nephew heard someone say in Kabukicho last night that Lord Danzo is keeping 3 women with public funds. 3. At his age, can he still handle that? That's why people say there are issues. Ha ha ha. The group suddenly bursts into laughter. Laughter spreads, even more contagious than the flu. By noon, the version has evolved to the point that Danzo has not been close to women for years and is suspected of having a hidden ailment. By evening, the latest version took a turn. Some say Danzo is actually a woman disguised as a man by binding her chest with bandages. Others claim there is a secret vault underground containing all the spoils captured from the battlefield. Truth and falsehood intertwine. The whole village is munching on gossip, thoroughly enjoying it. In the Hokage's office, Konoha's F4 gather each with a bitter expression. Minato Namikaze appears to be reading documents found by the Umbu, but is secretly observing. If these old foxes are collectively troubled, it indicates that the outside world has gone crazy. The efficiency of this rumor spreading is astonishing. 3 days. Danzo speaks first. The rumors in the village have been circulating for 3 days. I suggest we immediately let the Umbu intervene and investigate all the spreaders thoroughly. Such slander against the village's higher-ups cannot be tolerated. Shinobu Kurai frowns and asks, how do we investigate? What do we check? Whether it's about the medical supplies or the chakra metal. We need to check both. Danzo, are you confused? Mito Kazan has a pained expression. Now the whole village is discussing how many women you keep. Are you really sending the Umbu to investigate this? Danzo's mouth twitches. I also heard a version saying you have a hidden ailment. At this point, Shinobu Kurai coughs, lightly averting her gaze. Cough, are you sure you want to investigate? The others instinctively glance away. Danzo's face turns green. Who spread that? What? The last one. Danzo's tone is extremely serious. Who spread that? Now is not the time to pursue which rumor it is. I asked who spread it. We haven't traced the source yet. Mito Kazan sighs. The rumors are spreading too fast. There are too many versions, and we can no longer find the original source. Then let the roots take over. Danzo's tone is firm. As long as we catch a few leading spreaders, the rest will naturally fall silent. No way. Shinobu Kurai immediately opposes. Mass arrests will only escalate the issue further. Then what do you suggest? Let them smear my name. I didn't say to ignore it. Shinobu Kurai suppresses her anger. What I mean is the more you investigate, the more others will think there's something fishy going on. If we don't investigate, they will think it's true. So we should handle it differently. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally interjects. This kind of matter is best treated with a cold response that will naturally dissipate after a few days. Right? Shinobu Kurai quickly follows up. Let the security team enhance patrols and prohibit gatherings for discussions. Minato Kazan agrees. On the surface we want pursue it, but secretly warn those who are the most vocal. The three of them quickly reach a consensus. Danzo's face looks even worse. He knows exactly what these old friends are thinking. Suppressing the issue is not for him, but for the overall image of the higher-ups. What if someone really believes it? Minato Namikaze, who had been silent, suddenly speaks up. The four of them turn to look at him simultaneously. I think Danzo's suggestion makes sense. Minato Namikaze says seriously, these rumors attack not only the individual, but also shake the villagers' trust in the higher-ups. Ignoring it would be a slander against the village. Danzo's eyes flicker. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a bit surprised. Minato is actually speaking up for Danzo. Just a few days ago they were in a serious deadlock over Kushina's matter. Shinobu Karai frowns. Fourth Hokage this kind of thing. Shinobu Karai. Minato Namikaze interrupts her, speaking with righteousness. If you were the one being attacked today, I would insist on a thorough investigation just the same. Shinobu Karai's lips move, but she can't find a response immediately. Minato Namikaze continues, Danzo has served the village for decades, and just because he doesn't want to stand in the spotlight, he should be slandered. Although I have disagreements with Danzo regarding Kushina's matter. He looks at Danzo at this point, his tone very sincere. Danzo straightens his back slightly. But that's a different story. Oh, I won't find this amusing. The people's hearts in the village cannot be scattered. The office falls silent for a moment. Danzo does not speak, but the way he looks at Minato does change. There is less hostility and more scrutiny. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen still shakes his head in denial. Minato, your intentions are good. But the familiar formula reappears. Minato Namikaze secretly smiles to himself. Danzo, see clearly. I'm actually supporting you, but it's the third that won't allow it. Only to hear Sarutobi Hiruzen say the root of this matter does not lie with the messengers. The more you catch, the more you prove that what they say is true, playing right into the hands of the rumor mongers. Shinobu Karai immediately agrees. What the third said is right. We've seen too many of these matters, and a cold response is the best solution. Minato Namikaze falls silent. His face shows unwillingness, but his eyes conceal helplessness. He feels like he deserves an Oscar. But the third Karai and Kazan are all unwilling to escalate the situation. The outcome of the meeting is already decided. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughs lightly, his good-natured character returning. Since Minato has raised a different opinion, let's reconsider. Elders, what are your opinions? Cold response. Agreed. Danzo. I disagree. Danzo grits his teeth. But since you three have decided, let's go with that. Sarutobi Hiruzen nods. Then let the security team carry it out. Kazan, you will notify them. Okay. The meeting concludes. The few of them leave in succession. When Danzo reaches the door, he pauses and softly says, Fourth Hokage, I've remembered this time. After saying that, he turns and leaves. The system interface quietly pops up. Roots Control 58. Reason some members of the Roots recognize the host's fair stance. Just because I said a couple of supportive words, the hostility from the Roots has decreased. Minato Namikaze suddenly feels that Danzo seems like a tsundere disguised as a villain. Ugh, really irritating. Minato Namikaze casually calls over a member of the Shadow Guard and quietly relays a few instructions before sending him off. Just as he is about to continue his paperwork, the system pops up another message. Kushina Uzumaki status, cheerful, anticipating. Ninetales status, stable. This status, most likely she has researched a new dish again. Sure enough, not long after the office door is pushed open, Kushina walks in confidently with a bento box, her high ponytail bouncing, and a radiant smile brighter than flowers on her face. Minato, it's time to eat. Okay. Kushina opens the bento, and the aroma of the food wafts out. It actually looks quite good. As he picks up his chopsticks and is about to eat, he sees Kushina lean over and whisper, I heard. Shoo. It's a half-baked story, don't spread it around. TCH. Kushina pouts and scoops a bowl of soup, pushing it in front of him. Hypocrite. Minato pretends not to hear, picking up a piece of fish. You're improving. Kushina's face lights up with joy, and she pecks him on the cheek. Today she is wearing a light-colored top with a low neckline, creating a tempting effect when she bends down. Minato's eyes go wide. Is it pretty? Pretty. Good. She smiles like a cunning little fox. We'll take a good look at it when we get home tonight. Minato suddenly feels that the afternoon's work is no longer important. Little Pepper is getting better at manipulating people. Unfortunately, he is quite susceptible to this. He really wants to skip the afternoon shift and go home to admire his wife properly. Hokage. Whoever wants to be can be. After leaving the Hokage building, Minato Kazan quickly arrives at the security team station. Uchiha Fugaka greets him. Minato Kazan gets straight to the point. The rumors are purely fictional. The security team is responsible for maintaining order and must clarify the situation to avoid leaving any room for misunderstanding. Fugaka's expression darkens slightly. This is another dirty job assigned to them. Minato Kazan pretends not to see his expression and continues, be mindful of the scale, don't stir up public resentment, just disperse the crowd discussing it. Again with this. Don't stir up public resentment, but also disperse the crowd discussing it. What's the matter? Is there a difficulty? No. The security team will execute it. Very good. Minato Kazan leaves satisfied. Just as he walks out, someone approaches Uchiha Fugaku again. Upon seeing the visitor, Uchiha Fugaku immediately knows that the person has used transformation jutsu. After a brief conversation, the person leaves. Uchiha Fugaku immediately gathers his trusted subordinates for a meeting which lasts for over half a day. By now night has fallen. The Konoha security team still has its lights on. Fugaku and his trusted subordinates gather in the office. Upon hearing the clan leaders, orders the Uchiha ninjas exchange glances. Uchiha Fugaku scans the crowd. If you have any questions, speak up. Clan leader. Do we really have to write it this way? One Uchiha ninja asks. Elder Kazan requires us to clarify the rumors and not leave any room for misunderstanding. Fugaku speaks calmly. Since we need to clarify, we must clarify it clearly. This is how we will write it. The subordinates fall silent. The logic is sound. But once this announcement is posted, can it still be called clarification? Uchiha Fugaku certainly knows what they want to say. In fact, when he heard that person's suggestion in the afternoon, his first reaction was to delete a few lines. But that person said if we are going to refute the rumors, we need to do it thoroughly. Uchiha Fugaku thinks this makes sense, and looking at it now, it still makes sense. It's just a bit troublesome for Danzo. Remember, every line must be written clearly. Fugaku reminds them, tomorrow morning, every announcement board in the village must be posted without omission. Understood. Is there any other issue? A young Uchiha ninja raises his hand. Clan leader, if someone asks whether the content is true or false, how should we respond? Uchiha Fugaku is prepared. If someone asks about the truth of the content, answer that the content is a rumor. If they ask about the truth of the announcement, answer that the announcement is legitimate. Tell them that the security team has released the clarification announcement as per the advisory group's request, and villagers must not believe or spread rumors. If someone asks who verified it, just say the security team is only executing the announcement. Clan leader, isn't this evading the question? Uchiha Fugaku glares. What do you want to answer? A nothing. Another person raises their hand. Clan leader, what if someone asks whether Danzo's health is okay? How should we respond? Uchiha Fugaku twitches. He feels that after being the clan leader for so many years, he has seen many storms. But tonight these questions are truly exhausting. He strives to maintain his authority. Regarding Danzo's health status and personal preferences, the security team has no authority to investigate or comment. We also remind villagers to respect the advisor's privacy. The crowd writes feverishly. Just when Uchiha Fugaku thinks all the questions have been asked, someone stands up and asks, Clan leader, if the other party continues to press, who has the authority to investigate? Fugaku's face twitches in anger. Let him ask the roots. The crowd responds in unison. At this moment, the way they look at Fugaku has changed. Previously, they thought their clan leader was too stable, too restrained, and too focused on the bigger picture. Now they realize, when he strikes with astonishing force. Indeed, he is a worthy clan leader. Seeing the strange and respectful gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku feels inexplicably complex. Ever since a certain blonde Hokage woke him up, he has felt that the whole world has become somewhat off-kilter. Remember, Fugaku taps the table. Tomorrow morning, all announcement boards in the village must post simultaneously. All security team members should have a unified stance. No arguing with villagers. No explaining on your own. No exaggerating the facts. We are simply executing orders to clarify rumors and maintain order within the village. Early the next morning, many villagers were still asleep, and the first piece of news had already been sent to Konoha. The content was explosive. Shortly after Minato Namikaze finished his breakfast and prepared to head out. In the kitchen, Kushina Uzumaki was tidying up the dishes, and the way her apron was tied around her waist gave her an enchanting homey aura. Minato leaned against the doorframe, momentarily lost in thought. Kushina seemed to have eyes in the back of her head and shot him a glare, saying, Still looking? If you keep looking, you'll be late. Being late is worth it. Off to work. She grabbed a pair of chopsticks, pretending to hit him. Minato immediately raised his hands in surrender, smiling as he left. As he was about to leave, he said, Remember to come and bring lunch at noon. Got it? Stop annoying me. Though she complained, a smile lingered in her eyes. Once outside, Minato's smile faded slightly. The plan had reached a critical step. The clarification he had delivered to Fugaku Uchiha last night was expected to yield results today. The results proved to come faster than he had anticipated. As soon as he stepped into the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hitaki appeared in an instant, handing him a document. Fourth Hokage, the security force has issued an announcement. Minato took it and nearly laughed out loud. The title of the announcement was very official. Clarification announcement regarding recent false rumors in the village. Looking at the main text. First point, advisor Danzo Shimura embezzled frontline medical supplies. Upon investigation, it is a rumor. Second point, advisor Danzo Shimura was accused of trafficking chakra metal. Upon investigation, it is a rumor. Third point, advisor Danzo Shimura misappropriated public funds to support women. Upon investigation, it is a rumor. Fourth point, advisor Danzo Shimura has abnormal bodily functions. Upon investigation, it is a rumor. Fifth point, advisor Danzo Shimura actually dislikes women. Upon investigation, it is a rumor. Sixth point, advisor Danzo Shimura hides his true gender with bandages. Upon investigation, it is a rumor. Last line, all villagers are requested not to believe or spread rumors, collectively maintaining the good atmosphere of Konoha. Minato almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Fugaku o Fugaku. Usually looking like a rock, but when it came to execution, he was quite decisive. Was this really a clarification? This was like delivering a massive scoop to the entire village, and even thoughtfully feeding it to everyone. Kakashi lowered his head, pretending not to see anything. As a member of the Umbu, he had undergone strict training, and no matter how funny it was, he wouldn't laugh. Unless he couldn't help it. Minato cleared his throat. Understood, return to your posts. Yes. Kakashi vanished in an instant. 8 a.m. The bulletin boards around Konoha were updated simultaneously. In the shopping street outside the hospital, in the residential area outside the ninja school, and even in front of the bathhouse, the same announcement was posted everywhere. The entire security force was mobilized. Each member stood solemnly beside the bulletin boards, their expressions serious, as if guarding against an enemy attack. Before long, the bulletin board in the shopping street was crowded with people. A vegetable vendor holding a basket of vegetables leaned in for a closer look and perked up. Hey, what's this say? Danzo-sama embezzled frontline medical supplies. Next to her, a traveling merchant corrected her. It says here, upon investigation, it is a rumor. Is it fake? The vendor blinked, asking the Uchiha ninja standing guard nearby. The Uchiha ninja nodded. Fake. The vendor immediately raised her voice. Is it real or fake? The Uchiha ninja's expression was serious. It's real. He said it's real, the vendor told the merchant. The merchant responded. He said the fake is real. The vendor asked, so what's real and what's fake? He said it's real, the merchant answered again. The Uchiha ninja's brow twitched. What I mean is the announcement is real, but the content is fake. Oh. The vendor suddenly understood, turning to call out to the people behind her. Everyone come look, the announcement is real, but the content is fake. The crowd squeezed in even tighter. What's going on? Clear it up. The Uchiha ninja's forehead vein throbbed. Please do not believe or spread rumors. A young man excitedly pointed at the announcement, misappropriating public funds to support women. Wasn't that rumor just spread yesterday? They've already clarified it today. What efficiency? The nearby izakaya owner covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. Do you know what high efficiency means? The young man eagerly replied, what does it mean? The owner smiled. It means they're in a hurry. The Uchiha ninja reminded them. This is an official clarification. The owner quickly nodded. Got it, I won't spread rumors. I'll remind my customers to seriously study the official clarification. That's still spreading rumors. Can I just mumble to myself? Not recommended. You Uchiha really are controlling everything, even my mouth. This is required by the advisory group. The owner immediately gave a thumbs up. Then you all have worked hard. Thank Danzo-sama for me. Business will definitely be good today. The Uchiha ninja felt that life was quite difficult. Much harder than catching thieves. Outside the ninja school, a group of students gathered around the announcement, chattering away. Advisor Danzo Shimura has abnormal bodily functions. Upon investigation, it is a rumor. A chubby boy rubbed his chin. What does abnormal bodily functions mean? One of his companions thought for a moment. It probably means he's not in good health. What's wrong? The announcement didn't say. If it didn't say, why clarify? Because someone spread it. Why did someone spread it? Because someone thinks he's not good. The chubby boy was even more confused. So is he good or not? The Uchiha ninja guarding them felt a vein throb on his forehead. Kids shouldn't discuss this. Uncle, do you understand? I don't understand. Then why are you standing here? Executing a mission. What's the mission about? To prevent you from discussing. The chubby boy thought seriously for a moment. But if you don't let us discuss, everyone will want to discuss it more. The Uchiha ninja took a deep breath. Whose child is this? How could he be so annoying? Just then a ninja school teacher passed by holding a textbook. Upon seeing the content of the announcement, her expression changed, and she hurriedly dispersed the students. Everyone go back to the classroom. Don't crowd around here. The students quickly scattered. But their mouths didn't stop. The announcement says Advisor Danzo has no problems. Really? The announcement is real. Oh, got it. The Uchiha ninja on duty felt completely numb. No, they didn't understand at all. But it seemed the whole village was starting to understand. Outside the bathhouse in the residential area, the placement of this bulletin board was quite clever. On the left was the women's bath, and on the right was the men's bath. Many people were coming and going. A middle-aged man, just out of the bath wrapped in a robe, became more spirited after reading the announcement. Danzo-sama doesn't like women. An old man next to him corrected, "It says here it's a rumor." "Then why clarify?" "Well, you can't say." Both of them turned to look at the Uchiha ninja on guard. The Uchiha ninja remained expressionless. This is a clarification task assigned by the advisory group. The security force is only responsible for posting it. The middle-aged man chuckled, "So it was ordered from above." "Yes." "The announcement is real, eh?" "Yes." "The content is fake." "Yes." "Then if we discuss the announcement, does that count as spreading rumors, eh?" The Uchiha ninja fell silent. He didn't want to answer that question. The old man looked enlightened and patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. "Let's go have some tea." Discussing the announcement. Discussing village politics. Got it. The Uchiha ninja closed his eyes. Let it be destroyed. This task was impossible to carry out. At the security force headquarters, Fugaku Uchiha listened to the feedback coming in from various places. The bulletin board in the shopping street has the most people gathered and no conflicts have been discovered so far. At the hospital entrance, someone borrowed the announcement to discuss the flow of medical supplies. They have been persuaded to leave. At the ninja school, there are many student inquiries. The school teacher has already dispersed them. At the bathhouse, the discussion is quite heated. Fugaku asked, what are they mainly discussing? Mainly the 5th and 6th points. Fugaku felt a headache coming on. He just knew those 2 points would cause trouble. "Chief, should we continue posting?" "Post it." Fugaku set his hands down, regaining his serious demeanor. "This is an assignment from the advisory group. We must execute it seriously." "Understood." Has the tone been unified? "Everything has been instructed." "Very good. Chief, some villagers said they are studying the official documents and not spreading rumors. Oh, what should we do?" Fugaku fell silent for a moment. "Let them study quietly." "Yes." By the afternoon, Konoha was in an uproar. There were people in front of every bulletin board. If you didn't chat, others would pull you into a conversation. Talking was considered caring about village politics. Not talking made you seem behind on the news. Let me tell you, the second point is crucial. Oh, chakra metal is very expensive. What do you know? The first point is more serious. Frontline medical supplies relate to lives. Who spread the fourth point? That's too damaging. Should keep it down. The security forces nearby. What are you afraid of? We're studying the official clarification. That's reasonable. The official documents must be studied seriously. The Uchiha ninja on duty felt his fists clench. You call this studying? Yet he had no way to refute it. In the Hokage office, Minato sat behind his desk reviewing documents while listening to the reports from the Umbu. The more he listened, the harder it was to suppress a smile. The effect was even better than he had anticipated. The previously scattered rumors were now neatly compiled by the security force announcement. Starting today, the gossip level among Konoha villagers had undergone a complete upgrade. Everyone had something to talk about, and no one was left out. What was even better was that this announcement was issued by the security force. Why did the security force issue it? The advisory group requested a clarification. Thus, Fugaku Uchiha executed the word clarification on every rumor. The procedures were flawless. The attitude was very serious. The effect was deadly. Minato raised his teacup and took a gentle sip. What Danzo wanted most was the qualification to stand in front. And now the whole village was discussing whether he had that qualification. Reputation is something you can't see or touch on ordinary days. Once it's dirty, it can't be cleaned. Now that so much dirt had been splashed on him, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it for long. At the headquarters of the security team, Danzo sat opposite Uchiha, Fugaku, his face dark enough to drip water. Fugaku clan leader, I need an explanation. Uchiha Fugaku looked puzzled. What explanation? He pretended not to understand. As expected, the Uchiha were still the Uchiha. Even when bowing their heads to work, their inherent unruliness could not be concealed. Before, their arrogance was blatant. Now they even learned to play dumb. Danzo slammed the announcement onto the table, saying, Who told you to write this? Elder Yen. Yen told you to write this. Uchiha Fugaku said seriously. Elder Yen requested a clear clarification, leaving no room for misunderstanding. The security team just listed the most widely circulated rumors and then denied them one by one. After speaking, he added in confusion, Is there a problem? Danzo's eye twitched violently. By the processes, there was indeed no problem. To clarify rumors, it was essential to specify what the rumors were. To leave no room for misunderstanding, it was necessary to explain each point. The security team was ordered to issue an announcement and did not exceed their authority. Every step was problem-free. But the issue was that now the entire Konoha knew how Shimura Danzo had been rumored to be. Even those who were unaware had been informed by this announcement. Thinking of this made his blood pressure surge. He coldly said, Are you pretending to be dumb with me? Advisor Danzo, we are just following orders. Uchiha Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Whose orders? Elder Yen. Who told you to write it point by point? Elder Yen requested a clear clarification. Who told you to post it all over the village? If we don't post the announcement, how can we clarify? A series of questions left Danzo momentarily unable to find a fault to pin on. That was the most infuriating part. He knew the Uchiha were not adept at diplomacy, but he never expected them to be so rigid. Rigid enough to be detestable, yet so inflexible that no mistakes could be found. Danzo slowly stood up, his single eye cold and piercing. You Uchiha better keep adhering to the rules. After saying this, without waiting for a response, he turned and left. Watching the direction Danzo left, Uchiha Fugaku did not retract his gaze for a long time. A certain blonde Hokage once said, a dog that has been flipped on its back will forget it has teeth. Today he didn't bite anyone. He just bared his teeth a little. It actually felt quite good. After Danzo left, an Uchiha ninja came in and quietly asked, Clan leader, what shall we do next? As usual. Understood. After leaving the security team, Danzo headed straight to the advisor's office, with pedestrians coming and going along the way. Clearly no one paid attention to him, yet Danzo felt as if everyone was watching him. The most disgusting part of rumors lay here. No evidence was needed. As long as they spread, they would take root on their own. Danzo's pace quickened. Damn Uchiha, damn Mito Gate Yin, damn rumors, and that person hiding behind it all. He had to get to the bottom of this. At the advisor's office, Mito Gate Yin had just returned from the farm in the western village. He had spent the entire morning verifying the grain ledger and tax accounts. With funding from the Land of Fire delayed and the village's finances strained by war, if he didn't keep a close eye on these accounts, logistics support would be problematic by the end of the month. After a long, busy day, his back ached. Just as he returned to the office without even having a sip of hot tea, he saw Danzo standing at the door. Danzo. Mito Gate Yin frowned. What are you doing here? You're the one responsible for this mess, Danzo said without hesitation, throwing the announcement at his face. Mito Gate Yin caught the announcement, took a look at it, and his expression changed. What is this? You asked me. Didn't you tell the security team to clarify things? Didn't you say to leave no room for misunderstanding? I told them to stop the rumors. They have stopped them. Danzo's voice was cold enough to chill the bones. Now the entire village knows which are rumors. Mito Gate Yin clenched the announcement tighter, his face darkening further. Those Uchiha idiots can't turn their brains around. Idiots. They are acting according to your orders. I told them to clarify, not to plaster these things all over the village. If the orders are not clear, then you blame the executors? Danzo, what do you mean? What do I mean? The one being laughed at by the entire village is me. Mito Gate Yin was already exhausted. After toiling all morning at the farm with account books, grain bags, and tax ledgers, his head was about to explode. Danzo came in and immediately began to accuse him, igniting the fire within. What do you want? The root needs to investigate, but you are obstructing. Mito Gate Yin replied coldly. If we don't obstruct tomorrow, they'll say you killed someone to silence them. That would be better than now. Mito Gate Yin was about to speak when a passing ninja suddenly slowed down. He glared, and the Chunin immediately looked up at the sky, his ears perked up. Mito Gate Yin's expression darkened. This is not a place for talking. He opened the office door and pushed Danzo inside. As soon as the door closed, the footsteps outside immediately faded a little. Inside the office, Mito Gate Yin pressed down his anger and said, this matter is not simple. Danzo asked coldly, who do you suspect? I don't know. If you don't know, why are you telling me this? Mito Gate Yin's temple twitched. I am helping you analyze. Now the most important thing is to clean up the aftermath. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Mito Gate Yin took a deep breath. He kept telling himself not to be angry. Danzo was just this way. Stubborn, dark-hearted, foul-tempered, and he wouldn't listen to reason. Thinking of this made him even angrier. Danzo, can you at least cool down your temper? You don't care about your reputation, but the advisory group still needs to maintain their dignity. Danzo's expression darkened further. Dignity. My dignity has already been shredded by that announcement. Then I can't be blamed. The orders were given by you. I am cleaning up your mess. Is this how you clean up? At least I didn't throw people into jail. Spreading rumors should lead to arrest. If you dare to arrest them, everyone will say you are guilty. If I don't arrest them, they will say I am guilty. Mito Gate Yin finally couldn't hold back, saying, that's because your usual actions are too excessive. The village has long held grievances. As soon as the words left his mouth, the office fell silent. Danzo stared directly at Mito Gate Yin. Are you also suspecting me? Mito Gate Yin's lips moved. He knew he had said something too severe, but the words were out and could not be taken back. Moreover, he had indeed been holding back these words for a long time. I am not suspecting you. I am saying that the root has bypassed various departments and intervened too much in private matters, which has long made people dissatisfied. This time the rumors spread so quickly it shows that it is not just one person spreading them. Many people want to spread them. Danzo said coldly, so you believe it too? Mito Gate Yin retorted, does it matter whether I believe it or not? What matters is whether others believe it or not. Then investigate. How to investigate? Mito Gate Yin's anger rose again. Are you planning to arrest the entire village? If you arrest one tomorrow, someone will say you are abusing your power. Danzo. Danzo slammed the table. Shimura Danzo. Mito Gate Yin also slammed the table. The two advisors of Konoha stood across the table, neither willing to back down, and the dignity they usually maintained was now in tatters. A few ninjas passing outside quickened their steps. No one wanted to get caught up in this at this moment. Inside the office, Mito Gate Yin rubbed his temples. You must calm down now. If this matter is just ordinary rumors, it wouldn't spread so quickly. There must be someone behind the scenes pushing it. Even a fool knows that. Danzo sneered, what I want is a name. Mito Gate Yin said in a deep voice, who is the biggest beneficiary? Uchiha. Danzo answered without a hint of hesitation. They are taking the opportunity to retaliate against me. Mito Gate Yin shook his head. The Uchiha are just the executors. The past Fugaku wouldn't have had the guts or the cunning to do this. You also said it was in the past. Have you changed in these decades? Danzo frowned. If it's not the Uchiha, who else could it be? Mito Gate Yin fell silent, and several figures quickly surfaced in his mind. Hizashi. Impossible. He cherished his reputation too much to use such dirty means. Then the remaining ones. Mito Gate Yin's brow furrowed deeper. Danzo also thought of a name. Orochimaru. Mito Gate Yin asked, why can't it be the fourth? You think the fourth is behind this? Danzo sneered. He just supported me in the meeting yesterday for a strict investigation. Mito Gate Yin was also uncertain. The likelihood of Orochimaru was too small. Since Hizashi abandoned Orochimaru, that snake had drifted outside the core of power, too lazy to reach out for many matters. Now he was even more focused on his research. The fourth. In yesterday's meeting, the fourth indeed stood firmly on Danzo's side. If something were indeed discovered, the fourth could still claim he had long advocated for a thorough investigation. But if he were behind this, then his performance yesterday would be too clean. After a moment of silence, Mito Gate Yin whispered, could it be that we have rejected him too many times, and he holds a grudge? Danzo emphasized evidence. Mito Gate Yin fell silent. That was the most disgusting part. The entire matter went in circles, and on the surface all processes pointed to him, Mito Gate Yin, the security team, and the villagers' spontaneous dissemination. Those they suspected were clean from start to finish. Instead, he himself had the greatest suspicion. Danzo looked at his pained expression, and his tone turned cold. Since the announcement was posted by the security team, let's find a way to pin it on the Uchiha. As long as they make a mistake, public opinion will naturally turn. Are you crazy? Mito Gate Yin almost laughed in anger. Are you implying that others' imaginations are not rich enough? Danzo coldly replied, should we just let it go? First, suppress the heat. How to suppress? Shift the focus. Mito Gate Yin thought for a moment, release a village policy announcement, such as war compensation, orphanage budget. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped talking. Orphanage budget. Wasn't this something the fourth had mentioned before, but they had suppressed? If they brought it up now to shift public opinion, it would be equivalent to giving credit to the fourth. They had suppressed it for so long, wouldn't that be for nothing? Mito Gate Yin immediately changed his mind. No, let's change it. Danzo's gaze darkened. Border patrol. What's there to discuss? The mist. The mist is currently just a minor disturbance. Danzo lowered his voice. Then magnify the threat from the mist. In the face of external threats, the villagers naturally won't pay attention to these idle talks. Once again, silence fell in the office. Mito Gate Yin understood Danzo too well. He was preparing to shift the blame outward. As long as the threat from the mist was thrown out, the villagers' attention would indeed be diverted. But the war had just ended, and Konoha needed to recuperate. Stirring up external threats carelessly could easily cause panic and might send the wrong signals to other ninja villages. Mito Gate Yin rubbed his swollen temples. Danzo, don't complicate matters. The complicated ones are you guys, Danzo retorted coldly. If I had been allowed to investigate yesterday, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Mito Gate Yin also turned cold. If the route had bypassed various departments more often in the past, these rumors wouldn't have been so easily believed by people. Yin, am I wrong? The anger they had just suppressed flared up again. Their arguing voices pierced through the door. Outside, a ninja delivering documents stood frozen in place, unsure whether to enter or retreat. After much thought, he decisively handed the document to a nearby companion. You go. The companion widened his eyes. Why don't you go? I'm afraid if I go in, I won't be able to come out. Are you implying I'm not afraid? The two pushed back and forth at the door. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi walked down the hallway from the other end. Upon seeing the Third Hokage, the two ninjas immediately stood at attention. Lord Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, his face adorned with his usual kind smile. Just as he was about to inquire, a furious shout suddenly came from inside the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately waved his hand, signaling the two to step aside, then raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock knock. Inside there was a moment of silence, then Minato Yan's angry voice came through. Who is it? It's me. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. The office fell completely silent. After a moment the door was pulled open. Minato Yan stood behind the door, his face flushed and his glasses slightly askew. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at him and then looked inside the room. Danzo stood by the table, his expression dark. The announcement on the table was crumpled. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in and sighed. Throughout his life, he had likely done the most to clean up after these old friends. Danzo Yan, is there anything that can't be properly discussed while sitting down? In the advisor's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and asked, what do you want to do? Danzo directly stated his demand, hold the Uchiha accountable. Minato Kazan frowned and instinctively retorted, isn't it chaotic enough already? Chaotic? Can it be more chaotic than it is now? Minato Kazan's expression twitched. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table. Danzo holding the Uchiha accountable will only escalate the situation. Danzo countered, then what do you suggest we do? First quell the rumors, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. The village needs stability. Stability cannot be achieved by pretending not to see. Minato Kazan interjected, nor by apprehending people at the roots. Danzo's eyes narrowed, clearly on the verge of an outburst. Sarutobi Hiruzen darkened his expression. First, that's enough. The two fell silent again. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the outside, go summon the Fourth Hokage. The Umbu at the door responded and left. Minato Kazan glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but said nothing. Danzo squinted. Summoning Minato. Perfect. He also wanted to see just how clean this Fourth Hokage really was. In the Hokage's office, Konoha outside was still bustling, but inside some people had begun to feel restless. Information about Danzo storming into the advisor's office and getting into a heated argument with Minato Kazan quickly reached Namikaze Minato. After reading, Minato felt a surge of delight. The effect was even better than expected. The rumor itself was merely a spark. The announcement was oil and Danzo was dry tinder. Minato Kazan originally wanted to be the one to extinguish the fire, but instead he kicked over the oil barrel. Now the fire was blazing. Yet everyone thought they were putting out the flames. From igniting the fire to pouring oil, from shifting blame to mutual bickering, no one fell behind in the entire process. However, this fire was burning at just the right time. At this moment, Noara Kakashi suddenly appeared and whispered, Hokage-sama, the third has gone to the advisor's office. Minato was not surprised. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's temperament, it would be strange if his two old friends didn't get into a heated argument. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before they came to find him. These old seniors may argue, but in the end, they would always find someone to sit down and complete the process. In his past life, when company departments fought amongst themselves, the director would call him in to take meeting minutes, which was somewhat similar. The same old story. Understood, no need to investigate further, return to your posts. Yes. Sure enough. When Noara Kakashi reappeared, Minato had already donned his ceremonial robe. Is it the third who is asking for me? Yes. Understood. Minato immediately set down his pen and stood up to leave, arriving at the floor of the advisor's office. In the corridor, many ninjas were quietly glancing this way. He wore a gentle smile, walking through as if unaware that a quarrel had just taken place here. Pushing open the office door, Minato entered. Third advisor Danzo, advisor Kazan. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The fourth has arrived, please sit. Minato sat down, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the three, not rushing to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him, what do you think of the announcement issued by the security team today? Minato replied calmly, after the announcement was posted, the Shadow Guard sent over a copy, and I have seen its contents. Danzo looked at him. Does the fourth see no issue? Minato did not answer directly, but looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is the third's opinion? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, stability is of utmost importance and the rumors should not be allowed to escalate further. The Uchiha should not be excessively held accountable either. Minato Kazan immediately added, I feel the same way. Danzo snorted coldly, clearly in disagreement. Minato pondered for a moment before nodding, I agree. Danzo asked why. Minato Kazan and Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked over. Minato explained the issue this time is not only about the content of the announcement, but rather that there is no clear chain of responsibility between orders drafting, reviewing, and publishing. The others appeared to be pondering. Minato continued, Advisor Kazan requested the security team to clarify the rumors, leaving no room for misunderstandings. The security team listed and denied them one by one, which on the surface appears to be executing orders. But the results are evident to all. The villagers did not stop discussing due to the announcement. Instead, they treated the announcement as a new topic of conversation. Danzo's expression darkened again. Mito Kazan also felt a toothache. Every step seemed correct, yet the outcome was absurdly wrong. Minato said, "Thus I suggest establishing a review process for village announcements." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him. "What do you mean?" Minato stated, "Any announcements involving village administration, upper management, ninja clans, war finances, or logistics must have a unified stance before publication. Relevant departments draft the announcement, the advisory group provides review opinions, and finally, it is submitted to the Hokage's office for filing and stamping. The security team is only responsible for posting and maintaining order, no longer bearing the responsibility of explanation." He spoke slowly and clearly, unlike a Spurofement decision. In fact, Minato had already contemplated this resolution beforehand. Whoever holds the publicity has the power of explanation. The power of explanation may seem inconspicuous. However, once a real issue arises, it is sharper than any weapon. At this point, he looked at Mito Kazan and Shimura Danzo. This way, if issues arise in the future, there will be a clear chain of responsibility. It can also prevent someone from taking advantage of executing orders to escalate misunderstandings. Lastly, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. For the village to remain stable, a more complete system is needed. After his speech, no one in the office immediately responded. Mito Kazan wanted to oppose. However, this process sounded too reasonable. Moreover, he indeed suffered the consequences of unclear processes today. If there had been an announcement review process, the Uchiha's announcement would not have been posted at all. Danzo remained silent. The announcement review was not entirely a bad thing for him. At least there would not be another absurd scene like today where officials helped organize a catalog of rumors. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently observed Minato for a moment. He certainly realized that once this process was established, the Hokage's office would once again intervene in village policy. However, Minato's use of the word stability made it hard for people to refuse. After careful thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly nodded. "You have considered this thoroughly." Minato smiled gently. "Learn from hardship. The village cannot stumble in the same place twice." Danzo coldly stated, "The process can be set, but the Uchiha cannot just get away with this." Minato looked at him. "How does Advisor Danzo want to handle it?" "At the very least, we must hold Uchiha Fugaku accountable." "What is the reason?" "Excessive enforcement." Minato directly opposed. "I disagree." Danzo's gaze darkened. "Are you speaking for the Uchiha?" "I am speaking for the process," Minato replied unhurriedly. "Today we can hold the executor accountable for a poor outcome. But tomorrow other departments will worry that they too will be blamed for following orders. If this continues, who would still dare to act?" Mito Kazan's expression turned unpleasant, but could not refute. What he feared most now was the phrase "the executor takes the blame." He murmured, "I believe it is acceptable." Danzo glanced at him and suddenly changed the subject. "The Mist Village has been making frequent moves on the Eastern Front." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. "Danzo. The rumors within the village are essentially a sign of unrest among the people," Danzo continued. "With external threats at hand, we cannot let the villagers indulge in these trivial gossip." Mito Kazan's expression slightly changed. He knew Danzo would not be satisfied. "Do you want to issue a threat announcement regarding the Mist Village? What is wrong with reminding the villagers to stay vigilant?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. This could indeed divert attention. However, if not handled well, it would incite panic. Minato suddenly spoke. "Advisor Danzo makes a valid point." The three looked at him simultaneously. Minato's expression was serious. With external threats, the village must be more cautious, especially regarding logistics on the Eastern Front. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression subtly changed. Minato seemed oblivious. If the threat from the Mist Village needs to be publicly reminded, the logistics on the front line must undergo self-inspection first. Medicines, ninja tools, explosive tags, sealing scrolls, and special metal equipment transfers must have clear records. Otherwise, once the announcement is made, it will be impossible to stabilize the hearts of the people, and the front line cannot be stabilized either. Danzo immediately retorted, "The intelligence on the Eastern Front has been under constant watch by the Roots. The logistics transfers also have established records, and there is no need for unnecessary mobilization. Since there are records, it will be even quicker to verify." Danzo's expression darkened. Minato continued, "War is not just about shouting slogans. Supplies are also crucial. If one box of medicine is short on the front line, it could cost a Konoha ninja's life. If a batch of explosive tags is missing, it could mean losing a stronghold. This is about the safety of the village, not personal grievances." Danzo's gaze grew colder, but he fell silent. Mito Kazan's expression towards him had already changed. The first and second items in the announcement corresponded precisely to frontline medicines and chakra metals. It was originally just a rumor. But once the fourth mentioned it, it became different. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "Danzo, there are no issues with the Eastern Front supply records, right?" "Hiruzen, do you also doubt me?" "I am asking about the records." Danzo snorted coldly, refusing to answer. Minato timely interjected, If Advisor Danzo feels that checking now might lead to misunderstandings, then let's first establish the announcement review process. The room fell silent again. Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood. This was a choice. Either check the records or establish the announcement process. Either choice would require blood, it just depended on where Danzo was willing to cut. Of course Danzo knew which option to choose. After a long while he squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. Let's first establish the announcement process. Minato nodded, I agree. Minato quickly added, I also agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the three and finally nodded. Then it's settled. The Hokage's office will draft the announcement review system. The advisory group will review it. It will be implemented within 3 days. Minato stood up. The Hokage's office will first organize a draft and send it to the third and the advisory group for review tomorrow. Danzo coldly stated, Fourth, the process is for stability, not for power expansion. Of course, Minato replied with an unchanged smile. That is why the process will retain the advisory group's review opinions. Once this was said, the three in the office fell silent. It was too correct. So correct it felt uncomfortable. After the meeting concluded, Minato took his leave. After the door closed, Minato gazed at the announcement on the table, suddenly feeling a ridiculous sense of relief. Losing face was still better than exposing the accounts. Danzo walked out without saying a word. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to him again, asking a second time, Are you really sure there are no issues with the Eastern Front supply records? Danzo did not turn back. Hiruzen, do not be led by the words of the young. After saying this, he pushed the door and left. The corridor was very quiet. Danzo's footsteps gradually faded away. In the office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato remained. Minato removed his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses. Hiruzen. Moi. The fourth is more capable than we thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. He picked up his pipe again, but still did not light it. At the end of the corridor, Minato walked steadily. The system interface silently appeared. Overall control of Konoha, 15 new village authority announcement filing rights to be institutionalized, village announcement review system to be established. Minato glanced at it and stored the panel. In terms of publicity, he had finally managed to extend a hand into it. This way he could minimize the occurrence of incidents similar to White Fang's suicide. The plan is successful. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze took up his pen and wrote the title. Interim Regulations for the Review of Konoha Village Announcements. After finishing these words, he paused for a moment. Interim. This word is quite fitting. What is termed as interim often tends to linger on. Many old rules in Konoha originally existed merely to address immediate needs. He did not request Sarutobi Hiruzen to submit the draft within 3 days because he couldn't write it. On the contrary, he already had a rough draft ready. In his past life as a corporate worker, he left behind little. However, the process's systems, chains of responsibility, and approval nodes were deeply ingrained in his bones. How responsibility was assigned and who would take the blame in case of issues were instincts already etched into him. He first clearly outlined the basic clauses regarding the drafting department for announcement, scope of publication, and division of responsibilities. These were necessary preparations to close procedural loopholes, tedious yet effective. The true cunning lay in the latter part. Article 3. The Advisory Council may propose review opinions. This was a bait deliberately thrown out by Minato Namikaze. The review power of the Advisory Council must certainly be preserved. They would not refuse any visible power. Especially during such times, one must provide them with a tangible authority to grasp. If it were not preserved, they would truly become vigilant. When submitting, he would actively inquire about the review timeline and process details. As long as he left traces for the two advisors on minor details, they would find it hard to oppose the entire set of regulations. Next, he wrote down Article 5, sealing off the pathways for others to counter the Hokage's office through execution loopholes. The security team and various departments are only responsible for executing already filed announcements and shall not independently expand, delete, or interpret them. As he wrote this, he recalled the serious face of Uchiha Fugaku. Clearly, he was usually as silent as a rock, yet when it came to following procedures, he could stifle one's words. If he had understood this approach a few years earlier, the Uchiha clan would not have been pressed down so embarrassingly. One clause after another fell onto the paper. But these were merely the framework. The truly critical part was the final article. He dipped his brush in ink again, letting the tip touch the paper, writing slowly. All announcements, notifications, battle reports, and political directives to be published internally and externally must be filed and stamped by the Hokage's office before taking effect. This was the core. Without a stamp, it would not take effect. If it did not take effect, it could not be published. Out of the caution born from being tormented by countless approval opinions in his past life, Minato Namikaze added a truly critical clause at the bottom. Any ambiguities arising from the content of announcements shall be uniformly adjudicated and the final wording issued by the Hokage's office. This is the final interpretation power. It was merely cloaked in the guise of unified wording. As long as it was presented as a technical clause to avoid multiple interpretations and enhance the efficiency of village orders while draping authority in the cloak of responsibility, they would mostly not cling to it. As for Danzo, he would surely focus on this clause. However, as long as the Eastern Line accounts were still under his pressure, he had no grounds to refuse. As for the Third Hokage with his character, he would not give Danzo the chance to flip the table. After finishing this last sentence, Minato Namikaze finally set down his pen with satisfaction. From this day forth, anyone wanting to define a matter using announcements, notifications, battle reports, and village political documents must first pass through the stamp of the Hokage's office. Even if someone tried to exploit the loopholes in the process and play with semantics, this clause regarding final interpretation power would effectively block their path. Power sometimes isn't seized by banging on the table. It is hidden within a stamp, a piece of paper, a process, gradually throttling, tightening bit by bit. Minato Namikaze picked up the draft, dried the ink, and placed it in the drawer. It could not be submitted just yet. Submitting too quickly would make it seem as if he had been prepared all along. Thus, he intentionally left a few blank spaces, preparing to add some new ink in a couple of days. The first principle of the workplace: work can be finished early, but it must never be submitted early. Otherwise, those above would either think you too idle or suspect you had premeditated. Minato Namikaze leaned back against the chair, and the system panel silently appeared. New Village Authority Announcement, Filing Authority, Pending Institutionalization, Village Announcement Review System, Draft Completion, Rate 70. Minato Namikaze glanced at the completion rate of the draft, unable to suppress a smile. It seems even the system acknowledges that such matters cannot be fully completed at once. He raised his hand to rub his brow. Today's battle did not require blades, but it was more exhausting than drawing blood. When the blade meets flesh, victory and defeat are immediately determined. When rules are written down, the wounds often hide in unseen places. For the next 3 days, discussions in the village continued. They merely shifted from the open to taverns and other places. The security team continued to maintain order. The advisory council had no new actions either. Danzo seemed to have sunk into silence. Minato Namikaze continued as if nothing had happened, routinely stamping, finishing work, and returning home for dinner. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that he submitted the draft to the meeting room. The scroll bore several new ink marks, appearing as if it had been repeatedly pondered over in recent days. He first characterized the recent out-of-control rumors as vague orders and unclear responsibilities. He emphasized that Inca's intentions were good and the security team's execution seemed fine on the surface, but the outcome had evolved into a disaster. And this set of regulations was designed to prevent similar occurrences, ensuring that any voice from the higher-ups was unified, authoritative, and beyond question. This was to maintain the integrity of both the advisory council and the Hokage's office. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Toka, Shikamaru, and Mito came in visibly softened. This was exactly what they cared about. Subsequently, Minato Namikaze continued to up the ante, throwing out the bait of review power and earnestly inquiring about the specific review timeline. The two advisors immediately took the bait, eagerly discussing the minutiae, completely immersed in the illusion of still being in control of the overall situation. Only Danzo, keenly focused on the final interpretation power, his face cold as he questioned, "What does this mean?" Minato Namikaze answered calmly, "Responsibility. Responsibility. Once an announcement gives rise to ambiguity, someone must stand up and provide the villagers with a unified explanation." Minato Namikaze replied steadily. "Should every department speak differently? Then why is it the Hokage's office?" Danzo glared at him. "Because the Hokage's office bears the final responsibility for village governance," Minato Namikaze stated. "Power and responsibility cannot be separated. Otherwise, when issues arise, anyone could claim they were merely executing orders." Seeing Danzo about to speak again, Minato Namikaze sighed lightly. If Advisor Danzo finds it inappropriate, the new regulations can be postponed. However, for the sake of the village's fairness, I suggest that the Third Hokage lead a public inspection of the Eastern Line's material accounts, quelling the rumors at the source. He paused, ignoring Danzo's sinister gaze, and spoke gently. "The process and the accounts must first be clarified." The meeting room fell into silence. This was already the second time. The last time Danzo chose the process. This time he still had no choice. Fury simmered in Danzo's single eye, and after a long while he squeezed out a phrase through clenched teeth. "The regulations can be implemented on a trial basis. I also believe we can try it out first." Mito came in, immediately added. Toka Shikamaru nodded. 3 months. If there are no issues, we will officially implement it. Minato Namikaze looked towards the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given Danzo's reactions these past few times, the Third Hokage could not possibly be oblivious. But he knew very well that the most difficult decision for the Third Hokage to face was never the darkness itself, but whether the stability on the surface of Konoha would collapse once the darkness was revealed. This third Hokage had compassion, yet he also had indulgence. Many times he clearly saw the problems, but always thought to wait a bit longer to press down a bit more to give one more chance. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. The village cannot be thrown into chaos over such matters again. He looked at Minato Namikaze. The regulations will be trialed for 3 months. If there are no issues, we will officially implement them. The moment he walked out of the meeting room, a crisp prompt from the system resonated in Minato Namikaze's mind. Village announcement review system established successfully. New core authority, final interpretation power for announcements. Overall control of Konoha 1520 daily luck value acquisition 120002 000. Minato Namikaze's steps momentarily stilled. An increase of 8,000 at once. It seems the system assessment indicates that core village authority, like the propaganda office, is more valuable than control over a single region. The substantial fluctuation in daily luck value brought him one step closer to the cheapest basic chakra enhancement potion in the luck mall. Basic chakra enhancement potion effect increases the host's current total chakra by 5 selling price, 1 million luck value. Indeed, holding real power in one's own hands is the fastest and most reliable method of monetization. He stood at the end of the corridor, gazing at the distant Hokage rock, lightly rubbing the cuff of his sleeve, ultimately not allowing the smile to become too apparent. From today onward, the key position of Konoha's mouthpiece was already in his hands. In the past 2 days, Orochimaru has not left the laboratory. Outside, a notice has stirred up a commotion, but inside the underground lab, only the sound of bubbling potions remains. Next to the experimental table, several pieces of intelligence that had just been delivered remained unopened. Even without going out, the happenings in the village would be sent to him layer by layer. Teacher. Red Bean's voice arrived before she did. She pushed the door open, holding a large bag of dumplings. I bought you 3-color dumplings. Set it aside. Oh. Red Bean placed the bag on the nearby table, but did not leave her eyes sparkling with excitement. Teacher, have you heard? Heard what? Everyone in the village is talking about that notice these days. Red Bean quickly became animated, counting on her fingers. It says that Danzo, the advisor, did not embezzle the medicine, did not sell chakra metal, and did not keep a woman. Oh right, the notice also seriously stated that he is not cross-dressing. The laboratory fell silent for a moment. Orochimaru finally lifted his head. Red Bean felt a bit anxious under his gaze, her voice lowering. The notice ended by saying that all of this is just rumors. After speaking, she cleared her throat and mimicked the tone of the notice, adding, the above content has been verified to be false. Orochimaru quietly looked at her. Red Bean blinked, asking, Teacher, what's wrong? Do you find this amusing? It's quite funny. Red Bean was honest. The commercial street has gone crazy with the news. The owner of the dumpling shop said that business has been better than during holidays these days. Orochimaru let out a low laugh. Red Bean shrank her neck. Having followed Orochimaru for so long, she could easily tell when he was just being dismissive and when he was genuinely interested in something. It was clearly the latter. Teacher. It's nothing. Orochimaru picked up a skewer of dumplings and slowly took a bite. The sweetness spread across his tongue. He did not particularly like overly sweet things. It was just that Red Bean always brought this whenever she came. Is there more? Orochimaru asked. Red Bean immediately leaned closer. There's more. The members of the security team are almost driven to collapse by the villagers' questions. A child asked what it means for the advisor Danzo to have abnormal bodily functions, and that Uchiha's uncle turned pale. Saying this, Red Bean bent over laughing. Orochimaru did not interrupt her, a hint of indulgence flashing in his eyes. After Red Bean laughed enough, she suddenly tilted her head and asked, Teacher, why is it that everyone wants to talk about it more even after the notice says it's all rumors? Orochimaru slowly bit into another dumpling, because debunking rumors itself also repeats the rumors again. Red Bean was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion on her face. Orochimaru glanced at her. Have you finished writing the toxicology notes? Red Bean's smile vanished instantly. I suddenly remembered I have something else to do. I'm leaving first, goodbye, teacher. She grabbed 2 skewers of dumplings and dashed out. The door closed. The laboratory returned to silence. Orochimaru walked to the bookshelf and pressed the hidden latch on the third wooden board. The board slid open silently, revealing 2 black scrolls bound by seals inside. Taking them out, he rubbed his finger across the sealing runes on the surface. A gentle pulse of chakra made the ink lines on the scrolls glow. Kakashi Hitaki. That night, when Minato Namikaze mentioned White Fang, he thought this young Hokage wanted to revisit an old case. At that time, he had thought the other party was young. After all, so many people were involved in that incident, reopening the case would only lead to more trouble. But now he understood he had completely misjudged. Minato Namikaze had no intention of getting involved in that complicated old case at this time. He brought up Kakashi Hitaki simply to redirect the actions that had been done to White Fang back onto Danzo. Then he borrowed the rumor debunking orders he issued to stir the situation into an unmanageable mess. Eventually, he logically proposed a system for reviewing notices. He had a firm grip on the propaganda department. Clearly, as Hokage, he stood to gain the most from this, yet he could find no trace leading back to him. Such a person is more difficult to deal with than a simple idealist. Danzo was accustomed to dragging people into the underground, while Minato had learned to judge the darkness under the sunlight. Orochimaru suddenly laughed, muttering to himself, Jiraiya couldn't teach out such a disciple. If Jiraiya heard this, he would probably jump up and curse. But he was serious. Jiraiya could teach kindness, could teach belief, and could even teach a fool willing to block blades for others. But he could not teach someone who could wear a gentle smile while slipping their hands through the gaps in the rules. In the past, everyone only saw the light of Minato Namikaze. Yet no one saw the shadows beneath the light. Orochimaru picked up the 2 sealed scrolls and placed them on the experimental table. This item weighed far more than the previous accounts. It was truly something that could make Danzo the target of public outrage. Orochimaru had not planned to hand it over so quickly. But now Minato Namikaze had proven himself not to be just a young Hokage who could only make empty promises. He could genuinely pry power from the Third Hokage and the Advisory Council. Just based on this ability, it was enough for him to place a heavy bet next time. Orochimaru resealed the scrolls and tucked them back into his sleeve. In the evening, Minato Namikaze pushed open the door to his home. The sound of bubbling soup wafted from the kitchen, and the enticing aroma of meat filled the living room. After being taught for so long by Mikoto Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki could finally cook food that looked presentable. According to the system status, Kushina was in a good mood today. Kushina Uzumaki's status happy, anticipating Ninetales status stable. I'm back. Wait a moment, the food isn't ready yet. Kushina's voice came from the kitchen. Minato Namikaze changed his shoes and was about to walk into the living room when the sounds of pots and bowls clashing suddenly ceased. The system map also unfolded in an instant. A light yellow marker appeared. It was Orochimaru. The next moment, a faint sound came from the window. Orochimaru's figure silently appeared at the windowsill and then gracefully entered the room. Minato Namikaze glanced at him, this time not asking him to leave. Orochimaru walked over, his gaze resting on Minato's face, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Why didn't you let me use the front door today? I've been making quite a stir lately. There will be many watching me. Minato Namikaze sat down. Now is not the time for them to see you walking in through the front door. The Fourth Hokage is indeed rarely considerate. Orochimaru chuckled. I thought you had some special obsession with using the front door. Minato Namikaze did not respond to that, merely pouring a cup of tea and placing it in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru put away his smile and took out 2 sealed scrolls from his sleeve. These are the second batch of materials. Minato Namikaze glanced at the scrolls but did not take them immediately. Does this mean you acknowledge my abilities? You deserve for me to put forward heavier stakes. Minato Namikaze smiled and only then reached out to take the scrolls, pressing on the sealing edges of both scrolls. After confirming that there were no triggering seals or tracking techniques, he tucked the scrolls into his sleeve. Aren't you going to open them and take a look? The items personally delivered by a senior should be genuine. As for the content, it's likely not very appetizing and might affect my appetite for soup after reading it. Surprisingly, the Fourth Hokage actually prioritizes a pot of soup over intelligence. You have been in the lab for so long, you probably aren't used to the feeling of someone waiting for a meal. Orochimaru's expression stiffened for a moment. This comment was not heavy but hit very precisely. Minato Namikaze adjusted his expression, ready to discuss serious matters. Since you brought this scroll, have you already made a judgment? Judgment of what? Judgment that I am not just someone who makes empty promises. Orochimaru did not deny it. Minato Namikaze continued, the conditions remain the same. The research institute will have a name, funding will have a source, and you will have your position on the Eastern Front. It sounds like you're already prepared. I have always been sincere with my partners. What do I need to do? Drag Danzo out from underground and let him bask in the sunlight of Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled, getting up to leave. Before leaving, he suddenly added, Fourth Hokage, once the scroll is open, you can no longer pretend to know nothing. Minato Namikaze's expression did not change. Since the day I put on the Hokage hat, I can no longer pretend. Orochimaru did not say anything further, turning to leave through the window, blending into the night of Konoha silently. Minato Namikaze stored the 2 scrolls away. The edges of the covers of the 2 scrolls revealed a line of small text. Recollection list of the battlefield at the root. The ninja clan surveillance plan. Minato Namikaze only glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze. At this moment, the kitchen door swung open. Kushina poked her head out, her red hair appearing especially warm under the light. Has he left? Yeah. Minato Namikaze nodded and smiled, asking, what? Don't you want to see him? He didn't cause any trouble, did he? Kushina asked first. Then she whispered, I only cooked enough for the two of us, but if he stayed it wouldn't be enough. Ha ha ha. Minato Namikaze was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that little Pepper was worried about this. No wonder when Orochimaru came earlier the kitchen had fallen silent immediately. Stop laughing. Kushina glared at him. Wash your hands and eat. Coming right away. Minato Namikaze stood up and walked toward the kitchen. The propaganda department had already reached in. The second batch of evidence had also arrived. Once the scrolls were open, the things Danzo had hidden underground would eventually see the light. But for tonight, he would first enjoy a good bowl of soup. The dinner was delicious. The aroma of meat soup lingered in the air, making the night outside feel less cold. After the meal, Jio Xi and Nai began to tidy up the bowls. Just as Bo Feng Shui Min was about to get up to help, she stopped him. Sit down. I can wash the dishes. Today you are only responsible for finishing your meal, and I will take care of the washing. Is the division of labor so clear? Of course. Jio Xi and Nai stacked the bowls with a serious tone. Mei Qin Jia said that when learning to cook, I can't just let my husband eat. He must remember that I am making progress every day. I can sense that quite well. That's more like it. She carried the bowls into the kitchen, and the sound of water soon followed. Bo Feng Shui Min leaned against the door, watching her busy figure, feeling an unusual calm in his heart. In the past, he would never have dared to imagine such days. Jio Xi and Nai was washing dishes when she suddenly spoke. Do you have something to do tonight? I knew it. Jio Xi and Nai didn't turn around. Her tone was quite relaxed. You were a bit absent-minded during dinner just now. Was it that obvious? Very obvious. Jio Xi and Nai replied while drying her hands. Orochimaru wouldn't come at night just to tell you what to eat tomorrow, would he? Bo Feng Shui Min couldn't help but chuckle. If he really did bring a menu, I might be even more scared. That's true. Jio Xi and Nai laughed too, walking over to naturally adjust his collar. Go on and get busy. Bo Feng Shui Min looked down at her. Aren't you going to ask? No need to ask. Jio Xi and Nai replied firmly. When you want to tell me, you will definitely let me know. Besides, she paused, a hint of pride in her tone. Even if you want to hide it, you can't keep it from me for too long. Bo Feng Shui Min chuckled, so confident. Of course. She lifted her chin. I am Uzumaki Jio Xi and Nai. But there's one condition. What? You're not allowed to stay too late. Just as Bo Feng Shui Min was about to agree, Jio Xi and Nai had already narrowed her eyes. And you mustn't be dismissive with me. Then when is considered too late? Before I fall asleep. Jio Xi and Nai asserted confidently. Don't ask for standards, the right to explain belongs to me. Bo Feng Shui Min chuckled helplessly. Madam is wise. Stop being cheeky. Jio Xi and Nai pretended to be annoyed, but her eyes sparkled with laughter. Then she tiptoed and gave him a light kiss on the face. It was gentle like a reward. After kissing, she immediately stepped back, her tone still fierce. All right, you go get busy now. Is that it? What else do you want? That kiss doesn't count, but it's just an advance payment at most. No way. Why not? Because you have things to do tonight. Jio Xi and Nai pushed him out of the kitchen. Take care of the important matters first. Bo Feng Shui Min let her push him, smiling as he turned his head. This is also an important matter. Dream on. Jio Xi and Nai's face flushed even more as she quietly added, let's see how you perform. Another performance review. Yes. I have the right as a newlywed wife. Bo Feng Shui Min sighed. Then I should at least get a deposit first. Jio Xi and Nai looked around, seemingly confirming that there was no one else at home, then tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a serious kiss on the lips. This time it lasted longer than before. When she pulled away, her breathing was a bit uneven. Bo Feng Shui Min looked down at her, his gaze clearly reluctant to leave. Jio Xi and Nai immediately pressed her hand against his chest. No taking advantage. Understood. Bo Feng Shui Min smiled as he entered the study and gently closed the door. Outside, the sounds of little Chili busying herself could be heard. He lit the lamp next to the desk, and after sitting down, took out the 2 scrolls sent by Orochimaru from his sleeve. The scrolls were thin, not looking like they could hold much. Bo Feng Shui Min didn't rush to open them. He had seen too many brief reports. Some scrolls are thin because the matter is trivial. Some are thin because the writer doesn't dare to write more. The 2 on the desk were clearly the latter. Bo Feng Shui Min picked up the battlefield recovery roster from the root, lightly shaking his chakra to unlock the sealing technique. The ink lines scattered. The scroll unfolded. Dense records spread under the lamp. Just at first glance, his movements halted. Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Zonjia. Battlefield at the side of Jekko Mountain. Eyes destroyed, right arm missing. Root V group recovered. Sent to underground base no. 3. Bo Feng Shui Min's gaze was fixed on these few lines. Why would the bodies of Hyuga clan members be recorded in the Root's recovery roster? Could it be? With questions lingering, he continued to read. Yunyu clan Yunyu Shinji. Insect nest intact. Pierced through the abdomen, brain preserved well. For insect swarm control experiments. Bo Feng Shui Min's gaze lingered here, not turning the page for a long time. The facts were continuously approaching his suspicions. Next page. Mountain Clan Yamashita Makoto. Good aptitude for spiritual secret arts. Body recovered. Consciousness residual observation. Bam. The scroll was slammed shut, the edges of the paper crumpled by his suddenly clenched fist. Bo Feng Shui-min closed his eyes, not moving for a while. He had previously thought this roster was just a battlefield recovery record of root members. The focus should have been on another monitoring plan for the ninja clan. He never expected this appetizer to be so heavy. He only knew that Danzo had done many dirty things in the past. Yet those things in his memory were just segments of old news that had already happened. No matter how vile, they didn't feel like this now, with line after line of names laid out before him. He knew that Danzo studied wood release and the Sharingan, and that the root was never a clean place. At least in his memory, the most prominent sins were just those. Now it was different. These names were not symbols. They were Konoha ninjas. They had surnames, clan emblems, companions, and names that should be engraved on memorial tablets, honored with flowers by their families. They went to the battlefield, bled for Konoha, and left their lives under the flag of Konoha. After death, their families awaited the return of their bodies. The village would inscribe their names on the memorial tablet and tell their families he is a hero. But in the end, it wasn't the enemy who took their bodies away. It was the root. It was Konoha, which they once protected. This made Bo Feng Shui-min feel disgusted. He opened his eyes, the warmth in his gaze slowly sinking. Even if it was disgusting, he had to finish reading. He reopened the scroll. One by one, the names of the ninja clans appeared within. Uchiha, Inuzuka, Akimichi, Nara, Kamizuki, Tsukuyami, Uzumaki. All the large and small ninja clans of Konoha could be found in this roster. Some were complete bodies. Some were just severed limbs. Others were marked separately for eyes, blood, bone, marrow, and nerves, followed by cold usage numbers. All these bodies were annotated. Suitable for preservation. Can be reused. Low value, destroy. Bo Feng Shui-min stared at the words low value and suddenly smiled. Danzo, what do you take them for? He continued to look further. The more he looked, the quieter the study became. These records were detailed to the point of nausea. Detailed to the point of being clearly premeditated. This was a complete process. From battlefield reconnaissance to body marking. From recovery, sealing, transportation, to forging death records and allocation of experimental purposes. Every link had someone responsible. Every step was clearly documented. This was no longer a one-time transgression by an individual. The root had turned the bodies of Konoha ninjas into a complete procedure. Procedure implies that it wasn't just one or two people who knew, nor was it formed in just a few days. Bo Feng Shui-min slowly closed the first scroll. The veins on his forehead tightened. He could accept research that existed to save lives. He could also tolerate that in the ninja world one might sometimes have to make cold decisions for survival. He could even understand the enemy's ruthless methods. But no matter how cold, one must not deceive companions. No matter how cruel, one must not treat the bodies of the fallen as unclaimed materials. What the root was doing was no longer research. It was treating companions as materials. He wanted to publicly disclose this roster right now and completely eliminate Danzo, this tumor. But he couldn't. Once this roster was made public, Konoha would not simply be discussing it for a few days. All the ninja clans would be furious. Those families that had lost their clansmen would storm into the root. The root would definitely retaliate, and Danzo would surely silence everyone. At that time, the ninja clans, the security team, and the advisory group would all be dragged into the chaos. As long as the outer villages pushed a little, Konoha would tear itself apart. It wouldn't work to hand it over to the Third Hokage either. With Sarutobi, Hiruzen's character, his first reaction wouldn't be to hold a public trial, but rather to suppress the situation and privately deal with Danzo. Imprisonment, stripping of power, or forcing Danzo to reflect in isolation. Right. The Third Hokage would never personally execute Danzo. That would not only be killing an old friend, but also admitting that he had condoned this darkness for so many years. Was this the only way? The light from the lamp reflected in Bo Feng Shui-min's blue eyes, cold and frightening. No way. I am not the Third Hokage. He couldn't pretend he didn't see. To kill Danzo, he couldn't rely solely on anger. He needed to set a trap from which even the Third Hokage couldn't reach to protect him. Moreover, this is just the first scroll. The light in the study was still on. Bo Feng Shui-min did not immediately open the second scroll. He feared that if he continued reading, he might truly entertain the thought of breaking into the roots. He needed to pause for a moment. The soft sounds of Jio Xin tidying up the table came from outside the door. The clinking of dishes lightly resonated, and the sound of water flowed from the kitchen. These sounds were quite ordinary, yet they gradually suppressed the surging anger within him. Bo Feng Shui-min let out a heavy breath, and clarity returned to his eyes. He could not lose control now, even less so in his own home. This was his and Jio Xin's home, not the roots, nor a battlefield. Moments later, he picked up the second scroll. Chakra was infused. The ceiling patterns unfolded. The scroll opened, revealing the general outline before his eyes. Bo Feng Shui-min only glanced at a few lines before his breathing slowed. If the Root Battlefield Recovery Registry desecrated the dead, then this ninja clan monitoring plan was enslaving the living. Overall assessment of the Konoha ninja clan. The independence of each ninja clan is too strong. A loyalty cannot be judged solely by statements. Long-term monitoring of their political tendencies is required. Bloodline's secret arts, finances, marriages, and inheritance relationships must all be included in the management. If necessary, weaken them through division, support, threats, or absorption. Although he was mentally prepared upon seeing this outline, Bo Feng Shui-min's expression still darkened. Comrades. Warriors. In the eyes of the Roots, these terms all transformed into risk levels, utility values, and targets that must be eliminated when necessary. He continued reading. The scroll was categorized by clans. Each clan had its own independent entry. At the forefront was the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan. Current clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Political tendency appears restrained on the surface, but dissatisfaction is accumulating. Weakness values stability within the clan, cautious of the eldest son's growth. Pressure points include security team authority, public safety indicators, and clan territory isolation. Heir Uchiha Itachi. Extremely talented and precocious. Emotional fluctuations are evident after war stimulation. Possesses thinking abilities that surpass his peers. Confusion about the relationship between family and village. Suitable for long-term observation. If necessary, can guide him to weaken his clan identity. Clap. Bo Feng Shui-min's palm came down heavily, and for a moment his chakra went out of control, cracking the surface of the table. The sounds outside paused for a moment. Soon Zhou Xianai's voice came through the door. Shui-min, is something wrong? Bo Feng Shui-min looked at the crack, slowly retracting his hand. I saw some very dirty things, he said. I will handle it, don't worry. The outside fell silent for a few seconds. Zhou Xianai did not push the door open, but softly said, whenever you use that tone, it means things are quite troublesome. Bo Feng Shui-min remained silent for a moment before replying, this time it truly is a bit troublesome. Don't bottle it up alone. Her voice was not heavy yet very serious. Bo Feng Shui-min looked towards the door. That door was not thick, yet it separated the darkness of the study from the warmth outside. After a long while he finally answered him, I know. The footsteps outside grew distant again. The sound of water resumed. Bo Feng Shui-min slowly exhaled, turning his gaze back to the scroll. Uchiha Itachi, a child who was only 4 years old, yet had already been written into the long-term observation list of the Roots. Bo Feng Shui-min understood what path this child would be pushed towards in the future. That path bore the name of righteousness, the blood of relatives, and the hatred that a younger brother was forced to bear. In the past he had regarded these as mere narratives he had seen. He had once despised Uchiha Itachi, feeling he was merely a cold-blooded wolf in sheep's clothing slaughtering his own kin. But now when this plan lay before him, those memories suddenly felt heavy. It turned out that tragedy was never a sudden loss of control, but had long been written into the files. The so-called weakening of clan identity, when stripped down, was merely causing a child to doubt his own family. Then it would make him sever his blood ties, ultimately pushing him to an irretrievable position. There was another name below. Uchiha Shisui. Extremely talented, gentle in nature, close to the Hokage faction. Can be used as a buffer piece. If necessary, focus on retrieving the ocular abilities. The light flickered slightly. His gaze lingered on the words retrieve. Combined with his memories, he already knew where this phrase would ultimately lead. An eye that had been gouged out. A young ninja who fell into the Nanha River. The last bit of hope for the Uchiha clan was snuffed out by their own hands. Bo Feng Shui-min muttered softly, how to utilize them in life and how to dispose of them in death. You have written all of it into the process. The scroll continued to unfold. List of hawks within the clan. List of moderates within the clan. Inciting events, conflicts between the security team and enforcement, complaints from civilians, unequal task distribution. Recommendation, maintain external pressure to exhaust them internally. No wonder the Uchiha clan was retreating more and more. No wonder the security team always stood at the forefront of villagers' grievances. No wonder even a clan leader like Fugaku, who desperately tried to maintain dignity, would be forced to doubt whether his concessions held any meaning. It turned out they had long been placed on the hunting list. Bo Feng Shui-min turned to the Hyuga clan. This section was not as blunt as the Uchihas. Yet between the lines it focused on the rift between the main family and the branch family. Hyuga clan. Clan leader Hyuga Hayashi. Political tendency, conservative and watchful, prioritizing the maintenance of the main family's authority. Weakness, the main and branch family system. Utilizable conflicts, grievances from the branch family, caged bird, curse seal. The main family's inheritance order needs long-term observation. Outstanding ninja from the branch family can make secret contact. Bo Feng Shui-min's gaze sharpened as he continued reading. Hyuga Niji. has repressed emotions regarding the main family system, values blood ties, easily bound by family responsibilities. Pressure points include offspring main family commands tasks, can serve as a breakthrough point for conflicts between the main and branch families. Hyuga Niji. Bo Feng Shui Min recalled the face that was almost identical to Hyuga Hayashi's. He remembered the caged bird seal on the foreheads of the branch family ninjas. He also recalled that in the original fate, that man ultimately died in place of his brother. This event was packaged as a sacrifice for the village, for the family, for peace. Yet now upon seeing this plan, Bo Feng Shui Min only felt a heavy heart. Because the roots were not unaware of the grievances within the branch family. They knew. Yet they dismantled all these grievances, affections, and sense of responsibility into parts that could be exploited. There was another line below. The young members of the Hyuga clan need to record the degree of Byakugan manifestation and chakra affinity. Those with recovery value should be listed separately. Bo Feng Shui Min's gaze lingered on this line for a long time without moving further down. Because if he continued reading, he feared the murderous intent he had just suppressed would surge back. The subsequent list, similar to the Root Battlefield Recovery Registry, almost covered all the named ninja clans in Konoha. Even the Sarutobi clan was listed on a separate page. Upon reaching this point, Bo Feng Shui Min was already certain that the Roots had never truly trusted any ninja clan. No clan was safe. The Inuzuka clan was noted as a traditional pillar of the Hokage faction, yet the subsequent recommendations still suggested guiding the younger generation to question the clan leader's decisions. Bo Feng Shui Min was no longer surprised. If even the Sarutobi clan was on the list, how could the Inuzuka clan be an exception? In the eyes of the Roots, the so-called pillars of the Hokage faction were merely temporary risks that could still be utilized. The Yamanaka clan's notes indicated low emotional expression suitable for long-term infiltration, but difficult to incite rebellion. The Inuzuka clan, on the other hand, was deeply loyal, but could be pressured through the loss of comrades. Even the marriage contracts, kinship, and inheritance rankings between these families had been organized into a relationship network for exploitation. Who was close to whom? Who was dissatisfied with the clan leader? Who could be won over? Who was suitable for threats? All written down clearly. Bo Feng Shui Min grew increasingly silent as he read. Until the very last page. Overall assessment: ninja clans inherently possess independent armed attributes. Cannot be fully trusted. Must maintain surveillance, division, and constraint. If necessary, under the guise of village stability, prioritize weakening their organizational capabilities. Bo Feng Shui Min slowly closed the scroll. He finally understood the weight of this document. The first registry would incite anger among the ninja clans, while the second plan would instill fear. Anger would drive people to draw their blades. Fear would chill their hearts. If all clans were to know that the Roots were not only watching the Uchiha, but treating the entire Konoha ninja clans as potential enemies, the trust accumulated over decades would shatter on the spot. Bo Feng Shui Min looked down at the crack on the table. Jiu Xianai's voice echoed in his ears. Don't bottle it up alone. His hand, which he did not know when it had tightened, slowly relaxed, and his gaze regained its calm. Third Hokage, what kind of monster have you nurtured? Bo Feng Shui Min looked out at the pitch-black night, as if that monster was hiding outside. The Third Hokage could endure for the stability of the village. So could he. But he would not pretend not to see it forever like the Third Hokage. This monster he would drag into the sunlight and burn clean bit by bit. In the study, the lamp was still lit. Before Minato Namikaze, 2 scrolls lay open. One recorded the deceased while the other documented the living. The 2 scrolls corroborated each other, and the process hidden underground finally pieced itself together before his eyes. While alive, he was monitored by the Roots. After death, he was reclaimed by the Roots. The corpse was sent to the underground base. The research findings were then used to control their family. From enlistment to death, from flesh and blood to secret techniques. The Roots had completely drained the life of the Leaf Village ninja. Minato Namikaze stared at the scrolls, his blue eyes cold and devoid of warmth. Shimura Danzo must die? This thought settled clearly in his heart for the first time. Allowing that person to remain in the advisor position was disrespectful to the names on the memorial tablet. I apologize to those ninjas who entrusted their lives to the Leaf. I also apologize to every person who still believes in the will of fire. However, the more intense the situation, the clearer Minato Namikaze understood that he could not let anger dictate his decisions. He took a slow breath, suppressing the surging killing intent within him bit by bit. Now was not the time to discard these 2 scrolls. Once made public, all ninja clans would go mad. No clan would treat it as if nothing had happened. More troubling was that those clans might not immediately thank him, the Fourth Hokage. They would first assess whether the Fourth Hokage unveiled this information to seek justice for the deceased or to vie for power over the dead. Between the village and the ninja clans, the greatest fear was not disputes. It was the uncertainty of what each truly desired. Good intentions, when placed in the realm of power, had to be weighed repeatedly. They may not be disloyal, yet they would never entrust their entire clan's future to mere empty words. Minato Namikaze lowered his eyelids, his thoughts racing. His collaboration with Orochimaru also began with tentative steps. The fact that these ninja clans had persisted from the Warring States period to today was never solely due to fervor. They would believe in evidence. They would also verify the cost. Therefore, these two scrolls could only guide him, not be presented directly on the table. Furthermore, the evidence came from Orochimaru. Just the source alone was enough for Danzo to retaliate. If he claimed the scrolls were forged, the higher-ups could drag the matter into a prolonged investigation. By then, the truth would be ground to dust. The names of the deceased would be reduced to bargaining chips in a power struggle. Minato Namikaze would not allow such a thing to happen. The real evidence that could pin Danzo down had to be unearthed from the Leaf Zone archives, along with the old accounts preserved by each ninja clan. As long as these elements did not align, Danzo would have no way out. Let the ninja clans investigate themselves. Let them discover the discrepancies. Let them unearth the doubts one by one. As the truth surfaced gradually, all anger would have a target. All blades would point to one person, Shimura Danzo. Minato Namikaze raised his hand to form a hand seal, sealing the residual chakra onto the two scrolls. Next came the anti-scrying seal, the anti-replacement seal, and a perception seal that would only activate when the scrolls left the hidden compartment. Finally, the flying thunder god mark. Seals were successively placed. Residual chakra, ink traces, even the aura of the scrolls themselves were all sealed away. After confirming everything was in order, he placed the two scrolls into the hidden compartment. The hidden compartment closed. The suffocating feeling in the study finally dissipated somewhat. Yet those names did not vanish. They merely transferred from the paper to his shoulders as the Hokage. I must not rush, Minato Namikaze quietly reminded himself. The dirtier the matter, the more it must be unearthed through thorough investigation. Just in time, the war had basically ended. The Leaf was conducting post-war relief work, and some old wartime documents were being organized. At this time, reviewing old archives was reasonable. Approaching this from both angles should reveal some clues. The light reflected in Minato Namikaze's eyes, his blue gaze calm and unruffled. He checked the seals in the study once more. Confirming there was not a trace of chakra leakage, he withdrew his hand. These dirty matters could not cross this threshold. Outside the door was his home with Kushina. Minato Namikaze extinguished the lamp. When the door was gently pulled open, the corridor was still lit, a light left for him by Kushina. The warm yellow light spread across the floor, warming his heart. Returning to the bedroom, he initially thought Kushina had already fallen asleep. As he pushed the door open, he saw her lying on the bed, her red hair spread on the pillow, her eyes still open. Not asleep yet. Minato Namikaze spoke softly. I was waiting for you. Kushina shifted aside to make room for him. He sat down at the bedside about to speak when Kushina reached out to grasp his hand, her palm warm. I want to ask what you saw, she said, but I know it must not be something good. Minato Namikaze fell silent. Kushina sat up, her red hair draped over her shoulders, her face lacking the usual playfulness and gaining a touch of seriousness. Minato, you always do this. The more troubled you are, the more you like to pretend to be just like usual. I'm not foolish. She tightened her grip on his hand, her tone gentle. If you can't speak now, then don't. You need to think things through yourself. Oh, I won't stop you. But don't forget I've always been here. Wait a moment, she paused, suddenly adding a familiar fierceness to her tone. Whoever dares to pull you into darkness, I will pull you back, and then beat them to death. Minato Namikaze raised his eyes to look at her. Kushina continued, I'm not just someone who worries you, I'm not someone who can only be protected by you. I am your wife. If you're tired, lean over. If you're moving forward, I'll guard your rear. If you're feeling blocked, I'll accompany you. In any case, you must not carry everything alone. As she reached the end, she raised her fist. If you dare to endure it, I will really hit you. The room fell into silence. Minato Namikaze looked at her for a long time, the coldness in his heart gradually dissipating. He grasped Kushina's hand in return and smiled gently. Kushina. I seem to have really married the best girl in the world. Kushina's face flushed, and she immediately turned her head. Stop with this nonsense. She lifted the blanket and patted the space beside her. Lie down. Minato Namikaze was taken aback. Kushina glared at him. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Let's sleep first tonight. Tomorrow has its own matters. Minato Namikaze looked at her feigned fierceness and felt his heart completely soften. After lying down, Kushina naturally leaned over, her arms wrapped around his waist. Sleep now, she whispered. I'm here. Minato Namikaze closed his eyes. The weight of those names in the study remained heavy, but at least in this moment, he was not standing alone in the darkness. That night, Minato slept lightly. Before dawn, he opened his eyes. Kushina was still nestled in his arms, her breathing soft. The next morning, Namikaze Minato appeared in the Hokage office as usual. Sunlight fell upon the desk. However, the names from the two scrolls last night had become a thorn in his heart. He did not rush into action, but sat in the Hokage chair, continuing to function as an emotionless stamping machine. The more he wanted to move against Danzo, the less he could let anyone see his intentions. In the meantime, the third Hokage came over, casually flipping through a few documents. Seeing that he was still reporting matters involving logistics and finance according to procedure, a more benevolent smile appeared on his face. Namikaze Minato also smiled gently. Both of them acted as if they knew nothing. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen left satisfied. It wasn't until he had stamped all the documents in the morning that he called out Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi appeared in an instant. Namikaze Minato handed him a piece of paper. Go bring these individuals from the compensation review team here. I need to inquire about post-war compensation and the organization of old files. Understood. After Kakashi left, Namikaze Minato picked up the documents again. The secretary team at the door showed no signs of abnormality. Post-war matters were among the few affairs that the Hokage's office could directly intervene in. It was reasonable for the Hokage to inquire personally. 10 minutes later, 3 Chunin and 1 special Jonin entered the office. Hokage-sama. The 4 of them greeted simultaneously. No need to be formal, take a seat. The 4 took their seats in order. Special Jonin Aoki Makoto sat at the front. Kawakami Ritsu, Hayakaze Aya, and Kojima Jin sat on either side. They were all ninjas of commoner origins without backgrounds or factions. To outsiders, they appeared as transparent individuals with unclear political inclinations, merely understanding how to execute tasks. Little did anyone know these 4 had long been Minato's staunchest supporters. During the latter part of the Third Shinobi World War, they had been temporarily incorporated into Minato's mobile support team. On one retreat mission, the 4 were cut off by an Iwagakure team, and it was Minato who rescued them from a pile of corpses. The outside world was unaware of this relationship. More importantly, on the system map, the light points of the 4 remained consistently stable in green. Their battle achievements were solid, their mission records clean enough, and each of them had mastered at least 1 chakra nature transformation, qualifying them for promotion to Jonin. Yet they had been stranded on recommendations, assessments, and qualifications. Aoki Makoto had only attained the title of Special Jonin. The other 3 remained stuck in the Chunin ranks. Those without backgrounds often had to proceed more slowly. After the 4 settled down, Namikaze Minato spoke. The compensation files involve the privacy of the families of the deceased, and we will discuss them confidentially. As he spoke, he got up to close the door. Once the door was shut, a soundproof barrier fell into place. Faint chakra patterns flickered and vanished along the door seam. The 4's gazes swept over the barrier simultaneously. Aoki Makoto murmured, a soundproof barrier obscuring chakra leakage. Kawakami Ritsu added, the duration should ideally be controlled within half an hour, otherwise the secretary team outside will record the unusual stay. Hayakaze Aya continued, if anyone asks, we can attribute it to the Hokage's inquiry into post-war compensation. Kojima Jin grinned slightly, but remained silent. Even before discussing specific tasks, they could independently identify and fill in the gaps. This was a capable team. Next is a secret mission. The 4 lowered their heads in unison. Please issue your orders, Hokage-sama. He did not immediately state the mission. This matter could be dangerous. Aoki Makoto's expression remained unchanged. What is the risk level? Rank. Kawakami Ritsu raised an eyebrow slightly. Does it involve high-ranking officials within the village? It does. Hayakaze Aya lowered her voice. Do we need to avoid the eyes of the Umbu and Root? Yes. Kojima Jin moved his fingers, his tone becoming a bit more relaxed. Understood. We cannot leave traces of our actions, cannot expose the mission targets, and cannot let the source of the mission point to the Hokage's office. The 4 lowered their heads again. Please issue your orders, Hokage-sama. No one asked why. No one inquired who they were investigating. When the Hokage issued orders, they executed them. This calmness was very useful. However, Namikaze Minato would never treat them as mere disposable tools. What he wanted to settle was never about who had the right to use tools, but rather who turned companions into materials that could be privately consumed, discarded, and left without a name. I want you to investigate the files. The 4 did not show confusion. Aoki Makoto directly asked, is there a limited scope? Logistics, the compensation office, the medical team, the mission office. Namikaze Minato continued, frontline transport, battlefield, clean up old files from the Hokage office, and records of Umbu collaborative missions. With each department mentioned, the contemplation in Kawakami Ritsu's eyes deepened. Once Minato finished speaking, Kawakami Ritsu stated, the scope is too broad. Accessing it all at once will surely alert the archives. Hayakaze Aya added, the consumption of medical supplies can be audited under the pretext of post-war statistics. Kojima Jin said, I can access the cleanup team, but I cannot bring the originals. Aoki Makoto summarized, we need to break the task down, bringing back only indexes, numbers, and review paths each day. Namikaze Minato's eyes finally showed some satisfaction. Do not investigate the targets, investigate the discrepancies. Kawakami Ritsu understood. Immediately investigate the discrepancies in records between departments. Exactly. Hayaka's Aya asked, only list the facts. Only list the facts. Are inferences permitted? Not allowed. Are suspicious subjects allowed to be written down? Not allowed. Are abnormal code records permitted? Allowed, but the meanings of the codes cannot be explained. After a few rounds of questions and answers, the four fully understood the boundaries of the mission. Kojima Jin summarized, understood the list will only serve as a guide, not as a weapon. That can be understood. Aoki Makoto asked, what is the deadline for the mission? There isn't one, but it needs to be fast. Kawakami Ritsu remarked, it can be divided into 7 days. 2 fast looks like pre-preparation, 2 slow risks erasing traces. Hayaka's Aya added, each day we should bring back only a small amount of information, disguising it as consultation with the Hokage. Kojima Jin chuckled softly, if anyone asks, we can say that the Hokage is dissatisfied with the old files being too disorganized and summoned us for training. This reasoning was excellent, and Namikaze Minato did not rebut it. The young Hokage, upon taking office, wished to organize the old files and demonstrate diligence. The third would appreciate it. The advisory team would also feel at ease, because in their eyes such matters were trivial, troublesome, and lacked real power. However, they forgot one thing. Within these files there might be knives hidden that could stab at them. Namikaze Minato lowered his voice slightly. This matter is classified as shrank. Aoki Makoto responded, directly understood, not telling anyone, not even family. Kojima Jin spoke calmly, if traces of umbu or root are discovered during the mission, we must also avoid them. Kawakami Ritsu said, traces can be recorded, but contact is not allowed. Aoki Makoto asked again, if we are monitored, should we halt the day's mission? Namikaze Minato replied, halt it, change the route the next day. Hayaka's Aya inquired, what if the other party takes action? Namikaze Minato looked at them, come back alive. This time the expressions of the four finally showed subtle changes. But they quickly regained their composure and nodded in unison, understood. Namikaze Minato continued, you may discover very dirty things during your investigation. Corpses, secret techniques, ninja clan data, etc. may all be involved. Kojima Jin revealed a hint of coldness in his eyes. Ninjas are tools after all. Namikaze Minato glanced at him, not agreeing, but also not planning to correct this view for the time being. Then he heard Kojima Jin add, but tools should also be allocated by the village and Hokage. They cannot fall into the private pockets of those who cannot be seen. Aoki Makoto said steadily, if someone bypasses the Hokage system and privately uses Konoha ninjas, that would be an overreach. Kawakami Ritsu said lightly, if the cleanup records and compensation files do not match, the issue will be more serious than overreach. Hayaka's Aya added, if the above scopes are involved, it indicates that this is not a temporary action. Kojima Jin's eyes displayed a hint of coldness. This means someone is using your knife to cut their own flesh. Namikaze Minato did not correct them. These four were different from many ninjas. They did not excel at shouting slogans, nor would they be swayed by a few pretty words. They only recognized tasks, orders, and responsibility. This was precisely why Namikaze Minato chose them. Put away your emotions, he said, this time, we will only bring back evidence. The four bowed their heads in unison, yes. Namikaze Minato lifted the seal. The door opened. The sounds from outside the office surged back in. As they left, all wore faces feigning restraint. The secretary team at the door glanced over and quickly retracted their gaze. There was nothing unusual. Namikaze Minato sat down again. In the afternoon, he continued processing documents and stamping. Everything was just as usual. Until the next day, Aoki Makoto and the others returned with the first index. The morning after the secret order from Minato Namikaze, the first anomaly was brought into the Hokage's office. Kawakami Ritsu produced a folded transcription page and pushed it across the table. The corner of the page bore only a number, volume 7 of the compensation section, post-war supplement. Minato Namikaze looked down. Hinata Sosuke, a branch family ninja, died on the flank of Kikyo Mountain. The compensation section records remains lost. Aoki Makoto opened another file. In the belongings return record, there are only a broken forehead protector and bloodied clothing, no identification tag. I am Hayashi interjected. The medical team has no remains reception records. Mookie Island Jin pushed the old transcription page of the aftermath team aside. On the same battlefield 1 hour later, a sealing box entered the village. The box number is incomplete, and the receipt column has been supplemented separately. Minato Namikaze immediately caught the information and asked, who is the recipient? Mookie Island Jin replied, the recipient died 3 months later and the death record is complete. We cannot trace any survivors for now. Kawakami Ritsu calmly said, a single record can explain, but there are anomalies after merging. I am Hayashi nodded. I suggest adding it to the review list. Minato Namikaze wrote down Hinata Sosuke anomaly in remains record. He only wrote the anomaly record without naming any suspects. This list will eventually be placed in the sunlight. It cannot withstand even a hint of emotional wording. Continue. After the first clue was sealed, the second anomaly list was sent to the Hokage's office the next day. This time the name brought back by Aoki Makoto was Uchiha. The guard team's duty roster has been accessed multiple times by non-guard systems. Kawakami Ritsu asked frequency. 17 times in a month. I am Hayashi frowned. For normal cooperative defense access, 3 times a month is already high. What's the reason? Aoki Makoto replied, cooperative defense during wartime. He paused and added all of it. Mookie Island Jin scoffed. Don't even bother to change the reason. It can be used, but the frequency will expose it. Aoki Makoto pushed over an old file catalog. Some guard team members' task files have anomalous copies, and there are no records in the Hokage's office's old files. Mookie Island Jin lowered his voice. This record is cut off outside the Hokage's office. I am Hayashi said, the access permissions have been intercepted externally. Minato Namikaze wrote down Uchiha guard team duty access anomaly. Some task files have unregistered copies. As the pen fell, he thought of Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Sharingan. If this clan leader saw this record, he would likely be even more silent than that day. When the third set of materials arrived, I am Hayashi's expression was colder than in the previous 2 days. Her first sentence upon entering made the office chill. Yamashiro Makoto. Kawakami Ritsu immediately opened the compensation index. Official record remains cannot be fully recovered. Aoki Makoto asked, medical team reception records. None. I am Hayashi pushed the information over. The ceiling liquid consumption of the medical team on the same day was anomalous. The quantity was sufficient to preserve a sample. The office fell into a brief silence. Minato Namikaze's grip on the pen slowly tightened. Yamashiro clan. Mental secret techniques. Sealing liquid sample. These words together were enough to explain the issue. Mookie Island Jin lowered his voice. Receipt number. Not from the medical team. I am Hayashi continued. Also not from the intelligence team. Kawakami Ritsu placed another sheet next to it. Yamashiro Makoto's psychological assessment file was accessed by a non-intelligence system, with the reason being personnel risk review. Aoki Makoto's eyes grew colder. The data on the Yamashiro clan cannot be accessed independently by a non-intelligence system. Mookie Island Jin's grin slowly faded. Someone has touched the Yamashiro clan's secret techniques bottom line. As soon as the words fell, the 4 in the tool group could clearly sense a momentary outburst of killing intent from the Hokage. It was then forcibly suppressed. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath and wrote down Yamashiro Makoto anomaly in remains record sealing liquid consumption psychological file access anomaly. At the moment the pen stopped, he said next. Over the next 3 days the anomalies began to spread. The battlefield supply list of the Akimichi clan had blank receipts. The Oil Girl clan's bug nest sample records were accessed under the pretext of post-war risk assessment. The Inuzuka clan's fallen ninja dog numbers appeared in the Aftermath team's sealed directory. The Nara clan's task review copies were unregistered in the Hokage's office. The Oil Girl Inuzuka Moonlight and Setting Sun. These names strung together were enough to send chills down the spine of any Konoha ninja clan. These anomalies did not write the words root out, yet they all revolved around the same set of concealed access permissions. On the 7th day the 4 brought back no new materials. They began to verify all records from the previous 6 days. Minato Namikaze's only requirement was every single word must withstand scrutiny. Aoki Makoto read, remains not recovered. Minato Namikaze said, add the file number. Kawakami Ritsu supplemented, Volume 7 of the Compensation Section Post-War Supplement 32. Write it down. I am Hayashi read, medical team did not receive remains. Add the date and corresponding battlefield. Mookie Island Jin said, a sealing box entered the village on the same day. Minato Namikaze looked up, do not write on the same day, write the specific time. Mookie Island Jin immediately understood, 1 minute off and the opponent can sever the connection. Minato Namikaze nodded. I am Hayashi suddenly asked, Hokage-sama, if the relevant family members learn the truth in the future, do we need to prepare a comfort plan in advance? Yes. Aoki Makoto said, I suggest informing them in batches, not in a concentrated outbreak. Kawakami Ritsu said, let the clan leader find out the facts first, and then have the Hokage's office unify the statement. Mookie Island Jin asked, if someone loses control on the spot, how do we handle it? Minato Namikaze looked at them. It's not about handling the family members. His voice was not loud, yet everyone could feel the anger within. The family's fury must be addressed by someone. Mookie Island Jin lowered his head, understood. They have the right to be angry. Minato Namikaze's voice became heavier. Those who should pay the price are at the root. The 4 fell silent simultaneously. After a moment, Aoki Makoto responded softly. Yes. By evening, all anomaly lists were organized. Just 17 pages of lists, yet they were enough to topple the root. They contained only numbers, paths, dates, and conflicting file records. Each entry could be explained individually. Yet when piled together, they formed a noose around the root's neck. Aoki Makoto stood at the table. Hokage-sama, the list is complete. Kawakami Ritsu said, all originals stay where they are, only record the numbers and review paths. I am Hayashi said, the medical team did not notice. Muki Island Jin said, the aftermath team was not exposed. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. Aoki Makoto said, if further digging is needed, please give the order directly. I am Hayashi said, I can continue to monitor this line from the medical team. Kawakami Ritsu said, the compensation section can also do so. Muki Island Jin grinned. The aftermath team should still be able to pry out a little more. Temporarily halt. Understood. From tonight on, you have not investigated anything. Aoki Makoto replied, understood. If someone asks why you frequently entered and exited the Hokage's office over these 7 days. Kawakami Ritsu said, post-war compensation review. I am Hayashi supplemented, old files were messy and we were reprimanded by Hokage-sama. Muki Island Jin said, I will make the archive room staff believe that I have been scolded so much these 7 days that I couldn't even enjoy dinner. Minato Namikaze finally smiled, go on. The four bowed and left. The office returned to silence. Outside, the sky darkened and lights began to illuminate Konoha one by one. Minato Namikaze sat behind the desk, his gaze resting on the 17-page list. In the secret compartment of his study at home, 2 scrolls sent by Orochimaru were still layered with seals. These 2 scrolls were knives hidden in the shadows. The list on the table was the hilt handed to the ninja clan. Next, it was just a matter of letting the one who should hold the knife pull it out themselves. The next morning, Hokage Minato sat in his office, stamping documents as usual. The secretarial team moved in and out, and the umbu occasionally appeared. Everything was as usual. Minato would not call all the clan leaders together at once, as that would be too foolish. Even a fool would realize that something significant was happening in Konoha when so many clan leaders gathered in the Hokage's office. Only by meeting each leader one by one under the most ordinary pretext in the least conspicuous occasions could he avoid arousing suspicion. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Hyuga Hayashi entered the Hokage's office. He came regarding the recent request from the Hyuga clan to adjust the border rotation list. This application had already been reviewed by the Third Hokage and the Advisory Council. Now he brought it over, leaving only the final process. Hokage-sama, Hyuga Hayashi bowed, his posture impeccable. Minato returned the bow, saying, Hayashi, no need to be so formal. The two took their seats, and the secretary served tea before stepping back. Minato casually flipped through the rotation application. The border missions are arduous, and the Hyuga clan has invested quite a bit this time, Hyuga Hayashi said calmly. The village needs it, and the Hyuga clan will do its utmost. Konoha will not forget the contributions of the Hyuga clan. Thank you, Hokage-sama. After a few casual exchanges, Minato shifted the topic. Hayashi, there is something I would like to confirm privately. Hayashi sat upright, his eyes already alert. Please speak, Hokage-sama. Minato opened a drawer and said, during the review of the post-war files, I discovered a set of conflicting records. It is related to someone named Hyuga Sosuke. Hyuga Hayashi's expression instantly darkened. He knew this person was a ninja from the Hyuga branch family. However, Hyuga Sosuke had died in battle over a year ago, and his body had not even been brought back. Why was he suddenly mentioned by the Hokage? With suspicion, Hyuga Hayashi lowered his voice and asked, Hokage-sama, why mention a branch family ninja who has already died in battle? Minato pushed forward a list, saying, I found a set of conflicting records. I'm not sure if it's a clerical error or something else. So, it would be best if you check this matter yourself. Hayashi looked down at the title Hyuga Sosuke. The compensation record stated body missing. The medical team's record, no body received. The aftermath team's record, a sealing box, entered the village during the same period. The signature column was filled in later. As Hayashi read through the lines, his expression grew colder. A bird in a cage can destroy the Byakugan, but it cannot stop someone from bringing the Hyuga's corpse into the shadows. This chilled him to the bone. Hokage-sama, Hyuga Hayashi asked, are these records absolutely accurate? Minato did not draw conclusions for him, saying, these are just what I found in the files which have record numbers. To avoid any mistakes, Hayashi, you should check for yourself. Hokage-sama, who do you suspect? I suspect no one. You suddenly bring this matter up, it can't be just to say something trivial, right? That's why I haven't drawn any conclusions. Hayashi remained silent for a long time, slowly folding the paper. If a problem is uncovered, the Hyuga clan will not pretend nothing happened. I hope this is just a misunderstanding, Minato said, looking directly into his eyes. If not, please keep this matter quiet for now. I will give the Hyuga clan an explanation. After a long exchange of glances, Hyuga Hayashi slowly said, there is one thing I do not understand. Please speak. Does the Third Hokage know about this matter? Minato did not avoid his gaze, saying, only that there was an anomaly in the records. This matter doesn't need to trouble the Third. Hyuga Hayashi understood. The fourth Hokage, not entrusting this matter to the third, already indicated a lot. He stood and bowed, his voice low. The Hyuga clan will investigate. Thank you for the reminder, Hokage-sama. The door closed. The first seed had already been planted. In the afternoon, Minato went to Konoha Hospital as originally scheduled to visit the injured. Upon arriving at the hospital, nurses and medical ninjas greeted him along the way. Minato responded warmly. He walked through the wards which housed those who had survived the war. The injured struggled to get up and bow upon seeing him. Minato pressed them back down. Rest well. Coming back alive is more important than anything else. As he reached the end of the corridor, the door to one room was gently pulled open. Yamashiro Kaichi stepped out looking fatigued. A nearby medical ninja said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Kaichi." "It's nothing," Yamashiro Kaichi pressed his forehead, saying, "For the next 3 days, try not to let him be alone. Notify me of any emergencies." "Understood. Also, don't mention the war until his consciousness stabilizes. I will convey this." Minato stood a short distance away, not wanting to intrude. After the medical ninja returned to the ward, he finally called out, "Kaichi, Hokage-sama." Yamashiro Kaichi turned around momentarily stunned. Minato looked towards the ward. "What are you doing here?" "The medical team asked me to come assist." Yamashiro Kaichi stepped closer. "The war has just ended and many injured lives have been saved, but they have suffered psychological damage to varying degrees." "Was that injured person just now also?" "Yes." Yamashiro Kaichi forced a smile. When he woke up, he kept thinking he was still on the battlefield. Minato fell silent for a moment. Very few people in the ninja world truly discussed these matters. Everyone was used to being injured, accustomed to death, and also accustomed to burying pain within. But the scars left by war never disappear just because one survives. Is this situation common? Quite a few. Yamashiro Kaichi's voice was somewhat heavy. Many people dare not close their eyes. Once they do, they have nightmares. This is still the lightest situation. Minato could only nod silently, for now there was nothing he could do about it. Yamashiro Kaichi noticed his change in mood and quickly changed the subject. "Hokage-sama, are you here to visit the injured?" "Yes." Minato nodded. "It was originally just a visit. Is there something else?" Minato did not answer immediately. According to the original plan, Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi would not get involved so early. Yamashiro Nara and Akimichi clans, along with the Sarutobi faction, were too deeply intertwined. Their elder generations were still present, and the web of interests was still there. More importantly, these three had not yet truly inherited the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi names. They were merely the most promising candidates of this generation to take over that position. But having hope does not mean they can sit securely. The elders and competitors within their clans were not mere ornaments. Minato had originally intended to start with relatively independent ninja clans like the Hyuga and Yamanaka. He planned to let the evidence ferment before letting Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi catch a whiff of it. But Yamashiro Kaichi happened to appear here, and he was currently assisting the medical team in dealing with post-war psychological trauma. This reminded Minato of a name on the list. Thinking of this, Minato suddenly said, "Can we chat for a moment?" Of course. The two entered an empty treatment room. The door closed. Minato raised his hand to set down a soundproof barrier. The hospital's mental health treatments often used sealing techniques, so this action would not attract attention. Yamashiro Kaichi's expression became serious. "Is it about the injured person just now, eh?" "It has nothing to do with him." Minato took out a folded piece of paper and handed it to him. Yamashiro Kaichi looked down and his expression froze. "Hokage-sama, where did you see this name?" "While sorting out post-war compensation records. I discovered it in the old files," Minato said. Yamashiro Kaichi picked up the list, and after reading just a few lines, his expression darkened. After a moment, he looked up, his eyes filled with uncontainable anger. "Minato, this isn't just a regular archival issue. I know. The Yamashiro clan's mental health archives cannot be accessed without permission. I know. The consumption of sealing fluid body records, psychological archives retrieval, when these items are put together." Yamashiro Kaichi did not continue. He understood. If this wasn't a clerical error, it meant someone treated the bodies of the Yamashiro clan members as materials for research. He folded the paper and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Don't raise any alarms for now." Yamashiro Kaichi was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I understand. I will check this myself first." He paused and added, "Should I tell Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Chozo about this?" "You can," Minato said as he took out 2 more pages with only a few lines of record numbers written on them. Yamashiro Kaichi's eyes narrowed. "Is this for Shikaku and Chozo?" "It's not evidence, but it's just to let them know where to look." "All right, I will personally deliver it to them. Among smart people, there's no need to lay out every layer of meaning." Yamashiro Kaichi already understood the implications in Minato's words. Just then he suddenly changed the subject. Yamashiro Makoto left behind a child years ago. Minato listened in silence. Yamashiro Kaichi continued, That child goes to the memorial stone every year. He has always believed his father's body was left on the battlefield. But now, he couldn't continue. Minato said firmly, if this isn't a misunderstanding, someone will kneel before him to atone. Yamashiro Kaichi looked at him, the hint of anger in his eyes no longer hidden. Please don't let us remain calm for too long. I won't. Yamashiro Kaichi nodded and left. Minato stood still at the spot, not rushing to leave. Today's plan had taken an unexpected turn. Yamashiro Kaichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza had already stood on his side, but the families behind them had not truly turned yet. The blood debts left by the roots might become their opportunity to leverage the old powers within their clans. He had only handed them the knife. The rest had to be left to them. Only in this way, when they stood at the same table, would no one feel it was just his personal power struggle. In the evening, Minato finished his day's work and left the Hokage building as usual. Everything seemed very calm. But beneath this calm, several places in Konoha had already changed. Within the Hyuga clan grounds, Hyuga Hayashi had someone retrieve the register of the clan's war casualties. He singled out the name Hyuga Sosuke. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Kaichi visited Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza in succession. In the evening, the last rays of sunset had just faded from the horizon. As Bofeng Shuemin stepped through the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of grilled fish. Are you back? Zhou Xian Nai peeked her head out from the kitchen, her face dusted with a bit of flour. Bofeng Shuemin couldn't help but smile. Is today such a feast? Are you trying to fatten me up? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll only serve you soup tonight. Then I would be too miserable. Bofeng Shuemin hung up his robe and walked to the dining table. On the table was a plate of fried fish, its golden skin still steaming. Are we having grilled fish tonight? Zhou Xian Nai's voice came from the kitchen. Surprised, aren't you? Indeed a bit. Mei Qin said that we can't always make the same dish, but we need to learn gradually. Bofeng Shuemin leaned in to take a sniff. It smells really good. Don't be silly, just because you complimented a bit doesn't mean I can't tell you want to sneak a bite. You can even tell that. I am Uzumaki Zhou Xian Nai. He smiled as he walked to the kitchen door. Do you need my help? No need, Zhou Xian Nai replied, bringing out the soup. Just sit and wait. I can help. I know, she said seriously, but today I want to do it myself. You just enjoy your meal when you come back. Watching her busy around the kitchen, Bofeng Shuemin felt a warmth in his heart. Outside, everything was grim and heavy. Every burden felt like it was suffocating. But as long as he returned home, he could remember why he dragged those burdens into the sunlight. Soon the meal was ready. A pot of soup, a plate of grilled fish, and a small dish of side dishes. The simple meal filled the room with warmth and steam. Bofeng Shuemin picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed the bones, and placed it in her bowl. What are you doing? Today the lady has worked hard. Her lips curled up slightly. I accepted. Bofeng Shuemin added another piece into her bowl. You should eat too. I am eating. You clearly haven't eaten at all. I'm just helping you finish the fish bones first. Zhou Xian Nai's ears turned a bit red as she shot him a glare. Have you been learning from someone lately? Why are you getting better at flattering people? What do you mean? I speak the truth. Zhou Xian Nai raised her hand to pinch his face. If you keep this up, I might really get shy. Please spare me, my lady. Bofeng Shuemin's voice became muffled as she pinched him. Silly, hurry up and eat. All right, eating now. Outside, the night grew deeper while the light inside remained warm. Meanwhile, in the room of the Hyuga clan leader, it was rather quiet. Hyuga Hizashi sat at his desk, several yellow documents spread out before him. His gaze settled on the page about Hyuga Sosuke. A year ago, he had perished on the side of Kikyo Mountain. The clan had received word that his body was taken by a Wagakure and could not be retrieved. The Hyuga clan ultimately only received a confirmation of death. However, now a survivor's account existed in the clan's old records. After the battle ended, personnel from the route were seen approaching the area where the battle took place. The route. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes narrowed slightly. The list given to him by the Fourth Hokage resurfaced in his mind. Compensation records noted the body was lost. Medical team records showed no body was received. Aftermath team records indicated a sealing box entered the village during the same period. Supplemented in the signing section. Hyuga Hizashi remained silent for a long time before calling out, "Come in." A guard immediately entered. Hyuga Hizashi took a piece of paper, wrote down several archive numbers, and handed it over. The village is sorting through the old compensation records after the battle, and the Hyuga clan needs to verify the records of our fallen clan members. Tomorrow you will visit the Konoha archive room to check these corresponding files, especially those related to that border battle. Only the directory numbers and available records should be noted. Understood. The guard accepted it with both hands. Remember, Hyuga Hizashi reminded, just look, don't ask, and don't cause a stir. The guard's heart sank as he nodded his head quickly. Understood. Hyuga Hizashi waved his hand, and the guard immediately withdrew. The room fell quiet again. In the light, the chill in Hyuga Hisashi's eyes deepened. If Sosuke's body had never fallen into the hands of a Wagakure, then what the Hyuga clan had been kept in the dark about these years was likely far more than just one branch family. At the same time, in Narashikaku's courtyard, the fireplace blazed brightly. Yamashiro, Aichi, Narashikaku, and Akimichi Dingza sat gathered around the table. The meat sizzled on the grill, making a delightful sound. In the past, at this time, Akimichi Dingza would have urged them to start eating with a smile. But tonight, no one was joking. Yamashiro, Aichi spoke first. I can't match the records on my side first. I checked the clan's records. When we were collecting Yamashiro Makoto's body, we were stopped by a claim of battlefield contamination. On the Yamashiro side, the confirmation of the body was blocked. Narashikaku looked at the piece of paper spread out on the table, his eyes scanning the rows of numbers, his expression gradually darkening. It seems like the body confirmation was obstructed on the Yamashiro side. On our three-clan side, it feels more like we were repeatedly separated. Yamashiro, Aichi looked up. Repeatedly separated. Yes. Narashikaku glanced at his two old friends. Every step of the mission review and aftermath had someone intervening. Sometimes they claimed supplies were insufficient, sometimes they said manpower was misallocated, and sometimes they mentioned urgent frontline situations. The reasons all seemed plausible. But after many instances, it turned into a pattern. Akimichi Dingza had remained silent, just focused on picking at the grilled meat. His usually warm face was tense at this moment. Yamashiro, Aichi looked at him. Dingza, what do you think? Akimichi Dingza slowed his chewing. I'm not very good at speaking. But many times those who clearly could have returned to the village together ended up scattered in the end. It's like someone deliberately prevented us from gathering together. You noticed that too? Narashikaku looked at him. Akimichi Dingza nodded. I originally didn't pay attention, but just a few days ago I happened to hear a clan member complain. What did they say? Asked Yamashiro Aichi. Not enough manpower, we need to execute separately first. He didn't continue, and Narashikaku and Yamashiro Aichi fell silent. Fat dripped from the grill, making a light sound. I just remembered my father mentioned something back then. Yamashiro Aichi suddenly said. Narashikaku and Dingza turned to look at him at the same time. His voice was low. At that time, an elder from our clan went to ask. As a result, the body was never seen, and the person was instead reassigned away from the frontline archive position. Who? Narashikaku asked. Yamashiro Saya, Makoto's mother. Yes. Yamashiro Aichi nodded. She was the first to raise questions, but later was assigned to manage logistics and miscellaneous tasks. Officially, it was to take care of the elderly. Now it seems it was to completely sever her from the frontline archives. Narashikaku's expression finally turned cold. This adds up. Someone doesn't want those who understand to continue touching that line. What should we do now? Akimichi Dingza asked in a deep voice, while Yamashiro Aichi also looked at Shikaku. Narashikaku did not answer immediately. Looking at the numbers on the table, his expression grew heavier. According to Ike's earlier statement, the Fourth Hokage had only issued the numbers in the hospital. If it were just ordinary archival errors, they could easily follow the official process. But how could it be in private? What was the Fourth Hokage concerned about? Narashikaku stroked his chin, drawing a conclusion in his mind. If even the Fourth Hokage, due to concerns, dared not present the evidence directly, but instead made the three of them investigate on their own, it meant that what the Fourth Hokage held was likely far more than just this. Realizing this, Narashikaku finally understood. The Fourth Hokage, due to concerns, had to leverage the situation. By the time they uncover the truth, by the time all the anger of the shinobi clans is ignited, the Fourth Hokage wouldn't have to face it alone. Narashikaku suddenly said, Tomorrow, I will visit the archive room. Are you going to confirm? Asked Yamashiro Aichi. Yes. Akimichi Dingza asked, Do you want me to accompany you? No need. Narashikaku shook his head, looking at Yamashiro Aichi. You shouldn't go either. Yamashiro Makoto is too sensitive. If you go to investigate, it'll easily alert the snake. Yamashiro Aichi said, Are you sure? Sure, Narashikaku replied calmly. Tomorrow, it'll go under the pretense of post-battle compensation. You two stay in the clan and rearrange the tasks that have been divided over the years. What if someone is watching you? Akimichi Dingza asked in a low voice. Then it means we are looking in the right place. The three fell silent again. The charcoal in the fireplace crackled softly. Yamashiro Aichi looked at Shikaku, whispering, If this investigation goes deep, it might completely pull us in. We are already in it, or we just didn't know before. Akimichi Dingza slowly set down his chopsticks. It seems your significant other is pregnant. You need to be careful. Oh, don't worry. I want to see the child born too. The recent weather in Konoha has been somewhat unusual, always shrouded in dark clouds. For half a month it has been like this, looking as if it is going to rain, yet the rain has yet to fall. When it does rain, it is fleeting, making the air even more oppressive. Today, Namikaze Minato did not stay in the Hokage office. In the morning, he went to the ninja academy to teach the students about the will of fire and coincidentally ran into the heads of the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. Now only the Uchiha and Inuzuka clans remain uncontacted. He was prepared to confront these two clans directly. Given their personalities, it was not suitable to beat around the bush, otherwise one might end up ensnared. In the afternoon, Namikaze Minato went to the mission assignment office. This was a routine he had arranged to follow every week since taking office as Hokage. This habit was taught to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage once said that the Hokage is the pillar of the village and cannot just stay in the office. The villagers and ninjas need to see you. Once they see you, they will feel at ease. Namikaze Minato sat behind the mission distribution counter. Sunlight streamed in through the window. He suddenly let out a light sigh. The third Hokage did not truly wish to deny him the succession. On the contrary, in many details the third had sincerely guided him. Just as he was now seated here, it was the result of the third's teaching. However, within this guidance there always lay a sense of unease from an elder. In the third's eyes, Namikaze Minato was still too young, feeling that there were still many life lessons that needed to be learned and many complex situations that he, the old man, had to oversee. It was this judgment that led the third to push him into a position while still unwilling to truly relinquish power. He hoped for Namikaze Minato to succeed, yet always felt that only by personally controlling the crucial powers could Konoha's ship avoid veering off course in turbulent waters. Namikaze Minato glanced at the mission list in his hand, the complex emotions in his heart finally turning into a silent sigh. "O third, you believe me to be young and in need of your oversight. However, during your years in power, some shadows have nearly obscured the sunlight." A nearby Chunin cautiously asked Lord Fourth. "It's nothing, continue." Namikaze Minato snapped back to reality. Yes, people came and went in the mission assignment office. Genin were taking on tasks like finding cats, weeding, and transporting. Chunin were receiving escort patrol and reconnaissance missions. Occasionally a Jonin would enter and the atmosphere would become slightly quieter. But as long as they saw Namikaze Minato sitting there, many young ninjas would subconsciously straighten their backs. He was the golden flash, the current fourth Hokage. Some Genin were even too shy to look up at him. Yet Namikaze Minato would actively call out to them. "Is it your first time leaving the village?" Yes, Hokage-sama. Remember, the mission is important, but your life is even more important." I will definitely complete the mission. Returning alive is the true completion of the task." Yes. The Genin and his companions nodded vigorously. A few young boys quickly left the mission assignment office. Namikaze Minato watched their figures recede, his hand pressing down on the mission scroll. These children were taking on missions. What they handed in, however, might be a life. Thus, anyone who dared to treat Konoha ninjas as mere materials had already crossed the line. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the entrance. "Youth." Everyone paused in their actions. In the next moment, a green figure dashed to the counter. "Today I will also burn with youth. Please give me the most challenging mission for my willpower." Might Guy clenched his fist, his voice loud enough to nearly lift the roof. The registering ninja's eyelid twitched. "Guy, keep it down." "Yes, I apologize." Guy immediately stood up straight, his voice even louder than before. The registering ninja rubbed his forehead. "There's a task for transporting goods from the warehouse." "Oh." Guy's eyes brightened. "Heavy crates are the trials gifted by youth." The registering ninja continued expressionlessly. "There's also a task for cleaning the training grounds." "Yes." Guy clenched his fists again, his passion flaring. "That is the sacred ground where Konoha ninjas sweat." Someone nearby whispered, "Does Guy-senpai shout about youth for any task he takes? Last time when he was finding a cat, he said that was the pursuit of youth." Perhaps hearing their voices, Guy suddenly turned around, giving a thumbs up. Never underestimate any mission. How can someone who can't even find a cat protect their comrades at a critical moment? The two Genin who were whispering were momentarily stunned. In the next second, they inexplicably ignited with enthusiasm. "Yes, Guy-senpai. 2 more." The registering ninja facepalmed. Many people couldn't help but laugh. A smile appeared on Namikaze Minato's face. Might Guy? He was still a Chunin. To many his behavior was exaggerated, and it seemed that only training and youth remained in his mind. Yet it was such a young man who would in the future nearly kick out a grand conclusion with his legs. Along with his father, Might Due, the one who had been underestimated by many for being a perpetual Genin. During the Third Shinobi World War, Might Due opened the 8 gates and fought valiantly against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. That feat was not forgotten by Konoha. "Guy?" Namikaze Minato called out. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Guy immediately straightened his body. "Have you visited Dai-senpai recently?" Guy's radiant smile faltered slightly. Soon he raised his thumb again. "Every day before training I report my youth to my father. He said that hard work will never betray oneself." Guy's smile remained exaggerated. Yet beneath that fervor hid a boy's stubbornness after losing his father. Namikaze Minato looked at him seriously and said Daisenpai is a hero of Konoha. The entire mission assignment office fell silent in an instant. A few who had just been chuckling wiped their expressions. The registering ninja also paused his writing. This statement coming from the Hokage carried enough weight to suppress all mockery. Guy's eyes widened, his lips moved. After a long while he suddenly bowed his head yes. This time his voice was not as loud as before, but it was far more powerful than any previous words. I will inherit my father's youth. I will become a ninja who protects Konoha. Namikaze Minato nodded, very spirited. Go ahead and be careful. Mike, I took the mission scroll, suddenly turning around for youth. Let's go. After saying that, he charged out of the mission assignment office in a handstand. The green figure quickly disappeared into the distance. The registering ninja was silent for a moment and quietly asked Hokage-sama, should we remind him to walk normally? Let it be. Namikaze Minato shook his head. This should be training as well. Laughter echoed again in the mission assignment office. Konoha, which had been tense for so long, seemed to let out a gentle breath at this moment. Namikaze Minato watched the departing figure. A hero like Due should be remembered by Konoha. Those who died in various places should also be honored by their families. Anyone who tries to conceal them should pay the price. He lowered his gaze, the smile in his eyes gradually fading. The killing intent in his heart had already transformed from flames into a sharp blade. At the moment when the Wave Wind Watergate was still stationed at the mission release site. Outside the archive room, Nara Shikaku sluggishly walked up the steps, exuding a laziness that suggested he was forced to work. The guard at the door saw him and immediately smiled. Shikaku. Shikaku raised his hand. Hey Morikawa, are you on duty today? My leg is half useless. I have to find some work I can do while sitting. Morikawa knocked on his right leg, his tone indifferent. Does it still hurt on a rainy day? It hurts. Shikaku glanced at his right leg. Morikawa smiled, showing his teeth. It's better to be in pain while alive than to lie under the memorial tablet. Since you said that, I might as well treat you to a drink. If you treat, I will definitely go. Morikawa smiled. But why are you here today? Nara Shikaku pulled out a request for review from the clan and handed it over. The clan is unhappy with the disorganized compensation records and insisted I make a trip. TCH, another hassle with post-war compensation. Who says otherwise? I originally wanted to lie at home. Shikaku raised his eyes and casually asked, have many people been checking recently? A lot. Morikawa returned the documents to him, saying, the village is sorting out post-war compensation and the Hokage's office is also reviewing. People checking records of the deceased, returning relics, and supplementary tasks have been coming in waves these days. The Hinata clan just came this morning. Oh. Nara Shikaku lowered his eyes. Hinata is checking too. Probably because the clan wants to verify the list of the deceased. Morikawa patted his injured leg and casually said, it's like this after the war, the living need compensation, the dead need to be recorded, and family members still have to ask about relics. For someone like me who is partially disabled, being able to sit here and sort through the documents is already good luck. Shikaku sighed lazily. Oh, what a hassle. Who says otherwise? Aren't you Nara clan members the ones who hate trouble the most? So I'm in pain now. Ha ha ha. Morikawa was amused and sidestepped to say, go and don't make a mess. There have been too many people checking documents recently, and I'm already headache enough just sorting them out. Shikaku took the documents. Don't worry, I'm most afraid of adding trouble for others. Do you believe that when you say it? Shikaku waved his hand and slowly walked into the archive room. The archive room was very quiet. Rows of wooden shelves extended deep inside. The smell of old paper, dust, and ink mixed together. Shikaku registered according to the process. The person responsible for registration was a staff member of the same age as him, smiling respectfully. Lord Shikaku, what numbers do you need to check? These. Shikaku handed over a piece of paper. The staff member took the paper, quickly glanced at it, then lowered his head to register. Please wait a moment. After completing the registration, the staff member turned to fetch the archives. Shikaku stood in place, his gaze casually sweeping across the archive room. There were 3 staff members here. One was filing, one was copying, and one was retrieving documents. In the archive room, it was clear that more than one person relied on a pen for a living. Shikaku only glanced and then shifted his gaze back. Soon the archives were retrieved and the staff member presented them with both hands. Lord Shikaku, here are the documents you requested. Shikaku took the files and found an empty table to sit down. He flipped through them quickly as if just going through the motions. Yet every page number, signatory, and supplementary time was etched into his mind. In the middle, Morikawa leaned in with a cane and pointed to the nearby wooden box. After you're done, put it there, don't just shove it back on the shelf. Shikaku looked up. You're more serious than the registration ninjas on duty now. Morikawa snorted. Don't start. If there's one file missing here, I'll have to search for half a day. You guys who can still run missions out of the village can catch up in a step. I only have one leg and can't catch up. Documents won't just throw kunai. Shikaku turned a page slowly. Morikawa laughed and scolded, but it's more troublesome than no kunai. If the documents are messed up, it can cost someone half their life to check. The staff behind the counter glanced over with peripheral vision. Soon he lowered his head and continued working. Silently flipping to the next page, Shikaku said, "Don't worry, I won't let you dig up old injuries. I just want to finish quickly and find a place to sleep. With you like this, you will eventually get beaten by Ding. Ding won't at most hell eat my barbecue. Haha, hurry up and leave after reading. Don't be an eyesore here." Shikaku closed the files in his hands. That's about it. Morikawa raised an eyebrow. "Don't you need to copy it?" "No need, it's enough to deal with those old folks in the clan. You looked for so long just to deal with them. I have to make it look like I've worked. Since you're here, you can tidy it up yourself. You're really asking for it. I'm leaving. Let's drink another day. You treat. Depends on my mood. Get lost." Nara. Shikaku laughed as he walked out of the archive room, where dark clouds loomed outside his gaze icy. Just then he noticed 3 flaws. The supplementary times didn't match. The signatures had been changed. In an ordinary archive room, there were still 2 copies that should have disappeared. Someone had hastily finished up back, then leaving loose ends. He walked towards the clan area, his steps slow, as if nothing had happened. Inside the archive room, the staff member responsible for registration stood behind the counter. After waiting for a moment, he finally looked down at the registration book. Nara. Shikaku, Guardian of the Hinata clan. Post-war compensation number. Aftermath team sealed catalog. Task review copy. He flipped to the last page of the registration book and copied it according to the review records. Post-war compensation. Frontline aftermath. Body recovery. Medical sealing. Task supplementation. Anyone who comes into contact with these documents must record names, times, and ranges. This has long been an established long-term order. He was only responsible for recording and never needed to judge what these records meant. He took out a thin piece of paper and wrote down the situation of today's review. Hinata clan reviewing old archives related to deceased ninjas. Nara. Shikaku reviewing post-war compensation numbers. Range Compensation Office Supplementary Volume Aftermath Team Sealed Catalog Task Review Copy. After writing, he folded the thin paper and tucked it into his sleeve. In the distance, Morikawa called out, "Qingtian, put those documents back." The young man named Qingtian immediately responded, "Yes, Morikawa-senpai." He quickly returned the archives to their original positions, not revealing any anomalies. After a while, he rubbed his neck and smiled, "Senpai, I'm going out for some fresh air." "All right, come back quickly." "Understood." Qingtian pushed open the door and left the archive room. A breeze blew at the street corner. In front of a candy pancake stall, the vendor was calling out to sell. Qingtian walked over and bought 2 candy pancakes. While the vendor was wrapping the paper, he pressed the folded thin paper into the bottom layer of the oil paper. His movements were quick. To others, it looked just like an ordinary transaction. The vendor lowered his head to find the change, his actions not slowing down in the slightest. After receiving the money, Qingtian said nothing more and turned to leave. This was just a routine report. At least that's how he saw it. Half an hour later, in the underground base of the route, Danzo had already received the intelligence summary from the archive room. Hinata. Nara. Shikaku. His gaze paused on the 2 names written on the paper, showing a thoughtful expression. The Hokage office had just contacted the compensation team. Hinata then checked the archives. Nara. Shikaku also personally entered the archive room. The 3 events connected together were enough to alert him. In the underground base of Root, a Root ninja had just delivered a piece of intelligence to Danzo. Lord Danzo, after Hinata, the oil woman Akamichi, and Nara have all encountered old records. The light in the stone chamber flickered. Danzo's remaining eye slightly open, scanning the ninja below. Scope A. A Root ninja presented the intelligence with both hands, post-war compensation, frontline aftermath, medical preservation task, supplementary records, and also mental diagnosis old records. Danzo snatched the intelligence and unfolded it. The sound of the paper rustling was particularly clear in the stone chamber. The more he read, the colder his gaze became. After finishing, the coldness in his eyes transformed into a surging anger. He crumpled the intelligence into a ball. The documents from the 4 families were all different, yet they pointed towards the same set of old accounts. On the stone steps below, the Root ninja held his breath. Danzo asked, "Nara has already taken action. Why is there no information on Yamanaka and Akimichi?" "There is no information on the actions of these 2 clans in the archive room," the Root ninja replied quietly. "But according to the information from the hospital, someone checked the mental health old records, and the inquiry path is very clean. Yamanaka and Oichi." Although Danzo was asking, he had already made up his mind. Ordinary ninjas would only regard mental records as medical history. The Yamanaka clan could sense the smells within just a glance. The Root ninja continued, "We also found that the supplementary records regarding Akimichi have been re-examined." Danzo remained silent, slowly unfolding the crumpled intelligence. The entire stone chamber suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. The Inuzuka and Nara have caught the scent too. He glanced again at the names above the coldness in his only remaining eye gathering, and he suddenly said, "This cannot be a coincidence. They are not that idle to suddenly care about old records together." The root ninja whispered, "The fourth Hokage." Danzo did not respond, his mind racing. If it was Minato Namikaze, how did he know that these inquiry directions were what the ninja clans wanted? There is a mole. Danzo immediately made a judgment. Initiate an internal investigation. Yes. A root ninja hidden in the shadows immediately left upon receiving the order. After the orders were given, Danzo fell into contemplation again. Why would someone know the inquiry directions, but not make it public? Instead, they were handed to each clan separately. What benefit could this bring to him? No, there is a benefit. If each clan finds the discrepancies themselves, then the Hokage who handed them the information will gather a force that is difficult for the root to resist. Moreover, it would be hard to suppress this matter under the 4 words of Hokage power struggle. Those old accounts that should have been buried would all fall on the heads of root. Thinking of this, the coldness in Danzo's eyes deepened. Minato Namikaze, you truly are showing some Hokage demeanor now. The root ninja quietly asked, should we stop them from continuing their investigation? How to stop them? Danzo shot him a cold glance. Anyone who reaches out now is just feeling guilty. The Hokage's office is waiting for the root to make mistakes. The root ninja immediately lowered his head. I am foolish. Danzo ignored him, glanced at the intelligence again, and then said, increase surveillance on the oil woman clan. The bugs will remember the scent. The ceiling boxes, old warehouses, and transport routes. Any trace left could potentially be discovered. Send orders. Danzo set the intelligence down. Suspend unnecessary field operations. The root ninja listened carefully. Danzo continued to command, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Begin clearing the underground base. Retrieve all traces related to the battlefield and sever all connections. Not a single line should be left intact. Yes. The root ninja nodded and then asked, should we implement sample tiered processing? Yes, Danzo said. Transfer high-value samples, destroy the rest, and sever all transport records. Understood. How many of the peripheral personnel involved back then are still alive? 12. In response to the question, the root ninja immediately presented a list. Several of them have already retired. Retired? After glancing at the list, Danzo chuckled softly. Those who know what they shouldn't have do not retire, they only perish. First, control them. He threw the list back. Not a single person on this list can leave our sight. If necessary, treat them as defectors. Trace the abnormal post-war occurrences and do not mention root in the reports. Yes. No one in the stone chamber showed any unusual response. Root never cared whether those people were innocent, only whether the mission could be accomplished. Danzo continued to issue orders, increase the number of spies, and keep a close watch on those ninja clans, especially the Oil Woman and Inuzuka. If they approach critical positions, divert them immediately. Do not expose root. Although the Inuzuka clan did not appear in the intelligence, Danzo still took precautions. Yes. Should we mislead the inquiry direction? It is possible, Danzo pondered for a moment, and then said, release a few irrelevant false documents to create signs of post-war paperwork confusion. Then let the rumors spread. Say that the Fourth Hokage is rearranging the post-war compensation list, and whoever stands by him first can receive their family's compensation first. What if the clans do not believe it? The root ninja hesitated slightly. They do not need to believe as long as they begin to speculate, that's enough. In the arena of power, suspicion is always useful. A grain of sand in the eye can prevent one from opening it. Minato Namikaze, Danzo snorted coldly, his gaze darkening. I underestimated you. Should we strengthen the surveillance of the Hokage's office? Do not make it too obvious. Danzo's voice was chilling. Reorganize the Hokage's itinerary, rotate the guards, and monitor the activities of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Should we activate the Hokage risk contingency plan? The several root ninjas in the stone chamber felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. Danzo fell silent for a moment before saying, do not activate it yet. But be prepared. Without my orders, no one is allowed to move. The root ninjas replied in unison, understood. Danzo slowly turned around, the light illuminating his bandages, reflecting a pale hue. Either do not move, or if you do, ensure he can never speak again. The root ninja on the stone steps bowed and retreated. In the stone chamber, only Shimura Danzo remained. The last piece of intelligence before him detailed the recent schedule of the Hokage's office. At the very top, the name Minato Namikaze was written. In the past, he merely found this young man bothersome. Although beloved, he was ultimately young and lacked foundation. Now it was different. Minato Namikaze actually dared to dig into Root's old accounts, something he could not tolerate. Danzo picked up the intelligence and held it over the oil lamp. The flame licked at the corner of the paper, quickly burning to that name. Watching the paper gradually turn to ash, the murderous intent emerged in Danzo's exposed eye. You should not have touched root. And you should not think that sunlight can reach every corner. The ash fell onto the table as Danzo slowly withdrew his hand. The darkness of Konoha has never needed the Hokage's understanding. It only requires the Hokage to remain silent. In the Hokage office, the windows were tightly shut. The wind began to howl outside. On the desk in front, recent intelligence reports were laid out. Minato Namikaze had already reviewed them. From the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, and others from the mountains. There were also cross-records from the Shadow Guard and the Aoki Seijiro Quartet. Additionally, there were a few unverified testimonies. Nara Shikaku sat across the table, glanced at the documents, and sighed. It seems I arrived the latest. It's good that you're here. Minato Namikaze pointed at the intelligence and said, would you like to take a look? Nara Shikaku lowered his eyelids and did not reach for the papers. I can probably guess the content, so I won't look. His voice was lower than usual for so many departments to have conflicting records and to keep people quiet for so many years. There are not many places in Konoha that can achieve that. He did not utter that name aloud, but they all knew the answer. Minato Namikaze asked, what do you think? Nara Shikaku was silent for a moment. This system has been running for many years. Post-war aftermath, medical storage, compensation records, task reviews, all have been interfered with. Someone must have set this process in motion during the war. This isn't something that can be explained by a few misfiled documents. He rubbed his cheek. It's troublesome. Are you scared? Yes. Shikaku answered without hesitation. In battle, the enemy at least stood opposite. This time the enemy was someone from within the village. He feared that the clans would lose control, that the root would silence them, and that Danzo would act out of desperation. But what he feared even more was the truth being buried again and the mastermind escaping justice. Shikaku looked at the intelligence on the table, his spirit somewhat deflated. If all of this is true, then what have we been protecting all these years? The office fell silent for a few moments. The wind howled against the windows. Therefore Danzo Shimura must die, Minato Namikaze stated, marking the first time he named the mastermind. Shikaku raised his drooping eyelids, finally lifting them. Have you thought this through? Of course. The cost will be significant. If we don't act now, the future cost will be even greater. Shikaku fell silent. He had long guessed that the Hokage had murderous intent, yet hearing it firsthand still felt heavy in his heart. The young Fourth Hokage was no longer just light. He began to reach out to the shadow of Konoha. Shikaku quietly asked, so what do you plan to do? Minato Namikaze gathered the scattered reports. It cannot be made public now. Is this still considered an anomaly? Exactly, Minato Namikaze replied. An anomaly can have many explanations: battlefield chaos, document omissions, or lower ranks exceeding their authority. He paused for a moment and added, it can also be interpreted as being for the sake of the village. Shikaku's gaze grew even heavier. This statement was too useful. So useful that many dirty deeds had survived under its guise. They are the best at using this phrase. Minato Namikaze's eyes turned cold for a moment. An anomaly won't be enough to eliminate Danzo. At most it will only bring him down. But what I want is not just his downfall. Shikaku did not persuade further. He knew Danzo must die. If such crimes only led to his downfall, future successors would only calculate their chances of winning. Victory means seizing power, defeat means retreating. The cost would be too light. Shikaku picked up on his meaning. You want him to die, so that even the third cannot protect him. Yes. Minato Namikaze looked out the window. Therefore, we must catch him in the act. Shikaku's gaze instantly turned sharp. The root will clean up the evidence. Of course, with such a big commotion, Danzo wouldn't be able to miss the scent. He won't sit idly by while the clans continue their investigations. Shikaku spoke softly. He will clean up all traces, such as transferring samples, destroying records, controlling witnesses, and then misfiling documents to push everything onto wartime chaos. Correct. Minato Namikaze picked up a blank sheet. So I need to cut off his excuses first. Shikaku's eyes lit up. The announcement authority. Isn't power meant to be used rather than left to rot? Once the announcement is made, won't you fear he won't act? No, he will act even more urgently. Shikaku instantly understood. This was a blatant warning to Danzo that if he did not eliminate the evidence, soon it would be too late. Upon realizing this, Shikaku was left speechless. Hokage-sama, you are becoming less like your old self. Minato Namikaze picked up a pen, writing as he spoke. The old me couldn't save those heroes. During the post-war compensation period, no department or affiliated personnel may privately retrieve, store, destroy, or transfer post-war compensation-related materials without approval from the Hokage office. As he wrote this, Minato Namikaze glanced at Shikaku. Is writing just the documentation sufficient? Not enough. Nara Shikaku immediately shook his head. Danzo won't just act on paper. A physical evidence must also be included. Minato Namikaze nodded and continued writing. Relevant documents, relics, stored items, physical records, and corresponding receipt documents are all within the scope of review. After finishing, Minato Namikaze looked up again, his eyes inquiring. Shikaku stared at the text for a moment and continued, "It's still not enough. There's room for interpretation. For example, he could claim that it is not related to compensation, but rather a special wartime resource. So we need to add one more sentence." Minato Namikaze picked up his pen again and wrote at the end, "The scope of relevance is determined uniformly by the Hokage office." Upon seeing that last sentence, Shikaku's eyes twitched. Although he did not know who had the final say, adding this line equated to placing a shackle on the root. If you say you destroyed evidence, then you destroyed evidence. If you say you transferred physical items, then you transferred physical items. If Danzo wants to use the excuse of special wartime tasks, he must first get past the Hokage. Shikaku was silent for a long time, then suddenly chuckled bitterly. "You are locking him in a burning house and locking the door." Minato Namikaze's gaze was calm. "That's how the process goes. This statement is really suitable to infuriate Danzo. I will let him see it." Minato Namikaze raised his hand, and Uchiha Kakashi silently appeared. He handed over the announcement and said, "Proceed according to the village's announcement review process. The advisory team needs to keep a record, and all departments must sign off." Kakashi lowered his head and asked, "Does the root need to be delivered separately and signed for?" "The root is also a department of Konoha." "Yes." Kakashi took the announcement and instantly vanished. "Are you leaving no room for negotiation? At this point, what is there to leave for? Aren't you afraid he will act out of desperation? I am waiting for him to jump." "Fine." Shikaku stood up and said, "I will notify the clans. First, execute surveillance." "I know." Minato Namikaze nodded. "I will personally go to Uchiha and Inuzuka." Shikaku thought for a moment and did not object. "That works. Let these two clans handle it. It's likely to cause trouble, especially with the Uchiha. I will ensure they hold back for now." Shikaku sighed. "The trouble is getting bigger. Not too big, I fear it won't crush the root." Minato Namikaze looked out the window. The rain had finally started to fall. In the afternoon, the new announcement was posted all over Konoha's notice boards. Villagers hurriedly glanced at it before quickly leaving. It was just the organization of post-war documents, nothing unusual, but the shinobi clans understood. They all knew the Hokage had taken action. As the announcement was sent out, Minato Namikaze's dark orders for surveillance were also dispatched. He wanted to wait for Danzo to stumble into the net himself. The root. The copy of the announcement was delivered to Danzo. After reading the last line, the chill in his eyes suddenly froze. The paper crumpled slowly in his palm. After a long while, Danzo suddenly laughed, not expecting that the compromise he was forced into back then would become a knife aimed at him. The firelight reflected on his face, making his smile appear even more sinister. The announcement document was crumpled into a ball by Danzo. In the next moment, he ordered command. The root ninja standing at the bottom of the steps immediately bowed and complied. Yes. Danzo certainly understood the contents of that announcement. All post-war compensation documents, relics, sealed items, and physical records were included in the review scope. The relevant scope was uniformly determined by the Hokage office. These few words were merely an attempt to bind the hands and feet of the root. But he was much clearer. If he did not act now, there would be no chance to move later. Once he acted, at least he could stir the waters. In such a short time, he did not believe that Minato could unite those ninjas with their own agendas. He trusted the net woven by the root over the decades even more. A cold glint flickered in Danzo's eyes. Did Minato think a single announcement could lock down the root? The young man was ultimately too naive. The darkness of Konoha never relied on documents to survive, nor would it cease due to a piece of paper. Danzo commanded, "Transfer everything that can be taken from Outpost 3 to the old warehouse east of the village. Experimental equipment, residue from medicines, traces of snake summoning, and remnants of chakra, all set up completely. Let everyone believe that is the source." "Understood," the root ninja responded. And also Danzo continued, "Control all living witnesses on the periphery, take away what can be taken, and let those who cannot be taken remain forever silent." The firelight in the stone chamber flickered slightly. Danzo's cold voice held no fluctuations. "If the scene is discovered, leave a trail leading back to Orochimaru." "Yes. Act tonight and be swift." The root ninja vanished in an instant. Danzo stood before the brazier, continuously contemplating every possible line of exposure. Pinning the blame on Orochimaru was a retreat he had prepared long ago. Orochimaru was just too suitable. One of the legendary Sannin. Failed in the Hokage election. Obsessed with the study of ninjutsu. Moreover, he had had ambiguous dealings with the root. If these matters were brought to light, most people in the village would first suspect him. Even without evidence, it would be enough to muddy the waters. More importantly, Hiruzen would hesitate. Orochimaru had once been Hiruzen's most valued disciple. As long as Orochimaru was involved, Hiruzen would not allow the situation to spiral out of control immediately. As long as he could hold on, the root would have time to sever the real lines. Danzo snorted coldly. "Minato, since you want to play with fire, then let's see who the fire will burn." The night descended. The rain fell heavily, as if it wanted to release all the moisture accumulated over the previous days. The streets of Konoha were washed shiny by the rain, and there was not a single passerby. Only the ninjas were still traversing through the rain. Inside the Hokage residence, the light was calm. Kushina sat at the dining table, resting her chin in her hands as she looked towards the study. Tonight, her little son was busy again. She did not disturb him. She simply placed the slightly cooled soup on a low flame to warm it up. Her beautiful eyes blinked, filled with uncontainable worry. In the study, Minato was examining the intelligence that had just been sent. The intelligence indicated that several small route teams were departing from different directions with scattered routes and unclear objectives. Danzo had moved, more urgently than expected. Sending out more than a dozen small teams at once was clearly an attempt to confuse the situation. This indicated that the announcement had struck at the route's vital point. What they were dealing with tonight was definitely not ordinary. Do you want me to guess? Minato scrutinized the intelligence carefully. He did not activate the system. The area where the route was located was not within his currently highlighted control range. He could not see what was happening underground in the route. But just because he could not see it did not mean that others could not. Minato closed the intelligence report. Just as he stood up, a gentle knock came from the door. Minato. Kushina pushed the door open, carrying hot soup. Seeing Minato standing up, her brows immediately furrowed. Are you going out tonight? The route has already moved. Minato took the soup, his voice steady. The real target has not yet revealed itself. Is it dangerous? A little. Kushina did not press further, pushing the soup into his hands. Drink first. Okay. Minato lowered his head and took a sip. The warmth settled in his stomach, dispelling the chill of the rainy night. Kushina watched him, her worry still unrelieved. Be safe out there. Don't worry. Minato smiled. I am the yellow flash. Kushina's lips moved. She wanted to say not to use such words to comfort her. But the words were swallowed back down. She only softly said, they'll be waiting for you at home. Not tonight. Minato shook his head. Oh. Kushina was taken aback. Why? Minato put down the soup bowl and said seriously, there may also be danger here. Kushina pointed to herself, her face filled with disbelief. Is there anyone who dares to harm me? In the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki. Don't they fear the Nine Tails causing a problem? Minato said seriously, ordinary people would fear, but Danzo absolutely will not, and he will exploit that fear. Kushina's expression gradually faded. Minato continued, he may not want to release the Nine Tails, but he will definitely create chaos. As long as Konoha becomes tense because of the Nine Tails, everyone's attention will be diverted. At that time, he will have time to shift the evidence and throw the problem onto me, the Fourth Hokage. Kushina fell silent. She understood. Danzo may not really want to release the Nine Tails. Just causing Konoha to fear the potential loss of control of the Nine Tails was enough. This fear in itself was a weapon. Minato said softly, my plan is to have you leave a shadow clone at home, while my real self leaves under the pretense of visiting Elder Pipa. There are Umbu at the Third Hokage's residence, as well as members of the Sarutobi clan. Danzo would not dare to act against you there. Kushina heard this and directly refused, not going. Little hot pepper, not going. She answered decisively. I can wait for you at home, because this is our home. But to hide in someone else's home and let you face danger alone, I cannot do that. She raised her head, her red hair glowing like flames under the light. Minato, I am your wife. I am not something that needs to be hidden away. I am not a container that has to hide away just because someone threatens with the Nine Tails. She emphasized the word container heavily. Minato stared at her blankly, momentarily speechless. Kushina stepped forward, locking eyes with Minato, and said firmly, I am Uzumaki Kushina. The Nine Tails is inside me. It is not that I hide behind the Nine Tails. Whoever wants to use the Nine Tails for their ends must first get past me. In that moment, Minato suddenly realized that he should not try to arrange for little hot pepper to hide. She had her own pride. That pride had never been crushed by the Nine Tails. After a long while, Minato gently exhaled. All right. Kushina's eyes flickered. Change the plan. Minato said, you can still leave a shadow clone at home to maintain the appearance of normalcy. The real you will stay here. Kushina then nodded in satisfaction. That's much better. But you cannot act alone. Minato looked at her, his tone serious. I will have Kakashi stay to protect you, and a portion of the Shadow Guard will remain as well. If they test the waters, take them down. If you find that the seal is being disturbed, or if the enemy's numbers exceed expectations, immediately retreat to the Third Hokage. Kushina frowned. Before she could say anything, Minato spoke first. This is the bottom line. If I take a step back, you must also take a step back. Kushina looked at him and pouted, lightly huffing. Fine. Then she lifted her hand and pointed at his chest. But you must promise me one thing. What? Don't put yourself in harm's way as bait. Kushina narrowed her eyes. If you dare to act recklessly alone, I will really be angry. Minato smiled, understood. Kushina glanced out the window and pushed the soup towards him. Finish it. Minato also took a glance outside with his peripheral vision, lifted the soup bowl, and drank it all without leaving a drop. The sound of rain outside grew more urgent. Minato. Kushina stood there, her gaze firm and proud. You go handle the root. Leave the house to me. Minato nodded seriously. All right. The door gently closed. The study fell silent once more. The warmth on Minato's face gradually receded. In the next moment, amidst the sound of rain outside, a cold chakra mixed in. He opened the window and called into the night, "Good evening, Orochimaru." In the rain curtain, a tall figure slowly emerged. Orochimaru stood by the window, his golden snake-like eyes landing on the intelligence on the table. His smile remained cold. I am not well at all tonight. Orochimaru licked his lips, his voice hoarse. Danzo is preparing to pour dirty water onto me. Danzo wants to pin the blame on me. Orochimaru stood in the rain outside the window, his golden snake-like eyes cold as ice. Minato Namikaze frowned slightly. Is the information credible? The rain flowed down the eaves in a continuous line. Orochimaru handed in a piece of paper with a corner dampened. I can confirm that at least 12 root teams have already mobilized. 3 teams are circling outside responsible for containment. 2 teams have targeted those who previously had contact with the recovery process. Several others are engaged in transferring and securing items. The rest are all at the old warehouse east of the village. Minato took it and glanced quickly. He immediately understood that Danzo intended to turn the old warehouse into Orochimaru's secret laboratory. When he investigates, the blood debts left by the root will become evidence of Orochimaru's clandestine human experiments. What a clever ploy to frame him. Is the source reliable? Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. The root has never truly been a sealed deal. No wonder you are the senior Orochimaru. Complimenting me at this time sounds like you're planning to push me out as a shield. I have no such intention. Minato raised his hand to form a seal, and the Shadow Guard's signal outside the residence flashed and vanished. In the next moment, Kurama Akira appeared from the edge of the rain curtain. Go find Rikuju, have him invite Elder Kai and Elder Ding immediately to the old warehouse east of the village. The heads of all ninja clans should also be notified. Understood. Akira took the order and vanished in an instant. This scene piqued Orochimaru's interest. Fourth Hokage, are you so eager to protect me? I protect my own camp. Minato picked up the ceremonial robe from the back of a chair and draped it over his shoulders. The white corners of the robe hung down with the words Fourth Hokage particularly prominent under the light. Since you stand on my side, I want use you as a shield. Orochimaru fell silent at once. His snake-like eyes fixed on Minato's back, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, he chuckled softly. If it were the teacher, he would make me wait. Wait for what? Minato didn't understand for a moment. Wait for the situation to stabilize. Orochimaru's voice fell with the sound of rain, somewhat complex. Wait for the village to need it, and for everyone to forget who was the first to be pushed out. Minato realized what Orochimaru was saying and fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen could indeed do that. I'm not the third. I know. Minato fastened the belt of his ceremonial robe. You are cleaner than the teacher and more ruthless than the teacher. Orochimaru's smile deepened in his eyes. Is that a compliment? Of course, I rarely comment on a person. Thank you for the compliment, but this is not the time for such talk. Minato did not continue this topic. Danzo is actively fabricating evidence, trying to frame you while misleading me. So, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. So we should go now, or we should be able to catch someone alive. Shouldn't we wait for them to finish setting up? No, it will be too late once they finish setting up. Minato looked at Orochimaru. By then you won't be able to clear your name. Orochimaru's interest grew stronger. You just sent someone to invite those people to clear my suspicion. Exactly. Minato said lightly. Being caught in the act with so many eyes witnessing it, even if later Danzo tries to smear you, it will be in vain. Orochimaru suddenly felt somewhat pleased. The way he looked at Minato had completely changed. This was no longer simply about protecting him. It would also clear his future suspicions. Fourth Hokage. Moi. You don't look at all like the golden flash described in rumors. Relying solely on light won't illuminate the underground. Minato pushed the door open. So tonight, I will bring fire with me. Outside the door, Kushina was already standing there. Are you leaving? Yes, I'll leave the house to you. I love hearing that. Kushina crossed her arms and glanced at Orochimaru by the window. Orochimaru, don't let Minato clean up your mess. Orochimaru chuckled. Kushina, you still have such a fiery temper. Kushina raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Orochimaru readily changed his tone. I said the fourth Hokage has good judgment. Kushina snorted lightly. At least you changed your tone quickly. Minato almost laughed. But in the next second his expression grew serious. Kushina. I know. Kushina interrupted him. I will do as you say. Good. Minato nodded and said no more. Kushina adjusted the collar of his ceremonial robe and whispered, come back early. Wait for me. Kushina stood on her toes and gently brushed her lips against his. Go on. Orochimaru watched this, seeing his expression somewhat subtle. Once the two left the door, he sighed lightly. Newlyweds are really troublesome. You could also find a beloved woman to marry, Senior. You want me to defect? This is just a suggestion. A terrible suggestion. In the rain, Aoki Makoto and the others had already taken their positions. They had been on standby outside the residence, converging immediately after receiving the Shadow Guard signal. Lord Hokage, Minato said, tonight's mission is to witness, gather evidence, and catch them in the act. If it does not endanger yourself, do not kill without permission. Saying this, he handed over several kunai, imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, even giving one to Orochimaru. If there is a situation, activate the technique, I will sense it. The four did not question further, understood. Orochimaru stood aside, looking at the kunai in his hand, suddenly spoke. Are you sure you are not underestimating me? This is just precautionary. Aren't you afraid I will study your techniques? If you are truly interested, you can study them slowly after tonight. Orochimaru paused and stopped talking. His golden snake-like eyes slightly lowered, as if reassessing the weight of this young Hokage before him. When the risk fell on him, Minato did not let him take the blame. This was more practical than any promise. It seems I can trust you a little more. I am an honest person. Minato looked up at the rainy night. The system interface silently appeared. The Hokage residence and the Hokage building were still brightly illuminated. The old warehouse east of the village was shrouded in mist, only its blurred edges visible. However, he would not rely on the system tonight. He had the Shadow Guard team. He had Orochimaru's intelligence. There was also a net already laid out. Minato whispered, let's go. In the next moment, a golden light cut through the rain curtain. Orochimaru transformed into a shadow, closely following behind. The Hokage residence fell silent once again. In the living room, Kushina's shadow clone pretended to read a book. The real Kushina concealed herself in the dark, surrounded by several Shadow Guard members likewise hidden. Deep within the ceiling space, the Ninetales opened its eyes. It seems you are in trouble tonight. Kushina scoffed. Shut up, you stinky fox. The Ninetales narrowed its eyes. Little girl, your tone is becoming increasingly impolite. Someone might use you as leverage tonight, but don't worry, I will protect you. The Ninetales was silent for a moment, snorting coldly, boring. Minato is outside, dealing with the root. Kushina's eyes sparkled red, chakra flashing briefly. I will guard this place. That is not boring at all. Rainwater dripped from the eaves, splashing tiny droplets on the ground. The Ninetales fell silent, slowly sinking into quietude. The rain continues to fall. Outside the old warehouse in the eastern village, the darkness is pressed low by the curtain of rain. Minato Namikaze stands in the shadows. Beside him, Orochimaru is half immersed in the darkness. The golden snake-like eyes gaze at the warehouse ahead, a cold smile forming. You really act fast. Several root ninjas are bustling in and out of the warehouse. Minato curiously observes and quietly asks, how does it feel to watch others throw dirt on you? Feelings. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips. I want to chop off Danzo's hand. There will be an opportunity. Don't worry, I want to see how he dies, even more than you do. In the distance, a root ninja opens the warehouse door, and the scent of medicinal liquid wafts out. The Kini duo immediately spots a person crouched on the ground, restoring a summoning formation. The corners of the formation are pressed with several snake scales alongside some undried goo. Traces of snake summoning. A flash of killing intent darkens Orochimaru's gaze, and Minato quickly holds down his shoulder. Wait a little longer. You really can endure. It's not about endurance, it's about letting everyone see. Orochimaru's expression turns icy. Danzo is really considerate, even preparing my scent for me. He knows you well. Of course he has used me, so he will naturally guard against me. At the entrance of the warehouse, the root ninjas are whispering to each other. The sound of the rain is loud, and Minato and Orochimaru are too far apart to hear what the other is saying. Just then Rikowa appears silently. People are coming. Minato's gaze shifts. Deep in the rain curtain, several figures are approaching. Nara Shikaku, under the pretense of conducting a review, has invited Mito Gate Q and Tsukinokuru Haru. The Hyuga, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Uchiha clans are also brought to the eastern village in batches. Tonight they will witness the truth behind the anomalies. Suddenly a shadow on a distant water tower looks up. In the next instant, a red light pierces through the rain curtain, shooting up into the night sky. Fireworks explode. The blinding red light illuminates the eastern warehouse. It's exposed. Destroy the evidence. The root ninjas inside and outside the warehouse simultaneously look up, then scatter. Next, several explosive tags are affixed to various places. Orochimaru narrows his snake-like eyes and scoffs. I didn't expect there to be mice outside. Should we chase them? There's no time. Let's act. Don't let them destroy all the evidence. Minato's eyes turn completely cold, not waiting for Shikaku and the others to approach. In the next moment, golden light breaks through the rain curtain. Minato charges out first. Orochimaru follows closely behind. At the entrance of the warehouse, two root ninjas are about to counterattack. Orochimaru's snake shadow flies out from his sleeve, entangling the wrists of the two. Crack! The sound of bones breaking mixes with the rain. The two root ninjas scream and kneel down. Minato lands instantly, kicking a root ninja beside the ceiling box. Everyone stop. Those who dare to destroy the evidence will die. But the root ninjas ignore him and continue destroying the evidence. Orochimaru's smile turns cold as he clasps his hands together, and snakes surge out from the rainwater. Several root ninjas are entangled by the snake shadows and crash heavily to the ground. Minato raises his hand and throws a flying Raijin kunai. The golden light flashes. One root ninja who is about to tear up a scroll is pressed into the ground. Another who just grabbed an explosive tag has his tendons severed by Minato. I told you, don't touch the evidence. At this moment, on the roof of the warehouse, a root ninja attempts to escape using the rain as cover. After just a few steps, a shadow rushes in from the side. The root ninja's body stiffens, freezing in a running stance at the edge of the roof. Shikaka stands in the rain, his expression more serious than ever. This really doesn't allow one to relax at all. Shinran Sensu no Jutsu. Yamashiro Ehei arrives. A root ninja preparing to bite through a poison pouch suddenly loses focus, his body frozen in place. Baika no Jutsu. A giant hand descends from the rain curtain, slamming down three root ninjas into the mud. Akimichi Choza doesn't hold back, letting out a low growl. Don't die, you still have to talk. Hyuga Hizashi has already activated his Byakugan. Veins bulge from the corners of his eyes as his gaze penetrates through the walls, 3 in the southeast, 1 on the roof, 2 at the underground hidden doors. Before he finishes speaking, his figure has already vanished. The next moment, Hizashi stands in front of a root ninja preparing to commit suicide. Gentle fist strikes. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Clap. The meridians in the arm are sealed. 4 palms. Chakra stagnates in the chest. 8 palms. The root ninja collapses to the ground. Wanna die? Did Hizashi agree? Yamanaka Shirji slightly raises his hand. Black insects silently surge out from his sleeves, spreading rapidly along the wall, roots, eaves, and drainage ditches, locking down the area around the warehouse. Exit is sealed. Inuzuka Zaku coldly shouts, Kirikawa. The ninja dog transforms into a shadow and lunges forward, directly biting down on a root ninja's shoulder. Inuzuka Zaku quickly follows up, kicking the opponent's knee out. Wanna run? Did you ask me first? Uchiha Fugaku stands in the rain, his crimson Sharingan slowly rotating. A root ninja just makes eye contact with him and his movements suddenly stop, then he collapses into the muddy water. Kurama stands on the periphery whispering. On the west wall there's an illusion hiding it. With just one glance, Minato sees through the essence of the illusion and immediately throws out a kunai. Golden light flashes as he appears at the west wall, slapping down. The sealing technique shatters. The wall distorts for a moment, revealing a hidden compartment behind. Inside are 3 small sealing boxes. Freshly sealed paper slips are affixed to the box openings. Minato glances and his eyes grow colder. At this moment, Mido Gate Q and Tsukinokuru Haru, who have just arrived, are stunned on the spot, having realized something. The announcement was just made. The root has moved to transfer and seal the items, destroy the scrolls, and fabricate the scene overnight. Mido Gate Kai's lips move slightly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Minato, what exactly? Minato does not give him a chance to be vague, pointing at the warehouse. Traces of snakes summoning experimental drugs, forged receipt documents. Someone wants us to believe this is Orochimaru's secret base. Framing us. Tsukinokuru Haru's face turns pale. Nara Shikaku lowers his voice. If it were just framing, the root wouldn't risk violating the announcement to destroy everything overnight. Yamashiro Ehei looks at the seized evidence. What's inside is the key. Hizashi doesn't speak, his eyes fixed on one of the boxes, the coldness in his gaze making it hard for others to approach. Yamanaka Shiji's insects within him grow restless. Inuzuka Zaku grits his teeth. Kirikawa told me there's the scent of my clan inside. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan rotates slowly, yet his killing intent is heavy. It seems all the old debts checked by each clan are linked together here. The battle quickly comes to an end. One after another root ninjas are pinned to the ground. Except for 2 stubborn resistors who are taken down, the rest are captured alive, and most evidence is preserved. In the distance, a shadow guard lands behind Minato. Hokage-sama, the perimeter has been sealed. What about the signal sender? Didn't catch up, the evacuation route was processed. Minato nods, understood. The shadow guard vanishes in an instant. In the distant night sky, the remnants of the red fireworks have long been washed away by the rain. But everyone present knows that light has already reached the eyes of those who should see it. Nara Shikaku quietly asks, will Danzo move? Minato gazes deeply into the rain curtain. He won't move. How do we know how many more things are hidden underground? Raindrops cascaded down the corner of the warehouse eaves. Item after item was being moved out. Two advisors wore solemn expressions, their gazes sweeping back and forth between the sealed boxes, the root captives, and Minato Namikaze. The more they looked, the heavier their hearts became. Inventory check. Minato stood before the evidence, his Hokage cloak fluttering in the wind. Understood. Aoki Makoto immediately stepped forward. Kawashima Ritsu crouched down to inspect the first sealed box. Heizaya recorded the serial number. Muki Shurjin held a kunai staring at the root captives. The first box was opened. Inside were scrolls, receipt documents, and incomplete ledgers. Kawashima Ritsu quickly flipped through storage transfer records. Aya Hayes read aloud, the date matches the announcement release. Watergate, Yin spoke in a deep voice. Namikaze, we cannot jump to conclusions about the evidence on site without verification. Misunderstanding. Inuzuka Zaku suddenly turned around. Elder Witch family's misunderstanding needs to be transferred under the cover of night. Watergate, Yan's expression darkened. Zenkai Kosun immediately said, let's do an inventory first. Hinata Hizashi had veins bulging around his eyes, and his white gaze swept over the nearby sealed boxes. Those boxes contained biological tissue. Inuzuka Zaku snorted coldly. The smell is very mixed. There are medicinal liquids of bloody scent, and it's very fresh. There's also residual chakra from more than one clan. Uchiha Fugaku stood nearby, his face as cold as a stone. Minato Namikaze said in a deep voice, open it. Hokagesima, there are sealing locks on top. I will do it. Orochimaru stepped forward. Don't damage the evidence. I want to preserve them more than you do. He extended his hand, chakra flowing along the sealing patterns. Crack. The first seal broke, followed by the second and third. The lid of the box slowly opened, and the nurturing liquid inside gently swayed. Inside was a three-tomo Sharingan floating. Uchiha Fugaku's breath caught for a moment. Sharingan. Inuzuka Zaku cursed under his breath. Beast. Hinata Hizashi's expression darkened. Yamanaka Shimi's swarm of insects suddenly fell silent. Seal the box first. Zenkai Koshin's face turned grim. We cannot attribute it to the root until the source is verified. Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke, his voice trembling. Elder, you may think it cannot be counted, but the Uchiha feel great pain. Zenkai Kosun pursed his lips. Watergate, Yin wanted to speak, but saw Kawashima Ritsu find an attached record at the bottom of the box. After just a glance, his expression changed. Minato Namikaze suddenly said, give it to me. Kawashima Ritsu handed it over. After Minato read it, he fell silent for a moment, and then handed it to Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku, you should look at this personally. Sample ID 37. Source Uchiha. I-Power Level 3 Tomo. Host Compatibility Class A Authority Holder. Postoperative Rejection Rate 13. Transplant Record Executed. Class A Authority. Orochimaru glanced over. In the root, only Danzo himself can use it. Boom. Uchiha Fugaku's chakra suddenly exploded, and the three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. In the next instant, the kaleidoscope patterns reappeared, cold and oppressive. When those eyes lit up, the root captives kneeling on the ground groaned in unison. Some collapsed directly. Blood seeped from the corners of others' eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Watergate, Yan's expression changed drastically. Uchiha Fugaku. Zenkai Kosun gasped, her words cut off as the power of his eyes forced her to step back. Hinata Hizashi's pupils constricted. I see now. Inuzuka Zaku gritted his teeth. So this is the Uchiha clan leader. This is a huge problem. Narashikaku felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Fugaku stepped toward the root captive. Whose eyes are these? The root ninja's lips trembled. I don't know. I was just following orders. Fugaku's gaze turned icy, and the kaleidoscope spun wildly. Watergate, Yin shouted urgently, stop. Fugaku's eye power surged forward, causing Watergate, Yin to feel a tightness in his chest, forcing him to step back half a step. Zenkai Koshin's face turned pale. Uchiha Fugaku, do you dare to kill a captive in public? Did they ask the Uchiha when they took our eyes? Fugaku's voice was filled with hatred, and his eye power was about to explode. At that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Fugaku. His voice was not loud, but it made Uchiha Fugaku stop. The root ninja had already collapsed in fear on the ground. Is the Hokage going to stop me? No. Then step aside. Minato Namikaze did not let go. Killing him is useless. Fugaku turned his head, the kaleidoscope, facing those blue eyes. Minato Namikaze said slowly, if you want to kill, then kill those responsible. In the sound of rain, these words carried great weight. Everyone trembled simultaneously. Watergate, Yin suddenly looked at Minato Namikaze. Fourth Hokage, do you know what you're saying? I certainly do. Zenkai Koshin's voice tightened. You are the Hokage. So we should hold the mastermind accountable. Minato Namikaze's voice turned cold. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes surged with killing intent. Will you move against Danzo? I will never shield a criminal, Minato Namikaze replied swiftly. What if the third protects him? Watergate, Yan's expression changed. Zenkai Koshun also looked sharply at Minato. All the clan leaders of the ninja were waiting for this answer. If the evidence is conclusive, no one can shield him. Minato Namikaze looked at Fugaku. That's what I said. The air was completely still. Nara Shikaku lowered his eyelids, sighing softly in his heart. Once this was said, there was no turning back. Fugaku's gaze slightly trembled as he saw the determination in Minato's eyes. He recalled the words the other had said outside the tailor shop. After a moment of silence, the kaleidoscope in his eyes faded away. Then in front of everyone, he bowed his head to Minato Namikaze. Please, Hokage-sama, uphold justice for the Uchiha clan and thoroughly investigate the root. Watergate, Yan's expression turned instantly grim. Zenkai Koshun pressed her lips into a line. Hinata Hisashi's gaze was deep, resting on the sealed box. We will investigate the accounts of Hinata clans, so Hinata will get to the bottom of this. Please, Hokage-sama, uphold justice for the Hinata clan and thoroughly investigate the root. Yamanaka Shimi adjusted his sunglasses. The sense that appeared tonight will be remembered by the swarm. Please, Hokage-sama, uphold justice for the Yamanaka clan and thoroughly investigate the root. Inuzuka Zaku smirked coldly. There is the scent of my clansmen here. No one who has touched it can escape. The Inuzuka clan supports the Fourth Hokage. Karma from the Cloud said the Kuruma clan supports the Fourth Hokage. Yamashiro Kaichi said the Yamashiro clan supports the Hokage. Akidu Taizaku said solemnly, the Akidu clan supports. Nara Shikaku said the Nara clan supports. Truly splendid. Orochimaru, who had been watching the commotion, suddenly laughed. If Danzo saw this scene, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Minato Namikaze said, Senior Orochimaru, among these things there are traces of framing you. That's why I'm laughing. Orochimaru said, for the first time I feel that being preserved by someone isn't bad. Minato Namikaze ignored him further, sweeping his gaze over everyone. Everyone, what you saw tonight is not merely a clan's private grudge. This is the blood debt of the Konoha ninjas. The clan leaders looked at him in silence. Minato Namikaze continued, the evidence will be jointly witnessed and sealed by all clans. The captives will be brought back to the Hokage building and the interrogation will be authorized by the Hokage office. Yamashiro will be the chief examiner, Nara will document, and other ninja clans and the advisory group will witness together. Watergate Yin immediately countered, the advisory group must have the right of adjudication. The two advisors are responsible for the witnessing process. The right of adjudication, as per the announcement, belongs to the Hokage office. Watergate Yan's expression stiffened. Zenkai Koshun said in a deep voice, Minato, are you distrusting the advisory group? Minato Namikaze said, after tonight, no single party can touch this evidence, including the Hokage office. This statement silenced everyone. A glimmer of approval flashed in Nara Shikaku's eyes. Placing himself in the restrictions made it difficult to label the Fourth Hokage as someone attempting to seize power. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Fugaku said softly, the Uchiha will be watching. Then watch closely, Minato Namikaze said. But remember, the knife must be directed at the guilty parties. I understand. Just as everyone was collecting evidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen, facing the rain curtain and exhaling, smoke suddenly froze in motion. He also saw that signal. Umbu. Two shadowy figures appeared in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave as he commanded in a deep voice, investigate the situation immediately. Meanwhile, Danzo also received the signal. As the red fireworks dissipated, Danzo realized that the old warehouse in the east of the village had failed. Lord Danzo, the operation at the old warehouse in the east of the village has failed. Most of the team involved in the transport has been captured. Some evidence could not be destroyed. The Fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, the elder advisor, and several clan leaders were all present. Bang! A scroll smashed heavily onto the ground. Danzo's gaze turned cold, his bandaged face twisted in anger. Useless. The root ninja below immediately lowered their bodies. I am incompetent. Danzo did not scold further, his eyes deep with thought. The exposure of the old warehouse in the east of the village meant the framing plan had failed. What was more troubling was that the two advisors and a number of clan leaders were also present. This matter had become difficult to suppress as a mere misunderstanding. Minato Namikaze. The chill in Danzo's eyes grew stronger. He had originally thought that this young man simply sought to seize power. Now it seemed that the other party wanted both Root and him dead. Lord Danzo. Another Root ninja whispered, should we immediately notify Lord Sandame? Notify him. Danzo's voice was chilling. Tell Hiruzen that the Fourth Hokage is colluding with Orochimaru, pressuring the advisor group, with the clans preparing to use Root as a breakthrough to cleanse the village's upper echelons. Ask him to immediately intervene to stabilize the situation. Several Root members shuddered. The current Hokage was being labeled as a rebel. Understood. The scroll was quickly prepared. Danzo glanced at it. Send it to the Sarutobi residence. Personally deliver it to Hiruzen. If intercepted on the way, immediately destroy the scroll. The messenger must not arrive alive at the Hokage office. Understood. The root ninja disappeared in an instant. Danzo did not relax at all. This message could not save Root, but it could make Hiruzen hesitate. As long as Hiruzen hesitated, the situation could still be delayed. Minato Namikaze wanted to pin the evidence down. Then he would turn this matter into a coup against the Hokage, a rebellion among the clans, and Orochimaru's treachery. Hiruzen feared internal chaos in Konoha the most. As long as the situation was chaotic enough, he would definitely seek stability first. And seeking stability meant giving him an opportunity. Initiate the highest contingency plan. Danzo coldly commanded seal off the underground base, and no personnel is allowed to leave without permission. Understood. A root member immediately formed seals. In the next moment, a heavy rumble came from deep underground. The stone door slammed down. The secret passage closed. Sealing techniques spread along the walls. The entire root base was instantly locked down. Danzo continued to issue orders. Core laboratory, destroy it immediately. Remove all informed personnel. The secrets of Root cannot become the knife that tears apart Konoha. Understood. No one questioned whether those people were innocent. In the rules of Root, knowing too much was itself a crime. Danzo halted his steps, the firelight illuminating his bandaged face, casting a pale shadow. Team B infiltrates the Hokage residence. Team C leaves traces of Uchiha on the periphery. Team E prepares sealing interference techniques. Create a situation where the Nine Tails goes out of control, diverting the attention of the sensory team and the Umbu from Root. The stone chamber fell into silence. All Root ninjas understood what this order meant. Once the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails showed any abnormalities, the whole of Konoha would be on high alert. Yet Danzo's expression showed no sign of wavering. In his eyes, fear was a tool. The Nine Tails was also a tool. Understood. 3 shadowy figures vanished in an instant. Soon cold commands echoed through the Root passage. Masked Root ninjas lifted their heads from the darkness. Some rushed towards the Hokage residence. Some intercepted the retreat routes of various clans, attempting to silence them. Some rushed towards the archives and hospitals. Others went to find those old witnesses marked by Root. Danzo wanted to throw Konoha into chaos. Fire blazed behind him. Scrolls turned to ash and orders spread in all directions. Danzo stood deep within Root, his face embodying a near-paranoid coldness, as if everything he was doing now was still for the sake of Konoha. Finally, he slowly spoke. His voice echoed through the stone chamber, reaching the ears of all Root ninjas. From now on, Root will enter a state of war. All who obstruct the stability of Konoha shall be considered enemies. For the sake of Konoha. Understood. All Root ninjas knelt simultaneously. This monster, nourished by the darkness of Konoha, finally revealed its fangs. Under the rain, the Hokage residence appeared very quiet. Several shadowy figures wearing animal masks avoided the front door's vigilance, landing on the second-floor terrace. The leader raised a hand. The 5 members behind him immediately spread out. There is a target chakra reaction in the second-floor study, stable intensity consistent with the daily fluctuations of the Jinchuriki. Assault team, prepare. Remember, Lord Danzo's order is protective extraction. If the target resists, the use of strong anesthetics and physical sealing is permitted. The so-called protective extraction was merely a euphemism for imprisonment. The assault team of 6 moved swiftly. 2 sealed the windows. 2 pressed against the door. The remaining 2 headed straight for the study. On the periphery of the residence, 2 other Root teams were responsible for erasing traces and creating the illusion of Uchiha. In their judgment, the Hokage was far in the east of the village, leaving only the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and a few guards here. This was the most opportune moment to strike. Inside the study, the lights were still on. Kushina sat at the table reading quietly. Her fiery red hair cascaded down, gently swaying in the light. The leader's palm fell. Act. Boom. The window shattered instantly. 2 specially made gas narcotics rolled into the study, and purple mist immediately exploded. This was a special concoction from Root intended to suppress chakra flow. Immediately, 4 steel wire chains shot in from the window, accurately ensnaring Kushina's limbs. However, the anticipated struggle did not occur. Kushina slowly lifted her head from the desk, her face not showing panic, but rather a cold smile. After waiting so long, is this all the people you send? Danzo really underestimates me. Uzumaki Kushina. Bang. White smoke erupted and Kushina vanished from her spot, leaving the chains to clatter to the ground. Shadow clone. Not good, it's a trap. Retreat. The leader's pupils constricted, turning to flee. But just as they moved, a clear female voice echoed from behind. You broke my window, you ought to leave something behind as compensation, right? In the darkness, red chakra flickered. Kushina, dressed in a sleek outfit, had her bright red hair lifted by the swirling chakra. Light golden chains extended from behind her, spiraling around her body, producing a chilling, rustling sound. Several members of the Shadow Guard emerged from beams, window sides, and secret doors, locking down all escape routes for Root. And at Kushina's side, Kakashi, who had been left in the residence by Minato, slowly drew his short blade. The gaze beneath his mask was terrifyingly cold. The leader's eyes swept over him, pupils shrinking. Kakashi Hitaki. Minato had even left his disciple in the residence. "I'm here too." A loud roar erupted from above. Might Guy leaped down from the beam, hands touching the ground, landing in front of Kushina. "The guarding mission entrusted to me by the Hokage is a trial of burning youth." He suddenly flipped up, giving a thumbs up to Root. "Come on. To get past here, first defeat me, Might Guy." Kakashi's eye twitched slightly. "Guy, keep it down." "Don't worry, Kakashi." Guy's lowered voice was filled with pressure. "I will quietly burn my youth." The Root leader ignored them. The appearance of the Hokage guard meant that a bloody battle was inevitable. The sound of rain grew increasingly urgent. On the second floor of the Hokage residence, the shattered windows allowed the wind to rush in. A trap. The 6 Root ninjas who burst into the study felt a simultaneous weight in their hearts. The leader showed no hesitation, saying, "Retreat. Retreat." In the rain, Kushina stood in the courtyard. Her red hair was soaked, clinging to her shoulders, yet her gaze was terrifyingly bright. "You smashed my window. You threw poison mist into my study. And now you think you can leave. Seal." As the words fell, she formed hand seals with her hands. At the corners of the courtyard, the sealing symbols that had originally protected the Hokage residence illuminated simultaneously. A golden-red formation rapidly spread from the ground, sealing all exits in an instant. The fastest Root ninja had just jumped onto the wall when the formation suddenly blazed to life beneath his feet. Boom! He collided with an iron wall, flying backward and smashing through a half-broken pillar. The sealing barrier of the Uzumaki clan. The leader's expression darkened. This type of technique specifically counters body flicker substitution and summoning. The escape methods they brought tonight were at least half wasted. The leader of the Root shouted, "Break the node." 2 Root ninjas immediately formed hand seals. Wind release. "Did I allow you to move?" Splash. A golden chain burst forth from Kushina's back. The rain curtain was directly torn apart. The first chain swept past, striking 1 Root ninja squarely in the chest. Boom. That person flew out, crashing through the wooden wall of the corridor, unable to rise for a long time. The second Root ninja dodged to the side, moving extremely quickly. But the chain suddenly changed direction in midair. Bang! A crisp sound of bone breaking came from beneath his ribs, and he was pulled into the air, dangling by the outer wall of the second floor. Blood mixed with rainwater dripped down. Kakashi stood under the corridor, his short blade drawn half an inch, his gaze slightly focused. For the first time, he realized just how terrifying the power hidden beneath his mother's usual gentleness was. So strong. Might Guy clenched his fists, his eyes shining. Kakashi whispered, "Guy, keep an eye on them." Understood. The hearts of the leading Root have now sunk to the bottom. They misjudged the intel. What remained in the Hokage residence was not a Jinchuriki that needed to be moved, but Kushina Uzumaki, who had been waiting for them to come. "Scatter and break through." The leader ordered coldly, "Don't get entangled in battle." The remaining Root ninjas instantly scattered. 2 circled towards the left corridor. 1 slapped the ground with his hands, trying to escape underground. The last one drew a black sealing nail from his sleeve, directly stabbing the formation node on the ground. Looking at the Root ninjas still stubbornly resisting, Kushina's eyes reflected an undeniable fury. "You've been spying on me." A golden chain stabbed into the ground. Boom. The Root ninja, submerged in the soil, was violently shaken out, landing in the courtyard covered in mud. I endured. The second chain swept through, forcing the 2 Root ninjas that had circled back to the center of the courtyard. "You regarded me as a risk target." The third chain wrapped around a sealing nail, directly crushing it. "I endured as well." Kushina suddenly looked up, rainwater sliding down her cheeks, her gaze cold enough to chill the heart. "Do you still think you can threaten my little son? Who gave you the courage?" Boom. The diamond seal exploded in full force. Dozens of golden chains surged from behind her, tearing through the rain curtain and covering the sky above the courtyard. Deep within the seal, a thread of chakra that the Nine Tails had just raised was forcibly pushed back by this power. The leading Root finally changed color, shouting, "Interfere with the seal." A Root ninja immediately unfolded a black scroll, biting his fingertip to let blood flow onto the scroll. Silver-white blade light fell simultaneously. PFF. Blood splattered as that Root ninja's hand was severed. Kakashi appeared at his side, the short blade dancing, and the sealing scroll was shredded into fragments. The teacher instructed, "You cannot touch the seal." The Root ninja's eyes hardened, his other hand reaching for the explosive tag at his waist. In the next moment, a foot clad in green spandex rapidly enlarged in front of him. Konoha Hurricane. Bang. The Root ninja was kicked away by Guy, sliding several meters through the mud. Upon landing, he gave Kakashi a thumbs up. "Kakashi, our teamwork is indeed seamless." Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade. "Don't get distracted." Understood. At that moment, the sound of killing came from outside the courtyard. The leading Root scanned the area, quickly assessing the situation. It was now impossible to complete the mission. To take the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki away, failure. To create chaos, failure. To frame the Uchiha, also very likely a failure. Now the only valuable mission left was to relay the information back. He abruptly formed hand seals. Shadow clone. Bang bang bang. Several shadow clones exploded simultaneously, rushing in 4 different directions. Playing with clones in my barrier. Kushina clasped her hands together, and the ceiling formation on the ground suddenly contracted. As soon as the shadow clones touched the edge of the formation, their bodies twisted and exploded into white smoke. The leading root took advantage of the swirling white smoke, turning back towards the broken opening on the second floor. That spot had just been blown open by them, where the fluctuations of the formation were the most chaotic. In his view, that was the only exit worth betting on. He threw out several shurikens, each attached with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion engulfed half of the eaves. However, in the next instant, golden chains pierced through the flames, relentlessly pursuing. How is that possible? The leading root's pupils contracted as the chains wrapped around his ankle. Kushina yanked hard, slamming him back into the courtyard. The stone slab shattered, mud splattered. As the leader tried to prop himself up, 4 chains had already ensnared his arms and legs. The 5th chain locked around his neck, pinning him firmly to the ground. Kushina approached step by step, the rain falling on her shoulders and sliding down the golden chains. Don't move. The leading root's mask began to seep blood, his gaze fixed on Kushina. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina halted, the diamond seal suddenly tightening. Crack. His left arm was instantly twisted into a spiral. The leading root let out a pained grunt, the veins on his neck bulging. Kushina leaned down, staring directly into his eyes. I have a name. I am Uzumaki Kushina. I am the mistress of this house. Minato is my husband, and it is not your place to threaten him. Her gaze was icy, her quiet voice clearly heard by everyone in the courtyard. The container in the mouths of the roots has nothing to do with me. The leading root fell silent. Root ninjas had long been accustomed to suppressing fear within their tasks, leaving only the instinct to obey orders. But in that moment, a flicker of hesitation passed through his eyes. The woman before him was completely different from the Jinchuriki, who needed to be monitored, assessed, and dealt with in the intel. She had a name. She had anger. And she possessed enough strength to leave them all behind. Outside the courtyard, the barrier suddenly trembled gently. Kushina abruptly turned her head. Golden light cut through the rain curtain. Minato appeared in the center of the courtyard, his ceremonial robe soaked with rain, his expression frighteningly cold. His gaze fell upon Little Pepper, completely disregarding the chaotic residents. Kushina, are you okay? Kushina slowly turned to look at him, revealing a pair of red slit-like eyes. Just as Minato was about to step forward, he suddenly sensed something was off about her eyes. Those eyes. Nine-Tails. 5 minutes ago, the old warehouse in the east of the village. The system map in the mind of Namikaze Minato flashed with red light. Warning. The control level of the Hokage residence has dropped from 100 to 85. Warning. High-intensity malicious chakra intrusion detected. The seal of the Nine-Tails shows external interference frequency. Namikaze Minato's expression turned cold. That old fox Danzo would not sit idly by. Everyone, I leave this to you. Be careful of Root's intruders. I will go take care of someone. I'm here. Namikaze Minato responded in a low voice. He instinctively looked at her abdomen, where the seal was hidden beneath her clothing. But the system displayed target status, stable Nine-Tails chakra overflow at 1.5. His anxious heart finally relaxed. Those red eyes with slit pupils were merely a side effect of Kushina borrowing power. They have destroyed our home. Kushina's voice was filled with suppressed anger and grievance. The devastated courtyard, along with the golden chains that swam slowly in the rain behind Kushina and exuded a terrifying sense of oppression, made Minato's heart skip a beat. I see it. He wisely chose not to reason at this moment, even instinctively taking half a step back to give this furious mistress ample space to unleash her power. Kakashi shrank his neck, retracting his short blade. Just as Guy was about to express admiration, Kakashi quickly pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to be quiet. You guys go help outside. Don't let anyone from Root come in. Namikaze Minato issued orders to the shadow guards in the courtyard. While he respected his wife's pride, he would never allow any risk from errors to affect her. A Root ninja suddenly bit his tongue, forcibly breaking free from the chains, and a black talisman ready to be activated slipped out from his sleeve. That was a sealing interference talisman specifically prepared by Danzo to deal with Jinchuriki. I said it before. A flash of golden light. Namikaze Minato appeared silently beside the Root ninja, heavily stepping down. Crack. The opponent's wrist shattered instantly. Don't touch the seal. As he spoke, his usually gentle face grew cold, making it intimidating to approach. After completing all this, he returned to Kushina's side, leaving the main battlefield to her while he flanked the area. Fun repentant. Kushina snorted coldly, and the golden chains exploded once more. Dozens of golden chains surged into the rain. A root ninja was about to form seals when the chains struck from the side, slamming him directly into the courtyard wall. The wall shattered. The man crashed into it, his mask breaking, and he fainted on the spot. Another root ninja drew a short blade attempting to rush toward the nearest shadow guard. However, just as he took a step forward, he was entangled by the chains and then lifted into the air. He was then slammed down hard. That root ninja completely softened. Kakashi's eyes twitched slightly. Guy was filled with shock. Kakashi Kushina-sama's youth is burning so fiercely. Kakashi remained silent for a moment. The lady has already shown great restraint. Namikaze Minato coughed lightly. The two immediately fell silent. The situation in the courtyard had completely tilted. Root specializes in infiltration, assassination, and silencing. But this was the Hokage residence. Kushina had set up the vortex sealing barrier in advance, and all four corners were activated. Body flicker was suppressed. Substitution technique was interfered with. Summoning and escape techniques consecutively failed. A root ninja forcibly broke free from half of the chains and threw a kunai down the corridor. Kushina's gaze instantly turned icy. Dare to touch Kakashi. Don't you know he is my family? The golden chains pierced through the rain like thunder, pinning that ninja against a shattered stone lantern. Kakashi tightened his grip on the blade, and the visible eye softened for a moment. A quarter of an hour later, the courtyard became utterly quiet. The elite root forces that stormed the residence were completely annihilated, with only 3 dead men who attempted to silence witnesses left, while the rest were bound by the golden chains. Their leader was hung high. At this moment, Namikaze Minato spoke. Little Pepper, leave the rest to me. As soon as the words fell, several figures dashed through the rain. Yamashiro, Aoi, Nara, Shikahisa, and Akimichi, Choza all simultaneously landed in the courtyard. Yamashiro Aoi looked at the wreckage around him, his steps evidently faltering. Nara Shikahisa glanced at the golden chains behind Kushina that had yet to disperse. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. An angry woman is terrifying. Yamashiro Aoi approached the captive, his expression stern. Do we need to interrogate him? Namikaze Minato replied, read his memories. Yamashiro Aoi nodded. I need him to remain conscious. Understood. Kushina relaxed the chains slightly. The leading root ninja suddenly hardened his gaze, his tongue moving slightly. Yamashiro Aoi's expression changed. He's going to self-destruct. Not on my watch. A flash of golden light. Namikaze Minato's fingers pointed at the back of the leading root ninja's neck, and a sealing technique instantly pressed into the opponent's body, completely sealing his self-destruct technique. The leader's body stiffened suddenly. Namikaze Minato said, now it's good. Yamashiro Aoi wasted no time pressing his hands on the opponent's head. Ninjutsu mind-reading technique. The courtyard fell silent. Only the rain continued to patter on the broken eaves. The chains behind Kushina slowly retracted, leaving only a few still binding the surviving root. Kakashi sheathed his blade. Guy finally breathed a sigh of relief, unusually not shouting about youth. Moments later, Yamashiro Aoi suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face pale. The orders came from Root. The direct order issuer is Shimura Danzo. Although this answer was already expected when it was truly read from the captive's memory by Yamashiro Aoi, the atmosphere in the courtyard still turned cold. Attack on the Hokage residence. Nara Shikahisa closed his eyes, attempted to control Lady Kushina. They also prepared to create a false impression of the Nine Tails going out of control. Kakashi's gaze turned completely cold. Guy's fists clenched tightly as well. The old warehouse in the east of the village had evidence of transfer and fabricated scenes. The Hokage residence had Root's intrusion and sealing interference. Now there was also the direct order from the memory of the captive. This was already rebellion. Kushina walked over to Namikaze Minato's side, whispering, is that enough? Enough. Kushina nodded. Then she pointed at the Hokage residence, which was leaking air due to the battle. What about this? Namikaze Minato paused for a moment, solemnly replying, this is the attack site, and also evidence that it must all be sealed. What about repairs? Deduct from Root's budget. Kushina's anger finally eased a bit, that's more like it. Nara Shikahisa's mouth twitched slightly. At this point, they were still discussing compensation. In a sense, this newlywed couple was quite compatible. Just then a hurried sound of breaking air came from outside the residence. Several Umbu members landed first. An old man in a straw hat walked through the rain into the courtyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the ground littered with the bodies of root ninjas, the broken Hokage residence, and Namikaze Minato, and Kushina, standing in the rain, his hands trembling slightly. Minato, clarify what happened tonight. Root infiltrated the Hokage residence, attempting to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki using sealing interference talismans. Namikaze Minato looked at the third Hokage, rainwater sliding down his white ceremonial robe. The evidence, eyewitnesses, and the results of the memory reading from the Yamashiro clan leader are all here. He pointed at the damaged house, articulating each word. Third Hokage, this destruction is the evidence of the crime. And Danzo has already rebelled. The rain continued to fall. Outside the Hokage residence, the umbu grew increasingly numerous. The root ninjas bound and sealed by the diamond knelt in rows in the courtyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face beneath the straw hat was grave to the extreme. Minato. His voice was low. This matter is too significant to hastily conclude. In the midst of the wind and rain, the white divine robe on Namikaze Minato was soaked, yet his stance remained remarkably upright. The third. Namikaze Minato enunciated clearly. I have just made it very clear that the instigator of all this is Shimura Danzo. Perhaps someone is misrepresenting orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied solemnly, attempting to suppress his emotions. Danzo acts impulsively, but he wouldn't joke about the nine tails. Kushina's eyes turned cold as the golden chains tightened, causing the bound root ninjas to groan in unison. Let me handle this. Namikaze Minato gently grasped her hand, his gaze tender. Kushina bit her lip and fell silent. Only then did Namikaze Minato shift his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression devoid of its usual warmth. The old storage house in the east of the village, the root, has been swiftly moving evidence and attempting to frame your disciple Orochimaru. Here the root has infiltrated the Hokage residence, trying to control my wife. Are you telling me someone is misrepresenting orders? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied gravely. Minato, I am not trying to cover up. I am trying to prevent the village from falling into chaos. The village is already out of control. Namikaze Minato raised his voice suddenly. He stepped forward, splashing mud with each step. When the root treats Konoha's comrades as materials, the village is already out of control. When the root monitors the major ninja clans preparing to divide, weaken, and enslave them, it is already out of control. When the root dares to storm the Hokage residence and manipulate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the village is already out of control. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Minato, watch your wording. I am the Hokage, you are already retired. With these words, the umbu outside the courtyard collectively held their breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips moved. You. But Namikaze Minato did not pause. I know you want to speak of the greater picture, stability, and that Konoha must not fall into chaos. But evil is evil, and no amount of justification for the village will cleanse it. Water dripped from the edge of Sarutobi Hiruzen's straw hat, pain flashing in his eyes. Minato, you are still young. The world is not simply black and white. Sacrifice can be heavy. The fury in Namikaze Minato's eyes finally ignited. But the bottom line cannot be traded. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. In the distance, several sounds of rushing air pierced through the rain curtain. The clan heads who had just rushed from the old storage house in the east of the village landed one after another at the Hokage residence. Hyuga Hizashi, having activated his Byakugan, leaped down from the wall and stood behind Namikaze Minato step by step. Following him was Uchiha Fugaku, who silently stood on the other side of Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Fugaku Hizashi, are you all going to join in the madness? I am here to seek justice. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was low as he looked at the third, the respect in his eyes no longer present. The same goes for the Hyuga. Hyuga Hizashi's tone was cold. We need an explanation. Narashikaku gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a complex glance and walked alongside Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza to stand beside Namikaze Minato. I apologize, Lord Third. Narashikaku said, this time the Ino Shikacho cannot pretend not to see. I personally read the orders. Yamanaka Inoichi added, if this cannot serve as evidence, then the interrogation department should no longer request the Yamanaka clan's assistance. Akimichi Choza succinctly stated, the fallen cannot be desecrated. The oil girl Shiho appeared silently, the swarm of insects vibrating low in the rain. Inazuka Akiba rode on Akamaru, emerging from the rain curtain with a fierce expression. Karasuma also arrived, standing further back, and softly said, the Karasuma clan will witness tonight. One by one, clan heads stood beside Namikaze Minato, their gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with anger, vigilance, and years of suppressed questioning. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched this scene, feeling as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. These people had once stood behind him. Now they stood beside the fourth. Namikaze Minato slowly scanned everyone, finally fixing his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, their eyes locking. The third. The first established Konoha so that children would not have to fight each other on the battlefield. It was to let the clans put down their hatred and protect this village together. But what has the root done? Namikaze Minato's voice was not loud, yet it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. They have defiled their comrades in the darkness. They have treated the ninja clans as tools. They have made the Hokage, in the face of so-called greater matters, dare not even acknowledge evil. This statement caused the umbu standing nearby to lower their heads. Kakashi's visible eye quivered slightly. Mikai clenched his fists. Kushina looked at Minato's back, her eyes slightly red. Namikaze, Minato said with pain, the will of fire should not be this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice softened. I didn't say we wouldn't investigate. Namikaze, Minato immediately replied, then we should arrest Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent once more. At this moment Mito Kazumi and Tsunade also arrived, followed by several umbu. As soon as he landed, Mito Kazumi said, Minato Danzo is an advisor, we can restrict his actions for now, but public arrest must be jointly signed by the higher-ups. Namikaze Minato became furious at once. Did they ask me when the root attacked my wife? Tsunade ignored him and said to Namikaze Minato, Fourth Hokage, you need to calm down. Calm down. Namikaze Minato scoffed. The fact that I haven't rushed to the root and personally severed Shimura Danzo's head is already calm enough. Are you threatening the advisory council? Mito Kazumi's face turned ashen. I am fulfilling my duties as Hokage. Namikaze Minato stated emphatically, Konoha belongs to everyone, not to a single person or a single clan, and certainly not to Shimura Danzo. With these words, several clan heads stepped forward simultaneously, the rain parting with their chakra. The umbu tensed their bodies. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled. This situation, if pushed further, would lead to internal strife. In an instant, the wrinkles on the third's face seemed to deepen. Minato, do you know what capturing Danzo will push the root to? They have already made their move. Many will die. If we continue to let them be, many will die for no reason. Are you prepared to push this matter to a point of no return? So we should let Danzo hold a knife to our throats. That's not what I mean, Uai. Namikaze Minato suddenly reined in his anger, his blue eyes now filled with cold resolution. Third, I respect you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze trembled slightly as he understood the cutting nature of Minato's words. Namikaze Minato continued, if the Hokage can only remain silent in the face of darkness, if Konoha has to rely on shielding criminals to maintain its facade, then I will not hesitate to turn Konoha upside down to cleanse the filth. Boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The rain intensified. At this moment, a soaking wet shadow guard broke through the rain curtain, his voice hoarse. Report to Hokage-sama. The root's underground base is fully sealed off and the barrier's strength has reached a war level. Multiple locations in the village are erupting into battles. The Archives Hospital and Old Compensation Center have all been attacked. Many ninjas have been assassinated, and it seems the root is silencing witnesses. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly raised his head, shock filling his eyes. Mito Kazumi and Tsunade's faces changed dramatically. Namikaze Minato no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, in the name of the Fourth Hokage, all personnel mobilize, seal off the root, and arrest Shimura Danzo. Those who dare to resist, kill without mercy. The strong wind carried the heavy rain. The shattered windows rattled loudly. The orders of the wave wind water gate echoed in the courtyard. Shuihu Minion's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly said, Watergate, the root possesses a wealth of wartime secrets. If things spiral out of control, the entire village's defense will be implicated. You cannot give such orders. Turning the bed, Xiao Chun spoke sternly, this matter must be convened. Enough. This is not a senior meeting, it is a suppression of rebellion. Wave wind Watergate, said. The rainwater slid down his golden hair, his eyes devoid of warmth. To utter the words suppressing rebellion was to directly label the root as a rebellious force. Sarutobi Hisashi's hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. His eyes looking at Watergate were filled with shock, pain, and unfamiliarity. The umbu. Wave wind Watergate ignored the advisory group, scanning the umbu around him before loudly asking, I ask you, do you follow the orders of the Hokage or those of the advisory group? Another thunder rolled from the horizon. The sound of rain intensified. Shuihu Minion's face turned ashen. Fourth Hokage, you are forcing the umbu to choose sides. Wave wind Watergate coldly stated, obstruct the rebels, handle them as root's accomplices. The words Shuihu Minion wanted to spit out were suddenly stuck in his throat. Zhuanqian Xiaochun pressed her lips tightly, her eyes filled with both surprise and anger. In the courtyard, the surrounding umbu exchanged glances. They were not unaware of the answer, they just dared not respond. In the past days, they had received orders from the Third Hokage, the advisors, and the Fourth Hokage. Over time, many had forgotten that the umbu should only have one object of loyalty. Those who cannot answer, hand over your masks and weapons. Wave wind Watergate's voice rang out again, stand by and accept post-war inspection. Raindrops fell to the ground. Those hesitant umbu instinctively directed their gaze towards Sarutobi Hisashi. He gripped the pipe tightly, the fire within long extinguished. He knew that if he spoke to obstruct after tonight, Konoha would have 2 Hokages. That would truly be chaos. After a long time, Sarutobi Hisashi closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his voice was hoarse. Umbu. All the hesitant umbu bowed their heads simultaneously. Follow the orders of the Fourth Hokage. As the words fell, the sounds of splashing mud began to echo. One Umbu knelt down. Soon after the second third. Umbu follows the orders of the Fourth Hokage. Umbu follows the orders of the Fourth Hokage. The voices, chaotic at first, gradually became uniform. Finally, all the Umbu in the courtyard knelt on one knee. Shuehu Minyan's face turned as dark as possible. Zhuanxian Xiaochun opened her mouth, but ultimately did not speak. Nara Shikaku's eyelids drooped slightly, the tension in his chest finally easing. What truly transpired tonight was far greater than the capture of Danzo. The Shadow Guard also knelt on one knee. The Shadow Guard awaits the orders of the Fourth Hokage. Aomori Mikoto was drenched, yet his knees remained straight as he knelt. I follow the orders of the Fourth Hokage. Kawakami Ritsu Hayashi Iane and Kojima Jin followed suit. I follow the orders of the Fourth Hokage. In the corridor, Kakashi, not wearing an Umbu mask, held a short sword across his body, kneeling on one knee. Hatake Kakashi awaiting orders from the Fourth Hokage. Might Guy clenched his fists and knelt. Burn. Might Guy accepts the temporary protection order from the Hokage. He had wanted to say a vow of youth, but was stifled by Kakashi's cold glance. Kushina thought to herself, Kakashi, this kid is quite reliable at critical moments. Wave Wind Watergate glanced around at the clan leaders, all of whom appeared ready to receive orders. Finally feeling relieved inside, the worst outcome had not occurred and the scattered powers had returned to his grasp. Issuing the Hokage's emergency order. He looked at everyone coldly, commanding, Konoha enters wartime control effective immediately. Nara Shikaku immediately raised his head. Yes. Wave Wind Watergate continued. All actions related to the Root Archive, sealed items, and post-war pensions will be uniformly dispatched by the Hokage's office. Any department that has not filed for approval is not allowed to unilaterally access, transfer, or destroy related items. Nara Shikaku loudly reiterated. Hokage emergency order. Konoha enters wartime control. All actions related to the route will be uniformly dispatched by the Hokage's office. The voice pierced through the rain curtain, quickly spreading beyond the residence. Security team. Wave Wind Watergate looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Seal the streets leading to the route's base, and do not allow route personnel to enter the residential area. Uchiha Fugaku bowed his head. Uchiha awaits orders. No unnecessary killings. Understood. Wave Wind Watergate nodded, then turned to Inuzuka Tsum and Yamanaka Shino. Inuzuka and Yamanaka cooperate with Uchiha to conduct screenings. Inuzuka awaits orders. The heavy rain cannot wash away the stench of those rats. Inuzuka Tsum grinned fiercely, while Akamaru growled softly beside her. Yamanaka awaits orders. Yamanaka Shino pushed up his sunglasses. The swarm of insects in his sleeves silently dispersed, creeping into the shadows of the rain and eaves. Hyuga clan scout the escape routes of the route. We cannot let a single one escape. Hyuga acknowledges. Kurama clan responsible for Genjutsu identification. Kurama acknowledges. Inuzuka Nara and Yamanaka responsible for temporary command interrogation and documentation. Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka acknowledge. Then Wave Wind Watergate glanced at Kushina and said to Aomori Mikoto and the others, you four are responsible for protecting Kushina and the Hokage's residence. Yes. The four of Aomori Mikoto immediately responded. All right, I will take care of this. Kushina did not object. She believed that the little son was not trying to hide her, but instead had assigned her the most important task. For there lay the evidence that pinned Danzo down. Wave Wind Watergate nodded, his gentle gaze shifting away from the little pepper, turning cold once more. The route's number is to be frozen immediately. Upon uttering this, Shuhu Minyan could no longer contain himself. Watergate. Freezing the route's number requires the advisory group's cooperation. I have said now is a suppression of rebellion. You are stripping the advisory group of its power. Wave Wind Watergate turned to glare at Shuhu Minyan, enunciating clearly. During the period of the root case, the advisory group must not unilaterally dispatch the Umbu logistics archives or sealed items. All orders must be filed with the Hokage's office. The advisory group retains the right to witness, and the power of adjudication temporarily belongs to the Hokage's office. Zhuanxian Xiaochun turned pale. Do you know what this means? No need for your reminder. Wave Wind Watergate spoke steadily. Anyone who intervenes tonight will undergo post-war inspection together. Shuhu Minyan was so furious he could not speak. Zhuanxian Xiaochun clenched her fingers tightly, but did not continue to speak. For all the clan leaders were watching them, their eyes filled with cold inquiries. Third Hokage. Wave Wind Watergate turned to Sarutobi Hizashi. From this moment on, you are not to bypass the current Hokage to directly issue orders to the Umbu security team or mission squads. As these words fell, many Umbu bowed their heads even lower. Sarutobi Hizashi's lips trembled. Once he could mobilize the Umbu with a single word, a glance could make various departments act. He had always told himself that he was doing it for the village's stability, that he was helping the young Hokage. Until this line was drawn, he suddenly realized that the things he held had never truly been let go. After a long time, I accept. Upon finishing, Sarutobi Hizashi let out a deep breath as if his words had drained his strength. Thank you for your cooperation. Wave Wind Watergate slightly lowered his head, maintaining the final respect for a former Hokage. Watergate, Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled bitterly. I hope you know what you are doing. I have always known, Wave Wind Watergate replied without hesitation, looking back at everyone. Without the Hokage's office and the Joint Witness Group filing, no department may destroy, transfer, or access post-war pensions, medical seals, mission reviews, or root-related archives and sealed items without filing. Narashikaku continued to loudly reiterate. Without filing, no department may handle related archives and sealed items. Violators will be treated as Root's accomplices. As commands spread throughout Konoha, the shadow of old power began to show cracks. Everyone looked towards Wave Wind Watergate. The person before them was no longer the young man who had been pushed into the Hokage position. From tonight onward, the authority of Konoha had returned to his hands. Shuehu Minion's expression was as dark as could be. Zhuanxian Xiaochun remained silent. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes were filled with complexity. He seemed to see his former self, yet he was also looking at a completely different Hokage. This Hokage was younger, sharper, and even less willing to compromise. Just then, before Wave Wind Watergate, the system interface silently unfolded. Hokage Emergency Order established. Wartime Control Authority established. Umbu Command Authority returned to the Hokage. Route number frozen. Advisory Group's authority over route affairs temporarily frozen. Overall control of Konoha 2035. Wave Wind Watergate slowly clenched his fist, revealing no expression. Power had temporarily returned. Next, it was time to wield the knife. He raised his head towards the direction of the root, golden chakra igniting beneath his feet. Shadow Guard Umbu and various clan execution teams. Target, Root's underground base. Capture Shimura Danzo. Eliminate any resistors without mercy. Outside the Hokage residence, mud flows down the broken stone steps, mingling with blood, deepening in color. After the command of Namikaze, Minato was issued. In the next moment, the Umbu Yanin and various clans of ninjas silently dispersed in a curtain of rain. A golden light streaked across the cold, damp streets of Konoha. Namikaze Minato stood atop a roof, his white ceremonial robe feeling slightly heavy in the rain, the words Fourth Hokage emblazoned prominently on his back. He was not enraged to the point of losing control. Instead, he remained very calm. So calm that even Orochimaru, who was following behind, retracted his smile. If it weren't for the urgency of the Ninetales incident, if it weren't for the evidence that Orochimaru had provided him, he actually did not wish to make the situation so ugly. Rainwater trickled down his blonde hair. In Namikaze Minato's blue eyes, there was already no warmth. After tonight, Shimura Danzo must completely vanish from Konoha. The underground base of Root. The lights on the stone walls flickered violently. A Root ninja knelt at the foot of the stairs, his voice barely above a whisper. The infiltration team at the Hokage residence has been wiped out. The teams at the hospital, the archives, and the old compensation office have successively lost contact. The Uchiha guard has sealed the outer perimeter. The Umbu have accepted the Fourth's command. The Hokage's office has issued wartime restrictions. The Ninetales rampage and rumors of the Uchiha rebellion have not spread. Danzo sat on a stone chair. Half of his face, hidden beneath bandages, was illuminated pale by the flames. He did not express anger. What surfaced faster than anger was a chilling aura. Too fast. Namikaze Minato even gave Root time to stir the waters. Just as Root made its move, he completed the wartime takeover. On the battlefield, Namikaze Minato relied on the Flying Thunder God to defeat enemies. Tonight, he severed the retreat between Root and the old powers with the same speed. Danzo slowly raised one eye that was visible. In the past, he regarded Namikaze Minato as a young Hokage who had been pushed to the forefront. Powerful, beloved, with a clean history, shallow political experience, and an unstable foundation. Now it seemed that judgment was utterly wrong. That light had already begun to burn the Roots underground. Namikaze Minato. Danzo murmured the name. All Root ninjas in the stone chamber lowered their heads. Danzo's voice continued to reverberate, as if seeping from the damp, cold earth. What you want to bury are the rules we have upheld for Konoha in our generation. No one responded. Root was accustomed to silence and regarded silence as loyalty. Cut off the passage. Danzo slowly stood, abandon all outer teams, core personnel retreat to lower levels. A Root ninja hesitated, saying, Lord Danzo, there are still people in the outer teams. They are no longer useful. Danzo's tone showed no fluctuation. Those Root teams that were silencing, harassing, and creating illusions were completely abandoned at this moment. Root has never been companions. Tools left outside should remain outside. Danzo turned and walked toward the deeper stone door. He would not escape. Escaping Konoha would only turn him into a rogue ninja. He He wanted to compress the battlefield here to the place most familiar to Root. Those in the sunlight only spoke of ideals. Beneath the ground lay the cost of Konoha's survival. The entrance to the Root base hidden beneath an abandoned training ground. Rainwater pooled in the potholes reflecting the broken wooden stakes and rusty iron nets. Hyuga Hayashi raised his hand to signal. His Byakugan scanned the underground structure, and he spoke in a low voice. There are 3 layers of ceiling doors beneath the entrance. Each side has a hidden passage, and deeper there is chakra interference I cannot see clearly. Nara Shikaku squatted beside the drainage ditch, his fingers tracing the marks in the muddy water. The escape route has been traversed. The main passage is closed. Yamashiro always stood at the back, his hands already equipped with chakra gloves for interrogation. Uchiha Fugaku led the guard team to seal the outer perimeter. The oil woman Shino silently sank along the water channel. Inazuka's ninja dog lowered its body, emitting a low growl. Orochimaru stood before the first sealing door, his fingertips brushing over an old-style seal, cold light flickering in his vertical pupils. Danzo has indeed supplemented the defenses against me. Can you open it? Namikaze Minato walked to his side. The outer layer can be opened. Orochimaru raised his hand to press against the stone wall, chakra flowing into the ceiling patterns, slowly traversing the nodes. Several seals gradually dimmed, but the innermost layer still shone with a gray-white light. Orochimaru withdrew his hand. The inside has been reinforced. Forcing the door open will trigger traps. Namikaze Minato turned his head and shouted, Hayashi, can you find a support point? Hyuga Hayashi, upon hearing, began scanning the stone door. Upper left, lower right, 3 inches behind the door's center, there are chakra nails. Namikaze Minato immediately instructed everyone to step back half a step. The oil woman Shino released a swarm of insects to confirm there was no poisonous mist behind the door. Inazuka's ninja whispered, the scent of blood is strong, someone has just passed through. Namikaze Minato pressed his palm against the stone door. The flying thunder god mark fell on the 3 nodes, the vortex sealing technique biting onto the chakra nails like a latch. In the next instant, the 3 supports simultaneously broke apart. Boom. The heavy stone door collapsed inward, a mixture of medicinal liquid, rust, damp wood, and blood mingling in the air, hitting everyone's faces. Many ninjas instinctively held their breath. Namikaze Minato did not stop stepping into Root. The passage behind the shattered stone door was narrow. Lights embedded in the walls flickered with a dark green hue, illuminating faces that appeared pale. Just after walking a few steps, the sound transmission barrier within the walls suddenly lit up. Danzo's voice transmitted from deep underground. Namikaze Minato, you have finally reached into the darkness. The team halted. Namikaze Minato stood in the center of the passage, his drenched ceremonial robe still dripping water. I did not reach in. I am here to reclaim Root. The underground fell silent for a moment, then Danzo's cold laugh followed. Reclaim. Do you know how many unspeakable matters Root has handled for Konoha? Do you know how much filth Root has shielded you from every day you stand in the sunlight? Namikaze Minato looked toward the sound transmission technique. Secret missions are innocent. The Umbu system is innocent. The crime lies in you allowing Root to follow only your commands. No immediate response came from the sound transmission barrier. The brief pause felt more like acknowledgement than rebuttal. Konoha can retain its secret front. Namikaze Minato continued forward, but every order must be subjected to the Hokage's constraints. Shimura Danzo, you have crossed this line for too long. Low laughter came from a distance. Hee, you finally articulated it. So it turns out what you want is power. Namikaze Minato stopped before the second sealing door. Placing his palm on it, the runes unfurled once more. The power of the Hokage must of course return to the Hokage's hands. Once power returns, responsibility will come back together. Danzo's voice turned colder. Naive. Responsibility cannot save Konoha. What can save Konoha are those who will do whatever it takes when necessary. Namikaze Minato's reply was steady. Then tonight, I will first take down this person who will do whatever it takes. The second ceiling door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Behind the door, more than a dozen Root ninjas surged out simultaneously. They did not shout or hesitate, their movements synchronized like emotionless puppets. The Yanin darted from the side. The Umbu cut into the shadows. The Uchiha guard team sealed the path with fire. Combat erupted in the narrow passage, quickly suppressed. A Root ninja broke free from restraints and lunged from the side. A flash of golden light. The Root ninja was pinned against the wall, a seal placed on the back of his neck. Namikaze Minato did not even turn back. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. The flames on the walls grew dimmer. The scent of medicinal liquid intensified and blood trails appeared on the ground. Ashes of unclean talismans still lingered in the crevices of the stones. Root ninjas continuously appeared, continuously falling. Ceiling doors were open layer by layer. With each layer descended, Root's methods grew more sinister. Self-destruct talismans, poisonous fog, hidden passage traps, ceiling traps. This underground base resembled a graveyard that was self-destructing. Orochimaru paused before a medicinal liquid tank, dipping his fingertip into the residual liquid, his serpent-like pupils chilling completely. This is not my formula. Namikaze Minato looked at him. He chuckled softly, the warmth absent from his laughter. Danzo tried to frame me with my scent, but forgot that Root's own scent is dirtier. Narashikaku quietly documented each door, every seal, every subdued Root ninja. Yamashiro Aoi tossed a live capture to the back for custody. Hyuga Hayashi continuously calibrated the underground route. The Oil Woman and Inuzuka teamed up to track. Deep underground, the third sound transmission barrier lit up. Danzo's voice echoed once more. Welcome to the true heart of Root. Namikaze Minato halted before the last stone. Step ahead lay a corridor leading to the deepest part of Root. Flickering lights lined the sides. At the end of the corridor, a massive main vault stone door gradually illuminated a scarlet seal. The color of the seal resembled freshly congealed blood. Namikaze Minato stepped down the final stone, his white, ceremonial robe billowing behind him. Shimura Danzo. The reckoning has begun. The space behind the main stone door was much wider than outside, resembling an underground hall that had been hollowed out. Black stone pillars supported the dome, their surfaces inscribed with sealing techniques between which thin tubes embedded carried dark red liquid flowing slowly inside. A row of sealing cabinets was neatly arranged along the wall with doors that bore no names, only numbers. As Bo Feng Shui men stepped in, the sounds of combat echoed from the passage behind. The last batch of Root ninjas rushed out from a hidden door, attempting to cut off the retreat. The Umbu and Shadow Guard teams met them heated. Hinata Hayashi's soft fist struck repeatedly under the dim firelight, while Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand, unleashing a wave of fire ninjutsu that sealed off the left passage. The swarm of insects released by Oil Woman sure drilled into the wall seams, while Inuzuka's Ninkin pounced firmly, biting down on a Root ninja preparing for self-detonation. Narashikaku stood in the middle, his shadow spreading out and pinning several Root ninjas in place. Orochimaru glanced at the ceiling cabinets, then looked towards the end of the main storage, stopping his advance. There was a stone chair placed there. Shimura Danzo sat in the stone chair, half of his body concealed in shadow. His left eye was intact, while his right eye was covered by bandages with a crimson hue seeping through the gaps. The newly transplanted Sharingan had not yet stabilized completely, its ocular power fluctuating erratically, disturbing the surrounding chakra as well. Bo Feng Shui men. You really brought them all in. Bo Feng Shui men paused between the stone pillars, droplets falling from the hem of his ceremonial robe, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. This is not your private residence. Without the Root, Konoha would have been torn apart by the ninja clans long ago. He raised his left hand, and the sealing techniques on the stone pillars lit up simultaneously, several gray-white chains shooting up from the ground, targeting Bo Feng Shui men. Playing with seals. Bo Feng Shui men snorted coldly, a flash of golden light appeared, and he had already moved to another stone pillar, inserting a kunai engraved with sealing marks into the sealing node. The chains lost support and fell to the ground. You are the one who treats the ninja clans as enemies. Danzo said nothing, his left hand forming seals abruptly. Wind release vacuum sphere. Several compressed wind bullets shot through the gaps between the stone pillars, aimed directly at Bo Feng Shui men's vital points. Bo Feng Shui men did not retreat. A flying thunder god kunai was thrown, flashing with golden light. The wind bullets missed, crashing through the ceiling cabinets behind. The cabinets exploded, several grayish-white Byakugan rolling out, soaked in medicinal liquid. A suppressed gasp of anger came from Hinata Hayashi's side. Danzo ignored him, looking at Bo Feng Shui men. The Uchiha will rebel sooner or later. As he finished speaking, a corner of the bandage over his right eye suddenly ripped open. The three tomo spun illusion chakra pressed outwards. Bo Feng Shui men spread the sealing technique in the palm of his left hand, directly blocking that surge of ocular power half a step away. He did not give Danzo time to gather strength. The golden light surged forward. The kunai sliced across Danzo's shoulder, blood splattering out. Danzo turned his body sideways, wind release chakra condensing into a short blade in his palm, slicing back towards Bo Feng Shui men's throat, but was caught by the wrist, receiving an elbow strike to the chest. The muffled sound echoed in the main storage. Danzo crashed into a stone pillar, the sealing techniques behind him flickering erratically. Whether the Uchiha will rebel should not be decided by you. Bo Feng Shui men retracted his hand. You led the children to betray their clan, seized the Sharingan, and then called the outcome preventive. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, pressing his left hand against the stone pillar, the sealing techniques lighting up again. Then what about Hinata? Ask them, is the clan rule more important or the village rule? The ground cracked open. Dozens of black talismans sprang up from the gap, forming a circle that sealed off all possible landing spots for Bo Feng Shui men. Bo Feng Shui men threw out 3 kunai. The first pierced the dome. The second fell towards Danzo's back. The third directly passed through the center of the talisman circle. The golden light flashed continuously. He descended from the ceiling, avoiding the talisman formation, reappearing behind Danzo. The Rasengan formed in his palm. Danzo reacted quickly, the sealing iron plates hidden beneath the bandages of his right arm fully expanding, blocking the blow with brute force. Boom! The stone pillar shattered. Danzo was sent flying, the outer layer of his right arm's bandages exploding, revealing circles of sealing tools meant to suppress rejection responses. That arm was covered in marks of techniques, pale and stiff blood seeping out from the gaps in the sealing iron plates. More eye-catching than the arm itself were the seals forcibly embedded to stabilize the Sharingan. Look at you, neither human nor ghost. Both Feng Shui men landed his gaze colder. Because of this, they understand better than anyone what it feels like to have their eyes taken away. Danzo half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. All right, what about the Inuzuka and Nara? They only weigh their interests. He pressed down on a hidden panel in the ground. 3 root dead men fell from the stone beams covered in explosive tags. They did not attack Shui men, but charged towards the evidence area behind. So they understand better than you that a village cannot be maintained by fear. Before the words fell, golden light appeared behind one of the root ninjas. A swift chop knocked him unconscious. The golden light flashed continuously, sealing techniques, repressing the chakra within the second body. As the third one rushed out, he was directly tossed into the air by the flying thunder god. The explosive tags detonated, the shockwave swallowed by the barrier, only shaking off a layer of dust. Danzo stood up, the crimson in his right eye becoming even more chaotic. The newly transplanted Sharingan was tearing at his nerves, causing half of his face to twitch uncontrollably. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is always a disaster. As soon as this sentence left his mouth, the air in the main storage sank. The chakra erupting from both Feng Shui men made the nearby root ninjas retreat simultaneously. That killing intent pressed forward unapologetically for the first time. Kushina has a name. She is a Konoha ninja, she is Uzumaki Kushina, and she is my wife. Danzo's left hand formed seals abruptly. Inside 4 symbols. Black techniques spread from his chest. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed sharply, he wants to drag you down with him. Both Feng Shui men had already moved. The golden light traveled along the ground. Danzo wanted to continue forming seals, but suddenly felt a chill in his wrist. A kunai cut off his sealing action, nailing his right hand to the ground. In the next instant, both Feng Shui men pressed his palm against Danzo's chest. The Uzumaki sealing technique drilled in like a lock, forcibly pressing that black technique back to its origin. Danzo let out a muffled groan, his knee crashing to the ground. Both Feng Shui men did not release his grip. She is not a container, not a risk item, nor a tool for you to shift the blame. Shimura, Danzo, you can't even see your companions as human, so how can you say you are doing this for Konoha? The Hokage stands in the sunlight, of course, can say beautiful words. Danzo's eyes widened in anger, his voice laced with blood, but someone has to do the dirty work. You are not doing dirty work for Konoha. Both Feng Shui men looked down at him. You are just stuffing your selfish desires into the darkness, forcing everyone to acknowledge that it is necessary. A true Hokage can bear the darkness, but cannot create darkness, and cannot push their companions into darkness. Danzo's left hand reached into his robe again. A sealing talisman had yet to unfold when the flying thunder god kunai pierced through his palm, nailing the talisman paper as well. The spinning tomo in Danzo's right eye whirled wildly, illusion chakra bursting forth again. A tiny technique emerged from both Feng Shui men's forehead. The Nine-Tails sensing brought spatial warnings, making the landing point of that chakra directly reflected in his mind. He tilted his head to avoid the center of the ocular power, while the other hand pressed down on Danzo's forehead. The ceiling fell. That crimson right eye immediately dimmed. Danzo froze in place. The sounds of battle behind him also gradually ceased. The last root ninja was knocked down to the ground by Hinata Hayashi. Danzo knelt on the ground, his right eye sealed, his right arm drooping. Standing in front of him was the Fourth Hokage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the entrance of the main storage, what he saw was this scene. Shui men. He opened his mouth. Both Feng Shui men did not turn back, speaking each word clearly, attacking the Hokage residence, attempting to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, destroying evidence, privately arming, desecrating the bodies of companions. Shimura, Danzo, you are irredeemable. With each word spoken, the atmosphere in the main storage sank deeper. Those sealing cabinets stood silently against the wall. There were no names inside, but everyone present knew that behind those numbers had once been Konoha ninjas. They were members of a certain clan. They were fathers to certain children. They were sons that certain mothers awaited to return home. Both Feng Shui men said heavily they died for Konoha, not to be locked in cabinets by you after death. Danzo let out a low laugh from his throat. You can't kill the root. Before the words fell, his drooping right arm suddenly twisted. With a forceful pull, he yanked his pinned right hand out of the ground, revealing a gaping hole dripping with blood. All the sealing iron plates remaining beneath the bandages shattered and black techniques lit up simultaneously on his chest, arm, and shoulder. Inside four symbols sealing. Orochimaru's face changed. Shui men retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted stop. But both Feng Shui men did not retreat. Three flying thunder god kunai slid out from his sleeves nailed around Danzo. Golden techniques lit up simultaneously, forcibly blocking the three nodes of the inside four symbols sealing from expanding. Danzo's left hand turned into a claw wind release chakra, slashed towards both Feng Shui men's heart. The distance between them was as close as it could get. The Rasengan in both Feng Shui men's palm had been compressed to its limit. The root can be buried underground, but it cannot rot in the heart of Konoha. Boom. The Rasengan penetrated Danzo's chest first. The wind blade grazed the ceremonial robe, tearing a slit in the white collar. The black sealing technique had not fully unfolded when it was simultaneously interrupted by the flying thunder god node and the Uzumaki sealing technique. Danzo crashed heavily against the sealing cabinet, his chest caving in, the crimson in his right eye quickly dimming. He still wanted to raise his hand, but his fingers only moved slightly before going limp. The main storage fell into silence. Both Feng Shui men stood and placed the residual chakra in his palm, slowly dissipating. He looked at Danzo, who collapsed in front of the sealing cabinet, his voice not loud, yet resonating throughout the entire main storage. It is over. From today onwards, the darkness of Konoha must also heed the orders of the Hokage. Danzo slid down to the ground, leaning against the sealing cabinet. This time he died in the midst of his counterattack. The main vault had fallen silent. Danzo lay collapsed on the stone floor, his chest caved in, the bandage over his right eye completely devoid of life. The black patterns of the four symbol seal had stopped moving, resembling a flower that had rotted before fully blooming. Minato Namikaze slowly withdrew his hand, blood still staining his fingertips. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smell of medicine. Orochimaru stood a few steps away, his golden slit pupils sweeping over the corpse, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he remained silent. Seal all the scattered evidence and inspect the remaining sealing cabinets. Minato Namikaze turned his head, looking at the various clan leaders who had followed him in. No further urging was needed. The illumination techniques flickered to life one after another. The entire main vault was finally illuminated thoroughly. Everyone fell silent before the rows of glass containers. Hinata Hisashi's temples throbbed as he quickly walked towards the remnants of the sealing cabinet that had been shattered by Danzo's wind technique. During the recent battle, several glass jars containing the pale white eyes had shattered and the eyeballs rolled out. He hurried forward, retrieving a specially designed sealing scroll, carefully collecting each of the white eyes, his movements as gentle as if he were cradling the ashes of his kin. After completing these tasks, he straightened his body, pressed against the broken cabinet door, and unleashed a surge of chakra. Crack! The cabinet door was violently forced open. More glass jars were revealed. One of the labels read clearly: source, Hyuga Sook branch, family status, caged bird, curse, seal breach, failed optic nerve degeneration, preserved as an abandoned sample. On the other side, Fugaku Uchiha had opened a black sealing book. The sound of pages turning was particularly jarring in the silent storeroom. Grade A access exclusive. Uchiha Sharingan rejection and fusion records. Living removal experiment of Freedomo subject no. 2 rejection rate, 30% failure destruction. Fugaku's hand tightened instantly, veins bulging. Further inside were brain tissue specimens from the clan of the mountain. It was the distorted insect nest of the Oil Woman clan. It was the fur and skin of the ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan treated with gunpowder, each piece buried deep in sin. Nara Shikaku chose not to look at those blood-soaked items. He stood in the archive area, his gaze resting on stacks of documents. Akidu clan frontline supply formula and drug efficacy decay experiment. Nara clan task review and reverse thinking model. This was a vast net aimed at all ninja clans of Konoha. Each family's trump cards, secret techniques, flaws, and even physical conditions were meticulously categorized and labeled with a price. Minato Namikaze stood in the center of the main vault, holding several classified documents of different colors. The red file was marked Kyubi Jinshuri's routine intervention and rapid suppression plan. Inside the black booklet was routine security personnel infiltration rotation list for the Hokage's office. At the bottom lay an old yellowed file concerning the public relations guidance of the 10-year-old incident involving Shikamaru Nara's suicide. How the public opinion had arisen back then, which tavern first spread the words, who wept before the deceased's family, and who exaggerated the details. All were clearly documented. It was a meticulously planned hunt aimed at suppressing the Hokage candidates. At the entrance of the main vault, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen in place. He had just witnessed the death of his old friend. Shock, complexity, and even anger were caught in the elderly man's throat, unable to be swallowed. With several umbu accompanying him, he took heavy steps, finally fully entering this vast underground space. But when those vessels and documents were laid out before him one by one, the elder who had ruled Konoha for most of his life felt his anger dissipate in an instant. Lord Third. Narashikaku's voice was dry as he stepped aside. Before him lay a specially designed sealing box covered in dark patterns. The label on top reads Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils slightly constricted. He stepped forward, quickly attempting to take it, but his hands began to tremble. No umbu stepped forward to stop him. Everyone quietly watched the former Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and unsealed the box. Inside the box were stacks of observation notes filled with writing. He tremblingly pulled out the top few sheets. Observation of the ideological tendencies of the Sarutobi clan's young ninjas. Target Sarutobi Asuma. Assessment: deviation in identification with the will of fire, rebellious personality, potential to deviate from the clan's conventional path. If necessary, a scheme can be devised to guide him away from the village to avoid interfering with the core decisions of the Hokage system. The pages were crumpled in his grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped as if the air in this underground space had suddenly become insufficient. He continued to flip through. Target Sarutobi Pibu. Assessment: frequent contact with the Kyubi Jinchuri. Deep emotional ties can serve as a stable observation point during the Jinchuri's emotional outbursts. Note: in case of emergencies, consider him as expendable to delay the Kyubi's rage. Crack. The scroll fell to the ground. The sound was not loud, but in this place it was piercing enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen. Asuma. Pibu. One was his son, and the other was his wife. He had always believed that Danzo Shimura's actions were for Konoha. Even if the means were extreme and dark, he had always told himself that they were the roots that must exist where the leaves dance. He had continually numbed himself with the excuse of the street corner to condone the other's actions. But the emergence of this document thoroughly shattered the last shred of self-deception within him. The black and white assessment report pierced through those hypocritical compromises like a blade. Danzo Shimura was not bearing the darkness on his behalf. That old friend who had grown up with him, who had always claimed to act for the village, had established a Konoha entirely his own in this dark underground. All the ninjas, all the clans, including his own blood relatives, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the calculations of the roots, they were merely tools that could be valued, discarded, or consumed at any time. It was terrifyingly quiet around them. The clan leaders watched everything with indifference. Minato Namikaze walked around the long table, slowly approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen, the white ceremonial robe gleaming in the dim vault. He lowered his gaze to the open document, raising his hand to point at the note regarding Pibu. Lord Third. Look here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's murky eyes trembled. Minato Namikaze's voice was light, yet it struck his ears like a hammer. When he wrote this, he even counted you in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned scarlet in an instant. A series of choking sounds escaped his throat, yet he couldn't utter a single word. This man, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, had all the composure and confidence he had accumulated over the long years completely shattered in that moment. He stared intently at the words on the ground. That last piece of cover for the greater good was violently torn apart, reduced to ashes. Minato Namikaze turned away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, no longer caring for his faltering silhouette. Danzo was dead, and the reckoning for the roots was only just beginning. The fire of a new era would burn this place clean. Orochimaru chuckled in the shadows, his voice reminiscent of a reptile feeding. He was very satisfied with the course of this night. Minato Namikaze turned back, preparing to issue the final command. This painful severance belonging to Konoha could no longer be reversed. The old rules were collapsing, and now was the time to resolve everything completely. The one holding the power stood right here, blazing like the sun. The underground main storage was stuffy. Cabinets sealed with spells were violently pushed open. The sound of glassware clashing echoed incessantly. Minato Namikaze turned around, facing the utterly stunned senior officials of Konohagakure. The rain no longer dripped from his godly robe. However, the power struggle of the Fourth Hokage had only just begun. Shimura Danzo, during times of war and peace, established an underground armed force, siphoning resources from the village, desecrating the remains of comrades. His words were slow, yet each syllable reverberated in this underground space. Attacking the Hokage's residence, attempting to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, conspiring to overthrow Konohagakure. From this moment on, Shimura Danzo's position as the advisor of Konohagakure is revoked, and the root organization is permanently disbanded. Minato's gaze was like lightning as he issued the ultimate purge order. All root members disarm immediately and submit to a comprehensive examination by the Hokage's office. All assets, secret bases, experimental records, and sealed items under your name shall be handed over to the Hokage's direct team for management immediately. A commotion arose in the storeroom. Mito Minion's gaze was drawn away from Danzo's gradually cooling corpse, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fourth Hokage, you are simply insane. The root controls half of the intelligence network of Konoha. Are you not afraid that the entire village's defenses will collapse entirely once you revoke their status? He wanted to scold with the authority of the past, but facing Minato Namikaze's cold blue eyes, his voice faltered. The main storage was silent. All eyes were on Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru hid in the shadows, his long tongue sweeping across his lips, watching this drama with great interest. Collapse. Minato Namikaze sneered, his facial features contrasting sharply with his usual gentle demeanor. The defenses of Konoha do not rely on the rats in the sewers. Intelligence, assassination, and defense are the sharp swords protecting the village. They are no longer mere chips for certain individuals to exclude their rivals. The Hokage's power must return to the Hokage's hands. Thus, the responsibility must also return to the Hokage. Minato raised his hand. Two scrolls flew out from the hands of Kawakami Ritsu, landing precisely at the feet of the two advisors. Their family crests were prominently stamped on the covers. The scrolls unfurled. Black characters on a white background revealed themselves in the dim firelight. The Tashin clan report of war, material damage, and misappropriation of profits. The Mito clan detailed account of misappropriated funds from the land of Fire's daimyo. Their breaths froze instantly, eyes wide open. Minato Namikaze mockingly remarked, the root dares to include even the clans of the Third Hokage in the observation list, so naturally, it won't overlook the two of you. You have condoned Danzo with your so-called bigger picture, and he has returned the favor by helping you cover up these rotten accounts. Elders, shall I confront each financial entry in front of all the clan heads? Hizukabe Kohara's face turned pale as though all strength had been drained from her. Mito Minion's lips trembled uncontrollably, his throat felt as if choked by something, unable to utter a single rebuttal. This is the last time. Minato Namikaze gave no face to them publicly issuing the final judgment. The advisory council will be reorganized into the Hokage Advisory Agency. Only the rights to advise and witness will remain. All adjudication rights are permanently revoked. With this order, the old hierarchical structure collapsed entirely in this underground chamber. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained frozen before the document labeled with the names of his wife and children, his back hunched, feeling as if all strength had been drained. The pipe that had accompanied him for many years fell to the ground unnoticed. He heard Minato's judgment, but he no longer had the right to speak. The monster he had nurtured for 30 years in the root not only backfired on Konoha, but also completely ended his political life as the former Hokage. Minato Namikaze surveyed the entire room and announced the new regulations with decisive authority. The Umbu will be restructured directly accountable only to the current Hokage. No one is allowed to bypass the Hokage's office to issue commands privately. All financial expenditures, logistical allocations, document reviews, medical archives, and mission reviews within the village must be unified and submitted to the Hokage's office for record. These iron laws were like barriers, completely sealing off the outlets for power leakage. He looked towards the clan heads in succession. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan was still spinning wildly. Hyuga Hayashi tightly held the storage scroll containing his clan's Byakugan. Inuzuka Tsum's hands were knotted with prominent veins, his eyes nearly bursting. Minato's tone deepened as he made the most serious promise. Matters involving the bloodline limits of various ninja clans' secret techniques, the handling of clan members' remains, and post-war compensations must be formally notified to the relevant families by the Hokage's office, with all three parties keeping records. There will no longer be any so-called sacrifices in Konoha without prior notification. All of the above will be inscribed in the village regulations. These promises struck firmly into the hearts of the clan heads. Minato Namikaze noticed the barely contained hatred in Fugaku's eyes and immediately added a warning, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Clan head Fugaku, I will give you an explanation for this blood debt. The traitors will face punishment. However, the reckoning must be a public judgment. Put away your daggers. Uchiha Fugaku's chest heaved violently, his teeth clenched tightly as he suppressed his anger, his crimson Mangekyo slowly reverting to pure black. Uchiha will obey the Hokage's judgment. With a leader stepping forward, the other clan heads lowered their heads in acceptance. At this moment, no one wished to challenge the current Hokage, who had just personally shattered the old era's authority and held the moral high ground. The last item. Minato Namikaze emphasized his tone, his killing intent palpable. The security of Kushina Uzumaki is henceforth the sole responsibility of the Hokage's direct sealing team. No organization, department, or individual is allowed to monitor contact, or move the Jinchuriki privately. Those who violate this order will be treated as traitors with no mercy. In this vast underground facility, there was no sound of resistance. The transfer of power was brutally and thoroughly completed within this foul-smelling storeroom. Yet he keenly noticed that the eyes of the lower-level execution personnel still brimmed with fear of a potential future purge. Blind slaughter could only bring about short-sighted fear. A true Hokage knows how to distribute the largest piece of the cake after bringing down the heavy hammer. You all need not be anxious. His voice was no longer as serious as before. Punishments will only target the masterminds and those who have crossed the line. The lower and logistical personnel who were coerced by the root in the past, as long as they were not involved in the blood debts of their comrades, will be exempt from blame. The Hokage's office will never engage in collective punishment or revisit old grievances. Once these words were spoken, the tense backs of those present relaxed in unison. Following that, Minato Namikaze presented the biggest and most enticing cake of the night. Seize all assets under the root's name and allocate 60% directly into the village's mission reserve fund and fallen soldier compensation fund. His gaze swept towards the two pale-faced elders. The two advisors will do the same, return 60% of the ill-gotten gains. Mito Minion and Kuzukabe Koharu gritted their teeth, not daring to utter a single complaint in the face of the ironclad evidence and absolute strength. They understood that this was the price of buying their lives. Minato Namikaze continued with his overwhelming momentum. Starting tomorrow, the reward ratio for all missions in Konoha will be increased by 20%. At the same time, the promotion and resource allocation mechanisms of Konoha will be reformed. Future borrowing of ninjutsu scrolls and high-level material allocations will no longer prioritize old factions and seniority. His voice was firm and resonated throughout the room. I will only look at military merit and capability. The capable will rise while the incompetent will fall. Those who risk their lives to protect Konoha deserve the best treatment. An immediate wave of suppressed gasps surged through the storeroom. The heavy stick shattered the monopolies of the old era, while the carrot was directly offered to all common ninjas, grassroots logistics, and those who stood with him today. Not only was there no collective punishment for past grievances, but they were also welcomed with a genuine salary increase and a pathway to rise solely based on merit. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi exchanged glances, their emotions surging. This young Fourth Hokage had not only crushed the darkness, but with a wave of his hand tightly grasped the hearts of all Konoha. In the shadows, Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils trembled with excitement, his mouth nearly splitting into a grin. Minato Namikaze ignored the compliments from those around him. The sky was about to brighten, but his revelry had only just begun. The system that had long been silent was now frantically flooding his mind with notifications. The system notifications continued to ring out. Bo Feng Shui Min lowered his eyelids, slightly gradually retracting his external perception. The remnants surrounding the roots were being affixed one by one with chakra sealing symbols by the shadow guards. The cold metal shackles clashed and rattled. Bo Feng Shui Min stood before a pile of disordered documents and said in a deep voice, Lu Jiu, gather everyone to classify all the scrolls. Sort them according to family secret techniques, task logs, and financial dealings. Don't let bloodstains tarnish the original writing. Nara Lugio stepped forward, quickly pointing at several Chiu Dao clan members who were moving boxes, and asked, do these need to be sent back to the Hokage building immediately? Let the families identify them here first. Bo Feng Shui Min kicked away the obstructing shards of glass. The specimens belonging to their bloodline limits should be collected by their respective clans. The remaining written records and experimental data should all be sealed with confidentiality seals. Understood. Nara Lugio replied solemnly. Once Lu Jiu left, Orochimaru quietly emerged from the shadows, walking slowly and enigmatically. He toyed with a kunai between his fingers, his gaze sweeping over the glass containers, his snake-like eyes filled with greed. Fourth Hokage, regarding the preservative solution that has soaked the Byakugan. Would you like me to help with that? Bo Feng Shui Min glanced at him, his tone icy and piercing. Orochimaru Zenpai, it's better for your hands to be used for handling the experimental reports. You need not concern yourself with such laborious tasks. Orochimaru chuckled twice mischievously and withdrew from the main vault. As he passed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he didn't even spare him a glance. They brushed past each other as if they were strangers. With all matters arranged, Bo Feng Shui Min could finally focus on the system. Overall control of Konoha 35. The numbers began to flash wildly, illuminating his vision. 38, 42, 49. The values skyrocketed, easily breaking through the halfway mark, finally stopping at 58. This number did not surprise Bo Feng Shui Min. Human hearts are always interwoven with greed and suspicion. The thunderous wrist tonight shattered the bones of the old powers. The promises of substantial rewards afterward also temporarily secured the people's hearts. To gain lasting allegiance, mere pretty words were not enough. Old debts in the roots still needed to be addressed, and the promised benefits must be thoroughly implemented. He opened the situation map attached to the system. On the map of Konoha, the areas representing the Uchiha and Hyuga clans burst forth with dazzling green highlights. The numbers adjacent boldly indicated 70. He glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi not far away. These two clans had suffered the most and had been the most ruthless in their actions during the purging of the old forces. Now, they stood firmly in their allegiance. In contrast, the area representing the Inazuka Nara and Akimichi clans swayed around the 50 mark. They were still observing, waiting for the sun to rise tomorrow to see if the new policies could truly be implemented. No rush. Bo Feng Shui Min muttered to himself, who after all the meat was already stewing in the pot. With the implementation of policies, the increase in control was merely a matter of time. Compared to the previous situation, which only had a percentage in the teens, the current growth was nothing short of earth-shattering. The pulsating numbers in the center of the screen finally came to a complete stop. A new row of settlement notifications popped up. Daily acquisition of luck value 5800, current luck value 4700. Before Bo Feng Shui Min could close the panel, a crisp notification sound rang out again. Ding. Detected that the host's overall control of Konoha has first broken through 50. A milestone has been achieved. Starting to distribute milestone exclusive rewards. Several lines of molten gold-like text appeared on the notification interface. Acquired exclusive ability Junior Konoha Heart Endless Source. Bo Feng Shui Min looked at the skill description. Skill description: active skill upon activation temporarily increases one's chakra limit by 100. Chakra refining speed increases by 200. Aura bonus effect temporarily increases allied chakra limits by 5. A chakra refining speed increases by 5. Activation cost 1 luck value per second. At the moment the system notification sound faded, Bo Feng Shui Min felt a sudden jolt deep within his heart. A gentle, yet vast chakra inexplicably emerged, flooding into his limbs. After continuously using the Flying Thunder God technique at high intensity tonight, and withstanding the 4 symbols sealing his meridians, had already felt a dull pain. But just in that brief moment, the sense of exhaustion was instantly swept away. The vast chakra filled his body, bringing an unprecedented feeling of power expansion. This is useful, incredibly useful. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing through his palm. As a ninja skilled in speed and time-space ninjutsu, he knew better than anyone his greatest shortcoming. Insufficient chakra reserves had always limited his potential. The Flying Thunder God was unmatched in power, yet it consumed chakra excessively. Sage mode could reinforce him, but its long preparation time could not be integrated into his instant kill system. But now it was different. As long as he activated Endless Source, his chakra limit would double, and the refining speed would soar by a full 2 times. If he could resolve the preparation issue of Sage mode, and pair it with the Flying Thunder God domain that he initially unlocked, chakra would flow endlessly. At that time, the title of Yellow Flash would truly be well-deserved. With his current luck reserves, even if the Ninja World War broke out now, he could sustain several days of peak battle. Moreover, with the aura effects radiating throughout the battlefield, it was undoubtedly a god-level skill. And this was just the junior version. Opening the luck shop, the intermediate and advanced versions of Endless Source were prominently displayed, but grayed out, indicating they could not be purchased. Beneath these 2 gray icons, the prices for these 2 skills were marked. Price, 20 million. Price, 50 million. There were no system explanations, but the exorbitant prices were enough to prove their terrifying potential limits. A long road ahead. Bo Feng Shui Min let out a long sigh. The cold and ruthless demeanor on his face melted away like spring snow, replaced by a deceptively gentle smile. The cleaning of the underground main vault was coming to an end, and the root captives had all been escorted away. In the center of the main vault, wooden sealed boxes were piled high. Lord Hokage, the scene has been cleared. In the midst of the pile, yet he stepped forward with a report. Except for the parts claimed by the various clans, all other documents have been affixed with anti-opening seals. Bo Feng Shui Min's gaze swept over the small mountain of evidence, his eyes deep. This was a massive cleansing operation. As long as these corrupt remnants were thoroughly excised, Konoha could truly welcome a rebirth. Send these back to the Hokage building. After signing his name on the list, Bo Feng Shui Min turned to the clan leaders who were still waiting nearby. Everyone. He waved his hand. The specimens and relics belonging to your clans can be sealed and taken away now. Remember to submit a handover form to the Hokage office as per the procedure. Uchiha Fugaku bowed deeply, his attitude unusually respectful. Hyuga Hayashi also bowed in great formality. The others followed suit. They carefully lifted the sealed boxes containing the remains of their clansmen, fearing any bumps or collisions. Let's go. Both feng shui men took the lead, stepping over the shattered stone door of the main vault. The group followed behind, retracing their steps along the narrow corridor that emitted a pungent scent of medicinal solutions. When they pushed open the iron gate at the bottom of the abandoned training ground and stepped onto the ground, a refreshing morning breeze carrying the scent of earth rushed towards them. The raging storm that had raged all day finally ceased. Both feng shui men lifted his head. The dark clouds were torn open, revealing a massive gap. The blazing sun broke free from the gloom, and radiant sunlight poured down upon the earth. The old era of Konoha had completely turned the page. 3 whole days and nights. In the Hokage office, piles of documents awaited approval. The audit of the root organization was an immense and intricate endeavor. Minato Namikaze had been working tirelessly for 3 consecutive days. On the sofa, Kushina Uzumaki, with her red hair cascading like a waterfall, curled up. A large red blanket covered her, gently rising and falling with her steady breaths. The Hokage residence had sustained severe damage during the previous battle. For these 3 days, she simply accompanied little Naruto to sleep in the office building. Knock knock. A faint knocking sound came from outside the door. Minato immediately set down his pen, lightly touched the ground with his toes, and in an instant flashed to the door to open it. Shikaka Nara walked in, carrying a thick stack of documents, his eyes dark beneath, and even his tied ponytail appeared somewhat disheveled. Hokage-sama. Shikaku lowered his voice, deliberately glancing at the sofa. Minato pointed to the spacious desk. The accounts from the initial phase of the root's asset seizure have been sorted out. Shikaku placed the documents down and drew out a scroll from the top. It encompasses the secret banks under Danzo's name, dividend shares, and land deeds of various underground organizations. Minato scanned the long row of zeros, his pupils slightly trembling. 500 million Ryo. It's all large denomination currency notes packed into 30 large crates. Shikaku's fingers danced as he continued reporting the figures. Additionally, there are 10,000 top-grade explosive tags that are excellent at resisting moisture and 2,000 pounds of unrefined chakra metal ore. Minato picked up the scroll, his gaze sweeping over those astonishing numbers. This sum of money, he calculated, is enough for us to launch another large-scale battle against the Cloud Village. This is just the initial summary. Shikaku rubbed his throbbing temples and said with a wry smile, at the current pace, it will take at least another 2 months to finish. I'll thank you for your hard work. Minato closed the scroll. Shikaku waved his hand, his expression turning serious. There's also a special situation. In the orphans raised by Root, an experimental subject codenamed Alpha was discovered. He possesses would release. How should we handle him? This reminder from Shikaku instantly brought to Minato's mind the character Yamato from the original story. His eyes flickered as he said, send him to the orphanage along with the other children and let the medic Nonai Yamanaka take care of him. However, Alpha's identity is too sensitive. Create a separate file for him and assign 2 trustworthy Umbu members to monitor him secretly in 12-hour shifts. Make sure he doesn't realize he's being watched. I want him to grow up like a normal child under the sun. Shikaku nodded in agreement. How is the outside atmosphere? Minato walked to the window. Shikaku stood beside him, looking down among the grassroots ninjas. There's a sense of unrest. The noon sun hung high. Outside the mission hall, a throng of people surged with lines extending into the street. They are afraid. Minato hit the nail on the head. They fear that the pay raise policy I promised might be thwarted by the rotten rules set by the lower tiers. The advisory council has controlled the finances for too long. Shikaku sighed. In the perception of the common ninjas, the promises of the higher-ups often rarely materialize. Minato's gaze grew colder. The money is already in our hands. The ones truly anxious are certain individuals. At noon, in the salary distribution office of the finance department, the air was stifling, a mix of sweat and the smell of blood. A common ninja, Yamada, dragged his left arm wrapped in bloodied bandages painfully, making his way to the window. To catch up with the new pay raise policy, he had risked his life and run for 3 days to complete a dangerous escort mission. Yamada trembled as he handed the mission receipt into the window. The clerk Tanaka yanked the slip, glanced at it disdainfully, and threw it back onto the counter. The old seal on the escort route, damage proof, is incomplete. 3% will be deducted from your pay. Yamada panicked, gripping the windowsill tightly. Tanaka-sama. The Fourth Hokage just issued an order 3 days ago increasing wages by 20%. The goods were not short, and the losses were due to encountering rogue ninjas. The pay raise is a benevolence from Hokage-sama to show compassion for his subordinates. We certainly comply. Tanaka didn't even lift his eyelids, leisurely fiddling with the stamp in his hand, but the accounts must be compliant. Your proof doesn't even have all 4 old seals set by Elder Mito. According to the rules, it's a violation for withdrawal. I'm just following the rules. Even if you escalate this to the Hokage, it's still your incomplete paperwork. Go back and fix the seals. Come back in 10 days. 10 days. Yamada was utterly despairing. Who knows if this pay raise decree will still exist then? Whispers of suppressed murmurs erupted among the ninjas waiting in line. As expected, when the upper echelons show kindness, the lower ones always find ways to stifle you. These finance officers are all staunch supporters of the Mito faction. Can the Fourth really dismiss all of them? Tanaka listened to the complaints from the crowd with a disdainful look. The law doesn't punish the masses. This is a Getuda fail-free card for the finance department. The Fourth could take down Danzo, but could he eliminate the hundreds of grassroots accountants in the village? As long as they use a lengthy approval process to stall these lower-tier ninjas, even if the Hokage wanted to investigate, he would have no way to proceed. In the end, those so-called pay raise quotas would merely turn into year-end bonuses for their old faction. Yamada clenched his teeth in frustration, forcing a bitter smile, just about to turn around and concede. Boom. The two heavy wooden doors of the hall were violently kicked open. The ninjas in line turned their heads and instinctively stepped aside. Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Itachi strode into the hall. They were clad in brand new Jonin vests with dark red armbands representing direct affiliation with the Hokage on their left arms. Uchiha Itachi held a kunai between his teeth, his cold gaze fixed on Tanaka inside the window. Whoosh. Nara Shikaku's chakra exploded beneath his feet, leaving behind a shadow like lightning as he directly leaped over the 10-meter-long queue, crashing heavily into the sealed-off office area. Tanaka hadn't even reacted before he saw a shadow flash before him. A gleaming kunai was thrust against the back of his hand, violently pinning it into the wooden desk in front of him. Wood chips flew everywhere. Tanaka was immediately startled into a shiver. What are you doing? Dare to trespass into the office. Before he could finish speaking, his collar was grabbed by Nara Shikaku, yanking him up from his chair. Uchiha Itachi leisurely stepped forward, pulling out a pair of handcuffs inscribed with chakra sealing symbols. Snap! The deadlock clicked shut. The sealing technique coursed through Tanaka's meridians instantly, suppressing the chakra within him. Only then did Uchiha Itachi speak. You dare to touch the money approved by the Hokage? You're quite bold. The hall fell silent, several finance officials trembling in the office area. Illegally transmitting old orders for personal gain, Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened. Not directly executing you already shows the Hokage's compassion. Take them all away. Shikaku tightened the chain, dragging Tanaka out like a dead dog. Several members of the Shadow Guard who followed immediately stepped forward, following closely behind, capturing all the corrupt officials in the office area. The hall was deathly silent. Uchiha Itachi turned around, pulling out a thick stack of brand new bills, placing the full amount plus the 20% raise into Yamada's astonished hands. No need to wait 10 days. Uchiha Itachi spat out the kunai, loudly proclaiming, Hokage-sama has issued an order. Tasks completed must be settled on the spot. The promised 20% raise will not be short by a single ryo. The previous rules are to be immediately invalidated. The raise and direct payment policy will be permanently recorded in the village regulations. The Fourth Hokage said tasks completed must be settled on the spot. The extra 20% will not be lost. In the future, anyone who dares to use any excuses to obstruct the distribution of military payments will have their forehead protectors stripped away without mercy. After a brief silence, the entire hall erupted into a frenzy. Long live Hokage-sama. Long live the Fourth Hokage. Countless common ninjas reddened their eyes, lifting bloody mission receipts, roaring and shouting in fury. The wave of cheers transformed into visible shockwaves, overturning the dome of the finance department, sweeping outwards in all directions from Konoha. At the top of the Hokage building, Minato stood with his hands clasped behind him at the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the tide of cheers below. The system panel was rapidly fluctuating. Ding! Detecting a significant increase in the sense of belonging among the common ninjas. Konoha's overall control, level 5860. Daily luck value acquisition, 60000. Minato closed the panel. With this turn of events, those old-school officials should be able to restrain themselves a bit. Kaze no Kagea withdrew his gaze from the crowd below, turned around, and strode back behind his desk. The recent extermination of the pests in the finance department was merely an appetizer. To reshape Konoha, the cleansing akin to scraping bones to remove poison must not pause. Another 2 busy days ensued. Nara Kikuchi delivered the first draft of the village regulations revisions, and Kaze no Kage provided extensive comments spanning 3 full pages. The review of the remaining personnel from the route was also progressing steadily, with Aoki Makoto's team responsible for the identification. They had preliminarily categorized over 300 lower-tier members into coerced and voluntary groups. That afternoon, the door to the office was pushed open from the outside by Orochimaru. Kaze no Kage cast a glance at him, retrieved a key from the drawer along with a scroll sealed with a confidentiality mark, and slid them both across. There is an abandoned training ground in the northwest corner of Konoha, which was previously the 3rd base of the route. Starting today, it will be converted into a direct research facility under the Hokage, and you will be in charge. Orochimaru steadily pinched the key, his eyes revealing satisfaction with this location distant from the village and conducive to concealment. The fourth Hokage indeed keeps his promises. Don't rush to conclusions yet. Kaze no Kage picked up the Hokage's seal and firmly pressed it onto the budget sheet, stating, I can provide you with facilities, funding, and personnel structure, but the rules must be clearly established first. I want touch the people in the village. Orochimaru proactively laid out his bottom line. Not enough. Oh. Orochimaru looked up. Kaze no Kage met his gaze with intense, penetrating insight. The research funding will be allocated by Konoha. All projects must be registered, and the results must benefit Konoha. The research facility must not become anyone's private nest. Orochimaru's smile faded slightly. Kaze no Kage continued, furthermore, within 5 years you must cultivate a group of research talents. The candidates will be screened jointly by the Hokage's office, the medical team, and the sealing team. The research facility must not privately accept disciples' hoard results or bypass the Hokage's office to access materials. The office fell silent for a moment. Orochimaru stared intensely at the young Hokage before him, as if trying to ascertain something. You give me the place, the money, the authority, yet also apply shackles on me. Konoha has its bottom line. Kazakin. Orochimaru rarely used such a term. I am increasingly looking forward to what you will transform this village into. Then watch closely. Midnight. The cold wind swept past Hokage Rock. Kaze no Kage stood alone at the cliff's edge, gazing down at the myriad lights below, his ceremonial robe billowing in the breeze. There were umbu patrolling the streets of Konoha. Suddenly the sound of wooden clogs echoed from behind. The mixed scent of inferior sake and toad oil wafted along with the wind. Jiraiya Sensei. Kaze no Kage turned to look at the weary and tall figure, asking, shouldn't you be leaving the front lines at this hour? Has something happened? Jiraiya did not laugh, as usual, plopping down on a rock and taking a hefty swig from the flask at his waist. The strong smell of alcohol spread in the night wind. He poured a cup and handed it to Kaze no Kage. Join me for a drink, sensei. Kushina and I are planning to have a child. She won't allow me to touch alcohol. Kaze no Kage gently shook his head. If I go back smelling of alcohol, she will truly throw me out. Jiraiya's hand paused in midair, looking seriously at the disciple before him. The next moment, he casually flicked his wrist. The wine cup flew off Hokage Rock and plunged into the darkness. The liquor splashed out, instantly blown clean by the night wind. Kaze no Kage's smile slowly faded. Jiraiya looked up, the red paint on his face appearing particularly harsh under the moonlight. After I entered the village, I went to find Kikuchi. He told me about the events of these past few days. I have also seen part of the sealed records. Kaze no Kage stood straight in the howling wind. Kikuchi has always been objective in his observations, so it is fitting for him to speak. Jiraiya took another large swig of the liquor, and the liquid dripped from his stubble, but he seemed not to notice. Shimura Danzo is dead, and you personally led the team into the route. To be precise. Kaze no Kage did not evade his gaze. He took everyone present to perish together. I stopped him, and he died in resistance. What about the rumors in the village? Jiraiya's veins bulged on his forehead, as he suddenly stood up, his tall figure completely blocking the moonlight shining on Kaze no Kage. It's being fervently discussed in the civilian districts and among the shinobi. They say he embezzled strategic emergency medicine, that he experimented on the remains of fallen shinobi, and even spread absurd theories about him hiding underground for years, engaging in cross-dressing. Kikuchi said he traced the source, but found nothing. However, considering what happened afterward, those rumors are likely related to you. He stared intently at Kaze no Kage's eyes full of inquiry. Tell me, is it you? The wind howled fiercely over the cliff. Kaze no Kage fell silent for a moment, then resolutely nodded. I ordered the clues from the route to be leaked. Jiraiya's expression changed instantly. Kaze. He suddenly stepped forward, the rocks beneath his feet cracking, his furious roar echoing across Hokage Rock. You are the Hokage. A dignified Hokage resorting to the despicable means of hiring people to spread rumors and frame others to deal with Konoha's advisors. What kind of behavior is this for a Hokage? If you continue down this path, what difference is there between you and those who hide in the shadows manipulating people's hearts? Facing Jiraiya's fury, Kaze no Kage did not flinch, because a clean announcement won't reach those whose ears are blocked by the root. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless by this unabashed response. Kaze no Kage continued. Danzo intercepted the recipe for the Akimichi clan's food pills and cashed in on the black market to support the route. He secretly harvested the eyes of Uchiha and Hyuga branch families who died in battle for research. He locked away the remains, secret techniques, and bloodlines of Konoha shinobi in underground sealing cabinets by number. He even sent people to attack the Hokage's mansion, attempting to control Kushina and create the illusion of the Nine Tails going out of control. Kaze no Kage stepped forward, his ceremonial robe flying in the wind. Juya-sensei, please teach me. Facing someone who treats companions as materials and the village as a bargaining chip, should I first speak of dignity with him? Jiraiya's eyes widened, his chest heaving violently. Yet Kaze no Kage did not pause. I released the clues with only one goal in mind. To first tear apart his long-established reputation, allowing those who have been suppressed to dare to stand up. Danzo is adept at using rumors to destroy others. Then I will let him taste the bitterness of being backfired by rumors. Jiraiya's grip on the flask contorted it. He heard about the upheaval in Konoha at the border of the Land of Thunder and hurried back overnight. In his memory, Kaze had always been that gentle, clean child who was willing to believe in light no matter how dark it faced. But the disciple before him, clad in a ceremonial robe, was calm, sharp, and unyielding. So unfamiliar that it made his heart sink. Danzo should die. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, you could have first apprehended people and sealed off the route. Then publicly judged the evidence before the Jonin, the advisory council, and the clan leaders. What did you do? He suddenly pointed deep into the village. You pressed all choices into one night. Sealed the streets, froze the advisors' powers, and forced the Umbu to state their positions on the spot. You even charged into the route with those families stained with blood debts. Kaze, do you know how dangerous this step is? Kaze no Kage calmly looked at him. Jiraiya's voice grew hoarse. Today you pressed the route with a knife. If tomorrow someone else under the name of Hokage uses a knife to press others, what will you use to stop him? The night wind suddenly turned cold. The fierce wind howled atop the cliff. Bofeng Shui men quietly listened to the hoarse accusations, suddenly bursting into laughter. Master Jiraiya, you seem to have forgotten I am now the Fourth Hokage. Jiraiya stood frozen in place. Bofeng Shui men raised a hand, pointing at the Konoha beneath his feet. But as Hokage, I can't even issue a decree to allocate funds for the orphanage. Even the compensation for fallen ninjas is subject to layers of bureaucracy. Even the Umbu have to ask again in front of the Third Hokage and the advisors whose orders they should follow. Bofeng Shui men pressed on with heavy questions, each word weighing like a mountain. What kind of Hokage is this? You can take your time. Take my time. Master, do you think many people will die at Danzo's hands in the meantime? Bofeng Shui men slowly turned his head, looking towards the direction of the village's memorial stone, his voice suddenly turning somber. Master, I know you fear I may go astray, and you wish for me to always stand in the sunlight. But if I do not cleanse the darkness, sunlight will never penetrate this village. Jiraiya's lips trembled as he watched the chill rise in his disciple's azure eyes under the moonlight. Bofeng Shui men spoke deliberately. I have seen the original documents guiding public opinion before Senior White Fang's suicide. I do not want such things to happen again. This light remark from Bofeng Shui men made Jiraiya hold his breath. Hatake Sakumo. This name was an eternal pain that could not be touched in the hearts of the previous generation of Konoha. The anger in Jiraiya's chest was completely muted at that moment. It was the same 6 years ago. Villagers gathered in groups, pointing fingers at Senior White Fang, cursing him for betraying Konoha for personal reasons, calling him a sinner. Rumors and slander filled the streets. Even those comrades saved by Senior White Fang at the cost of their lives were pushed out to spit on him. Though the knife did not draw blood, it still executed him slowly. Bofeng Shui men stepped closer, leaving only half a step between him and Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, can you guess who forced Senior White Fang to take his own life? Jiraiya opened his mouth to refute, but found his words shattered in his throat. It was Shimura Danzo. Bofeng Shui men directly revealed the answer, completely lifting the veil that had covered it for 10 years. The trajectory of all the rumors, the personnel involved, and the financial records. That original document smelling of blood is now in my possession. I merely returned to them the very methods they used against Senior White Fang, without alteration. The night wind raged, and Bofeng Shui men's voice was colder than the biting wind. Jiraiya's tall figure suddenly swayed as he stumbled back. That old man back then. Jiraiya's voice trembled, but he was cut off by his disciple. When Senior White Fang was spurned by the entire village, even pelted with stones while going out to buy groceries, where was the just light you speak of? While high-level advisors stirred the pot in the meeting room and the roots fanned the flames outside. Where was the Third Hokage who loved to chant the will of fire? Each question pierced the heart. The Third Hokage chose the greater good, chose stability. Bofeng Shui men's gaze turned cold. He used silence to aid Danzo in breaking Konoha's sharpest blade. Not long after White Fang's death, the third great ninja war broke out. Who will bear the blood debt for that? Jiraiya's mind buzzed. The lonely figure of Hatake Sakumo flashed before him like a vengeful spirit. Feng Shui Min fixed his gaze on his faltering mentor and delivered the most lethal blow. Master Jiraiya. When Tsukumo was locked away in a room preparing to commit seppuku to prove his innocence. Where were you? Feng Shui Min's counter-question pierced through Jiraiya's psychological defenses directly. His legs went weak, and he uncontrollably knelt on the cold rock. Where was he at that time? He was avoiding it. He was avoiding the departure of Tsunade after losing her beloved, avoiding the dark horrors of former comrades increasingly addicted to forbidden jutsu. Jiraiya clutched his head with both hands, fingers digging into his disheveled white hair. His bloodshot eyes were filled with pain, guilt, and humiliation tearing at his heart. You must hate that old man deeply, right? Jiraiya's bloodshot eyes bore into Shui Min. If Shui Min was desperate for the higher-ups, considering even the Third Hokage as an unending enemy, then Konoha would surely slide into the abyss of internal strife. The raging night wind gradually ceased, and the ceremonial robe that fluttered in the wind slowly fell. Suddenly it began to snow. Feng Shui Min allowed the snowflakes to land on him quietly, watching his teacher, the sharp edge around him slowly dissipating. He bent down, firmly supporting his teacher's arm, and forcefully pulled the man up from the ground. I am not the Third Hokage, nor do I have time to hate him. Feng Shui Min stepped back half a step, a radiant smile on his face. If protecting the village requires someone to get their hands dirty, I will never yield. Jiraiya's lips trembled violently as he stared blankly at the dazzling young man before him. At that moment, he finally understood that his gentle and clean disciple had not been corrupted by high-level politics. Shui Min actively chose to bear the filth that oozed from the roots, merely to sever the chains that bound Konoha's rebirth, paving the way for a true dawn. This golden-haired youth who should bask in the sunlight took on the heavy past that even he and the old man dared not face with the most resolute stance. This is a greater and purer will of fire than mere compromise or retreat, grander than the bonds spoken of. The surging shock and indescribable pride instantly swept away the guilt and despair within Jiraiya's heart. He rubbed his reddened eyes vigorously. In an instant, the weakness in his body was swept away, and the boldness and dominance belonging to the legendary Sannin were reinvigorated in this tall frame. You little brat. He raised his hand and ruffled Shui Min's golden hair. You've grown capable enough to even reprimand your teacher. Feng Shui Min did not dodge, allowing his mentor to mess with his hair. The barriers between the master and disciple dissipated like smoke. Leave that old man to me, I will go have a word with him. With Konoha now in your hands, I have nothing to worry about anymore. He placed his hands on his hips, gazing down at the village beneath him. Keep your ears open. As he spoke, Jiraiya turned around and said with utmost seriousness, if anything like this happens again, you must tell me. Your teacher is not old yet. I remember, master. Feng Shui Min nodded seriously. I won't be polite with you. Jiraiya cracked a smile, letting out a hearty laughter that could swallow mountains. The laughter tore through the night sky, startling flocks of birds. Wonderful. This is what it means to be my disciple Jiraiya. Jiraiya tossed his disheveled white hair back, striding toward the edge of the cliff. I need to take a look at that taciturn Tsukumo. He raised his right hand, turning his back on Shui Min as he swung it forcefully. I will tell him myself that the grievances he suffered have been avenged by my disciple Feng Shui Min, the current Fourth Hokage. It is time for him to close his eyes. Before the words fell, Jiraiya leaped off the Hokage rock. Like a great rock, he soared between the cliffs, heading straight for the memorial stone. Feng Shui Min remained firm at the cliff's peak as the snow fell heavier from the sky. Deep within his consciousness, the system panel flickered with radiant light. Overall control of Konoha 65, daily acquisition of luck value 65,000. The heavy snow fell like goose feathers. Kakashi stood before the memorial stone like a lifeless statue, allowing the snow to pile upon him. He actually did not like coming here. Each time he approached, those nightmarish memories would rush out madly, biting at his nerves. But with the new year approaching, he had no choice but to come. Here lay not only his comrades, but also his once proud, yet now cowardly father. The wind and snow intensified. Suddenly a heavy and turbulent chakra crushed the wind and snow without concealment, approaching this way. Kakashi's spirit stirred, and he transformed into a shadow, silently merging into the tall, evergreen canopy above. Holding his breath, he focused. The visitor stepped through the snow, moving closer with his white lion's mane hair dancing wildly in the wind. Jiraiya? Why was he coming to the graveyard at this late hour? Jiraiya stopped in front of the gravestone of Minato Namikaze, sitting heavily in the snow. He pulled out a wine flask from his waist, pouring the clear liquor directly at the base of the stone, melting a large pit in the snow. Minato, my brother. Jiraiya's voice was raspy like sandpaper. I'm sorry. Kakashi's heart jolted from above the canopy. The legendary Sannin was apologizing to a coward. During the Second Shinobi World War, I was besieged by a Wagakure, and you fought through blood to save me. Jiraiya tilted his head back and drank the strong liquor, the liquid dripping down his chin. You've saved so many people, yet in the end no one in the village was willing to extend a helping hand to you. The howling wind roared and the leaves rustled. Those events back then. Jiraiya grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed it on his face, his voice choking. It was us who were blind. The old man chose to compromise, allowing them to throw dirt on you while we didn't even have the courage to stand up. Konoha owes you an explanation. Kakashi felt as if he had been struck hard in the chest. Even his breath halted. Throwing dirt wasn't his father's death due to the unbearable shame of a failed mission. Now it's all right. Minato has avenged you. Shimura Danzo is dead, and all those rats who plotted against you have been exposed. Finishing the last of the wine, Jiraiya brushed off the snow and stood up abruptly. You have a good son. The sound of footsteps in the snow gradually faded. Only after the presence completely dissipated did Kakashi leap down from the canopy. His eyes fixed intensely on the pool of liquor. He felt a tremor throughout his body. Retribution. Schemes. What hidden lies lay within? The sound of footsteps returned. Kakashi's white fang short blade was suddenly drawn, crossing over his chest. Kakashi put the knife away. A gentle voice broke through the wind and snow. Minato Namikaze, wearing a pure white ceremonial robe, walked steadily through the falling snow. Teacher. As the blade was slightly lowered, Kakashi asked with a trembling voice, Teacher, what does Jiraiya mean? What is hidden behind my father's death? Minato approached, taking out a scroll copy that he had preserved since the night of the reckoning, tossing it to Kakashi. This is sourced from the roots. See for yourself. Kakashi's hand trembled violently. He tore apart the sealing rope and yanked the scroll open. The heavy snow fell upon the scroll, and on the top a bold and dark line of text caught his eye. The Hokage candidate suppression plan and public opinion guidance details. Top secret. Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply. Konoha year 44, a march spread rumors that Minato Namikaze abandoned the mission, leading to the collapse of the defense. Executing party route intelligence team A. Cost, 300 Rio. Konoha year 44, April, heavily incentivized comrades saved by Minato to go to the Hokage building and cry out in anguish. Executing party route intelligence team B. Cost 2 million Rio. Kakashi's breathing turned chaotic. The cold wind rushed into his lungs, cutting his chest painfully. That comrade whom his father risked his life to save, that elder who cursed and pointed at his father's corpse at the funeral, was actually bought by the root for 2 million Rio. His vision trembled wildly as he continued to scan the scroll. If the target refuses to self-terminate, immediately throw out forged evidence of collusion and initiate an investigation into Kakashi Hitaki's suspicion of betrayal, leading to immediate execution by the root. Clang. The white fang short blade slipped from his hand, crashing heavily into the snow. Kakashi knelt rigidly before the gravestone. What had these 6 years amounted to? Criticizing Obito for being late, mocking Rin's naivety, clinging to the ninja code like a machine devoid of emotions. He even thought he was washing away the shame of his family. But in reality, he had only scorned the coward who could not endure a few casual remarks and resorted to suicide. He even despised him for bringing shame to the Hitaki clan. It turned out I was the real fool, the blind one. His father was clearly protecting me. He didn't even dare to leave a single word for himself to plead his case. Kakashi, as if his spine had been drained, desperately banged his head against the ground. A soul-rending wail of blood flowed from his throat. What have I done? Kakashi slammed his head into the ground, blood staining the white snow. I actually despised him for bringing shame to the Hitaki clan. Minato stepped forward, embracing his frenzied and self-abusing disciple. Kakashi, listen. The one who was wrong was never Elder White Fang. The wrong ones are those scum who treat their comrades' lives as chips. Kakashi struggled desperately, but was tightly held by Minato. I promise you. From now on, Konoha will never let anyone else suffer such injustice. His voice pierced through the wind and snow, striking deep within the youth's heart. The youth's defenses crumbled completely. Tears burst forth. Kakashi clutched onto Minato's ceremonial robe, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. The accumulated distortions, rigidity, grievances, and piercing guilt of 6 years were all unleashed at this moment. Minato held him tightly, letting the hot tears of his disciple wet the pure white ceremonial robe. The wind and snow raged on. Time was slowly erased by the wind and snow. The youth's cries gradually weakened into sobs. Kakashi pushed himself up with both hands, slowly retreating from his teacher's embrace. He wiped his face of frozen blood and tears with force. In his swollen red eyes, the youth's confusion had completely receded, leaving only the ultimate sharpness reshaped after devastation. He pulled the white fang short blade from the deep snow. The blade flipped. He thrust the short blade into the snow before his father's gravestone. Then, facing his teacher, the youth knelt with his knees together, bending his back, performing a solemn and ancient Hitaki family salute. Teacher. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, resolute as iron. I swear this life of Hatake Kakashi will only wield the blade for you from now on. Minato reached out both hands, lifting him from the snow. I do not want your life. Looking at the cold gleam reflected by the short blade, Minato's gaze was resolute. I want you to live well to wield this sword under the sunlight of Konoha. Remember the tears you shed today, and be a ninja who knows pain and knows whom to protect. Yes. Kakashi raised his head, sheathing his blade, his eyes no longer filled with confusion. The snowstorm grew fiercer. The heavy snow quickly filled the messy footprints and mottled bloodstains before the gravestone. The scars of the past were being buried. In the wind and snow, Minato turned around, leaving firm footprints in the snow, his side profile still so gentle. Let's go, the snow is heavy, let's head back and get a good rest. Starting tomorrow, carry on Elder White Fang's will and wield your blade well. Kakashi took a couple of quick steps, staying close behind. Two figures, one big and one small, gradually faded away. Before the memorial stone, the snowflakes fell, burying all the weeping and past. For several days, heavy snow had adorned Konoha village in a silver cloak. With half a month left until the new year, the cold streets finally radiated a hint of festive cheer. The old shadows and bloodshed seemed to have been thoroughly buried by this snowfall. Mid-December, 50 years into the era of Konoha. After half a month of repairs, the Hokage residence was finally rebuilt. With half a month to go until the new year. At the entrance, Namikaze Minato laced up his ninja boots and secured his leg straps. Today he was not wearing the white ceremonial robe symbolizing authority, but a simple dark blue regular outfit instead. Kushina emerged from the kitchen holding two beautifully wrapped oil paper packages tied with fine twine. Minato, is this all we're bringing? Kushina shook the paper bags, making a rustling sound. Is it too stingy to just bring some ordinary red bean cakes? It's the thought that counts. Minato took the paper bag with a smile and flicked it lightly. If we were to bring heavy gifts, those two families would probably lose sleep tonight. Outside the courtyard wall, snowflakes fell softly. Nara Shikaku jumped down from the shadows, kneeling in the snow. Lord Hokage, the outer guard has assembled. Should we activate the ambush teams? No need. Minato patted Shikaku's snow-covered shoulder. Today, Kushina and I are just visiting friends. Stand down, the guards disband the ambush teams and let the brothers return home to prepare for the new year. But, is there still a problem in the village? Yes. Along the way, the villagers and ninjas who saw their Hokage all stopped to salute. Minato smiled and waved in response, resembling an ordinary couple. Their first stop was the Uchiha clan's estate by the southern river. The main street had been swept clean, the air filled with tension and excitement. After the recent underground cleansing, the Uchiha clan's wariness towards the young Hokage had transformed into fervent admiration. In front of the Uchiha gate, Uchiha Fugaku, dressed in formal attire bearing the clan's emblem, stood waiting at the door with his wife and children. Minato. Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto rushed forward, grabbing Kushina's hand. Makoto-kan, it's been a while. Seeing Mikoto brought Kushina back to her usual lively self as she chatted intimately with her friend while holding her hand. Fugaku maintained a solemn demeanor, standing upright. It is an honor for the Fourth Hokage to take time to visit us. Tea and snacks are being prepared inside. As he spoke, Minato directly handed over the red package in his hand. A little sweet cake for the children to taste. Fugaku accepted it with both hands, showing great respect, completely unconcerned about its contents. Entering the main hall, the low table was already filled with exquisite traditional dishes. Uchiha Fugaku frequently raised his wine glass, attempting to broach the main topic. Lord Hokage, I've revised the guard rotation schedule for the new year period. To prevent any disturbances from remnants of the Foundation, the Uchiha patrol routes. Fugaku, clan leader. Minato picked up the wine jug and poured a cup for Fugaku. Let's not discuss these matters today. Come, let's toast to the new year. Uchiha Fugaku looked somewhat stunned. He had expected a serious meeting to define the political landscape for the coming year. The loyal words he had prepared were completely stifled, and he could only raise his cup in response. Oh, okay, cheers to the new year. After putting down his cup, Minato looked at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, you've grown quite a bit. Hello, Lord Hokage. Itachi was not at all shy. He stood straight with polite posture, though his voice was still a bit childish. Minato smiled, saying, I've heard you've started practicing shuriken already. You're going to become the man who protects the village in the future. Yes, I will. Itachi's dark eyes sparkled as he nodded earnestly. Minato peeled off a piece of red bean cake and placed it in the boy's hand, feeling the thick calluses in his palm. You're working hard, you already have calluses. My father said Konoha needs strength, so I've been practicing every day. Hard work is a good thing, but since it's the new year, you should also give yourself a break. Ruffling Itachi's dark hair, Minato said, Eat more sweets. When you're growing, don't always keep a stern face. Uchiha Mikoto watched from the side, her eyes involuntarily turning red. Throughout history, which Hokage has not treated the Uchiha with utmost caution and distance. It was the first time since the founding of the village that the Fourth Hokage squatted on the ground caring for the clan's children like a common elder. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Minato's gentle face. A few simple words of everyday conversation had effortlessly cut through the tension in his heart. It turned out that today the Fourth Hokage was genuinely treating them as ordinary members of Konoha. This pure equality and acceptance were far more shocking than any threat of power. Uchiha Fugaku set down his wine cup, slowly rising to bow to Minato. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. The Uchiha clan will remember it." There were no flattering words, only the most profound admiration from the depths of his heart. After leaving the Uchiha, the two turned towards the Hyuga clan. Under the imposing stone gate, Hyuga Hizashi stood with 3 clan elders like stone statues in the cold wind. As Minato approached, he handed over the red package. "Clan leader Hizashi, with the new year approaching Kushina, and I came to visit you all." The elder Hyuga's eye corner twitched slightly, his gaze sweeping over the inexpensive wrapping. Was it a show of humility or a subtle reprimand that the Hokage came with civilian items? Inside the main hall, the tea was steaming, but the atmosphere was not particularly warm. The elder Hyuga leaned slightly forward. "Lord Hokage, the list of mid-level ninjas within the clan has been recompiled, and the Hyuga clan is ready at any time." Minato raised his teacup, naturally interrupting his words. "This tea is quite good, isn't it? Is it the cloud mist tea from the borders of the land of lightning? Elder, back during the Kikyo mountain battle, you bravely held the flank against the ambush and suffered from lingering injuries in the cold, so you must pay extra attention to keeping warm in this snowy weather." The elder Hyuga, who had prepared a belly full of loyalty speeches, was abruptly choked by Minato's words, his white eyes wide in disbelief. Not only did the Hokage refuse to listen to reports, but he also remembered clearly the injuries the elder sustained during the Third Shinobi World War. For the next half hour, Minato chatted about various topics, even discussing how to arrange the courtyard for the coming year, but he never mentioned village affairs. Hyuga Hizashi sat upright, breathing carefully, trying to discern any hidden meanings from these casual conversations. But in the end, he found nothing at all. The Fourth Hokage's casualness and naturalness were flawless, as if he were just visiting as a guest before the new year. After finishing the pastries, Minato stood up to bid farewell. Hizashi personally stood up to see him off. The snow had stopped, and the evening glow bathed the silver-roofed houses. "This is far enough, clan leader Hizashi." At the Hyuga gate, Minato turned around, casually adjusting Kushina's scarf, his smile clean and genuine. "Once the snow melts, the cherry blossoms in the Hyuga courtyard will surely bloom beautifully in the spring next year. All right, Happy New Year." Hizashi's heart trembled heavily. There was no threat, no temptation, only the most ordinary of hopes. Watching the Fourth Hokage's departing figure, this usually strict clan leader finally let down his guard and bowed sincerely. "Happy New Year, Fourth Hokage." On the way back, passing a dango shop, 2 familiar figures made Minato pause for a moment. Inuzuka Kiba and Sarutobi Asuma stood across from each other, whispering something with expressions of discontent. Asuma did not retort, but turned his head, looking complexly towards the distant memorial stone. Neither of them noticed the passing Hokage. "What are you looking at?" Kushina tilted her head. Minato quickly withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. "Nothing, let's go." Kushina asked, stepping on the snow with a crunch, her face filled with confusion. "Did we really just visit the 2 major clans for tea and snacks?" "Of course it's true. Sometimes putting aside the Hokage's position is the best way to visit," Minato said, holding Kushina's hand. As soon as they touched, he felt her hand was slightly cold and quickly wrapped it in his own and tucked it into his pocket. Kushina pouted, not asking further. She did not understand those convoluted political thoughts, nor was she interested. All she knew was that being held and protected by her little son felt really good. The two walked slowly. The New Year's bell was about to ring above the tranquil Konoha. The two walked side by side on the soft-piled snow, making a crisp, crunching sound. The cold wind blew through the street, yet it could not disperse the warmth shared between them. "Will we continue tomorrow?" Jio Xian Nai pulled her face into her scarf, her voice muffled. Bo Feng Shui Min glanced at the lively street. "The new year is approaching. We should ensure everyone has a peaceful celebration." The shops on both sides of the street had already hung rows of New Year decorations with warm-colored lights illuminating the snow. The aroma of steaming food intertwined with the calls of vendors rising amidst the cold wind. Several children dressed in thick clothing chased each other through the crowd, laughing joyfully, their bright, carefree laughter echoing far and wide. Jio Xianai gazed at the lively and festive street, her eyes sparkling with joy. She grabbed the little son's hand and joyfully ran through the bustling street, causing snowflakes to flutter around them. Bo Feng Shui Min allowed himself to be pulled forward, watching the fiery-haired little pepper with tenderness in his eyes. Jio Xianai turned back and laughed heartily, her clear eyes filled with the glow of countless lights. In the following days, the wind and snow continued to fall intermittently. The Hidden Leaf Village was covered in snow. Thankfully, the security team was clearing the snow everywhere, preventing any disaster. Over the past few days, Bofeng Shui Min and Zhou Xian Nai had visited the prominent clans in the village. Their conversations consisted of the most ordinary small talk and genuine concern for the current state of the various clans. The clans also tacitly accepted this closeness. Not only that, but he also visited the families behind the Leaf Village F4. As the Hokage, he knew when to be firm and when to show goodwill. Giving necessary respect to those who had lost power was the best solution to win hearts. The snow continued to fall, and tomorrow would be the new year. The snow that weighed down the pine branches fell to the ground with a muffled thud. Inside the large Sarutobi residence, it was eerily quiet. In previous years, the threshold here would have been trampled long ago. But this year in the spacious courtyard, there were only footprints left by family members. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a rocking chair by the window, his pipe flickering as he listened to the distant sounds of firecrackers. The sounds of laughter reminiscent of a roaring tide floated in with the wind, briefly illuminating the loneliness in the old man's eyes. He had spent most of his life strategizing for this land, and now listening to the long-lost laughter, he felt a pang of nostalgia for being abandoned by the times, yet a hint of comfort surged within him. Bang! The inner door was pushed open violently, making a loud noise. Sarutobi Asuma burst in, covered in snow. Seeing his father sitting by the window, he drew a kunai and slammed it onto the windowsill. "You've known about the root surveillance on us, haven't you?" Asuma's eyes were bloodshot, his throat seemed to be choked. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, looking at his son's twisted face from rage, his voice dripping with deep exhaustion. "Asuma, it's almost New Year." "New Year? When Danzo plotted against us, did you ever think we were a family?" Asuma was like an enraged lion. In his fury, he reached out and grasped his father's broad collar. This boundary-crossing action made the two Sarutobi clansmen guarding the door change their expressions drastically. Just as they were about to step in, they were blocked by the wind blade Asuma threw. "Don't come closer." Boom. Half of the window frame was shattered, and the cold wind and snow rushed in, scattering the warmth inside the room. "Sister Ji said that Danzo is setting a trap to force me out of the Leaf Village." Asuma turned back, staring fiercely at his father, his eyes red with fury. "And mother? Her name is actually on the list for dealing with the Nine Tails." He kicked over a low table, the sound of shattering teacups ringing painfully in the air. "You are the third Hokage. Watching your wife and children being treated as tools, and you still dare to say this is for the greater good?" Facing his son's furious questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. "Danzo is already dead. The fourth Hokage killed him with his own hands. It's over. Over." Asuma laughed out loud, his laughter filled with biting sarcasm. He had initially held a glimmer of hope, thinking his father was merely deceived. Now he was completely certain that for the sake of the so-called greater good, his father had chosen to turn a blind eye to all the vile deeds. Too cowardly. Asuma felt a wave of nausea rise in his stomach and abruptly released his father's collar. "When your brother Watergate was desperately trying to salvage the situation, were you still calculating how he was breaking the rules set by the higher-ups?" Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with anger. Slap. A resounding slap struck Asuma's face. "I am your father." "Father?" Asuma's mouth bled, his eyes cold as ice. "When your good companions plotted against your family, why didn't you think of yourself as a father?" "The great third Hokage." He bit out the last words, pulling out the kunai from the windowsill without looking at his father again, striding out into the snowstorm. "Asuma." Sarutobi Pitahiko chased out from the back hall, watching the chaos and her son's resolute back, her heart twisted in pain. "I want to leave the Leaf Village. To the daimyo's residence as a guardian ninja. Staying in this cursed place will eventually get me plotted against by those damn greater good." The courtyard's main gate slammed shut. Inside the hall, there was complete silence. In an instant, the vast Sarutobi residence was left with only the third Hokage and his wife. Pitahiko did not chase after him, merely silently cleaning up the mess, tears streaming down her withered face. "Old man, what have you been holding onto all these years?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss for words, his murky gaze slowly falling upon the wall adorned with portraits of past Hokages. The great ambitions of the first Hokage, the decisive actions of the second Hokage, and right in the middle, the lively figure of himself clad in the white Hokage robe. At that time, he had sworn by the Hokage rock to shield the children from all darkness. When did it all begin to change? Was it the compromise made to balance family interests, or the helplessness felt when faced with a mountain of reports of fallen comrades? Step by step, he had retreated, yielding the bottom line of the will of fire to Danzo's root. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes. In the distance, the streets erupted once more in thunderous celebration. Cheers! Long live the Hokage! Such vibrant and hopeful shouts had not been heard in the Leaf Village for over a decade. He had thought himself indispensable. Without his mediation, the Leaf Village would inevitably be torn apart by various forces. But reality had taught him a harsh lesson. The anticipated chaos did not occur. Watergate managed to quell the turmoil entirely. Not only did internal strife not happen, but the entire village instead burst forth with astonishing vitality amid the heavy snowfall. Where the leaves dance, the fire will continue to thrive. He bitterly chewed on the first Hokage's words between his parched lips. He had been immersed for too long in the quagmire of political balance and power struggles, completely forgetting the original meaning of this phrase. Since the old leaves had turned yellow, they should fall back to the ground, nourishing the new sprouts. It was time to let go. Sarutobi Hiruzen reopened his eyes, looking at his lifelong companion, his deep-seated worries melting away like snow. Pihiko, moi. It's been a while since the eldest got married, hasn't it? Pihiko was taken aback, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, unsure why her husband was bringing up family matters at this moment, and instinctively nodded. When we have grandchildren in the future, we won't have to follow the old rules of naming from the family tree. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his heavy winter cloak. Let's name him Konohamaru. He tossed the cloak onto the rocking chair and strode over to open the main door. The cold wind and snow hit his chest. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Born in a new era, this is the name that truly suits this child. A hearty, relieved laugh accompanied the gently falling auspicious snow, marking the most dignified end for the remnants of the old era. On the morning of the New Year's Eve, the relentless snow that had ravaged for days finally came to a halt. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a dazzling white glow all around. Yesterday, Hokage Minato Namikaze issued the final command before the holiday. All ninjas in the village were to gather at the memorial stone at dawn on New Year's Eve. Regardless of rank or faction, everyone must be present. No exceptions allowed. At the memorial stone square, a dense crowd filled the entire open space. Jounin, Chunin, Jinin, Umbu, the police force logistics team, and even the new recruits who had yet to graduate were brought along by their instructors. White breaths rose in the cold wind as thousands stood in the snow, silent as the grave. A golden figure landed before the memorial stone. Minato Namikaze, dressed in a white ceremonial robe, held a kunai in his left hand and a roster in his right. The cover bore the Hokage's Great Seal and the joint witness stamp of the advisory group. This was the list jointly drafted by all Jounins summoned by Minato last night. I have called everyone here today for one reason. Minato's voice, infused with profound chakra, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. There are names missing from this stone. They died for Konoha, yet due to the selfishness of certain individuals, even the right to have their names etched after death was ruthlessly stripped away. With those words, Minato turned to face the stone and without hesitation plunged the kunai into its surface. The first name was engraved and stone fragments fell like dust. The crowd held their breath, the atmosphere solemn and grave. Minato's movements were slow, each stroke powerful enough to pierce through the stone. The second, third, and fourth names followed. Each time he engraved a new name, he paused for a moment. Among the crowd, breaths grew heavier, and some ninjas who knew the truth bit their lips hard, their eyes glistening with heat. The kunai's edge chipped. Minato discarded it casually and picked up another. He continued until he reached the bottom of the stone, where in a corner he deeply engraved 3 characters. Might die. Next to it, 4 additional words were added: Eternal Genin. In the back of the crowd, several veteran, traditional Jounins' expressions suddenly darkened. Absurd. The names on the main stone are of heroic figures with great achievements. How could a mere Genin who can't even use ninjutsu be worthy of being engraved here? Even if the Fourth Hokage wishes to show favor to the lower ranks, he shouldn't joke with the rules of the memorial stone. Though cowed by the Hokage's authority and unable to speak loudly, the suppressed doubts and discontent still quietly spread among the ranks. The murmurs did not escape Minato's ears, but he chose to ignore them. Taking a strong drink offered by the Umbu, he faced the entire village and loudly declared, "Might die Konoha's eternal Genin, who never passed the Chunin exam." To many he was just a failure, who couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, a person who shouted about youth every day in the village, laughed at by you all. Within the crowd, whispers rose as many who had once ridiculed Might Die lowered their heads in shame. The few traditional Jounins still wore grim expressions, awaiting an explanation that would satisfy the crowd from the Hokage. Young Might Guy stood frozen among the crowd. Minato found him and cast an encouraging glance, saying, "During the Third Shinobi World War, 3 Konoha Genin encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In a hopeless situation with no chance of survival, it was Might Die who rushed to the battlefield. Alone he stood against the 7 ninja swordsmen." The air in the square seemed to solidify, everyone listening intently. Even those traditional Jounins were captivated. He could have run, or retreating in the face of such formidable foes is not shameful. But he fought to the end. Because behind him stood the next generation of Konoha, to protect his comrades, to safeguard the village's future. Might Dai opened the 8 gates and faced the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. Minato suddenly raised his voice, sounding like thunder. He single-handedly killed 4 of them on the spot. He turned the fearsome 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into merely 3. The crowd fell silent, followed by an eruption of incredulous gasps. Especially the elite who had fought fiercely against the mist on the Eastern Front turned pale. They knew all too well what kind of enemies the 7 ninja swordsmen were. Each one could easily tear apart an elite squad. Killed by a genin who couldn't even use ninjutsu. Those who had just been mocking him looked utterly incredulous, their eyes wide in disbelief. What a joke. This was something a genin they had ridiculed for half their lives could accomplish. The shocking revelation shattered their arrogance and common sense, leaving them feeling numb. An eternal genin used his own life to exemplify what it means to have the will of fire. He is the true hero of Konoha, and his name should be engraved on the memorial stone. Minato raised his cup high and shouted to the hero of Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, the drink spilled onto the ground. After a brief silence, the scene erupted into a thunderous roar. To the hero, the Jounins who had just been questioning were now left with nothing but immense shock on their faces, their hearts filled with no doubt about the hero. They joined the crowd in a unified shout. To the hero. In the crowd, Might Guy stood frozen in place. Tears streamed down his face, splattering into the snow, his nose running freely. He wanted to speak, but his throat felt blocked by something. His father. The man who woke up at 4 every morning to jog around the village. The man who was laughed at yet smiled through it all. The man who before his death said with a smile that this was self-discipline, using death to teach him what youth meant. Today the 4th Hokage granted him unparalleled honor in front of the whole village. He was finally remembered. Finally someone stood before the village and told everyone he was not a failure. He was a hero. Might Guy desperately wiped his tears, but they wouldn't dry. He suddenly threw his head back, and the surging emotions erupted into a deafening roar. This is the burning youth. His shout shook the remaining snow from the tree crowns. Might Guy clenched his fists, his eyes red, yet filled with brilliant smiles. 4th Hokage. I, Might Guy, am willing to burn for you, and for Konoha until I turn to ashes. His voice echoed across the square, filled with tears, yet unwaveringly firm. Kakashi stood beside him, silently pulling out a tissue and handing it to Guy. Guy, wipe your nose. Might Guy hastily wiped away his snot, looking at Kakashi with a mix of laughter and tears. Kakashi. My father. Yes, Uncle Dai is a hero. Kakashi nodded, his visible eye also glistening with tears. He understood better than anyone the heart-wrenching yet reborn feeling of a father being recognized. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who started the applause first. It quickly grew from a few sporadic claps to a thundering wave of sound. Some shouted the hero's name, others yelled long live the 4th Hokage, while many simply clapped their hands tirelessly. Before the memorial stone, Minato faced the fervent gazes, his white, ceremonial robe dancing wildly in the wind. The decayed old Konoha had been completely severed. A united Konoha as solid as steel officially descended today. A crisp system notification sounded. Ding. Detected that the cohesion of the lower ranks of Konoha has reached its peak. Civilian ninjas are fully united. Overall control of Konoha 6575. Daily luck value gained 75000. The cheers in front of the memorial stone resonated endlessly like a tsunami. In the distance, Jiraiya stood on a towering rooftop, grinning against the cold wind, his pride unmistakable. Old man, did you see that? My disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe, chuckling as he knocked on his disciple's head. You're so full of yourself. After boasting, hurry back to the front lines. Jiraiya rarely toned down his loud voice, saying earnestly, It's the new year, shouldn't I spend some time with you, old man? Spend time. You're always hovering around me, it's annoying. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood this foolish disciple was worried about him, and immediately issued an eviction order. Hurry up and get lost. Hearing his teacher's robust scolding, Jiraiya grinned widely. The anxiety that had been hanging over him for days finally dissipated. Afternoon. The village officially went on holiday. The unfinished audit documents were temporarily sealed away. Minato Namikaze returned to the Hokage residence, dragging his weary body, took a hot shower, and changed into his pajamas. After so many consecutive days of work, as soon as his head hit the pillow, his eyelids began to droop. Bang! The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Minato. Don't sleep. Hurry up and come with me to buy New Year's goods. Kushina stormed in, yanking the covers off the bed. Now, Minato Namikaze opened his bleary eyes, looking utterly disinterested. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, declaring with confidence, Of course now. The good stuff will be picked over if we wait. I can have Kurama help buy it, Minato said, making his last stand. Kushina's eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you trying to make me celebrate the new year with Kurama? Whoosh. Minato jumped out of bed. I'll change my clothes right now. A moment later, the legendary Golden Flash, feared throughout the ninja world, was dragged by his wife into the busiest New Year's market in Konoha. The streets were bustling with people. The steam from grilled fish meatballs and red bean soup mingled with the cold wind, filling the air with a strong sense of humanity. Kushina lingered at various stalls, her eyes gleaming as if she had stepped onto a battlefield. "Boss, how much for this bundle of green onions?" "Young lady, you have a keen eye? These were just pulled this morning and are still fresh." Minato was about to pay when he was handed a bundle of green onions. Next came rice cakes, oranges, and then a plump carp still thrashing around. Minato held the rice cakes in his left hand, the carp in his right, and a bunch of onions hung around his neck, his smile gradually stiffening. A lady by the roadside stared at him for a long time before exclaiming, "Lord Fourth." This shout was more effective than a signal flare from the umbu. People around turned in unison. "It's really Lord Hokage. The Fourth Hokage is here to buy New Year's goods. Hokage-sama, could you sign something for my child?" The deeds of the Fourth Hokage in eliminating corrupt officials, granting double salaries, and reshaping the rules of Konoha had spread far and wide. Now, seeing this revered man with green onions around his neck, the crowd erupted in excitement. Minato forced a smile, already starting to step back. The next moment, the enthusiastic lady opened her arms and lunged towards him. "Hokage-sama, let me hug you for good luck." In a flash of golden light, Minato suddenly appeared 3 steps away, the carp in his arms, still flopping desperately. The lady missed her target, yet instead of being upset, she exclaimed in excitement, "So fast. Truly the legendary Golden Flash. Today I can witness this. That seems good luck is coming this year." Kushina nearby laughed until she couldn't stand up. "Little son, I haven't seen you back down an inch against enemies, so why are you running now?" Minato looked at the carp nearly being squished in his arms, giving a wry smile. "Everyone's gratitude is too overwhelming. If I don't dodge, this fish is going to turn into sashimi." Surrounding people burst into laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Minato actually didn't dislike such enthusiasm, it just made him feel more like a laborer carrying goods. As they reached the fabric street, Kushina suddenly stopped. Outside a clothing store hung a new kimono. "Minato, does this look good?" "It suits you very well." The shopkeeper immediately approached, smiling widely. "Madam has a great eye. This is this year's new style, and it's the last one left." "How much?" 22,000. Minato instinctively reached for his wallet. Recently, he had been dealing with accounts in the millions, so 22,000 didn't sound too much. But as soon as his hand reached into his wallet, Kushina slapped it away. "Don't move." Minato obediently withdrew his hand. Kushina grabbed the sleeve, inspected it, and frowned. 22,000. Look at the crooked stitching and the ordinary lining material. Even with the added labor costs, this price has too much markup, right? The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly. "Madam, your eye is indeed sharp, but this is still." Kushina crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow, her fiery red hair blowing in the cold wind. Though she wore a smile, the aura of a householder made the shopkeeper swallow the latter half of his sentence. Stealing a glance at the Hokage, who was adorned with green onions, the shopkeeper gulped and instantly put on a more enthusiastic smile. 19,000. Just consider it as my New Year gift to you and madam, wishing you both good fortune this year. Kushina nodded in satisfaction and paid promptly. Now that sounds reasonable. The shopkeeper accepted the money with tears in his eyes, and Kushina turned with the clothes, happily flashing a peace sign at Minato. Minato could no longer hold back his laughter. Standing amidst the bustling crowd, surrounded by the shouts of vendors and the playful figures of children, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. Wasn't the dark and bloody past few days all for this moment? "What are you laughing at?" Kushina came over with the packages. Minato gazed at her with gentle eyes, replying earnestly, "I was thinking buying New Year's goods with you is truly wonderful." Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly as she huffed proudly. "Cut it out. You carry the rest." Looking down at himself piled with New Year's goods, Minato pretended to sigh. "The Hokage is also human, you know." Nearby, a child immediately shouted, "The Hokage is afraid of his wife." The entire street burst into laughter. As evening fell, the two returned to the residence with their arms full of New Year's goods. The snow began to fall gently from the sky. Kushina brought over a stool, directing the little son to hang the New Year's blessing rope and wooden plaque higher on the left side. Minato stood on the stool, carefully adjusting the straw knot's position, like this. "Too high, lower it a bit." "How about this?" "The plaque is crooked again." Minato wiped the sweat from his brow. "Kushina, I've never been this nervous, even on the battlefield." Kushina held the stool, laughing with her eyes curved. "That's because the enemies don't dare complain about your hanging being crooked." After much fussing, they finally arranged the New Year's rope and decorations properly. But stepping back to take a look, the wooden plaque in the center reading "Welcome Spring" was still a bit askew. Gazing at the New Year decoration that just wouldn't hang straight, Minato suddenly laughed. Kushina also laughed, her laughter filled with joy. Inside, hot soup was bubbling, and outside the snow fell silently. The new year was truly approaching. The wind and snow pounded against the window. Minato leaned by the window, his gaze falling on the distant twinkling points of the barrier. Before the holiday, he had specifically instructed the barrier team to raise the sensing barrier to its highest level. Yet there was still a sense of unease in his heart. The principle of the conventional sensing barrier was to capture the fluctuations generated by passing chakra. However, if the opponent possessed abilities like Flying Thunder God or Kamui, then no matter how tightly the barrier was woven, it would likely be useless. Lowering his eyelids, he buried his unease deep within. Tomorrow is the new year, and the whole village should rest well. However, at this very moment, in front of the memorial stone, snowflakes danced in the air. The lights of the village shimmered in the distance, accompanied by the sounds of laughter and firecrackers carried over by the wind and snow, contrasting starkly with the silence before the memorial stone, as if they belonged to two different worlds. Uchiha Obito stood before the stone, his gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar names newly etched there, suddenly letting out a low mocking laugh. Can inscribing their names bring the dead back? How ridiculous! The wind and snow wept. No one answered him, and the names on the stone remained silent, while cheers from children echoed in the distance. Happy New Year. Look at the fireworks. He turned his head, fixating intently on the village bathed in warm lights. The sounds of joy pierced his ears, feeling unbearably jarring. Those inside were laughing, celebrating. It felt as if killing the bad guys and adding names could erase the debts forever. Uchiha Obito suddenly chuckled softly. What does it matter if the Hokage has changed? The wind and snow whipped across the stone, and his gaze fell back to the memorial stone where Noera Rin's name lay quietly. He reached out, pressing his hand against it, gently caressing it, while murmuring Noera Rin's name, his voice so soft that even the wind could drown it out. Rin, it's New Year, Happy New Year. Everyone says Konoha has gotten better, that a new era has arrived, but you're not here anymore. As he spoke, he suddenly bent down, his face almost touching the stone, his Sharingan spinning wildly, the expression beneath the mask obsessive and sickly. It's all fake, everything is fake. How could a world without you be real? Obito straightened abruptly, and the surrounding wind and snow seemed less cold than the chill emanating from him. But it's okay. I will create a true world. In that world you will be there. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds of air being cut through echoed from the left side of the woods. Two umbu and animal masks landed in the snow 10 steps away. The leader's mask bore a bird pattern, holding a portable lighting tool used for patrol. In the distance, firecrackers continued without end, their light illuminating half the sky. Sir, on New Year's Eve you come to pay your respects. It must have been difficult for you. The bird-masked umbu spoke politely. Currently the village is still under security control. Oh, please remove your mask to confirm your identity. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Obito. Dressed in a black robe with a hood pulled low and that oddly shaped whirlpool mask, he didn't look like an ordinary villager. The bear-masked umbu next to him had already placed his hand on his kunai. The bird-masked umbu discreetly adjusted his position, forming an encirclement with his companion. With the root just eradicated and the village still under martial law, even with a polite demeanor, there was a readiness to draw blades hidden beneath. However, the man in black completely ignored the two. The bird-masked umbu's hand stealthily reached for his kunai bag as he said, "Please cooperate." "Shut up." Uchiha Obito impatiently spat out two words. The next moment his body suddenly twisted, as if in midair, a whirlpool forming abruptly, and the black figure crushed forth from the void. The bird-masked umbu's pupils constricted, and just as his hand brushed the kunai, the figure in black had already pierced his chest with his hand. Blood gushed from beneath the mask, staining the white snow below. The other bear-masked umbu, horrified, instinctively drew his blade for a horizontal slash. The fierce blade light ripped through the wind and snow, seemingly about to cleave the figure in black in two. However, the blade passed through the figure's body without resistance, as if cutting through air. Uchiha Obito's figure ghosted past the blade, and he struck the umbu's neck hard from behind. Crack! The cervical vertebra shattered. Thud thud. Two warm corpses fell into the snow-crimson blood, quickly spreading. From engagement to slaughter it took merely half a second. A nuisance. Uchiha Obito disdainfully flicked the blood off his hand, not even glancing at the corpses on the ground. His gaze returned to the memorial stone, and his voice regained its sickly tenderness. "I'm leaving now, Rin. Once I set everything in order, we will never be apart again." The Sharingan beneath the mask emitted an eerie glow. Centered around his right eye, the space suddenly twisted into an inward-sucking whirlpool, pulling his body inch by inch into the formless void. In the final moment before disappearing, his cold gaze turned toward the brightly lit direction in the distance. That was the Hokage's residence. On New Year's night, the whole village was celebrating, and the umbu's changing of the guard would inevitably have vulnerabilities. Let's explore the truth. With Danzo dead, the Umbu would undoubtedly undergo a complete overhaul, and the sensory barriers and dark scouts surrounding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would certainly be entirely reshuffled. Though it wasn't the right time to forcibly extract the tailed beast, it was perfect to make preparations in advance. As for the risk of exposure, Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. Even if the alarm was triggered and brought forth Namikaze Minato with his Kamui, there would be no one in Konoha capable of detaining him. Buzz. The space closed. Only 2 Umbu corpses remained before the memorial stone, their blood being gradually buried by the heavy snow. Firecrackers continued to sound in the distance. Hokage's residence. The wooden sign welcoming spring at the entrance still tilted slightly, and the Shimenawa hung under the eaves fluttered in the wind. Inside it was warm and cozy. But no one went to correct it. In the kitchen, Uzumaki Kushina rolled up her sleeves, humming a nonsensical tune, tasting a steaming bowl of soup, her eyes squinting into crescents. Today's performance was perfect. On the tatami in the living room, Jiraiya sat cross-legged, holding hot tea with a face full of discontent. Minato, on New Year's you invite me for tea. Namikaze Minato chuckled. Kushina won't let me drink alcohol. There isn't a drop in the house. She won't let you drink, but she hasn't stopped me from drinking. Just as he finished speaking, Kushina's fierce voice immediately came from the kitchen. Jiraiya sensei, if you dare to lead Minato astray, I'll turn all your frogs into teppanyaki. Jiraiya stiffened, chuckled awkwardly, raised his cup, and drank it all in one go. Ah, good tea. The 3 members of the Shadow Guard, Noara Hayoma, Shimizu Raito, and Yoru no Yuta, sat at the end of the long table sitting straight. It was their first time dining with the Hokage, and they felt a bit uneasy. Don't be stiff. Namikaze Minato poured them a cup of tea. This is home. You don't need to bring those dead rules to the dining table. In another corner, Mike Guy stared at a basket of potatoes as if he saw the sworn enemy of fate. Kakashi, this is the test of youth. A speed contest for peeling potatoes. The loser has to run 3 laps around Konoha upside down. I refuse. Kakashi held his teacup, his eyes still resembling dead fish eyes. Although the knot in his heart had been removed, it was difficult to change years of habitual expressionlessness all at once. Kakashi, are you scared? I just don't want to be kicked out by the teacher on New Year's Eve. In the kitchen, Uzumaki Kushina poked her head out. Guy, if you peel the potato skins everywhere, I'll make you do push-ups to clean the entire courtyard. Guy immediately gave a thumbs up, his teeth shining brightly. This is also a trial of youth. Kakashi silently pushed the potato basket away. What a lively occasion. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Minato, your home is even more lively than Maiboku Mountain. Namikaze Minato raised his teacup, his smile warm and content. This is how New Year's should feel. Just as he finished speaking, the hand holding the teacup suddenly froze. The smile in his eyes vanished, replaced by a flash of sharp light. A subtle spatial fluctuation appeared without warning at the courtyard wall. At that very moment, the system's alarm sounded frantically. Warning. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the Hokage residence. High-risk spatial chakra invasion detected. Target hostility extremely high. The system's alert sound rang wildly. Namikaze Minato brought the warm tea to his lips, a killing intent flickering in his azure eyes, while his face still wore that harmless, gentle smile. Teacher, is Yuin behaving well on the front lines recently? Jiraiya asked with a furrowed brow, his keen instincts as one of the legendary 3 allowing him to notice the changes in his disciple. By the way, Kushina's cooking skills have been improving lately. Namikaze Minato added while his hand hidden under the table silently signaled a tactical gesture. Jiraiya caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, his pupils constricting. That was a code the master and disciple had used countless times on the battlefield. Jiraiya suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Then I must eat a bit more today. His boisterous laughter perfectly masked the subtle crackle of chakra in the air. In the next moment, a flash of golden light, and Namikaze Minato vanished into thin air. The teacup spun in midair, the tea not yet spilling, while the figure in the seat disappeared. Enemy attack. Protect Kushina. Jiraiya bellowed as he sprang to his feet, his lion-like ferocity overturning the low table, splattering tea everywhere. The courtyard. Snow fell endlessly. Uchiha Obito, dressed in black robes, had just emerged from the space vortex, his Sharingan beneath the mask fixed intently on the laughing people inside the house. A venomous hatred almost coalescing into substance. Why are you all able to laugh so happily? His feet had barely touched the ground, his internal curses yet to be completed. In his line of sight, the figure seated in the room suddenly vanished without a trace. A sound of something slicing through the air came from behind his head, a hand gripping a kunai lunging toward him with an almost imperceptible speed. Too fast. Uchiha Obito instinctively activated his ocular technique. The cold kunai, along with Minato's arm, pierced through his head without any resistance. Kamui's intangibility. With a missed strike, Namikaze Minato lightly tapped the ground and floated back like a falling leaf. Indeed, it was Kamui. The opponent's ability was already within his expectations. While Intangible 1 is immune to all damage, but one also cannot launch an attack during intangibility. Golden Flash, as expected, Obito's deep hoarse voice came from beneath the mask, carrying a blatant, sickly, murderous intent. Namikaze Minato didn't bother to respond, flipping the kunai over his cold gaze akin to one looking at a corpse. Clang. The sound of a spoon dropping in the kitchen had not yet faded when the golden chains exploded first. Kushina kicked open the wooden door and rushed into the courtyard, a dozen brilliant golden chains bursting forth like enraged dragons, instantly sealing off the courtyard. The moment he caught sight of that flash of red hair, Namikaze Minato's heart sank. There was no time to stop it. His mind raced. If the opponent turned their target to Kushina, the Flying Thunder God technique could instantly teleport her to a preset safe location. But if the ceiling was disturbed, the consequences would be dire. It had to be a quick resolution. Jiraiya landed on the eaves, his white hair dancing wildly in the wind and snow. Don't get close. Namikaze Minato barked sternly. The opponent can also use space-time ninjutsu. Nara Shikaku and his companions quickly scattered, resolutely guarding the entrance to the estate. Kakashi drew his white fang short blade, positioning himself alongside Might Guy to protect Kushina. Everyone warily stared at the masked man surrounded by them, and the moment their eyes swept past the exposed eye caused everyone to freeze momentarily. That eye is a Sharingan. Kakashi's fingers tightened around the blade as he exclaimed in shock. Is it Uchiha? At the sight of Kakashi, Uchiha Obito's overwhelming hatred erupted. Namikaze Minato immediately shifted to block the opponent's line of sight, his killing intent palpable as he said, "Don't look at my disciple." Your disciple? Uchiha Obito laughed with rage, his voice dripping with heart-wrenching jealousy. You incompetent fool, who do you think you can protect? The Sharingan's red light flared, and the black robe formed into a phantom, the right hand viciously clawing toward Minato's heart. Opportunity. A glint of sharp light shot from Minato's eyes. The only flaw in Kamui is that fleeting moment when one manifests an attack. It's a race to see who is faster. Namikaze Minato abruptly thrust his left hand upward, especially made kunai, flying through Obito's phantom toward the rear. Got you, teacher. Uchiha Obito coldly called out, the long-lost title in his heart, as the moment he materialized his fingers had already brushed against Namikaze Minato's god robe. The instant the sensation arrived, he thought he had won. But in Namikaze Minato's view, the kunai that had just passed through Obito's head was now hovering at the back of his own head. Now's the time. Whoosh. Second stage of Flying Thunder God. Golden light blossomed behind Uchiha Obito, and Namikaze Minato appeared like a specter, firmly grasping the kunai, suspended in midair. The pupils beneath the mask widened suddenly. How is this possible? It's over. Namikaze Minato's voice was chillingly cold as the Rasengan in his right hand struck fiercely at Obito's back. Boom. The furious storm of chakra exploded, instantly tearing apart the accumulated snow and stone. The entire estate trembled. Uchiha Obito let out a tragic scream as he was smashed into the ground, his black robe, shattered white zetsu, mixed with blood spraying wildly. Kamui. At the brink of death, Obito, covered in blood, gritted his teeth and forcibly activated Kamui. The space vortex formed, instantly narrowly engulfing him into another space just before Minato's kunai could strike. Trying to run. Namikaze Minato's expression grew cold, his form transforming into golden light as he pursued. The moment the Rasengan struck, the Flying Thunder God mark had already been firmly branded on Obito's back. This was to ensure that he could catch up when Obito escaped the highlight zone. Moreover, once the mark was planted, it would never disappear. It was time to conclude this. 100 meters away atop a tall roof, Uchiha Obito had just been expelled from the vortex when another golden light exploded before his eyes. What? Obito was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, the cold gleam of the kunai enlarging in his vision. There was no time. He instinctively raised his left hand to block. The cold gleam of the kunai flashed, slicing through flesh and bone, severing Obito's entire left arm. A scream tore through the night sky as the third appearance of the Kamui vortex devoured the armless Obito once again. Namikaze Minato did not pause, locking onto him and traveling again. In the depths of the forest outside the village, Uchiha Obito collapsed heavily, clutching his severed arm, white liquid dripping from the wound. You have no way to escape either. The golden flash approached through the snow, the Rasengan already formed in his hand, pressing down with force. Just at that critical moment, an unexpected twist occurred. A mass of thick black substance surged up on Uchiha Obito's back, instantly engulfing his entire body, swallowing even the chakra sensing of the Flying Thunder God mark. Buzz. The space completely closed. The Rasengan shattered the ground, but only struck a patch of leftover snow. Namikaze Minato tightened his grip on the kunai, standing on the shattered earth, the spatial perception of the Flying Thunder God severed. Damn it. Seeing the must-kill strike miss Namikaze, Minato's expression darkened immediately. In his eagerness to eliminate Obito tonight, he had overlooked this shadow that had lurked in the ninja world for 1,000 years, one that should never have been ignored. Or rather, from the moment he crossed over, his focus had been solely on Uchiha Obito, leading to a blind spot in his thinking. He should have realized that the mastermind who had schemed for 1,000 years would never allow this piece on the chessboard to die here. Such a mistake was nearly fatal for a Hokage. The plot he knew in his mind did not equate to absolute reality. The variables in the real ninja world were far more unpredictable than the foreseen intelligence. This was a bloody lesson. What a pity. Namikaze Minato looked at the pale liquid dripping on the ground. Having missed such a great opportunity, he had to begrudgingly admit his arrogance. It would be difficult to encounter such an opportunity again. In the distance, Konoha, by now due to the earlier battle, had fully awakened. In the eastern seas of my desolate, unnamed island, the waves crashed violently against the reef, hurling the salty mist forcefully onto the shore. Bloodied Uchiha Obito was carelessly thrown onto the ground. The white tissue at the severed end of his left arm writhed frantically, attempting to self-repair, but due to the severity of his injuries, it could only barely stem the massive bleeding. Black Zetsu slowly peeled away from the back, transforming into a puddle of black sludge that gradually coalesced into a human shape. Not enough materials. After glancing at Obito's miserable state, it turned its head and sent a silent mental command outside the cave. Moments later, a white humanoid creature emerged from the rock layers wearing a mindless grin. Hey, Obito-kun, how did you get beaten up like this? The words were left unfinished. Black Zetsu's arm suddenly elongated and transformed into a pitch-black blade, decisively slicing down. Splurt. The white head rolled on the ground, coming to a stop after 2 spins, the silly grin frozen on its face. Black Zetsu dragged the headless torso of white Zetsu and violently tossed it beside Obito. The strange white tissue quickly merged wildly, spreading along the bloody severed end as a new arm began to take shape rapidly. After dealing with the severed arm, Black Zetsu flipped over Obito's body, revealing the mangled back, torn flesh grotesquely rolled up. However, its attention was fully focused on the faintly visible array patterns at the edge of the wound. Flying Thunder God Mark. Black Zetsu squinted its eyes, its right hand transforming into a claw, cruelly digging deep into Obito's wound. With skin and flesh, it forcibly gouged out the piece of flesh inscribed with the array. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, the unconscious Obito let out a muffled groan, his whole body convulsing violently. The space-time ninjutsu of Minato Namikaze can leave transmission coordinates upon contact. Black Zetsu, expressionless, tossed the rotten flesh onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. The black substance quickly seeped into the crushed meat, sealing off the residual chakra fluctuations. This should be enough. Confirming the array's fluctuations returned to 0, Black Zetsu deemed the threat eliminated, but for safety's sake, it reinforced the seal during the repair. The hollow in Obito's back was rapidly filled with white Zetsu's tissue. Black Zetsu covered the surface of the newly grown tissue with a seal, temporarily blocking the chakra pathways in that area. What it did not realize was that the mark of the Flying Thunder God was not inscribed on the flesh, but was branded on the source of chakra. Whether it was gouging out flesh or sealing, as long as Obito's chakra continued to flow, that coordinate would never truly disappear. For now, it merely severed the perception path. The sound of the waves roared. After a long while, Uchiha Obito's fingers suddenly twitched, slowly opening his eyes. Where is this? An island in the eastern seas of my. You are safe now. Black Zetsu sat in the shadows with only its eyes glowing. Uchiha Obito propped himself up, his gaze falling on his left hand. He clenched his fist tightly. The strength was still there, but it was much slower than before, the intense pain from the severed arm still stimulating his nerves. Minato Namikaze. He gritted his teeth, hatred almost causing him to shatter his own jaw. Your teacher is a monster. Black Zetsu said mercilessly, his battle instinct is terrifyingly acute. He grasped the gap in the manifestation of Kemui after only exchanging 2 moves. Uchiha Obito's body stiffened, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Yes, that was a flaw even Uchiha Madara needed to observe carefully to detect. His teacher had actually seen through it and completed a counterattack in such a short time. If it weren't for Black Zetsu's intervention, he would have already become a corpse. Uchiha Obito forcibly suppressed the tremor in his heart, his voice cold. There won't be a next time. Of course there won't be a next time. Black Zetsu said with a chilling certainty, Minato Namikaze is already on guard against you. Returning to Mai would be tantamount to sending yourself to death. What about Madara? Dead. Madara's remnants have decayed, the outer path golem has already moved, and the Akatsuki organization is also growing. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Black Zetsu stepped out of the shadows, looking down at him. From now on, you are Uchiha Madara. The situation in the mist cannot be delayed any longer. You must immediately head to the Land of Water and take full control of the Fourth Hokage Yakushi Kagai's authority. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki must not be allowed to go out of control. I understand. Uchiha Obito slowly stood up, picking up a larger piece of the mask from the ground to cover the scarred left side of his face. Beneath the mask, his crimson Sharingan gazed through the cracks of the cave, staring at the direction of my Minato Namikaze. This debt we will settle it sooner or later. In my village in the Hokage's office, a left arm marked with sealing patterns lay on the conference table. At the severed end, blood intertwined with white tissue still faintly writhing, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. The leaders of the major ninja clans sat in a circle. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and two advisors sat at the side, their faces grave. Orochimaru leaned against the wall, staring intently at the severed arm. Ordinary flesh would have long since rotted away, yet that arm was still self-repairing, just like the cells of the First Hokage. He greedily licked his lips, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Before the meeting, Minato Namikaze had reported the disappearance of the patrol ombu near the memorial stone last night. After the corpse was found, Yamano Ichi confirmed through memory reconstruction that it was the work of the masked man. Everyone is aware of the situation. Minato Namikaze said calmly from the main seat. Is there anything you want to say? The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Mito Minyan fidgeted anxiously in his seat. Since being stripped of his adjudication rights, his status had plummeted. In the past, the clan leaders would warmly greet him, but now they wouldn't even glance at him. He was unwilling to accept this. Thinking of this, Mito Minyan cleared his throat and pretended to speak calmly. Fourth Hokage, you mentioned that person has a Sharingan. The enemy was able to infiltrate my evading multiple defenses and used Uchiha's bloodline limit. Shouldn't we thoroughly investigate the internal matter? He spoke cautiously, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Tsurugi Kamachi immediately sensed the opportunity. Like Mito Minyan, she had been sidelined from the core of power and felt like time was dragging on. If she could demonstrate irreplaceable judgment on such a critical issue, perhaps there would still be a chance for a comeback. Uchiha Fugaku. She lowered her voice, slowing her speech, trying to create an air of calm wisdom. Your clan's bloodline limit appeared on the attacker. Shouldn't you give the village an explanation? Explanation, my ass. Uchiha Fugaku immediately slammed the table. Have you all forgotten what Danzo stuffed into his eye sockets? Just look at this arm. Most of it is the strange white tissue. Which Uchiha looks like this? Rather than bickering here, why not clarify how many eyes Danzo stole from my clan? Embarrassment flashed across Mito Minyan's face, but he still mustered the courage to retort. The white tissue could also be modified. Who can guarantee it isn't? Before he could finish, he caught a glimpse of Minato Namikaze's cold expression and promptly closed his mouth. At that moment, Kakashi, standing behind Minato, suddenly stepped forward and pulled down half of the mask covering his face. The Three-Demo Sharingan was revealed, slowly rotating under the light, emanating an unsettling glow. Several uninformed clan leaders gasped in shock. Inuzuka, some exclaimed, how could the kid from the Hitaki clan have a Sharingan? Did you see clearly? Minato Namikaze intertwined his fingers, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally resting on the two advisors. This is a relic gifted to Kakashi by his deceased companion during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. The Sharingan can be taken and can also be implanted. Simply having a mask-wearing person with a Sharingan is not evidence. The Hokage directly dismissed the insinuations. Kakashi's I served as testimony, directly shattering the two advisors' attempts to sow discord. Mito Minyan and Tsurugi Kamachi immediately fell silent. I will investigate the identity of the masked man thoroughly. Minato Namikaze said coldly. Although he knew who this masked man was, he still made this arrangement. Until conclusive evidence emerges, no one is allowed to use this as an excuse to make baseless accusations against fellow villagers. After a pause, he added, everything must be based on evidence. I do not wish for such incidents to occur again. The meeting room fell silent. Uchiha Fugaku slowly sat back in his chair, his clenched fists loosening as he looked at the figure in the main seat with gratitude. This was already the second time the other party had staunchly protected the Uchiha in front of the entire village. Orochimaru. After announcing the rules, Minato Namikaze looked at Orochimaru. This will be entrusted to your research institute. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at the mention, glancing at his former favorite student, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Upon hearing the Hokage's arrangement, Orochimaru's eyes instantly lit up, and his greedy gaze was unmistakable. Give me half a month, and I will completely dismantle this thing inside and out. 7 days. As you wish, but for research funding. Get Kazuma to sign it. Orochimaru stopped speaking and returned to stand by the wall. With the arrangements in place, Minato Namikaze stood up, pressing his palms on the table, and surveyed the room once more. One last matter. The enemy's space-time ninjutsu is unpredictable. From now on, I will comprehensively enhance its security level. Fugaku the guard team will increase the number of hidden sentries at all major crossroads, doubling the patrol frequency of ninjas. Fugaku immediately took the order yes. Hayashi, you will coordinate with the Umbu to monitor all blind spots within 3 kilometers of the Hokage's residence. Hayashi nodded. Hyuga takes the order. The Oil and Inazuka clans expand the reconnaissance circle in the outer forest. Yes. Minato Namikaze paused, his tone softening. Thank you all for your hard work. It is our duty. Remember not to disturb the civilians. Understood. Dismissed. The sounds of chairs moving echoed throughout the room. The clan leaders stood up one by one and filed out. The meeting room was soon empty. Minato Namikaze leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. A night of fierce battles and meetings had exhausted even his young body. Outside, the firecrackers of the new year crackled, and the laughter of children broke through the cold. Fortunately, the atmosphere of the new year was not disrupted. Holidays always pass by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 7-day exclusive vacation of the Hokage has come to an end. In the early morning at the Hokage residence, a layer of mist has formed on the window. At the dining table, Kushina held up the 4th bowl of steaming rice and scooped a big helping of vegetables into it, her cheeks puffed out. Minato held his chopsticks, his gaze shifting back and forth between the rice and his wife's face. Little Pepper, your appetite has really grown lately. Kushina's small mouth chewed like a hamster, her red hair casually tied back with a grain of rice stuck at the corner of her mouth. What? Does the Hokage-sama dislike me eating so much? How could that be? Minato smiled indulgently, handing her a bowl of miso soup. I was just calculating whether our savings at this rate can last until payday. Oomph. Kushina huffed proudly, her pink tongue quickly licking the rice grain off her lips. Then let this Hokage earn more money. Besides, if I don't eat more, where will I get the strength? What do you need strength for? To hit you. Minato decisively surrendered. Then it's settled. I wholeheartedly support you eating more. Kushina burst into laughter, giving him a playful kick under the table. After eating her fill, she rushed into the kitchen to rummage through the fridge. As Minato cleaned the dishes, he glanced over and asked, still not full? Nope. After a clatter of jars and bottles, Kushina pulled out a small dish of pickled plums from the fridge, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with delight. I don't know why, but I really want to eat this. Saying that, she picked up a sour plum and tossed it into her mouth, her shoulders slightly shrinking from the tartness, yet her face displayed a satisfied expression. Minato was taken aback. Normally, Little Pepper was a spice enthusiast with a heavy taste, as she wouldn't even glance at something like pickled plums before. But he said nothing, silently noting it in his mind. Just before leaving, Kushina was preparing to give the kitchen a thorough clean. When tying her apron, she struggled twice to get it right. Minato bent down to change his shoes, his peripheral vision subtly sweeping over her waist. The 8-trigram seal hidden beneath her clothes seemed to have faded slightly. It was very slight, yet undeniably real. If it weren't for his exclusive passive ability, the Ninetales perception, he wouldn't have noticed at all. Minato. Noticing his gaze, Kushina turned her head and asked, what are you zoning out for? Minato stood up straight, smiling as he walked over to adjust her apron very naturally. I was thinking about what to eat for dinner. They'll cook. Then I should eat more at noon. Minato, are you mocking my cooking skills? Minato laughed and dodged her little fists, saying goodbye as he pushed open the door. The accumulated snow on the road had already been melted by the guards using fire release. Minato walked purposefully towards the Hokage building. In the office, the paperwork piled up from the New Year holiday had become a small mountain. Minato stared blankly at the documents for a while. Just as he sat down, Narashikaku came in carrying 2 stacks of thick files. Hokage-sama, congratulations on the end of your vacation. That's quite a heavy blessing you've got there. Don't rush, this is just the appetizer. Shikaku slammed the documents on the desk, pulling out the top one. Financial Department bills, guard rotation, border patrol, handover, orphanage expansion funds, and an urgent letter from the daimyo's office. Minato put away his jokes, glancing at the precious letter paper sealed with the Fire Country daimyo's gold stamp. The opening was filled with hypocritical compliments. Congratulations on the new year, praising Konoha for its recent effective governance. And only in the last line stating the intent of the letter, recently Konoha's upper management has undergone frequent personnel changes. Will this affect the border security deployment of the Fire Country? Minato scoffed. That's quite a euphemistic way to ask. The movements on our side are too significant. Shikaku pulled out a chair and sat down. Danzo has been eliminated, the advisor stripped of power, and the root organization has been completely destroyed. To those daimyo, it's akin to a coup d'etat. They are afraid that I, being young and impetuous, will drag the Fire Country into a new war. Minato closed the letter. Let's put it on hold, though I'll personally respond in a couple of days. Aoki-sei is still waiting outside. Let him in. The door was pushed open. Hokage-sama, we received a coded report from the eastern border. Aoki-sei quickly stepped in, holding a sealed scroll. The personnel from Root in the field have actively contacted the Shadow Guard expressing their willingness to surrender. Give me more details. There are a total of 14 of them. Aoki-sei continued, the leader is codenamed Crow Feather and was originally placed as a deep cover agent in the Eastern Fire Country by Danzo, responsible for monitoring trade routes, Mist Village activities, and the flow of information from the daimyo's office. Shikaku asked, have they ever spilled the blood of our own? They claim they haven't. Aoki-sei replied calmly, Crow Feather insists they only handle external intelligence. Now that Danzo is dead, supplies have been cut off and the contact person from above has gone missing. Continuing to hide will only lead to being picked off by information ninjas from other countries. Minato took the scroll and scanned through the lines, realizing these Root members must have been cornered. Their first act of goodwill was to reveal 3 hidden lines from the Mist Village along with 2 black market banks. One of the bank's accounts happened to match the missing link from the old accounts when investigating Danzo. Shikaku, we can match it. Shikaku leaned over to take a look, pointing at one of the numbers. If this line is real, we can fill in the missing accounts from the Eastern mess. Minato set the scroll down, pondering for a moment before saying to Aoki-sei, don't let them into the village, yet have them camp 30 miles outside. Aoki-sei, you lead the team personally. I will have the Umbu coordinate with you. Verify the intelligence they provided, and be sure to ascertain whether they participated in harming Konoha ninjas. What if they refuse to cooperate? Arrest them, Minato said with a chilling intent. If there is any resistance, execute them on-site as defectors. Remember, give a way out to those who truly wish to return. Those who want to use surrender as a shield need not be brought back. Understood. Aoki-sei accepted the order and turned to leave. The door slammed shut. Shikaku leaned back in his chair, letting out a long breath. The Root members scattered outside are starting to waver. With Danzo dead, some will run, some will sell information, and then there are people like Crow Feather who will gamble on your willingness to take them in. So the daimyo's letter arrived just in time. Minato reopened the letter from the daimyo's office, his eyes filled with dominance. Shikaku's gaze flickered. You want to use this to counter the daimyo? Yes. Minato nodded, his voice firm. I will clearly tell the daimyo that Konoha's internal defenses are solid and the border defenses are insurmountable. Moreover, I want him to recognize the reality: the hidden lines that bypassed the Hokage system and were manipulated in secret are being uprooted one by me, Minato. Once this letter is sent, the daimyo will surely lose sleep from now on. Shikaku was silent for a moment, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips, his eyes filled with admiration. The new year is over, it's time to wake up. In the evening, just as Minato returned home, before he even entered the house, he heard Kai's urgent voice. Kakashi, this is not a battlefield of youth. Kings move. Kakashi replied calmly. Why can't the knight only move forward? It can't retreat to charge. That's too unpassionate. The loser has to run 100 laps around the playground. Minato paused at the door, noticing Kakashi's exposed eyes slightly squinting. That kid's smiles have been increasing lately. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Kai immediately jumped up in place. Fourth Hokage-sama, I will prove with 100 laps of sweat that the flames of youth will never lose to shogi. Don't run until midnight, it's freezing out here. If Kushina finds out you guys caught a cold, you'll be in for it tomorrow. Yes. After pushing open the Jinkin door, a pungent, burnt smell instantly wafted out. Minato's action of changing his shoes came to an abrupt halt. In the kitchen, Kushina was staring blankly at the smoking stove. A perfect pot of miso soup had been boiled dry, the bottom scorched. I clearly just want to grab a bowl. She muttered softly, how did it burn? Minato hurried over, took the bowl from her hand, and gently said, maybe the fire was too high. Kushina frowned in frustration, a face full of grievance, but I clearly remember turning it down. It's fine, leave it to me. Minato skillfully disposed of the burnt residue in the trash, can wash the pot, and refilled it with water. Kushina obediently stood by, unusually not trying to take over like usual. Minato, don't you think I've been feeling a bit off lately? What feels off? I can't quite put it into words, but I'm easily hungry and often drowsy. I even forgot to turn off the fire for something so simple earlier. Little Pepper's expression was somewhat dazed, and the annoying Ninetales hasn't scolded me these past couple of days. Maybe that fox overate during the new year and wants to take a break. Minato placed the pot back on the stove, his tone extremely gentle. In the depths of the ceiling space, the Ninetales opened one eye, irritably flicking its 9 tails like mountains, yet it did not let out a single roar. Dinner was simple. The newly brewed miso soup, plus a few grilled fish, and a steaming bowl of white rice. Even so, Kushina devoured 3 large bowls in a whirlwind. As night fell, the wind and snow outside stopped, and the bright moonlight poured through the window, gently illuminating the bedside. Kushina slept soundly, her breathing even and long, her fair hand tightly gripping the sleeve of the little son in her dreams, fully relying on him. Minato sat on the edge of the bed, using the soft moonlight to gaze at his wife's flat abdomen. Her appetite had surged. Cravings for sour foods. feeling drowsy, and the slightly faded ceiling patterns. Minato's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably as he reached out to touch her abdomen. However, his hand hovered in midair, afraid of disturbing her sweet dreams, and in the end, he simply tucked her blanket in gently. The moonlight cast on his profile, his azure eyes brimming with tenderness. A certain possibility gradually took shape in his heart. Could it be that she is pregnant? In the early morning, the snow in the backyard had been swept to the wall base, and the frozen ground glimmered with a cold light. In the bedroom, Nai was sleeping heavily. Last night, she had eaten more than usual, and the drowsiness came earlier than usual. Even her teeth were brushed in a half-dreamy state. There was no urgency in checking the seal. She would do that after waking up, so for now, she should get her body moving. Bo Feng Shui Min was barearmed, pressing his palms against the ground, bending his waist, and back the white breath he exhaled dissipating in the cold wind. After finishing 50 push-ups, he flipped over and stood up, his toes touching the ground as he began to throw slow punches. The punches were short and concise. Each strike was contained between his shoulders and elbows. On the wall, a green figure crouched upright, eyes shining brightly. Lord Fourth, you've already started your youthful training this early. Mighty Guy gave a thumbs up, his teeth sparkling in the morning light. Bo Feng Shui Min paused and looked up at him. Guy, you're currently a reserve member of the Umbu. Why are you squatting on my wall instead of going to the training ground? Observing the daily training of the Hokage is also part of the youth curriculum for reserve members. Bo Feng Shui Min chuckled and waved at him. Get down here. Yes. Guy immediately flipped down and stood straight. Don't just stand there, train with me. Huh, can I? Training with the Hokage is also a task for reserve members. Oh yeah. Guy shouted, performing a front split right there, his forehead touching his knee. This is the youth recognized by the Hokage. The cold wind blew past the courtyard wall as the two of them exercised their muscles side by side. Bo Feng Shui Min casually asked, Guy, have you thought about what kind of students you would like to teach in the future? I want to teach those children who are looked down upon by others. Why? Because I know that feeling. Guy looked at the Hokage, his usual noise fading away, becoming overly serious. Everyone thinks that if you can't use ninjutsu, you don't deserve to be a ninja, but my father proved that with hard work until the end, you can still protect the important people. Bo Feng Shui Min encouragingly patted his shoulder. Then prepare well, there will be opportunities in the future. Yes, I will definitely burn my youth until the end. The sound of a sliding door came from inside, followed by Nai's crisp voice, slightly lazy from just waking up. Shui Min, I've warmed up the breakfast you made. If you don't come in soon, it will get cold. And Guy, you come in too, no running on an empty stomach. Yes, Lady Nai. Morning. In the sealing room of the Hokage's residence. The walls were covered with newly inscribed vortex sealing formulas, and a clean white cloth was laid in the center of the floor. Shui Min, didn't we just check the perception barrier yesterday? Nai sat at the center of the formation, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness, yet her mouth curled into a smile. Today it's your turn to check. Bo Feng Shui Min unfolded the sealing scrolls one by one. The sealing of the Uzumaki clan's 8 trigrams is not that fragile. I should know my own seal well enough, Nai huffed proudly. Though she said that her body instinctively sat up straight, obediently cooperating. Being so meticulously protected warmed her heart, even if her mouth wouldn't admit it. Bo Feng Shui Min held back a laugh as he pressed his hand against her abdominal seal. Don't move around. The sealing technique you taught me is now being checked by you, my master. Nai muttered, her tone carrying an uncontainable pride. Using the specialized passive sensing of the 9 tails, Bo Feng Shui Min's chakra traveled inch by inch along the patterns of the 8 trigram seal. The golden technique glowed brightly and quickly dimmed. At first, everything was stable. After a moment, Bo Feng Shui Min's hand stopped at the edge of the seal's pattern. There was a very fine crack there. It was shallow. It was nearly impossible to observe with the naked eye or conventional chakra. If it weren't for the 9 tails perception sweeping closely against the inner layer of the seal, it would be untraceable. He continued checking and soon found similar cracks in 2 other places. Deep within the sealing space, the 9 tails lay in the darkness, its 9 massive tails restlessly slapping the water's surface. Bo Feng Shui Min, you bastard, if you keep touching, I'm going to vomit. Nai's cheeks flushed as she shouted back, without hesitation across the seal, shut up, you stinky fox. Hubie, you wait for me, I'll definitely beat you up later. The 9 tails snorted, feeling frustrated, but refraining from returning the insults, being the strongest tailed beast. Bo Feng Shui Min retracted his chakra, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Noticing the small son's unusual expression, Nai immediately became tense. What's wrong? The main seal is stable. Then why do you have that face? Bo Feng Shui Min explained in a low voice. Last time the residence was attacked, your emotional fluctuations were too great. When you forcibly suppressed the nine tails chakra, 3 cracks were left in the seal. Wait. Nai frowned. I didn't even notice myself. How did you find out? I'm your sealing teacher. The student surpasses the master, Bo Feng Shui Min replied with a calm smile. Back when you taught me sealing, you praised my talent a lot. Stop trying to fool me with that. Nai glared at him, but couldn't find a reason to refute. In terms of sealing talent, the small son was indeed the most gifted she had ever seen. He learned the King Kong lock sealing technique in just 2 days. Thinking of this, Nai's expression suddenly changed, and she instinctively protected her lower abdomen. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, she knew too well what the cracks implied. Is it serious? Not serious for now. Bo Feng Shui Min did not hide it from her. It usually won't affect the seal, and the QB can't get out. But if it encounters strong external impacts, or if you are in a state where the seal is inherently weak, the nine tails chakra might leak out through the cracks. Nai stared at him. As a Jinchuriki, and the last sealing heir of the Uzumaki clan, she didn't need the small son to elaborate. Childbirth. The moment the words were spoken, Nai herself was stunned, standing there, as if paralyzed by a spell. In the next moment, she lunged forward, grabbing Bo Feng Shui Min by the collar, her eyes instantly bloodshot, her voice trembling. Do I have one? Bo Feng Shui Min shook his head. It's not completely certain yet, but considering your reactions these days along with the changes in the seal. So that's why you were staring at my belly all night last night. At that time it was just a guess. Bo Feng Shui Min. I'm here. Nai released her grip, looking down at her lower abdomen, her lips trembling several times, with excited tears swirling in her eyes, yet she could not make a sound. Bo Feng Shui Min quickly grabbed her hand to comfort her. It's not officially confirmed, yet we will go to the hospital tomorrow. The tears swirling in her eyes finally could not hold back and fell down in large drops, but the smile on her face could not be suppressed. Nai trembled and asked, what if it's true? Then I will handle all risks and ensure that neither you nor the child suffer any harm. I'm asking if you're happy. Happy. Nai sniffed hard, wiping away the tears on her face randomly. Say it again. I'm very happy. That's more like it. Bo Feng Shui Min gently helped her sit up again and began repairing the micro cracks in the seal. Chakra penetrated along the patterns, and the Uzumaki secret technique gradually filled the barely noticeable gap. Nai looked down at his hands, suddenly falling silent. Will it hurt? No. I mean you. Bo Feng Shui Min was taken aback and looked up at the little pepper. Nai looked at him very seriously. Every time you make a plan, you always include yourself, yet you never consider whether you are in danger or if you will be tired. Bo Feng Shui Min listened patiently, continuing his meticulous actions. Shui Min. I'm here. Remember to come home to eat when you're tired. Then tonight, I will make you something delicious. Are you sure? I'm looking forward to it. As the repairs were completed, the golden light in the ceiling room slowly dissipated. Bo Feng Shui Min took out a blank scroll and meticulously wrote a few lines. Flying Thunder God Domain. Uzumaki Sealing Array. Outer Perception Barrier. Nai leaned over to take a look, her brows furrowing tighter. You're starting again. The seal is weakest during childbirth. Preparations must be made in advance. Bo Feng Shui Min continued writing without raising his head, saying, there can be no flaws. Stop. Nai pressed her hand on the scroll. Don't think about those fighting and killing things for now. Make me a good meal tonight to celebrate.